why the Vilna Shas just completely left all the other Talmuds that were in print in the dust, because everyone wanted a Vilna Shas. And we get a sense of the tremendous amount of effort she placed in producing this amazing edition of the Talmud in an essay that occurs at the very, very end. Volume 20 of her Shas. Here's my own copy of it, which actually my father-in-law didn't buy it for me, but my wife did buy it for me. This is Tractate Nida, the very last section of the Talmud. And if you go to the very end, you'll see there's this letter here, the last few pages, called Achari Davar, which is Chachik and other scholars believe authored by Devorah Ram herself. We know that she had scholarly correspondence with many other important figures, and this letter, which goes on for a few pages, is signed by the widow and brothers Ram, but most likely it was the widow Ram herself who was the principal author. Her letter says all kinds of things about how, when we started this project, we didn't even know how it was going to be, so we didn't even write any kind of words of introduction, and now we're making up for it at the very end to write about our experiences. And she goes on to describe the tremendous, challenges they faced, political challenges with the pogroms that erupted in the 1880s, and a fire, and challenges getting into the Vatican, all kinds of amazing things they went to produce this document. It's actually really worthwhile read. Everyone who studies the Talmud to spend a little time looking at this. May have been authored by or along herself. But one last detail about her activity. A couple times now that she published the classic edition of a long time. Yeah, you can see here it is, and many see them when they're going through Tas, right, which is Chumash, Tehillim, and Tanya. They will read this particular edition, which has a particular layout of words that has become kind of like a classic edition for many. But even in the daily editions of Pitas, often omit this little occurs right at the beginning. You have to get a scholarly edition of the Pitas to really see it, or a scholarly edition of the Tanya to really see it. And here is a letter from, as you can see right at the beginning, the widow and brothers Ram, and they specifically had officials in Lubavitch, starting with Harav Drozder, right, who's one of the great Lubavitcher rabbis, and the Tomchei Tmini. There was one particular moment where the Ram family was experiencing dire straits, and it was Chabad that stepped forward to assist them in their endeavors and do something alive. And this is really ironic, because before Devorah ever took the helm of the Ram publishing house, there was a really major dispute between the Shapira family, who I showed you a little bit earlier, and the publishing house. Was a major copyright dispute that involved some really nasty elements. So I'm not going to go into details here, but it involved the police, and it involved the exile of the Shapira family of their company for some reason until finally they were able to come back, but they could never regain relation to their activity that so much, according to legend, I don't know, I've never been able to see if it's really true, but according to legend, the Shapira family would immerse all of the blocks of type in the mix before they began to publish any works. Amazing kind of concept. Ultimately, the Ram predecessors before Devorah pushed them out of business. During the Ram publishing house, the Rebbe Shalom Dover said, "You know what? We better preserve them," and he supported them, and they allowed them to survive. And this is a note in the Tanya specifically thanking Chabad for helping them endeavor. It's a fascinating story. So much more to say. I would love for you to join me on Lithuania. Once we're going to be hearing from the incredible Dr. Shneir Lyman, one of the most Jews of Poland Lithuania. I'm looking forward to speaking, and I'm looking forward especially to the streets of these cities and learning more about how the Jews of that region actually. Please check the information box for information on this. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. It is the possibility of traveling to many of the locations where many important Jewish civilizations flourished over the centuries, and really getting a sense of the deep, rich historical context of these places and the Jews that live there. But this summer is going to be absolutely fantastic. God willing, I'm going with my employer, Tour University, to visit Poland and Lithuania, which is where my family comes from, especially Lithuania. I'm looking forward to actually visiting the mass graves where many of my ancestors found their last resting place. And this is going to be a tremendous trip because we're going to look at all of these things that Jews did, specifically Warsaw and the region in Vilna, its region, also in Kovna, Kaunas. Tremendous senior scholar, Professor Schneier-Leimer, who is absolutely a genius. And, you know, we speak about the Vilna Gaon, the great scholar of the 18th century. Well, Schneier-Leimer is of Vilna. He knows Vilna better than anybody else. And I'm really looking forward to spending this time teaching lectures this trip. So in the contrary, myself, for this, going back over a lot of my, putting together some videos for you so you're interested in this particular trip and the amazing history we're exploring there. I'll share with you now a video that I wrote a long time ago that goes back to the question of the origins of the Jews of Poland. I hope you find it useful.
Hello and welcome to Jewish History Lab. Today we're going to look at the origins of Polish Jewry, the origins of the entire Eastern European Jewish population, but Poland is one of the central and memorable of the countries that we'll be looking at. Let's talk about the origins of Polish Jewry. So when I say Poland, I'm really using the term anachronistically because the region as a whole was dominated by something called the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. You can see in this map, which has the borders of the Commonwealth as of the year 1618, but superimposed on contemporary political boundaries to get a sense of where it was. It was a territory. Poland was sort of like the southwestern core of it, but after this dynastic union with Lithuania, it spread really to a massive area, almost stretching from the Baltic Sea to the Black Sea, well into European Russia, down into the East Central European countries as well. Discussing today includes, of course, Ukraine and Belarus, which became the dominant center of empire as well. The extent of Khazarian influence is very, very difficult to quantify. It appears to have been minuscule. There are occasional references to Khazarian Jews, for example, in one of the early Russian chronicles, the Povest Ramenya, which is not strictly speaking Russian, but refers to Kiev and Rus, the region as it was known at that time. And there's references to Jews from Khazaria being involved in Kiev in particular. And they left behind, as we discussed in previous lectures about Khazaria, they left behind very, very little trace of their presence either in cultural aspects, literary aspects, and so on. We don't really know a lot about how extensive this penetration was and how much it affected the later dominant Polish Jewish population. The really big migrations into Poland come in the 12th and especially up until the 16th century.
Yo, dog, how are you?
They're coming from the western part of Europe. They're coming primarily from Germany and France, making their way sometimes through Austria, Hungary, places like that. But that's really where you have the dominant Polish population. There you see a lot of traces of European evidence, lots of connections between cultures that started, for example, from the Rhineland and then made their way to the east. Yiddish is the overwhelming lingua franca of the Jews and is basically a medieval dialect written with Hebrew letters, not bringing with them too much of the Khazars, for example. So to see elements of this in the region from as early as the 9th century, but it really is to coalesce of the 10th and 11th. And one of the things we see them doing, for example, in the very period, is that
Yo, dog.
as royal
How are you?
Making money here.
How did you find out about me?
Really making.
I found you on the voice chat server.
The voice chat server. Which one?
The socialized one.
Very cool. Well, how's your day going?
It's good. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's exactly what I do.
Why did you decide?
What up, Derek? How you living, pimp?
Yo.
Derek, how'd you find that about me, Derek?
The voice chat Discord server.
Oh, okay, very well. I was just telling our friend Liam, I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so since the pandemic, more than 3.5 years of content. I'm live right now on 22 different YouTube streams. I have over 100 streams, 200 Instagram accounts. I have more than 500 Twitch, more than 1,000 Tik accounts, more than 2,000 Twitter accounts, more than 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and more than 10,000 Kik accounts. I have more social media than any person in global history. Well, data is Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, I'm going to make all your friends, make your family very rich. I'm going to do everything I can to give you generational wealth if you don't already have it, so that you're financially independent if you're not already, and really to be able to give you enough money to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. Does that sound?
Very good, to be fair. But you don't feel.
Well, I do a lot, but I mean, I'm financially independent. I'm financially independent. I can just live my life.
Do you like how many years ago?
How many do I have?
Years.
Oh, I don't know. I don't count.
Donos.
Yes, I do.
When was the last dono you got?
Yesterday.
Not much.
Enough.
Fair enough. What are you watching?
Jewish, feel free to enjoy. And if you have any questions or you need anything from me, I'm here to help you, okay?
Yeah, all right.
making money, producing money, things to be used as money, not necessarily making money for themselves, which I'm sure goes hand in hand with it. But some of the earliest coins in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth are actually written with Hebrew characters. Here you see a few kind of stencils of several of them. And here's a better view of one that has the term Moshka Karol or Mashka Karol, which is clearly the Hebrew phrase for King Mieszko, a 12th century Polish ruler. Here, of course, this is highlighted in red to make it a little bit easier to read. Now, it's fascinating. Why would the early Polish nobles and kings make coins with Hebrew letters? It speaks most likely to the widespread illiteracy, which was common to the region, and the fact that the Jews would use the Hebrew alphabet because Jews are ones who are working with the money primarily in small commerce, that it became relevant. We'll have a lot more to say about this in a future lecture. We'll talk a little bit about the economic basis of Polish Jewry, but for the time being, this is just some of the archaeological evidence of their early settlement from about the 10th century onward. Now, when we at why Jews migrated to Poland,
I'm watching this history lecture. Feel free to enjoy.
Push and pull factors. Factors
What's your question?
Which drove Jews out of Western Europe, and there are factors which drew Jews into Eastern Europe.
You can go under the
Eastern
coverage.
Europe was a place of refuge. You can see here a beautiful representation
I'm single, choice.
A man named Gerson, representing King Casimir, who is accepting the Jews and giving them protection and refuge. So much so that you see some of the great scholars like Rabbi Moshe Isserles from Galicia, who
that's for
Poland, with kind of like a fanciful etymology, Lin, meaning here, Po, Lin. Here we will find refuge. So in terms of the
do what makes you happy. It's just not a game that's really that interesting. If I want to play with blocks, I'll play like
drove Jews to
Lego sets, but I don't even do that. That's for children as well. No, I'm not putting it down. It's cool if that's like a hobby of yours. But if I'm going to play a game, I like to play Grand Theft Auto or something like that.
In northern Germany, that seemed to be outside of the control of the legitimate state authorities.
You mean like men who are my friends?
And Jews were very frustrated by this. Minority Jews are always vulnerable.
I'm always
to and they rely on legitimate authorities to maintain a Rechtsstaat, meaning a society governed by law. As we've discussed in many previous lectures, Jews are typically very happy to live in environments where there is some minor discrimination against them, a certain degree of endemic anti-Semitism, but only if the rule of law is protected. Meaning, perhaps there will be a numerous clauses and Jews will not be allowed to enter university, or perhaps there will be, some tax not allowed to take advantage of, or whatever, as long as they know that if someone throws a rock through their storefront window, they'll be able to go to the police. The police will investigate, and if they catch the culprit, then they will have a proper criminal, and so on. So Jews fear mob violence like minority. And when you had these massacres that accompanied these traveling bands of crusaders, or
I'm happy that you're here, and I'm open to answering any other questions that you have. But I'm watching this lecture right now. Feel free to, if you want, if you have other questions that have been asked Rabbi anything section on the left side, feel free to just type anything you have in there.
We have also discussed in the previous result in
pleasure to meet you guys.
In France in particular, there's 3 expulsions in the 14th century. There's more and more reason for Jews not to live in Western Europe. This is kind of like the push aspect of it, as Jews are finding Western far and far less hospitable than they ever did. Now, there's also pull factors at the other hand. The economy was actually having a difficult time, particularly in the 13th century, after the Mongol invasion of 1241.
Let you ask anything you want.
The demography had dropped. There was a very, very weak economy. As we saw earlier, the Jews are the people actually making the money, physically making the money, because they don't have a really well-functioning economy compared to Western Europe, and the Jews have the know-how and the understanding of how to produce coins like this. And so the local Polish leaders were actually and saying, please come to our area. You are literate.
Yo, Pip. Again, I'm watching this lecture. Feel free to enjoy.
Concentrated areas, and you can take advantage of your skills in Poland. They also, to make this attractive to Jewish migrants, they created something called, or they adopted something used in the West called Magdeburg. Magdeburg is the name of the city, and Recht means law. And this is basically a medieval charter that lists the specific privileges that a community may enjoy. And although some of these charters were actually written much later and designed to look like they were written earlier, they nevertheless did reflect long-standing agreements as to what were the privileges and sometimes abilities of the Jews in particular regions. Rhineland, for example, the right to control their own guilds, the right to indicate when foreign Jews could win and set up competing businesses, and what monopolies Jews would have. We'll speak more about this when we get to economics of Eastern Europe, but Jews were often granted specific monopolies. For example, propinatia, the distillation and distribution of alcohol. That's why, in so many Jewish Ukrainian folk tales and so on, you have the Jewish krechma, the Jewish inn, because that was actually a monopoly that was frequently given to Jewish communities. Bear in mind also that we're speaking about a corporate environment. Individuals simply say, you know what, I think I'd like to go live in Krakow, and find, how to fit themselves into the secular environment there. In communities, you are part of a Jewish community. You weren't like an individual who chose to affiliate. You were legally bound to that community, culpable along with the community for communal taxes and punishments, sometimes things like that. So there were the Polish leaders were very enthusiastic about bringing Jews into the region, and so extended to them a series of rights, above all, safety, rights to live in concentrated areas and things like that, and also economic privileges that allow them to ply various trades. There's going to be a lot more to say about this, and of course it will break down very significantly with the Khmelnytsky rebellion in the 17th century. But for the time being, between the First Crusade and the Khmelnytsky rebellion of 648, this was a pretty stable kind of environment. In some cases, like in the Statute of Kalish, which comes from 54, these things are actually set down in writing and are promulgated and really attracted a lot of Jews to Eastern Europe. So there's a very significant movement of Jews over these centuries, making it ultimately the largest single concentration of Jews in the early modern period. And just to give you a sense of what that looks like, here's a map that shows the relative concentration of Jews within the boundaries of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth as of before, and you can see that it means like less than about 10,000 Jews, and the deep red is more than 50,000 Jews, and you can get a sense of concentration is really in the region of Western Ukraine and Southern Poland in particular, with some significant concentrations towards the west on the border with Germany and to the Lithuania in particular. The height of the achievement of Jews in Poland, particularly in terms of their self-government, is undoubtedly an institute called the Council of Lands, also known as the Council of Four Lands, depending on the period it's referring to. And basically, this was a kind of a Jewish state within a state, a rather amazing thing. We spoke about the communal of Jews in the Kehila, essentially self-governing Jewish municipality that handled all of the social welfare works for Jews by collecting their own internal taxes and distributing it charitably to individuals as needed, and set up, like everything from, wayfarers support to poor brides and orphans and, social services, but also self-regulating by Talmudic law. And each of these municipalities was basically structured very simply. And what happened was in Poland, they came to terms. They united themselves across the entire scope of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth within one, as it were, national organization. They would meet twice a year, and particularly in Lublin, and they would make decisions that would affect all Jews living within this country, the largest country in Europe at the time. It was really a rather amazing thing. This, by the way, we're looking at is one of the couple of pages from the minute books of the Council of Lands. Now, they didn't have, like, for example, their own police authorities. They worked very closely with the state, and the Polish-Lithuanian state realized how valuable they were, particularly at first, with regards administering many social functions that they wanted to themselves have. Realized that it was more for them to collect taxes directly from Jews rather than have Council of Lands involved. That led to the erosion of the Council of Lands in particular. We'll talk about that as well, I hope, in a future lecture. But the kinds of things that they dealt with were really quite significant, and made a huge impact on the way in which Jews lived and considered themselves within the Polish state. This was really one of the high points of the Jewish diaspora, at least up until the Khmelnytsky Rebellion of 1648, where Jews regarded a golden era for Jewish civilization, comparable in many ways to what we see happen earlier in Spain and before that in Babylonia. It would result in kind of a Polish Jewish synthesis. It was very similar in many ways to the German Jewish synthesis of the 19th century, but of course, when we get to the 20th century, we see it all unravel, and that will be the top of future lecture.
I hope you found that idea. If you're interested in us this summer, that would be fantastic. Have a look at the information box for a link to the website where there's more information on what we're planning to do this summer. And thank you very much for watching. Students of Jewish history, I was so excited to come across this individual in the course of my research for the Kosher River Cruise expedition to Japan in 2026. His name is Ludwig Ries, and actually I find affinity with him, not only because he's a historian, he's also kind of an intellectual immigrant, fascinating individual who had a tremendous impact on Japanese history. Here's his story. He was born in 1861 in Germany, and he went to the University of Berlin. Late 19th century, the society is beginning to open up. Jews are allowed to enter higher education and so on. And he studied under the great and highly influential historian Leopold von Ranke. Von Ranke lived between 1795 and 1886, and Ludwig Ries was one of his students, or his last students. Now, and this is a picture, by the way, of what von Ranke would have looked like around the time that Ries was studying with him. Ries wrote a very well-regarded doctorate on the history of medieval England, but once he graduated, he found he could not get a job in Germany, right? This is, unfortunately, liberalism went so far in the late 19th century, and the idea of appointing a Jew to an important post in teaching history in Germany and so on, just very, very hard to happen. This is also the time of the great von Treitschke and controversy. We talked about that in different videos. And it's also worth noting, by the way, that Ries's parents also warned him against to get a job as a professor of history in Germany. They wanted him to study something much more pragmatic and practical. Not that I would identify with that. What happened to Ries? You know, he's the kind of individual. He got lemons and he made lemonade. He had an option to travel and take a position at Tokyo Imperial University. You can imagine how he must have felt. What European historian? Born and raised in Germany, have to go all the way to the Far East just to get a job. But he went there and he ended up becoming a tremendous success. He taught at Tokyo Imperial University for 15 years, influenced generations of students in that university, really shaped Japanese historiography. Now, let me tell you what are his contributions. We must understand that history is kind of a funny discipline. On the one hand, it is an art, it's telling stories, right? The word story is embedded in the very word history. And it's all about, sitting around the campfire and saying what happened to previous generations. That's what historians do. On the other hand, history is also a science. And that means that we're not supposed to just make stuff up. We're supposed to, rely on actual data to tell these stories. Now, the problem is, much of this data are words. They're just stories that earlier generations have told, and we have inherited those stories. That proves to be extremely problematic, because how do we know that those stories actually conform to reality? The tremendous contribution of Ranka, as Elisa's team, who said, look, we have to really get focused on was eigentlich gewesen war. What exactly happened? Like, tell us what happened. Don't tell us all the stories of what you would have happened and making stuff up. Just tell us what actually happened, and we'll decide how to evaluate the meaning of those events. You have to rely on primary sources. You have to rely on artifacts whenever possible. Are extremely important, things like that. And von Ranke really grounded the discipline of history in this kind of art and science, whereas before it was pretty much firmly in the world of the arts. So Reis took these ideas and he essentially brought them to Japan. For the Japanese really didn't have this kind of grounding. Mind you, Europe didn't have that grounding either until von Ranke. In Japan, they really began to delve deeply into their archives, to dig up primary documentation, and Reis also pioneered the fact a lot of Japanese history is buried in European archives. Europeans, when they encountered Japan, left a tremendous amount of course and documentation regarding how that developed. This was all happening, by the way, in the context of the Japanese Restoration, a period of great reform and self-reform, where they began to rely much more on Western expertise, realizing there are a lot of things that are happening in the West that would be beneficial for Japan. Reis was one of those happy accidents. As a Jew, he could not get a job at the University of Berlin, and so he took post in Tokyo, and he ended up becoming a tremendous success. And he really loved Japan. He spent a time there 15 years. In 1902, he returned to Germany. He did get a job at his alma mater, the University of Berlin. And shortly after, the Russo-Japanese War broke out, and all of a sudden, everybody in Europe wanted to know more about Japan. Who is Russia fighting with? And so Reis became the European expert on Japan. Ironically, when he went to Japan, he became the Japanese expert on Europe. And now when he went back to Germany, he became the German expert on Japan. Fascinating individual. Really someone I want to remember the impact he made on Japanese culture. Whets your appetite to join us to South Korea, and if not, I'm really happy to conduct my research. Thank you very much for watching. Your anti-horse dick into my shitter. I'm shutting things down. We're starting to close. I said the opportunity store. I can't emphasize enough. If I use it to go back in bed and make millions of dollars, I would have you get your. Hello, fellow travelers in Jewish history. I'm really looking forward to the next Kosher River cruise to Japan, which is, it's a bit of a leap for me because most of my studies in Jewish history have really focused on, ancient Israel or Europe or to a certain degree North Africa, Central Asia. But getting to the Far East is really going to be quite an experience, both in terms of the actual journey, which promises to be amazing, but also in terms of the history. So let's talk just for a minute about the city of Nagasaki, which we hope by this particular trip. Jewish presence in Nagasaki basically dates 19th century, primarily because Nagasaki is up port city, and it was at this time when Japan just began to adapt to Western powers. It's a whole bunch of interesting politics about why that was so. Otherwise, Japan was fairly, both in the literal sense, because it's a series of islands, and also in the cultural sense. But Eastern European Jews really saw the opportunity and began to settle there in the middle of the 19th century. And most of their business was done with Russian sailors who were also in the port city. And the Jews, of course, had linguistic skills, they had, the commercial connections, things like that to make it work. By 1894, they opened a synagogue. They also created a cemetery, which is still in existence. And we know that there were about 100 Jews living there at the turn of the century. Today, it had at least 29, and they are labeled in Hebrew, Japanese, Russian, and English, dated between 1880 and 1920. It might seem strange to us to see that Japanese and Russian and English, that reflects the date of the immigration that was the journey at that time. It also reflects my father, who was buried in Toronto. And there are lots of English and a lot of Russian and a lot of Hebrew graves. Some of the older sections are in Yiddish, and I wouldn't be surprised if you wander around to find some French ones there too. So it's interesting. At any rate, the community, I was not able to find any photographs of the gravestones. I'll have to see those in person. I did find this photograph that labels the actual year, 653, in the Jewish calendar, which, of course, Ano Menzi is dated from creation as per the calculation of the Seder Olam Rabbah, a very important first century chronology of the world. And the Jews are there in a section with many other people. It's this region called the Sakamoto Cemetery for foreigners. What happened with this community, however, is it went into a pretty steep decline in 1904 when Russia declared war against Japan. And this Russo-Japanese War, which had lots of impact in Jewish history, as I mentioned, my father, his father came to Canada because he didn't want to fight the Japanese in that particular war. He came from Lithuania, not from Japan. But still, that interrupted the flow of Russian sailors into the port. The economy there declined dramatically, and so the Jewish community basically gave their tourist road largely to Kobe, which became the new center of the Japanese community. I look forward to learning a lot more Japan and South Korea, which we with Coach River Cruises. I hope you'll be able to cruise with us, and if not, I look forward to sharing my preparatory research with you. Thank you very much for watching.
Get your essentials from True Classic. True Classic is built for comfort, built to last, and built to give back. Head on over to Target, Costco, and Pride Sale, or just go to trueclassic.com/fighter and get hooked up today. True Classic. Sorry, where were we? We're talking about CT and that bullshit shooter. Oh, yeah. How about CT?
Hello, fellow travelers. The upcoming expedition of Coach River Cruises to Japan. And in this context, I want to talk to you about something that I find absolutely amazing, and that is the Korean love affair with Talmud. Now, you may not think that Korea is the first place that you would go to when you want to study Talmud, but amazingly, it is not impossible that there are more people studying Talmud today in Korea than there are in the rest of the world. I know that's a bizarre statistic, but if you think about it, there are 49 million people living in Korea, and according to the Korean ambassador to Israel, who gave an interview in 2011, his name is Young Sam Ma, he said that not only is he a student of Gemara, but in all mothers in India read the Talmud to their children at night. Now that's like a mind-blowing thing. Even if it's only talking about 10% of Korean mothers reading these to their children. That can add somewhere in the neighborhood of 6 million people studying the Talmud. There are only about 3 million Jews in the world today, so this is an amazing statistic. So let's try to unpack this and understand how is it possible Talmud, so many people are studying Talmud in Korea. So there's not a long and comprehensive history of Jews in fact, I looked in Vatican, they didn't even have an article on Korea, which is Jewish GI, the U.S. Army, were stationed there in the early 19th. Really, in larger numbers, began to appreciate the values of that particular part of East Asia. It included, for example, Chaim Potok, who wrote some important novels that deal with Talmud there, but in particular, a rabbi named Marvin Tokayer, who served in Korea in 1962, and later was sent to Japan as a Chabad Shaliach. He had a phenomenal impact on the study of Talmud in Korea in particular. Martin Tokayer authored a book first in Japanese, which kind of distilled Jewish wisdom, and as you can see from a particular reproduction of one of the pages, the book was called 5,000 Years of Jewish Wisdom, Secrets of the Talmud Scriptures. It was printed in 1971, and you can see that they've used this Japanese text to kind of replicate the feel of the Talmud, but apparently it really took off not only in Japan but especially in Korea. It was published in 1974 in Korean translation, and by 1984 more than 2 million copies were sold in 7 editions. And it is just amazingly studied today. There are more than 800 different books with 300 publishers with the word Talmud in it in the Korea National Digital Library. 100 of them list Rabbi Tokayer as the author, frequently hit the bestseller list here. Now, how is so? So there's a few articles on this in the popular press, an article by Ross Arbus in New York in 2015, but I really relied heavily on this fascinating article in the Association for Jewish Studies Review, published in 28 by Sarit Katan-Girbitz and Kim Clare, which is absolutely fascinating and talks about how the Talmud really penetrated Korean culture. There is this belief, this is really probably the biggest answer, there is this belief that Koreans looked at Jews worldwide, looked at their successes, particularly in the world of science and education, and Nobel Prize winning record, which is really pretty impressive. And also the fact that Korea is actually, as a modern state, the same age as Israel. It was also formed in 1948, and there are certain parallels between the growth of Korea and its wars, particularly with the northern half. Of course, Korea is a divided nation, that Koreans really look to the West for deep wells of wisdom, and the Jews were a perfect example. There's the belief that the Havrusa style learning of the Talmud is especially important, and it's especially valuable for teaching kids. Let's just have a quick look at some of the editions of the Talmud in Korean, which have been published. Absolutely fascinating. Here is found on YouTube, the Jewish Talmud Scriptures. And just reading the description here is kind of fascinating, but this one looks more or less like a fair representation of, a translation of a popular edition of Talmudic teaching. By the way, let us understand that the Talmud that they are teaching is not really, Bava Metzia the way we today. It's a highly anthologized and curated edition, closer to Ein Yaakov, I think, than a regular Shas, with like nuggets of wisdom and Agarata, things like that that are given over to people. But the children's editions are especially numerous and fascinating. Here's another one I found on Amazon for children Talmud, and here's one that I love this particular. Look at the graphics here. That's a little rabbi in the corner here, and it's a Talmudic approach teaching the Korean language. Yes, you heard me right. The Talmudic approach to teaching the Korean language. To a certain degree, it feels like a lot of these Talmud books are like self-help books. They're designed to say, use the Talmud to become a better person, to become a better businessman, and especially to become a better student. Here's some children's Talmud, baby's first Talmud. Wow. Here is prenatal Talmud. I mean, my gosh. Prenatal stories fostering the wisdom and emotions of your babies. I mean, we know Yiddish mamas are incredible, and Jewish mothers are definitely devoted to the idea of having their children grow and developed. And how many of them are? How many? If you start, how many books are there that are designed for pregnant Jewish women to read Talmud to their children in utero? I mean, this is so bizarre. Wow. Well, I hope you found that as fascinating as I do. I mean, it's just mind-boggling. I can't wait to actually get to Korea and hopefully find one of the bookstores where they sell these books on the Talmud. I know I'll have no way of reading it, but just to see how sure is something that I'm really looking for. I hope we'll have a chance to cruise together, and if not, I'm looking forward to sharing with you my research and my research here on video. Thank you very much for watching.
You get a lot of social capital for this. It's very easy to get attention. Is that her? Right there in the middle?
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. You know, one of the most fascinating areas of Jewish history are Jews of what we might want to call exotic communities. And I don't think they feel exotic when you're inside them, but from the main centers of Jewish civilization right now, for example, North America, some parts of Europe, you know, the Jews of Asia, so unusual, so different in so many ways. So, in connection with my research for the June 2026 cruise to Korea and River cruises, I'm starting on the Jews out in South Asia, East Asia, and so on. And here, a lecture that I gave a few years ago that I've got to review myself now as I prepare for this amazing voyage. I hope you enjoy it. I have to tell you, I am really excited about this particular video because I'm so fascinated with the presence of the Jews in China. They had a community there for well over 1,000 years, and it's a really unusual kind of combination of Jewish and Chinese culture in quite fascinating ways. Today, I'd like to focus specifically on the origins of the Jews of China, but perhaps we'll take a little bit of time at the end of this short video to talk about the nature of that unusual Chinese synthesis. So, first of all, when do we first hear about the Jews of China? So the first encounter the Jews of China with the Western world was in the person of Matteo Ricci. That was the first important meeting. And Matteo Ricci was a Jesuit priest who had come to China with the goal of converting the indigenous population to Christianity. They had a lot of challenges with that. We'll look at some of those in particular. But there's a fascinating encounter that happened in 1605 when a Jew from the city of Kaifeng, which is a very important Jewish population and a long Jewish history, came specifically to meet with Ricci in Peking. And it was like, it's hard to if this wasn't actually well documented, I think it was a comedy skit. Apparently, this Jewish guy from Kaifeng thought that Matteo Ricci must be Jewish because he had heard about this person in Peking who came from far away, and he knew a lot about this particular religion, and said, okay, he must be a Jewish guy. Matteo Ricci, at the same time, thought, again, must be evidence of early Christianity in China, which is absolutely fascinating. And the two of them had this, really funny encounter where Matteo Ricci is discussing things with Aitian, and Aitian happens to see this painting of the Madonna with Jesus and Saint John the Baptist. There happened to be a Saint John the Baptist day or his anniversary, something like that. And so Aitian, knowing nothing about Christianity, they're completely shut off from the entire phenomenon of Christianity, he assumed that this must be Rebecca and her sons Jacob and Esau. This is what a nice painting. And then they see another painting that represents the four evangelists, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Of course, those are the first four gospels, the first four books of the Christian Bible. And Aitian thinks, oh, look at that. This must be the 4 of the 12 sons of Jacob. Where are the other 8 sons? And it's just a hilarious thing. Eventually, they figured out that, in fact, Aitian was not a Christian. He was Jewish. And this was fascinating unto its own right. Now, from Aitian's perspective, perspective, he wasn't entirely clear on what Christian meant, and in fact, in communications with Ricci and with later Jesuits who actually came to Kaifeng, there was a suggestion that perhaps someone like Matteo Ricci could take over as the chief rabbi because he obviously knew a lot of Tanakh. And one of the challenges that the Kaifeng community was experiencing, even in the 17th century, was a decline in literacy and a decline in Hebrew literacy specifically, and in familiarity with rabbinic tradition. They were looking for a new chief rabbi. Apparently, as the story goes, the chief rabbi of Kaifeng was very happy with allowing someone like Matteo Ricci to take over for him. The Christian stuff really didn't bother him too much, but it's another kind of like ancient story. But the fact that the Jesuits were still eating pork, that was very problematic. So there's no way you can become our rabbi if you're still eating pork. By the way, when the Jesuits asked the Jews of Kaifeng, have you ever heard of Jesus? They thought about it for a while and they said, oh yeah, sure, we know about Jesus. But when they went and discussed it further, they were not referring to Jesus of Nazareth. The Kaifeng Jews were familiar with Jesus Ben Sira, author who wrote the apocryphal work Ecclesiasticus, as it's known in the traditional order, Sefer Ben Sira, the wisdom of Ben Sira in English, which is a work which was incidentally lost in Hebrew for many generations and was only found in the 19th century. So they knew about a different Jesus, not the Jesus of Nazareth. Anyways, these things are just hilarious, I think, but historians have to get one something. At any rate, the Jesuits maintained a very strong interest in the thing, to a large degree than Jews with this unusual Jewish community. They were especially interested in learning about the Sefer Torahs that the Jews of Kaifeng had. They wanted to see, in particular, if they were the same as the Torahs that were read in Western Europe. Because one of the thoughts that Ricci had was that there was more evidence for Christianity in the Hebrew Bible, but that it had been tampered with by the Jews to remove that evidence. And if you find biblical books that predated that went all the way back to the posited arrival of the Jews, which, by the way, was argued to be as far back as about the 1st or 2nd century of the Common Era. We'll talk about that in just a second. So if these texts had references to Jesus in it, that would be incredibly important. Of course, they didn't find such things, and when they actually got to Kaifeng and they discussed a little bit more about what they were interested in, the Jews of Kaifeng were really quite upset and refused to show them their text. And obviously, there was also a deep interest in converting the Jews of Kaifeng to Christianity. In some ways, the Jesuits thought they had more of a chance with the Jews of China than with the non-monotheistic Chinese of China. And of course, that's a long story that goes way beyond the discussion we have today. But we do have an extended efforts of various Christian missionaries coming to China, specifically try to convert the Jews to Christianity. At any rate, what they find was a lavish and very cherished synagogue in Kaifeng. Here is a drawing from an early 18th century Jesuit, Father Domingue, who visited it. And he also not only drew the architectural layout of it, the Jews were definitely very attached to this facility. Some of the historians indicate that they rebuilt it many times. That it was originally constructed in the 12th century, perhaps on an earlier site. And also recorded graphic images like this of Jews of Kaifeng reading the Torah on a special kind of chair they called the seat of Moses. They would put the Sephardic style ark on top of it and open up the box, and they would read the text from the side in that manner. It's quite fascinating. They had a quite active and vibrant community for many centuries. So our task for us today, however, is to try to understand where did these Jews of China come from. So here is a map that shows the various locations. Kaifeng is the most well known and the most well documented. However, even the Kaifeng documentation documentation refers to its relationships with such as Yangzhou, where they, for example, received the gift of a sacred Torah. As you can see, that quite a few of them are all on the eastern region of China, but you have some to the west as well. And judging by the numbers, this map, by the way, comes from the Encyclopedia Judaica, you can see that the some of them date back to the 9th century, but that's like the first clear documentation of that community. They have roots that go back possibly much further. We have several travelers' accounts that refer to the Jews of China. Benjamin of Tudela never actually got there and referred to China strictly, but he did come very close, or at least he collected reports from people who came very close and could easily have been in contact with them. Marco Polo, the famous traveler, has passing references to Jews in China, and we have some fascinating Chinese tax regulations from the 14th century in which there are, just scattered references to Jews. Unfortunately, they don't tell us a lot about how large the communities are, they were, or what they were like, but there's a clear reference to Jews being present there, along with Muslims, by the way, with whom they were frequently associated. And in the mind of Chinese administrators, there's often very little distinction made between Jews and Muslims. They're often referred to in the same sentence. We also have some Muslim historians who refer to the presence of Jews, sometimes in the context of Chinese massacres as well. Now, most likely the Jews came to China along the Silk Road, which you can see here's a map from Wikipedia that shows some of the most important routes upon which silk traveled from the east to the west, called the Spice Road, because the spices were also a very important commodity that was imported to the west from the east. The map is a little bit strange because it refers to other caravan routes, and many of them are through the oceans. To my knowledge, camels don't swim especially well, especially when they're laden down, but it does indicate that, there was a lot of maritime trade as well. And what's important about this particular Silk Route is you can see that in this round circle here, this is where the massive population of Mesopotamian Jewry lives. This is where the great Talmudic centers are located, and there's a very significant Jewish population right there along an important spot on the Silk Route. And Jews were involved in much of the trade that went from east to west. The Talmud speaks of a considerable amount of what happened in this region, presumably bringing things from much further east. This received more attention when Aurel Stein, a fascinating individual who, as you can guess by the last name, was actually born Jewish. He was an explorer and a specialist in a lot of these ancient languages, Eastern languages. His parents, ironically, baptized him and his brother, which was very common for German Jews, although they and their daughters remained unbaptized Jewish. At any rate, Stein, who went far away from his native Germany to explore this region, was exploring in the region of Dunhuang, which is on the Silk Route, and he discovered an amazing thing. He found a huge cache of medieval documents, and scattered among them, which were mainly written in Asian languages, he found also this 8th century carefully folded piece of paper, which was actually a Hebrew slicha, meaning a penitential prayer, possibly associated with the high holidays, but the traveler who carried it very lovingly folded it and kept it with him as he was traveling along the spice route. The document can be dated with reliability 8th or 9th century, indicating that here was clearly someone who was attached to Jewish prayer, who was traveling along the spice route as early as this period, and that's most likely how most of the Jews came to China, was along this route. Many of them would have settled in places like Kaifeng. According to Kaifeng tradition, this has happened significantly earlier in the Han, which ended around the year 200. It's impossible to know exactly when the Jews settled there, but they were certainly there for centuries before they were discovered by the West. Now let's take just a couple of minutes to learn about what was this unusual community like. So the documents that we have to tell eternal life of Kaifeng Jewry, that is, documents were composed by the Jews themselves, as opposed to by travelers, which were fascinating to themselves as well. We have several stelae, meaning stone blocks, which were established in the synagogue to record important historic dates, many of them associated with the rebuilding of the temple, of their synagogue. And by the way, in modern Jewish parlance, if you go to a synagogue, you'll find the exact same thing. There are plaques honoring the people who spent money and worked hard to rebuild or to refurbish it and so on. So we have 4 different texts. We have the earliest dates from 1489, and on the reverse of that stone block is another text written in 1512, and then another one in 1663, and a fourth one, really 3 blocks, but a 4th text in 1679. The last one doesn't tell us a lot about the community. It's very difficult to read, but the earlier ones tell us a lot about how the community cherished the temple and rebuilt it, and these were people who were involved with it. And also how the community had to endure some terrible disasters, like a massive flooding of the Yellow River that overwhelmed the town, and the synagogue was destroyed and had to be rebuilt, and so on, things like that. We also have this unusual text called the Memorial Book, which is dated to the 17th century. You can see a page of it over here. This Memorial Book lists a lot of prominent people in the town and gives some their genealogy, as you can see from the document, in characters and in Hebrew letters. And if you look on the 4th list of names down, you see on the right Ben, and then Ben Yisrael Moshe. And that Yisrael Moshe, under the word Moshe, which is right in the center document, it has an interesting kind of phrase that says he's called a Jinshi, i.e., he received a PhD, Doctor of Advanced Learning. So a lot of fascinating things about how the Jews of Kaifeng basically lived with 7 distinct surnames, and one particular family was honored with a particular surname by the emperor for their service to the empire whole, and that they achieved high levels of education. A lot of fascinating things. But I think when you get all of this evidence together, in this brief video, I'd like to point out 3 distinct phenomena that I read into the text. First of all, I was fascinated by the fidelity of the Kaifeng Jews to Jewish tradition. For example, the Jesuits note that they were called, among other names, they didn't use the term Jew, they sometimes used the term Israelite, but they were called Qiao Jinjiao, please forgive my pronunciation, or the group that excises the sin, which is a clear reference to the observance of the laws of kashrut, because the sciatic nerve has to be removed from animals before they eat. There's a lot of discussion of how for example, would eat meat that they slaughtered themselves. They would not rely on other groups' slaughter, and so on. Fascinating, many references to these kinds of things where they are practicing Judaism as it would be in the rest of the Jewish world. Secondly, however, and this is especially interesting, they have really unusual adaptations to Chinese culture. For example, one of the things that's described in the sources is how, it was customary to establish a tablet that would have the emperor's name on it, and that people would show it symbolic obeisance, like kowtow and things like that. Very problematic in Jewish tradition to bow before anyone, or certainly to bow before a block of stone. It smacks of idolatry in Jewish tradition. Very problematic. So how did the Jews of Kaifeng deal with this? It's very clever. You would say in Yiddish, a Yiddish cup, right? Jewish head. They wrote the verse, Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one, on the top of this particular brick, underneath, on top of the emperor's name, kind of like a decorative element. And then with whatever bowing they were doing. It was like they were bowing to God because it had this verse on the top. I mean, I love this stuff. Also, very problematic for the Jesuits, incidentally, was the problem of ancestor veneration. Matteo Ricci, he reported to the Pope in Rome that one of the issues is that the Chinese have a very, very strong ritual of their ancestors, and there was a major debate in the church. The Pope actually went back and forth on this as to whether or not this could be tolerated. For many of the more doctrinaire Catholics, this also smacked of idolatry, whereas Ricci and others were arguing, no, it's just the culture, they're just respecting them. So for the Jews, it's no problem, because, of course, this is really baked into Jewish thought, not necessarily worshiping the ancestors, but appealing to God, the merit of the ancestors. In Hebrew, zchut avot. That's a very, very traditional. You look at Jewish prayers, and there's constant references, so to speak, reminding God that are the descendants of Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel. Yeah, look at what they did, remember their actions, and so on, and provide kindness for their descendants. So the idea of ancestor veneration was not really problematic to Chinese Jews at all. Quite fascinating to see how, Chinese culture, Confucian culture in particular, and Jewish culture was able to find and even synthesis. But at the same time, we have to recall that there is significant degrees of assimilation that would be unacceptable, certainly in North Africa or European Jewish communities. For example, there are many, many examples of degrees of assimilation. The Jews, especially as they were suffering more and more from lack of leadership and a lack of contact with the outside world, specifically the rest of the Jewish, they are having problems read and write the Torah and so on. So they tended to gravitate to neighbors that they had for many centuries, the Muslims. There's a significant Muslim minority in China, and in fact, there are photographs from the 19th, 20th century of Jews of Kaifeng and elsewhere in Muslim mosques, because after all, they were sort of theologically much closer to Islam than they were to Confucianism. Islam is, of course, intensely monotheistic and worshiping the same God. So the Jews would frequent Muslim mosques. They were neighbors. In fact, they were indistinguishable in dress, but the Muslims would wear, and Jewish males would wear blue caps. So once for Jews was, in fact, blue caps, because that distinguished them from the Muslims. For Confucian Chinese, it was often like, who are these people? And, oh, yeah, right, you've got two flavors, you've got the white flavor and the blue flavor. Okay, fine. Also, in the genealogical record there, that of those 7 clans, some of them intermarried with Chinese, and it's recorded in their genealogical tables. It's unclear to us what sort of conversion process, if any, would happen. We do note that Jewish males, were far more likely to marry Chinese women than Jewish women were to marry Chinese males. And in those genealogical tables, there was a clear distinction made between those women who were born Jewish. They were called Bat Israel, right, daughter of Israel. And those women who were born to non-Jews were called Bat Adam, the daughter of Adam. They were married, however, and their origins were recorded, and so on. So there's definitely some degrees of assimilation, and it varies. Certain families were far less likely than others, so which I guess is broadly similar to American as well. The last thing that it's a sad point in many ways, but the community, of course, fell into significant decline in the early modern and into the 19th, 20th centuries. And one of the saddest was that they lost the ability to clearly copy their Torah scrolls, to read their Torah scrolls, and ultimately they ended up selling their Torah scrolls to Christian missionaries, who then brought many of them back to Western Europe. And in fact, even one Torah scroll is in Toronto. This is an example of a Kai Feng scroll, which is held by the British Library. People who have analyzed their Torah scrolls, and the scroll of Esther that comes in this region indicates that they were losing their ability to actually copy the Torah scroll effectively. It's clear from the confusion of some of the letters that sound very similar, like Chet and Chaf, or Aleph and Ayin, that they used a method where one person would read the Torah scroll and the scribe would actually transcribe it based on what he was hearing. Hence, there would be errors between those two letters. By the way, Matteo Ricci did not find any of the evidence that he was so hoping to find of Christian prefigurements in the Torah were not extant. The Torahs are identical to Western Torahs, except for these obvious kinds of typographical errors. The letter Vav overused. That's the word and or but. These confusions of Aleph and Ayin and things like that. So with the loss of these Torah scrolls, the communities fell into a very steep decline, although there are still remnants of the communities even into the 21st century. And I think by way of conclusion, it seems to me that we see Feng Jewry just how important it is for the settling of Jews to remain connected to one another, and even more importantly, how it's crucial that they remain connected to the core texts of the Bible and the Marys. And without these two things, it's very difficult for a community to last, although the Kaifeng and Chinese Jewry in general demonstrated remarkable resilience over many centuries, and hopefully they will have a renaissance. And the last thing I got to say, for those of you who have been following my lectures, I want you to appreciate how hard it has been for me to get through this entire lecture without once mentioning the Jewish predilection for Asian cuisine. Just want you to know I really restrained myself. Okay, thank you very much for watching. I hope you found that video useful. If you're interested in joining us on this amazing cruise to Japan and Korea, please have a look at the website, pusherrivercruise.com, and you'll have lots of information there about it. Okay, in the meantime, I look forward to sharing these videos with you. Thank you very much for watching. Okay, let's go straight to the topic today. I want to spend time focusing on the turn of the 20th century, really a consequential period for Jewish history. One particular scholar has even called the 20th century the Jewish century, because this is a period of time that had massive impact on history as a whole, surrounding, the role of Jews in this time. And if you doubt how viable that thesis is, have a look at any news day and look at how much Israel takes up. It has ever been so in my life. I was born in the second half of the 20th century, and yep, Jews are really central to this century. But let's start, first of all, by going to the Dreyfus affair. So we're going to move back to Western Europe, where we spent some, before we looked at Eastern Europe, the development of Jewish political parties. And I showed you this cool clock and how it changed to the 10-hour clock during the revolutionary period. It just gives you some how crazy it was during the revolutionary period, when so many fundamental changes were questioned and debated and changed dramatically as a result of that revolution. One of the things that we didn't have a chance to talk about too much, but I really want to touch on it very briefly, is the development in the 1840s of the first modern world Jewish organization. It is the Israelite Universelle, the Universal Israelite Alliance. The term Israelite was often used as a substitute for Jewish or Mosaic, because people were trying, it's not really true in the English language, but in a lot of languages, believe it or not, the term Jew is derogatory. In English, Jew can be derogatory depending on how one says it, whether one's pointing or spitting at the same time, but basically it's a new word. But in a lot of languages, Jew is a derogatory term. In Russian, for example, Mr. Vasilevsky could help us out with this term. Yevrei, or Hebrew, is the polite term. Jid, or Jew, is an insult. And you have that in many other languages. Also in French and in German, there was some question about what's the polite way to refer to Jews. So it was one of the options. Anyway, this organization started largely as a result of a blood libel trial that happened in Damascus in 1840. It was born largely in Bordeaux, and that's why it's really, connected, especially with. But they sent over there a lot of important people, including a very famous British Jew named Moses Montefiore, who went over there and actually was able to remediate the situation and freed the Jews who had been kidnapped and tortured on the basis of this crazy idea that they had kidnapped a child and murdered him for his blood. They were found and all these crazy things. This is 1840, right? This is really pretty modern. So after that remarkable success, the Alliance really took off, and they tried other things. They tried to alleviate the pogroms in Russia and things like that. They weren't so successful, but the whole idea of it was really very successful, and many other organizations followed suit afterwards. Shown on the screen here are two other figures who were very important in setting this up. Not necessarily religious individuals. It was not an Orthodox enterprise. This was a pan-Jewish enterprise, meaning involving Jews regardless of their religious orientation, but looking more towards their national orientation. This is the contemporary website of the Alliance. Not nearly as powerful as it used to be 100 years ago, but still very significant, especially in places of French influence, like North Africa, that was colonized by the French for a long time. They set up a lot of schools in particular, and in certain parts of the world, the Alliance is like the way in which people interact with Jews. Just like today, Chabad is so, many people around the world, Chabad is the way you see Judaism. So for many people, the Alliance in North Africa and Middle East, Baghdad, places like that. Mr. Krantz, are you going to do that pump fist every time I say the word Chabad? I'll squeeze it in if I see that you're not focused on the
I usually will. This is representing.
Okay, very good. Now, but that has to be balanced against what else is going on in France, and it happens that there's a real anti-Semitism developing now. Now, we've used this term anti-Semitism before, but up until the 1880s, it was anachronistic, meaning the term was not invented until the 1980s. So we talked to many lectures ago about Wilhelm Marr, thinker of this era. In France, and especially nasty hater of Jews was this man here, who made his living essentially muckraking in the yellow press, meaning in kind of like the cheap newspapers against Jews. And he had a phenomenal career, claiming that the only thing in France was that there were too many Jews in France, and that they were, eroding the interior of French, and that we really have to change the immigration policies and get rid of the Jews who were already in there, and so on. He published this magazine, La Libre Parole, which means sort of like the free vote. You have your say. And it had these almost sadistic caricatures of Jews, like you see this highly typical image that shows this sort of Jewish beggar, which for French people would evoke a lot of the migrants coming into France at this time. Excuse me. And you can see he's got like these sort of claw simian hands, and they're all holding on to money. And there's this evocation of the global Jewish conspiracy by having him grab onto the entitled, and it's kind of sending the message that France and the rest of the world are arrow. Actually, one of the titles of, I don't think it was his book, but one that he promoted, La Peril Juif, the Jewish peril, the Jewish feast. And this gained a tremendous amount of in the 1870s and 1880s and 1890s. And the key cause was, no, this one, I like this one too. You see, it says, popular illustrated edition, Jewish France. La France Juive means Jewish France. And the idea is that, oh my gosh, France is going to be taken over by all Jews. Got this image of a crusader, which is kind of like the metaphor for all neo-Christian anti-Semites, meaning we have to like mount a massive, voluntary, and violent crusade against these interlopers. On his shield is written the word Sa'ira, this will be, meaning this is going to happen to you guys. And then on his feet is like this old bearded Jew lying on the Ten Commandments there, because he's been knocked down successfully by the Crusader, and his bag of money has fallen off and things like that. And you can see this is written by Edouard de Roman, nasty anti-Semite of the era, incredibly popular and influential anti-Semite. We should also note that at this time in the 1870s and 80s, the word anti-Semite was still neutral. You could say you're anti-Semitic. I'm an anti-Semite, just like a person could say I'm a Democrat or I'm a Republican or I'm a whatever. It was like a term used within public and polite discourse. So they actually ran political parties that were openly, explicitly anti-Semitic. They called themselves, there was an anti-Semitic party. Vote for us. We hate Jews. I mean, it's hard to imagine it, but it actually happened like this. And the cause célèbre, the thing that everybody was talking about was this horrible incident that happened to this Captain Alfred Dreyfus, who was a captain in the French army. And now let's remember that France, up until this point, was the poster child for emancipation, right? You'll recall we spoke a few weeks ago about how France, they published the rights of man and citizen, and then after a little bit of hesitation, and even Jews are included in the rights of man and citizen. And Napoleon, he questioned it. He called this great Sanhedrin, and then he confirmed it. He said, yes, Jews are Frenchmen like everybody else. So this is 100 years after that. And everybody thought that France was like, so forward-looking and so liberal to Jews and so kind and so, advanced. And yet to have this Dreyfus happen was like a crushing defeat. What exactly happened? So Dreyfus was a rather nondescript Jewish captain in the French army. No special distinguishing career moves or anything like that. But he was framed for an espionage pact occurring between some French military and the hated Germans, right? France and Germany had this long-running feud that occasionally erupts into wars. They had a war in 1870. They fight again in World War I in 1914. So this was in that period where there's still a lot of tension going on between France and Germany. This fact that a spy was active in the French military out into the press had to find someone to blame. And so a conspiracy developed, let's blame the Jew. Let's blame Dreyfus. Dreyfus was not a religious Jew. He was not out as a Jew. He was rather assimilated in every way. But the notion that it was a Jewish member of the armed forces who was betraying France just had struck a nerve so many Frenchmen that it was like overwhelming for people. This is one of the illustrations in the press at the time that shows Dreyfus there standing at attention, and he's had his military insignia stripped, epaulettes are taken off, and his commanding order is, as a sign of disgust, breaking Dreyfus's sword over his knee. Just an incredible demonstration of the complete disenfranchisement of this one French soldier, it went into a whole culture that guys like Edouard Drummond really built on of the Jews are our misfortune, right? The Jews are the downfall of France. We better take care of them right away. Dreyfus was shipped off to Devil's Island, where he lived in this cabin here and in exile. But meanwhile, there were so many questions swirling about the way the trial was handled and the nature of the evidence. There's so many questions that even though he spent, think about 15, 20 years in total, going in and out of prisons during this time, ultimately there was a huge outcry. This is, by the way, also just to give you a sense of the cultural involvement. This is like, think Watergate, probably not, but Watergate was when President Nixon was accused of organizing a break-in to a hotel called Watergate, still there in Washington, to get some information on his political enemies, and it blew up, and it ended up, he was going to be impeached, and he ended up resigning. It was like a massive crisis for the United States in the 1970s, I think. So Dreyfus was like that. The whole country was wrapped up in this idea that this one French captain had sold out the entire French state at this time. This is a board game that relies on the excitement over l'affaire Dreyfus, the Dreyfus affair. It changed dramatically and fundamentally when this man, a poet, non-Jewish poet and writer named Émile Zola, who actually had written about a dozen really powerful novels. I read a few of them. They're actually quite powerful and remarkable, but he's much more famous for what he did with Dreyfus, because he was sort of on the left wing of the spectrum and was disgusted with all of the irregularities that took place with Dreyfus's trial. And obviously this guy was being framed for this. He did not do anything like this. There were definitely some other people who were still in the French military and protected by the military. He finally, with some from a Jewish thinker named Bernard Lazare, he wrote this remarkable historic article. You see it covers the entire front page of this newspaper, L'Aurore, with the dawn, and it says, "J'accuse," I accuse, and it's a letter to the President of the Republic by Émile Zola. And it is just a total, overwhelming takedown of all of the corruption that was associated with this Dreyfus. And he openly said, and front page news, this is a complete sham and travesty of justice, betrayal of all French ideals of emancipation and so on. And ultimately, he was successful. Dreyfus was brought back for yet another trial. I think he had 3 trials in total. And while he was not pardoned until 1995, 100 years later, and even then it was, there were people who were not happy with the pardon, but he was allowed to go free. Essentially, his sentence was commuted, and the thing was put behind him. But for his efforts in this regard, he was roundly hated. Here is a depiction from the period of how Zola was surrounded by a mob of angry Frenchmen who were really upset with him for even suggesting that there was corruption in the French military, and he was absolutely correct. In fact, some of the people who were charged by Zola and others of being the actual spies, hung themselves in jail and things like that. There was, a lot of really nasty things afterwards. What is especially important for us and our purposes is that there was a young journalist who was there at many of the proceedings of Dreyfus. This man, Theodor Herzl, the father of communism. And at this point, Herzl was essentially an assimilated Austrian Jew. He had very little interest in Jewish things, but he was totally blown away and shocked by the fact that all of these Frenchmen could be shouting "Mort aux Juifs," death to the Jews, over this one cap with all of the irregularity, that he said, wow, if this happens in France, where they're so enlightened and a full century has passed since Jews were given equal rights, years after they were given rights, the people still feel this way about the Jewish minority, it's obvious to me that living in exile is no longer an option for Jews. In other words, we cannot rely on the goodwill of our non-Jewish co-citizens. We have to have a land of our own. And for Herzl, that meant Israel and Zionism. And this really was what the moment that kickstarted him to become the father of this political movement that would ultimately find expression in modern day Israel. Okay, let me pause at this point and see if you have any questions or arguments or discussions.
Professor, did you say that that Dreyfus's his term was commuted in 1955 or 95?
No, in 1995, long after he was dead, he was pardoned by the French Parliament, like posthumously. His sentence was commuted, I think it was something like 1905. Like they said, okay, all right, maybe we shouldn't have gone through all this, and they let him go. But they didn't formally apologize. They didn't declare him completely innocent. They just said, okay, that's enough. Time served. It was a huge insult. Anyone else? I don't see. What if I say Chabad? Like that, Mr. Kranz will put something. Oh, I think we lost that. Is that possible? It's so hard teaching that, so I haven't done this in a while. Okay, let's go on then. If there are no other questions or arguments, there he is. Okay, okay, we're going back to the lecture then. So let's go back to Eastern Europe and focus a little bit on what's going on in Russia, because Russia still has the largest concentration of Jews in the world at this point. I'll have to remember on Wednesday, I'll show you a demographic map to show you just how many Jews were in Eastern Europe at this time. And Eastern Europe is primarily Russia, although there's still a lot of Jews in Austria-Hungary in particular. This is a map that we're going to look at in probably on Wednesday, maybe next Monday. On the left, you see the way the world looked before World War I. And on the right, you see the way Europe looked after World War I was over. And it's a huge change in East Central Europe. Before World War I, East Central Europe was divided between three big empires: the German, the Austro-Hungarian, it's a dual empire, they joined in the 1860s, and the Russian Empire. And then after World War I, Germany was shorn of a lot of its territories. Austria-Hungary were reduced to a tiny little rump states where fully 2/3 of their former population were now living outside of the country, right? You had these new countries like Czechoslovakia. Poland, which had been a country before, was reborn again after World War I. You have the Baltic states created, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia. It's a totally different map. And as you can imagine, a few winners there. Like if you were a proponent of Czechoslovak nationalism, you would consider yourself a winner. But there are a lot of people who consider themselves losers, and they were really unhappy about it. And they wanted to revise the peace treaty. They wanted to revise this map. So that's going to be really important for us to get to World War II in particular. But I want to today, I'm getting to that point, just to give you a sense of this is the cusp of the short 20th century that goes from World War I to the collapse of communism. Totally different world in so many ways, but really important for Jewish history. So let's start with what happens in Russia. Russia at this time, in the early 20th century, was literally behind the rest of the world. I mean, their calendar was actually 13 days behind the rest of the world. In the Middle Ages, I don't know if I'm going to post this video, I guess I should, but listening to me talk with COVID is not so nice. In the Middle Ages, Western abandoned the old Julian calendar for the Gregorian calendar, which is the one that we use in the West today. This is March 31st on the Gregorian calendar. But the Eastern world, the Orthodox world, meaning Russian Orthodox, Greek Orthodox, and so on, did not make that switch. And so Russia was one of the last places to actually do it. Every century, they lost another day. So that's why they were literally 13 days behind the West. If you look at Russian sources, therefore, they will refer to the February Revolution. Whereas if you look to like German, French, English, American sources, they'll talk about the March Revolution, because in our calendar in the West, it was March. But that's just one sort of symbolic fact of why Russia is still so far behind the rest of the world, both in terms of industrialization, in terms of its governmental structure, in terms of its treatment of Jews, for sure. They were still living in the pre-modern era. So they go into World War I in 1914, and they're like hopelessly under-equipped for a battle with a modern state like Germany. They have like, really poor outfitting. They have unmotivated soldiers. They literally have sophits that they tell their soldiers, use your bayonets first, right? You got on one side, you got Germans who are at this point, by the way, using actual tanks. Tanks were developed. They have, Air Force. They're not using it as effectively as later governments would, later armies would, but they do have an Air Force. And the Russians are coming in there with like horses, wagons, and telling their soldiers, get close enough to the Germans so you don't have to waste bullets. Just use your bayonets. And they're like mowed down. Russia lost very heavily at the beginning of World War I. Later, they would catch up, largely as a result of their greatest soldier, and I'm sure you've heard of him. He's called General Winter, because the Russians have a really brutal winter, and Western European forces often have difficulty adapting to fighting under those conditions. But they were 3 years into the war. They were suffering terribly. They lost a lot of territory. Their economy is in tatters. And in Leningrad, which was at the time called Petrograd or Peter's City, and that was the naming. Let me start that over. There was a city in the north, St. Petersburg, which was named after St. Peter, but the word "berg" in the name of a city is a Germanic word. So during World War I, they decided we don't want to have our capital city named with a German name, so they changed it to Petrograd. Grad is Russian for city. After the war was over and the communists took over, they named it again Leningrad. Now, if you wanted to visit the city, you would have to Petersburg again, the original name. But in Petersburg, there is a massive protest over food supply, where on International Women's in March of 1916, there's a whole bunch of women protesting the lack of bread in bakeries. And one woman got unusually worked up. She picked up a brick and she threw it through the window of a bakery. That started a small food riot that eventually expanded over the entire city. And by the end of a few days, the entire government had fallen. The Russians had invaded the Tsar's mansion. They took him over. They arrested him. Later, he would be executed, ironically, by a Jewish assassin. That was the end of the Russian Empire. It's remarkably little pressure, largely because, maybe like you've seen in your own times with Assad, Syria, there was very little holding it up. And once enough people simply decided they were going to rise up against it, it collapsed of itself. They appointed a new government called a provisional government. And the idea of the provisional government, which was led by this guy, Alexander Kerensky, not a Jewish guy, was to kind of advise, okay, what kind of government are we going to establish in Russia? And they weren't moving from any kind of bourgeois democracy. They had a very weak parliament called the Duma. that was essentially an extension of the Tsar himself, and it's like they didn't have any kind of a democratic speak up, and so they had to figure out what kind of government are we going to set. Also, don't forget, Russia was not a unified country by any means. There were 15 major nationalities living in the massive Russian Empire that covered, by the way, 1/6 of the world's surface of the earth, tremendous amount of territory. You've got Orthodox Christians, Catholic Christians, you have Muslims all over the place. And so when they're trying to figure out what we're going to do for all people that are no longer subject to the Tsar, they took too long to make their decisions. And what ended up happening is the communists were able to mount a sufficient force, and they took over the government forcibly in October of 1917. Before we get to that, it's important to note that Kerensky, although he himself was not Jewish, he was definitely very cognizant of Jewish concerns. And the very first thing he did when he came to power, he abolished the Pale of Settlement, which is shown here in this map. This was something that Jews hated by this point, although at the 18th century, when it was first set up by Catherine, it was actually not such a bad thing. There was lots of room for Jews. They actually had elevated rights as codified by Catherine the Great. But by the 20th century, it was like essentially a massive ghetto, and there were all kinds of arbitrary anti-Semitic regulations that Jews were not to live so close to the border as they were suspected of smuggling, and Jews were not allowed to engage in this kind of business over here because they would compete with non-Jewish businesses and all kinds of things like that. So it was definitely something hated, and Kerensky got rid of it, though, as his very first action. This is a map that shows you a population concentration of Jews, and you can see that the Pale had massive numbers of Jews in it. Also worthy of note, by the way, that what we call Poland today is part of Russia at the time and part of the Pale of Settlement. The October Revolution was led by this man, Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. He was a Democrat, which is the technical term for the extreme left-wing parties that would later make up the Bolshevik Party, later known as the Communist Party, but also a few other groups like the Menshevik Party, and technically groups like the Bund were also part of this communist ideology. And his approach was that we have to accelerate Marxism in Russia. As we discussed last week, Russia was not a proper model for Marxist philosophy because it never went from essentially a pre-modern feudal economy through a bourgeois democracy to communism. It threatened to jump straight from the pre-modern feudal era to the communist era. But he said essentially we can do it. We can rush around, we can get this done. Very charismatic speaker, managed to get together these local groups called Soviets, which means councils in English, workers, especially urban workers in factories, but also farm workers and so on, to overthrow the bourgeois model set by the provisional government and bring in this new communist government. Shortly after successfully in October, this is a picture that says Comrade Lenin is going to clean up the land from, I don't know, Nechiste. Mr. Vasilevsky, is your Russian better? Must be right. You know what this word Nechiste is? Nechiste means to be clean. He's going to make this land clean, so that's probably what it means. Anyways, the Lenin was going to clean up this whole world, but in 1922 he has this stroke, and for 2 years he's bedridden. And his main deputies include a guy named Bukharin, the Jewish leader of the Red Army, Trotsky, who we've seen before, and of course Joseph Stalin. And the three of them engage in a three-way struggle for power that by the time you get to the end of the 20s, Stalin is firmly in power, and both Bukharin and Trotsky are assassinated. there is a strong anti-Semitic environment around communism, which at this time, partially because of the strong Jewish element in the early communist movement, and let me speak to that in a little bit greater detail, but the anti-communist Russians, of whom there are many, the most important is a group called the Whites. They're openly taking advantage of whatever anti-Semitic charges they can to further malign this new communist movement. This here is a piece of white Russian propaganda that says, on the death of the International, that's referring to an international communist organization. And you can see this is supposed to be some kind of like Aztec ceremony where on the, see there's a statue of Karl Marx with the Soviet star. It says International on it. And then there are these, various people who are sacrificing a victim to the Marx. You can see left center with his red cloak. Red is the Soviet color. And you can see right next to him on the left is none other than Trotsky. If you have any difficulty with it, all the names are on the top there, and several of them are Jewish. Here's the thing about Jews and communism. There's no question that communism had a special facet at the turn of the 20th century. But we got to bear in mind that the vast majority of Jews were not communists. However, if you looked at communists and you wanted to see how many Jews were in there, Jews were definitely disproportionate, especially in the leadership ranks of communists. That's a scary kind of thing. That's I have, 1/3 of the leadership of the communist organization of Jewish fraction. There's actually a dark joke. They had this organization called the Rossiyski Centralny Komitet, which means the All Russian Committee of the Communist Party, and they would make a Yiddish acronym out of it, VITSIK, which stands for Vutsen Kommandieren, where 10 are in charge, where 10 Jews command. And, it was not hard to look at it. Look at this particular list here. Zinoviev and Trotsky, and I believe Kamenev, that's 3 out of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 names, are Jewish. And that's scary. That's quite a number. Now again, re-emphasizing, the vast majority of Jews were not communists, and communism was very anti-religious and Jewish, but there were still practices. Part of that is related definitely to things like urbanization. Jews were also highly urbanized to support communism, but there was definitely a surge of interest for this brand new philosophy that promised to put a final end to national interests. And many Jews were attracted to this idea. Maybe this is the movement that will finally put an end to anti-Semitism, and people got enthusiastic, especially younger people who were not necessarily so well entrenched in Jewish tradition. By the way, to look at this a little bit more closely, also a little bit of Christian propaganda. You can see the Jewish guy here, Clito, with the caricature and the face, but he has the number 30 bag, which is 30 pieces of that Jews received for betraying Jesus. So the idea here is that Jews are also betrayers. However, the biggest push for Jews in his party were the pogroms that occurred in the context of the war. Before we got, I'm going to pause for a second. So questions, arguments, discussions?
No, we should give him an atomic wedgie.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Totally clear as the sun at noonday. I can't believe it. This is like such a complicated period of history. You guys sure you're all good with this?
Hello?
David T. Mr. Truman.
How are you?
When you're saying that the
Jews were such a large part of the communist government. You weren't saying that they necessarily were evil people like Stalin or Lenin. They were just in by this ideal that sounded wonderful and beautiful and was going to fix the world, right?
Well, actually, I didn't say whether they were evil or not. But I think there was
It sounded
something.
like you were surprised that they were such a large part of the terrible government. Am I wrong?
Well, it is a surprising phenomenon, because it's a government that had such a negative impact. Say that's mild and murderous genocidal movement. It wasn't necessarily like that at the beginning. You couldn't tell for sure, but by the time you get to the 1930s, oh my gosh, you can compare Stalin's communism in the 1930s in many ways to Hitler's Nazism. The totalitarianism, the forced arrests, the tortures, the murders. It's absolutely incredible. So to think of Jews.
Jews were participating then?
Yes, I'm afraid so. Guys like Lazar Kaganovich, he was a Kohen, and he was one of the main architects of the terror famine of the 1930s. He was in charge of Ukraine at that time. There's some really, really nasty characters here. It is a sad reality that Jewish history also has villains in it.
Professor, I heard that there are, in 37, 36, a lot of Jews turned against the Soviets. We don't they weren't great.
Yes.
Like, the Jews who were Soviets, most of them had been purged. The ones left are probably very crazy.
That is very true. What I'd like to do, I'm gonna walk you through this in the next bubble I'm going to talk about, 2 bubbles, but I'll give you the short answer right now. Basically, at the beginning of the war, you have what are called old Bolsheviks, meaning those are people who actually became communists before the old Bolsheviks. And Jews are disproportionately represented there, primarily in the leadership, but not in the rank and file. But those are like the true believers, Trotskys, who really like all in from the beginning, very anti-Jewish and things like that. Then what's going to happen, and I'll come back to explain this in a little more detail, you have a rush of regular Jews who are uneducated about communism and so on, but they vote with their feet to join the Red Army, largely because the Red Army is the most reliable force defending Jews against pogroms in the Civil War era. And that's when you have the biggest number of Jews in the Communist Party. And then beginning with the 1920s, 1924, at the end of the NEP period, that's when you have a successive a series of purges where the Communist Party said, we grew too fast, we have too many people in here who really don't believe what we believe, and they cull Jews down to a much more proportionate number. And in fact, they now become less proportionate during the worst period. So in other words, communism was its worst. There were the fewest Jews, but it would be a mistake to say there were no Jews in communism. That's not at all true. And there were some really nasty. So it was complicated. This is the kind of stuff I just know when I put this on YouTube, I'll get lots of crazy people write about it. But let's explore the history a little bit more, okay? So back to where we are. Here we are in the Rapmont. So this I'm sharing largely because it's my own research. This is my dissertation that there was a really weird thing that happened in Ukraine at this time. The Russian Empire, you recall, it falls in February, and then in October the communists take over. But a lot of parts of the Russian Empire said, wait a second, we don't want to be communist. We want to do things differently. Ukraine was the largest major chunk of the former Russian Empire that says, no, we don't want to do this Russian thing. But if they were to form a against this communist, they would have to advantage of all resources. And reached out, it was really a moment. These are the Ukrainians spoke about them, and Khmelnytsky is that. But the Ukrainian intelligence places that Kiev reached out to the Jewish intelligence, team up and we need your literacy, we need your urbanization, things that you can do, support from Jewish communities around the world, maybe. Let's like create our own country that's separate from the Russian Empire. And for 3 years, they had this really bizarre experiment where they took Dubnow's theories that we talked about last week, and they said, okay, let's do it in a Dubnovian way. They placed a minister of Jewish affairs in their government. They dedicated tax dollars, at least in theory, to Jewish causes. They made Yiddish an official language of Ukraine, which was totally bizarre. By the way, my book is, believe it or not, in Ukraine, I'm somewhat famous. They translated my book there, and like that. But it was a crazy experiment that essentially collapsed within 3 years. This is one of the documents I found in the archives, where they're trying so hard to live up to their promises of making Yiddish a formal language. This is an official government document, and as you can see by looking at it closely, it's written in 2 languages. On the left, with a typewriter, it's written in Ukrainian, and on the right, because they didn't have a Yiddish typewriter, they wrote it in Yiddish. And if you look a little more closely, you'll see that even in the Ukrainian, certain letters are handwritten in there, specifically an I or I with an umlaut on top of it. And the reason for that is that they didn't even have a Ukrainian typewriter. They had Russian typewriters, and in order to adapt the Russian Ukrainian, they had to specifically add those letters in, which is like hilarious. But that also shows how weak the government was. And in fact, towards the end of this 3-year period, the government was essentially operating out of a train car, and they were running between 3 cities in Western Ukraine, trying to avoid Red Army troops. That was the extent of their government. So although it was a very noble kind of idea, let's involve the Jews in this, really kind of multicultural government, Minister of Jewish Affairs, et cetera, it was largely a figment of the imagination of the upper political classes, and it did not, seep into the broader population. This is especially true because right after, there's actually it should say pogroms of 1919 in the slide there, sorry. Because when the communists took over, the entire region just blew up in a horrific civil war, where you had multiple players all arguing over whose territory the Russian Empire, especially European Russia, was. You had the communists, led very effectively by Trotsky and the Red Army. You had the White Russians, who wanted to support R, who was kicked out in February, or the provisional government that was kicked out in October, but they didn't want the communists. You had the Ukrainian National Army, it was called the Directory at the time. You had the Polish Army. You had, Poland is also, resuscitating itself at this time. You had the anarchist movement under Makhno, very active in Ukraine in particular. And then you had dozens of temporary, ephemeral gangs of pogromists who said on Tuesday we're for the Ukrainians, and on Thursday we're for the communists, and the people who suffered the most were the Jews. Incredible pogroms, way beyond anything that they'd experienced in 1880 or earlier. And you'll recall what we discussed last week, that there's this remarkable acceleration of violence that occurs in Eastern Europe after 1881. The scale is phenomenal. If in the 3 years of pogroms between 81 and 84, you have maybe 50 people killed, a really small number compared to later violence. In the great pogroms of Kishinev and Odessa, 1903, 1905, and so on, you'll have maybe 200, 300 Jews killed per pogrom. Still pretty awful in one single pogrom. But by the time you get to the post-World War I era, and especially the bloody year 1919, conservative estimates put it at about 60,000. Wildly liberals go up to 250,000, which is probably way too big. But 100,000 is certainly within the realm of possibility. Talking about a really, really violent period where, you know, places would be attacked over and over and over again. You know, huge international outcries doing nothing. By the end of it, in 1920, the communists finally control the territory. And here's the point that I want to mention. I see your hand, Mr. Truman. I'll get to it in a second. Why Jews suddenly become pro-communist at this time is because of all of those multiple forces that are struggling for territory in Ukraine. The Red Army has by far the least instance of violence against Jews. Trotsky at its head steps up right at the beginning of the war and says, whatever you do, do not harm local population, not only Jews, also even to a certain degree worse off were the Mennonites, which is a German Protestant sect living in eastern Ukraine that are avowed pacifists, meaning they refuse to fight back against the attackers. And so you had, you know, people like a group led by a man named Grigoriev literally moving to the homes of these people and raping their wives and then having them cook breakfast the next morning, and the men simply doing nothing because it would be a betrayal of their religious principles to fight back. And those Mennonites who did fight back and broke their religious principles, they were later shunned by the rest of the Mennonites, and they had an absolutely horrific kind of experience during this war. So Trotsky was able to shut down violence against civilian populations. Not completely. There's about 3 or 4% of the pogroms were associated with the Russians, but the vast majority of people knew that if the White Russians came into your town, or the Ukrainian Directory can, or one of these hoodlum gangs, you were going to have violence. And so many meetings said, well, that's it, we've got to join. And you have this rush of Jews to the Red Army, so much so that they have stories of like guys literally running out of base medrash, pay us for flying and not speaking a word of Russian, and running to try and find out how to operate a musket or a rifle at a time. They actually had to establish Yiddish language training facility for these Jews who wanted so badly to finish. That's when you have a big surge in favor of the communists, because the communists looked like they were actually going to live up to their promise to protect the Jews and minorities in their lands. Of course, they would be betrayed by the communists big time, but that wouldn't really start to happen until the end of the 90s. Okay, Mr. Tuman, you have your hand up.
Yeah, thanks. Why the pogrom? What exactly were they targeting? They were fighting with each other. I understand violence between each other. Why the Jews? Would that have to do with anything?
Yeah, that's kind of a meta question. Your question was asked to me by Professor John Paul Himka, a very important scholar at the University of Edmonton, who read my dissertation and said, hey, well, Abramson, why the Jews? Hang on 1 second, please. I'm just going to go onto mute for 1 second. Sorry, folks, I'm teaching from home and I have some other people here. Oh, okay. My Revitson just brought me the Paxlovid, so I'm going to be like super healthy tomorrow. All right, where are we? Oh, yeah, Mr. Tuman's question, also John Paul Himka's question. So during this period of time, which a specific name called in Ukraine, the Petlurivshchina, or in French, the Jacquerie, which is based on an early model of the medieval period, it seems like the basic motive to attack the Jews is right at the heart of human evil to begin with. People attacked the Jews because they were vulnerable. People attacked the Jews because they wanted whatever they could steal. They wanted to rape women. They wanted to engage in the dark pleasures of wreaking havoc, of setting fire to things. It was just like it was the worst of society. this is why if you recall, the title of my book here, let's just go back. It shows this title carefully. This one here. Why did I call it a prayer for the government? Recognize that phrase? Come on, LCM, you guys should know this.
We say it by dominating, no?
Yeah, good. Well, Pirkei Avos.
Having established someone from office.
Thank you, Mr. Loiki. Very well done. Why do we have to pray for the government, for the peace of the government?
Otherwise, everything falls apart.
Yeah, and in a very pungent phrase, Shil Male Mora Ish Esraehu Kain Balahu. That if it weren't for the government, people would swallow each other alive. And so my book was really focused on this period of people swallowing each other alive because there was none whatsoever, right? The government falls in February 1917, not restored for 3 years. So if you have no government for 3 years, that's the worst possible thing for Jews. So that's basically the motivation for the pogroms. Now,
even though meaning they were in a
it's okay.
Even though they were in a civil war, they were busy. They were trying to establish control of the region, but still they were more interested in looting and violence.
Yeah. Well, you'll have this goes into more detail that I planned for this lecture. You can read my book if you're curious. Two things. We should note that 40% of the pogroms were perpetrated by the Ukrainian government that was also at the same time having a minister of Jewish affairs and stuff like that, which is like a huge irony. So obviously that points to the fact that the Ukrainian government was not able to communicate its ideals to its own population. That, you know, they might be saying one thing in their government missives to the rest of the world, but they're obviously not communicating to the rank and file of people who are trying with them. Also, they're we have to understand this is kind of like the dark, unwashed masses. These are the regular people for whom we don't know anything because they don't write anything down. They don't leave records of their opinions and why they do these things. But we do know that in January of 1919, at their height, they had about 100,000 volunteers in their army. And by the time you get to March, they were down to 16,000. In other words, they have this huge support from the peasantry. Say, oh, that's it. Let's fight for Ukraine, Slava Ukraine. We'll make this our own country, stuff like that. But as soon as they have to fight against the Red Army, hey, well, that's no good. But fighting against Jews or Mennonites, that's an entirely different proposition that we can do. So we're looking at, this is a period that really exposed the worst dregs of the human psyche and motive. And yeah, it scarred the Jewish world. We would know a lot more about it if it were not for the fact that the Holocaust so overwhelmingly overshadowed this period of history. Okay, shall we go on a little bit? Any other questions, arguments? Okay.
Professor, when you had that book, I guess that you wrote, the prayer for the government, sounded very interesting because every year by Yom Kippur, my father uses this sponsor from like 19 who knows when, and it has brachos that are like a prayer for the government. It's got a bracha for the czar, like whoever was in charge of doing the title, and it has like their name. It's like a kind of cool thing.
That is cool. I actually have one of those myself. It is a cool thing, and it's a real deal. We do have to pray for the government. In America too, we definitely have to do, because there's no. We shouldn't think that Americans that we wouldn't expose in this country. No. Anyways, okay. So legacy. One last detail that's really quite fascinating with regards to the focus, but still a fascinating story. This a picture of Simon Petit. Interesting individual who was, like many of these figures, before the war, he was not a military person. He was a poet and a journalist and a playwright. A lot of the really significant right-wing figures of the 20th century did not come from military background humanities. Ooh, scary. Like Mussolini and Hitler, an artist. They were not, general when they came to power. Piotr came to power in late 1918 in Ukraine, and I mentioned it was under his watch that the worst period of pogroms occurred. And he survived the Civil War. He fled to France, where he lived in exile in Paris, kind of like the symbolic head of the government that never came to be because of COVID. One day he's walking on the Restream, and a Jewish guy named Shalom Schwarzard walks up to him and says to him, "Who's that, Monsieur Petura? Are you Mr. Petura?" He says, "Yes." And then out a revolver and shoots dead in the street. He is arrested. No, he doesn't try to run away. Arrested and is put on trial for murdering a man in cold blood, which is precisely what he did.
Hello, Mr. Aquarius. How are you?
Trial, you can see start standing up at the left there. However, he had brilliant defense.
Mr. Aquarius, how are you, my friend? I'm lovely. You ready to get your 100th win tonight?
I hope we can get it. I hope we can get it. Yes, I'm ready.
Alrighty, man. How was your day?
That was good. How was yours?
Lovely. All right, you have an invitation.
I'm here. Come on, let's go, y'all. Come on. I gotta do it.
Good spare.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I need to match you.
Okay, come on, you got it. You got it.
That's what I'm talking about.
Good spare.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
You can get a spare from there. You just did.
Yeah.
Ooh, that was close.
No. You got this now. Come on.
That's what I'm talking about. Oh, get it. Come on. Oh, that's like half off. You should get that. Get it.
No. Come on, right now. I don't do this. Come on. You got this.
Ooh. Not what I wanted.
Oh, yeah, you must try.
Nice spare.
Come on, Rabbi.
That's what I'm talking about.
Hey, there we go.
Look at you. You've got the lead.
Okay. You got two, though. You got two.
Get it. Keep going. 71.
You got it. Yeah, come on, Rabbi.
Oh no, my finger slipped. Get it. You got your 100th win, Miss Aquarius. Oh no, you didn't. I apologize. Apologies. Oh man. You're getting it tonight, girl.
Come out. Do this.
There you go. That's the spear you want.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Come on, Rabbi.
Oh no. This is hard. Get it, Miss Aquarius.
Come on. Together.
No. Get it. Miss Aquarius, tonight's your night. You got these. Get them. Those close. Miss Aquarius, look at these splits I'm getting. What a split. 7-10. I've never had one of those. I'm pretty sure that was a 7-10 split. Get this one. You got it. Big spare. I need a big comeback. Big comeback. Get it. Aquarius, you get it. All right, get these two.
Alright. Come on, Rabbi. Yeah, we're gonna do another one.
You got it.
One more.
Miss Aquarius wants that 100th win.
I want my 100 to win, yeah. I'm gonna get my 100 to win. Instead of your problem, I need my win.
There you go. That's how you start.
Yeah, let's.
Uh-oh. No. You're going to get it this time, Miss Aquarius. No doubt. Get this. Miss Aquarius has the lead. Get the spare, girl. Perfect. Perfect. I need a strike. Give it to me. Get it. That's good. Ooh, 45. Big one.
No, you got it, Grandma. I just go with mine. Go ahead. You got to start. Go ahead. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, I get it. Oh, we got time. So I'm may not. Oh, no. Yeah,
There you go. $61. Get it. Good spare. 65.
Let's see. See, yeah, I get it tomorrow. I'm not gonna get it. Yeah, I get it. I get it.
It was a good run, Miss Aquarius.
I'm gonna play with somebody different because you over there, you.
I don't let anybody get away with anything easy.
No. I'm gonna play with somebody. Watch. I bet I get it.
No, don't you play with anybody else. You have to get it with me. Exactly. Exactly. Don't play with anybody else.
Which ways to do this and that. So
You want to go tonight?
okay, one more.
One more. This might be it.
Do it and that's it. Let's go, yeah.
Get these two. Get these two. You got them.
Nope.
Oh, how did you split that?
Come on.
Nope, I'm done.
Come on, Rabbi. No, don't you give it. Nope. Do it, Rabbi. You got it. I'm letting you win. Come on. You got this. See? You do that. Yeah, like when you were nope, we're not doing it. Let's go. No. Right. Go.
Oh, you deserve the spare there.
Come on, Rabbi. Don't let me leave. Hey!
About that.
There we go. Yes, there. Can you win? Yes. I get it. Okay. Let's go do this way. Okay, that one. So, come on, Rabbi. Yay! Right.
Did too.
Hey.
Get it. That was a big miss.
Yeah.
$44.
Yeah, but you made it.
Get it.
All right, I get it tomorrow.
There
God,
you
let
go.
me get my 100 win tomorrow, Lord, please. Yeah. Good job. You win, I win.
That's right, ma'am.
Yeah, you're a pro. Yeah, okay. I get it tomorrow.
We'll see you tomorrow night, God willing.
Yeah, God willing. I see my where your friends at. They're not in here no more?
Oh, they'll be in.
Oh. Yeah, you ain't like you had a good night.
You as well. Take care. Sweet dreams to you.
All right. Sweet dreams.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. You want me to stay in here with you tonight?
If you'd like to, that'd be great.
Okay, let's stay here. See you tonight. I mean, see you tomorrow.
See you in the morning, God willing. Take care.
Defense attorneys who managed to turn the trial on its head by saying in 1926, and by the way, this was all covered in the New York Times. It was like this particular trial. They said that the reason why Schwarzbard murdered Petliura was it was a revenge killing for his own family members who were killed in the pogroms of 1919. And that he tracked Schwarzbard down like a Nazi hunter and shot him dead in the street because Petliura deserved it for his role in the pogroms of Ukraine. In an electrifying decision, undoubtedly thinking of the debacle we began our discussion with today, the Dreyfus affair, a French jury convicted, they acquitted Schwarzbard of the crime of murder, even though there was no question about the facts of the case, and they required him to pay an insulting 1 franc in damages to Petliura's widow. And this was like an earth-shattering decision because, the French jury essentially said that Petliura himself and the Ukrainian movement that he headed were guilty of organizing and doing these pogroms in a kind of an architectural fashion. And Schwarzbard was exacting an appropriate revenge. And you can see why, 30 years earlier, a French jury convicted Dreyfus of a crime he did not commit. Now they acquitted a Jew of a crime that he did commit. And of course, it was like a huge mess for Ukrainians and a huge victory for Jews. And there's a lot of, scholarship that went on and on after the fact as well. Many people felt, especially on the Ukrainian side, that he was actually a Soviet plant, that it was part of the Soviet desire to undermine the Ukrainian bid for statehood. I've seen the evidence on that, and personally, I think it's not the case, but nevertheless, there are some interesting things to discuss there. But that's kind of a footnote to the end of this story. It certainly contributed to the challenges of Ukrainians and Jews finding a rapprochement after the Schwarzbard trial. Okay, so that basically takes us through the period that I really wanted to cover for today. We could begin the next part, which is getting back to what's happening in the Soviet Union. But I think what I'd rather do is just see if you have any further questions or observations or objections, disputes, support. Perfectly clear as the sun at noonday, correct?
As can be, Professor.
Thank you. Okay, so let's wrap it up for today then. We'll pick it up. We'll begin with the bizarre Soviet period on Wednesday. I'm feeling a lot better now. I'm pretty confident I'll be in tomorrow Mass. For those of you who maybe wanted to show up from like Sheer this morning at 7:29 a.m., that did not happen because I was too sick. We will, God willing, start tomorrow. I'll wear a mask, so don't worry about the COVID germs. But God willing, we'll start tomorrow. Okay. Great learning with you, gentlemen. I hope you have a nice day.
Professor.
Thank you.
Socially and Professor.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you.
Because it was too poetic. I was like, nah, he don't speak like that. But, like Khalil and Rogan were talking about like Dagestans and the show Discipline, and Rogan mentioned, jail had to get taken. I keep saying The Dagestan is so disciplined because there's nothing, they don't have baseball.
1881, another watershed moment, right? Because that's when you have these massive pogroms in Russia. In terms of the scale, we're talking well under 100 people killed. So, it was terrifying in the time, but when you look at the rest of it, it's like a blip. It's strange to see how so little violence could make such a huge change, but it also gives you a sense of, unfortunately, how deeply we have been wounded by the last century. The Kristallnacht, also just before the Holocaust, about 200 people, 260 people killed. So, the numbers are still tiny to what we would see later on in the century, and even in our own days. But they had a massive impact because over 3 years of pogroms, Jews eventually said, this is not working, we're going to give up, we've got to do something different. And now here are the 5 basic strategies that Jews devise. The first one that we talked about last Monday was emigration, right? The most traditional of the strategies of dealing with this kind of, anarchy, where the government cannot protect the Jews. So we won't go into that more detail. The second one is socialism, which is the idea that no, we're not going to simply pick up and leave and go someplace else and start this cycle all over again. We're going to do the society that we live in now. We're fundamentally going to alter society by raising to the ground the economic principles upon which this society was based. And so they adopted in particular this one philosophy called socialism. Again, if we had lots more time, I would probably talk at length. I got my graduate degree, my doctorate, before the Soviet Union fell, just as it was falling during my dissertation. So I had to study a ridiculous amount of socialism. Wreck, actually. It was terrible. Because they figured that would be important for us to know these things. And all these different theorists and all these different people. And it's like, all garbage. Yeah. A good chunk of it was made by this, we shall see. But for our purposes, thumbnail definition of socialism is this idea that rather than the landed classes and those who control the means of production, achieving the highest level in society, and then using their this high atop this economic pile to dominate lower classes and keep them in servitude. Socialism says, no, let's go back to society. Hence the word socialism. Let's get away from the oligarchs and let's give it to the people. The people will run everything themselves. It's like saying to someone like Elon Musk, we're going to say, you've done really great, thank you for building these rockets and these electric cars and stuff like that. We're now going to take away all of your properties, and we are going to divide them amongst the wealth of all the people of America. That's called nationalizing a resource, an economic resource, meaning it belongs to the entire nation. And obviously Elon Musk and people at that class would not feel good about it, but it's actually very popular with the masses who say, well, yeah, I can't afford one share of Tesla stock. And now I got a whole factory with, and I have 2 Teslas in my garage because we just took it over. Mr. Silver, you want to say something?
That happened to Jews. Factory visit.
Many times, Jews have had an experience that in different contexts. Cuba is perhaps the best example of it in most recent times. Yes, Mr. Well, if you read Marx, which I wouldn't recommend reading lots of Marx, it's like crazy, but there's a short book called The Communist Manifesto, which he wrote with Friedrich Engels, maybe 80 pages long, and he basically describes it as a historical process. And the key element of it is the rich get richer. If you use wealth to make more wealth. That's the title of his book is Capital, right? Capital, money. That's what it's all about. If you don't have money, it's impossible. So therefore, it's like a self-perpetuating kind of social structure that inherently dispossesses lower class. The idea of socialism is you create quote, a dictatorship of the proletariat. The proletariat means the working classes. You have them rise up and en masse take over the entire economy, distribute it equitably, at least in theory, and this will create a workers' paradise. You'll have this phenomenon of Luz de Narodov, the friendship of people, because everyone will love each other. You have the end of a class struggle between upper and lower classes, and especially because Marx himself was such an inveterate anti-Semite. It's true, he was born Jewish, he was baptized by his parents, like many Jews of the 19th century. But he had a phenomenal hatred of the Jewish people, and unusual hatred. He hated religion in general, and he called it the opiate of the masses. This will be very relevant as we get to this period a little later. What does that phrase mean? Religion is the opiate of the masses. Opiates are drugs. What are the right? What kind of drugs are opiates? Highly addictive, excellent. I know asking for a friend. They numb it, they make you stupid, right? They make you slow. If you ever see like the 19th century opium deaths, and by the way, well, we have a pretty sordid history with opium. I'm not even talking about America and England in particular, where we were pushing this product on the societies because it was actually very good at keeping populations docile. People who take opium, they tend to like get very lethargic, and they just want to do nothing unless the opium just works through their system. And it's like it's a sedative. It makes you problem, but it also makes you stop doing anything. So when Christians think opiate to the masses, what Marx is trying to say is that religion is as an opiate makes you stupid and lethargic, makes you check out and not try to change the system. And what he's saying this for, he's pointing at Christians more Judaism. But he says, if you're like an impoverished coal miner, you've been a poor coal miner, and let's say northern England, since you were 7, 8 years old, you've been going down to the mines, and you've got all this coal dust in your lungs, and you die early in a painful death, and you're going to be miserable, and you feel terrible about everything, but you go to church, and the minister says, don't worry, the meek will inherit the earth. And in this world, you may be downtrodden and so on, but in the next world, it's going to be fantastic. You'll have like palm trees, and so that keeps you saying, "Oh no, I'm gonna like understand that God has given lots of money to these people and not to me, and that's the way it's supposed to be. My goal is to set the system so that in the next world I will have a reward." And that's what Marx trying to criticize, saying that religion is a tool of the masses to try and keep people in check, keep them addicted to opiate of religion so they don't rebel. Right? This will become very relevant when socialism actually becomes a reality as the governing for of the Soviet Union and totally attacks any religious society, including Jews, in a very big way. Anywhere, so that's any questions about socialism for? Good question. So that was used in the 1860s when Marx started developing. By the time you get to the revolution in 1917, there's a whole panoply of different ways of socialism. So in 1918, a movement called the Bolsheviks, which is really the larger portion of the Social Democratic Party, decided to rename themselves communists from the term commune, that we are all together in a community. But communism is simply put one of the more extreme interpretations of socialism. But it's more correct to speak about socialism in general because there are many different varieties of it. Now, can you think of any successful experiments in socialism? Israel. What do you mean by Israel? Is the whole state, is the whole country socialist? It's one of the capitalist sort of
environment for industry, for economy, but political.
Okay, so that's very good. We should talk later in the semester maybe about Israel's political system, but I think it would be more fair to say that Israel adopted certain socialist ideas. Like most every country adopted some things, including this country. Like, for example, the concept of welfare, that if you're poor, the government will give you money to stay alive. That's a socialist idea. If we were pure capitalists, like total monopoly man capitalists, we would say you don't work, you don't eat, die. Right? But we don't want to say that. We don't want our society to be so rigid. So we have adopted a socialist concept of, that the society will protect its weakest members by providing food for them. Canada, our wonderful neighbors to the north, some would say, oh, I'm not even going to utter it, but Canada went a step further, like most civilized countries, and said health should be a right and not a privilege. Canada, they have a single-payer health system where you will pay more taxes, but that means everybody has health insurance to start with. In this country, that's been a huge struggle, and they still have not completely solved the health care issue. But healthcare is a socialist idea, universal healthcare. And yes, there are problems with it. It needs rationing and stuff like that. But the fact is, they do have universal health care, and we don't. And that's bizarre. Yeah, and so there are crazy things like that. Israel also has universal health care. Dr. Rosinski would love to talk to you about this great thing. But these are socialist ideas, so we do exactly. But when you say Israel, there's one specific aspect of Israel which actually is pure socialism. The kibbutz movement. What is the kibbutz, Mr. Loifi?
They're going to take away everything from you in your farmland.
Yeah. Exactly. And how long have kibbutzim been in existence?
Dying out now.
Slowly, about 100 years. Yeah, about a century. And it actually worked. Like they have kibbutzim. I worked on a kibbutz as a volunteer. One of my sons volunteered at kibbutz. They're actually really nice. The idea is that everybody piles in and you share the wealth. It's usually agricultural. Sometimes they make things, like, for example, the shtens and things that we have in our base measures are made by Kibbutz Lavi, where one of my other sons also worked. But the profits are shared equally by everybody in the kibbutz. And amazingly, the kibbutz actually is stable at work. There are questions about, is this, viable over another generation? And having those discussions for about 10 generations now, maybe not 10. Probably about 5 generations. But it still works. The reason why it's a form of socialism that works is because it's really small scale. Talking about 1,000, maybe 3,000 people. That group of people can get together and say, we all believe this and we cooperate. But in the Soviet Union, with millions of people, it's great. It does not work at all. It work in Cuba. It didn't work anywhere.
My things where I was like the process. And the biggest problem with one of these things is, okay, you took over the country. There's no look at how to be communist after you go over the country. Once you take over the country, it's like, oh, okay, they're still on how much money we dictate. Like, there's no actual
something that the communists in Russia found out immediately, because Marx, who was dead by then, he envisioned that society would go through a progression, that they would start like kind of like clans and tribal, and they would go society, like we talked about in medieval, then they would get with industrialization to where we are as a bourgeois democracy, and then after that went on for a few hundred years, then we would mature to become a communist society. But Russia skipped a step because they were still basically feudal in 1917. They did not have an industrial base. And so when they ended up taking over, they said, uh-oh, Marx didn't tell us what we're supposed to do if we leapfrog this. Anyways, you're seeing the stuff I read about this in the graduate school. I want to get back to our topic. So here we are. Socialism. Jews got very excited about socialism for reasons that we'll explore in lecture classes to some degree. The third is behaving weird.
Last one is right there on the board as this object.
This object?
Yes.
Really? Brilliant. No, it's good.
In the exact spot where it was, someone was touching it right there. So
That might be it. Okay, great. Third option, right? Third is now, as I'm sure you are aware, the idea of chibat, of desires, go back there as well, is almost as old as the Jewish people, right? Since the Babylonian exile, we've had it for years. As you're also aware, there were, theologians to it that suggested that while it is an admirable thing to go back to live in the land, especially to die and buried in the land, those are cool things. But the concept of creating a modern state with an army and power and stuff like that, that may have contradicted a particular Gemara. And so there was no centuries for any kind of idea of a political return to power. Most people think of in terms of creating a political state until the 18th century. So when the Jews started thinking about it, they were already, good 50, 60 years behind most of Europe. Subas, it's the Shua. It's look at how brilliant these students are. And watching this. Okay, that's good. Thank you. We'll have to look at it later. So the idea was that Zionism was like an ideal, but no one really thought about actually trying to organize a Jewish state there in the 1880s. And this was about a different response because essentially Zionism
How are you?
Mr. Pence, I read that Pirkei Avos where it says don't interrupt, right? So this is actually Ben Gurion. Herzl is in the picture in the back of the founder Zionism. We will come back and talk about it. But this idea of Zionism is like, wait, we're not the option of just emigrating to some other land and dollars. We've done that before. We're just repeating the problem. This whole idea of socialism is sugar. We're not going to recreate Russia into some brand new economy. It's crazy. In fact, we'll come out. What we will do, however, we will stop history by moving there to swim. We'll end this 2,000-old cycle of Galus, going back to land Israel, establishing ourselves there as a state, and that will ultimately be the end of history because we will have gone full circle. Obviously, we're going to talk a lot more about this because, amazingly, they succeeded. 1948, the creation of a state, which is absolutely in world history. There's no one who comes even close to the idea of re-establishing a state, even 300 years after the defeat. Closest thing maybe is Poland, and Poland had a lot of help. That's the third option. Fourth option. This one is a little weird. I think we're losing the battle here. This one here. Okay. So weird. This was popular, but it did have some lasting resonance, and we still feel it in the way we're here in America. This is called diaspora nationalism. Diaspora, of course, is a Greek word that means scattering. That Jews are scattered around the world. They live in small minority communities all over the world, but going to engage in nationalism. They're going to organize themselves, and they're going to try and create communal structures in the countries where they live. This became especially relevant in the Russian Empire because you had a massive population of Jews, large concentration of Jews in the world at the time, and in 17 with the collapse of the Romanov dynasty. So the opportunity, maybe we can actually do the working model of diaspora nationalism, which was articulated by great historian Shimon Zubnov, was this idea to get all the Jews living in the country to join a single voting bloc called a cadastre, and every Jew registers for that bloc, and then you
get a minister that represents you in the government. You get tax dollars from the government to pay for your schools, to pay for your mikvah, to pay for your and inside the cadastre, you create your own Jewish parliament. And so here in America, Canada, Europe, they have something called a federation system, which is a model on the diaspora nationalist idea. The big difference, though, is that this is entirely voluntary. Whereas in the way that Goodnow imagined it, every Jew, like the system, he models it on the council lands, every Jew is automatically locked in. You cannot leave. You are part of the community. You pay taxes to the community. You get benefits from the community, but you can't sort of opt in, opt out, affiliate, don't affiliate. So it's not really have as much strength as the way Goodnow imagined it. It has a fairly small popularity, but nevertheless a very powerful idea. And here's the last idea, what I call renewed traditionalism. This is essentially the right-wing orthodox. Because up until this point, and really we're saying the turn of the 20th century, you could point to, let's say, 1912, when the British Israel was founded, as maybe the actual moment when it was articulated. Orthodox Jews were not interested in any of these other except maybe immigration. And the immigration part was definitely not to America, because America was considered, if you recall, such a trace Medina, people would throw their own overboard when they came to Ellis Island and things like that. So the religious Jews largely didn't want to have anything to do with any of things, but they realized by the turn of the 20th century that if they didn't get organized and they didn't prepare themselves to participate in mass politics, they would lose the opportunity to have a voice. And then a lot of things they cared about, like, protecting the Shabbos, like protecting Shkita, like maybe getting government grants to pay for you. They wouldn't have a chance unless they organized. So ironically, the organization of these political parties, like the Buddhist Israel is the first of them, was designed to protect essentially pre-modern values, using the modern devices of political mobilization. In some countries, democratic votes, like for example, they use those tools to try and keep a pre-modern society in place. Those are the 5 basic strategies used spelled into one or a combination of various versions of those after 1881. Okay, any questions, arguments? It is about to get very complicated now. Are you ready? This is the part where you will now begin to understand your crazy Uncle Joe and why he has such weird political ideas. Because now I'm going to show you how this is translated into Jewish politics. Okay, hold on to your young ideas. So, first of all, we have this concept called the political spectrum. Right? And we use it in American politics, we use it in Jewish politics, although it's not precise. The basic idea is you have a left to right axis, right, an x-axis, and on this x-axis you have on the left socialism, right, that's what we call people left-wing. It actually has to, the reason why we say left is because of the way the French Parliament was set on the left side of the room. But left wing is called socialism, they're socialist. Right wing is called anyway? Capitalist, thank you, Mr. Rubin, you're a science major. Right, so this is when we say people on the left, people on the right, we mean maybe socialism if they're left wing, they lean towards capitalism if they're right wing. They lean towards, put in an American context, people who are socialists are in this government having a larger caretaker role in our society. People who are more capitalist think the government should be smaller, should be less involved with our lives, and should certainly cost less in our society. Socialism is expensive because you have to pay taxes to manage all the programs. Capitalism is cheaper, but if you are on the lower end of the economy yourself, you will get far less services. and you might be better off support. That's why the poorer people tend to vote more towards socialists, because they can see that they'll actually benefit from having those policies in place, whereas the rich people will have to pay for them, so they tend to vote capitalist. There's a long-standing clip about Jews. I'm not sure it's entirely true right now. He used to say, what was his name? He wrote for commentary. I'll think of his name later. But he said that Jews earn like Presbyterians, Jews in America. Jews earn like Presbyterians, white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, like wealthy Republican types. They earn like Presbyterians, but they vote like Puerto Ricans. They vote like, from immigrant families with less income, things like that. And that was basically true for much of American Jewish history. It has been shifting since the Reagan era. Orthodox Jews are generally flipped. The Orthodox Jews may earn like Puerto Ricans, but they tend to look more like Presbyterians. Mr. Connick. You gotta repeat that slower.
We're gonna have to do the fact that even though huge Jews and Jews see and figured out these minorities, we still figure ourselves to be minorities.
Well, so first of all, we are still a minority. We should think of ourselves a minority because we are. But the reasons for it are complex. The reasons probably have a lot to do with the social values that are, really deeply embedded in Judaism. For example, the idea of caring for the poor is like we virtually invented that. That's like hugely in our tradition. We have Peah, Orla, we have Peah, we have Shishak, we have Leked. It's like deep in our tradition that we should share our wealth and give. So that's really central to Judaism. Why it changed since Reagan is, in my humble opinion, has a lot to do with the some of the other aspects of the progressive movement that are antithetical to Jewish values. LGBTQ is one issue, abortion issues. There are a lot of areas where traditional Jews don't comfortable. So the shift happened that way. You add to that the fact that, in the last 40, 50 years, Jews have really succeeded financially and making them emulate their Presbyterian neighbors. So that's always. But anyway, this is our American political structure, right? It's pretty simple, easy. Judaism, Jewish population, it's not going to be that simple. We have another axis. We have a y-axis. What's on the y-axis? You have on the bottom, you have something called fairness, known in Yiddish as Dorfpass. Meaning, do we believe that our political lives should be exercised here in the Gulf, in the exile, in Africa, or to be there in Eritrea? Zionism. That's the wrong way. I gotta be careful about this place. Right? Especially this particular factor is going to be really hard. Keep your hands off the wars. There we go. So we have Israel politics, separate axis altogether. And in these four quadrants you can place virtually Jewish political opinion. Okay, let's go over this there. Over here, in the court is bounded by socialism and diaspora nationalism. Then diaspora, we want to do something here, we want it to be socialist. Yeah, we call it Bund. Again, it's the short form for Jewish Workers' Party. Bund is essentially in German. And this was a Jewish offshoot of what would later become the Communist Party. Extremely popular. They were formed in 1897. By the time the Russian Empire fell, there were 30,000 card-carrying members in Eastern Europe. Very, very large party. In Lithuania, they had a lot of Jewish proletariat working in the industries there, very, actual factory work. And they emphasized all the kind of things we talked about with socialism. What made them Jewish was that they recognized that Jews constituted a distinct part of the proletariat, and they should use Jewish messaging to get to them, using the Yiddish language, using Jewish culture whenever possible. This is the way they convinced Jews to become socialists. Here in America, there was a version of this kind of toned down called the Arbeiter Ring, the Workman's Circle, the Worker Circle. That's essentially the Bund America.
It's one of the news, but years ago they made news because of this. Yeah. And they let it on evidence, so because the protesters blind for press officers.
Interesting. So this is the part that lives in the quadrant that is both socialist and diaspora. Right? They want to do this in Russia. They do not want to go to Israel. Then you have over in this quadrant that we want to do what we want to do here, not in Israel, but we want to be capitalists. We don't want to get crazy socialist stuff. This is Shimon Dubnovarian, who developed the idea of diaspora nationalism. That's essentially what became the Federation movement, right? That we will organize ourselves in the diaspora, and we will collect donations from ourselves, and we will support ourselves and things like that. That's all. Now, when you go to the top of the line, all the time that we can measure what you actually believe in Eastern Europe, Zionism as the largest world movement. Rarely the outright majority, but you have 100 Jews, you might have 40 of they want to be Zionists, and then you have like 20 or 30 who want to be Bundists, and the remainder will be scattered across the other parties. Zionism was consistently the strongest party, even if it constitutes 50% of Jewish political opinion. Examples of elections where we can actually look at results, what Jews said, and they're scattered in different places at different times. But we know that the idea of Zionism is hugely popular among them. And then over here in our last quarter, so they believe, and the major party was Theodor Herzl, who essentially wanted to create Europe in Israel. The Haifa, that's like kind of the perfect place for Herzl. It's like sedate, calm, it's relatively, coexistence-oriented. They have a large Arab population. Incidentally, one of my sons is planning to go to school next year. He wants to study marine science at a master's level. We don't have a very good marine science major here at Torah, so he's going to go to Haifa and study the coral in Milan. But at any rate, that's kind of like his model. People socialist model, but the Israel capitalist model. There were people who disagreed with Herzl and Zion. I could fill this up with like 40 other groups. It's crazy, but I will really pull out one of them that's really important. This is Vladimir Jabotinsky. He was the founder of what would later grow into the Likud, and later grow into Netanyahu's party today. They have different names, but he basically believed that Jewish society had to transplant itself to Israel, and he felt that it should not be communist. But he differed with Herzl on a very, very fundamental idea. Herzl thought the best way to get a Jewish state is let's go talk to, the leaders of all the countries in the region, the great powers in Europe. Let's schmooze them. Let's use our medieval skills as shadlanim, as like intercessors, and we'll negotiate our way to the state of Israel. Herzl had, Jabotinsky had this idea that you're never going to get it done that way because non-Jews hate Jews. Anti-Semitism is just a given, and you can talk till you're blue in the face, but what really is going to make Israel exist is a machine gun. That you have to be militaristic about it, you have to be forceful about it. Now, if you're looking at Israeli politics today, you'll probably see Herzl's and another given that is like more moderate, more like kind of like amenable to American sensibilities generally, and then you see an extreme right, the groups that say no, all this, meeting in Qatar and talk with the creative Palestinian states, stuff like that, two states. So there are people who say that's ridiculous. That's a question. They are Jabotinsky's descendants intellectually. I'm very, very alive and interested. But I'm going to put one more group in to make it a little more sensible. Let's put this back. Who lives over here? This is a group called the the workers of Zion. Whenever you see the word workers in the title of a party, it really means common. So these are, this is one of the most important organizations that help build the kibbutz, and they believe in, coexistence with neighbors. They lived they believed in communal wealth in the state and things like that. They're also prepared to defend the state, like their kind of ideal model was a Jew who had a shovel in one hand, a rifle in the other hand, prepared to kibbutz, but on the other hand, and they disagreed bitterly with people like Jabotinsky. They said to Jabotinsky, you're just gonna fight with all of our friends. You're gonna be British haters. You're gonna make the Arab haters. It's gonna be terrible. We have to work on building bridges. We have to work on some stuff like that. And they were at each other's throats all the time. This is the basic, almost, of what it looked like from 1910. Mr. Branson. Mr. Parenti, you have adequately anticipated the next part of this lecture, right? Because this is annexes, right? It is more complicated than the American political system. We don't want spectrum. Use two, the left and the up and down. But of course, if Mr. Parenti correctly anticipates, we also have a religious faith. Almost everybody in this is either non or anti-religion. This side of the spectrum, capitalism, they tend to be neutral on religion. Like, there's no reason to stop it. I may not be particularly interested. I'll put on a kippah because of Yad Hashem or something, but I'm not really gonna I'm not gonna keep Shabbos, the Patchila and hit Al Qasra. I'm not gonna do that. But it'll be okay with it. There are definitely some religious figures here, like Menachem Begin, who is an inheritor of Jabotinsky as well, that's definitely very religious. But on this side, they're generally anti-religious. The kibbutzim, the socialists for sure, anti-religious. There are some minority groups in the religion, but the majority of them are definitely anti-religious. I'll tell you a quick joke, actually a story that happened to me. I was once at a funeral, a sad occasion, that I happened to be at a funeral. I was standing next to the Consul General of Israel. And I'm talking with him, and he says to me that when he was a young man, he grew up in Hashomer HaTzaviyah kibbutz. Hashomer HaTzaviyah is a young guard, very, very communist, very anti-religious, feasts on Yom Kippur and things like that. That's the way they were. They were buying into the Marxist idea of religion is the opiate of the masses. And he said to me, I'm a fun guy, he says, I grew up, we had everything on our table. We had bread. We had pasta. We had beer. Everything on our table. Nowadays, the young people just don't keep the traditions like they used to. The joke, the young people, they kind of extend into black shirt, but not. He says in his face here in Dallas. Anyway, so where does religion? So this side basically anti-religious. This side neutral. Some may be positive. There you go. Whether they support them in Israel. The socialists said, what an idea to go back over there, get involved with the local people there, taking away Palestinian land, stuff like that. It's got to be done here in Russia. And these people were saying, no. We've had our experiences in Dallas. We're going back to our ancestral land. We'll be socialists. We'll be socialists in Israel. You're going to not religious. Oh, absolutely. The vast majority. The 1897 census reported 98% of Jews in Russia spoke Yiddish as their first language. Overwhelming. It's amazing how fast it changed. It's just over a century and almost a dead language. Okay, now let's go to Mr. Parenti's observation. What about the religious axis? So we've got a z-axis, right? We've got, I have the representation of the third axis, the D axis. So over here, you have this interesting group led by Rav Kook, who was not the first chief Israel, but he was like a really prominent Israel rabbi movement with Israel. And his argument was, wait a second, maybe we should read a little differently. Maybe Hashem wants us to actively engage in Zionist activity, because maybe that's the way the Geula is supposed to happen. Maybe we should start the process, right? Like we say in the Birkat HaMedinah, we say it in Yeshua, I don't know if we say it on Shabbos here, Reishit Tzmichat Geulatenu, that Israel is the beginning of the flowering of our redemption. Meaning that once we create a state in the land of Israel, that is like the first step in Hashem saying, okay, time to bring out Mashiach. Adarabah, even he flew in the face of dominant rabbinic opinion of the 20th century, saying we should towards creating a state of Israel. This is essentially where in Israel the Kippah Surah essentially derives from. They are Dati Leumim. They're religious nationalists, right? As opposed to both the other groups here, also on the religious axis, like this. This would be the Haredi. Here's a picture of the Yom Shas. I'm sitting right here. Sort of beaming without here somewhere. This is the most recent one. No, what section? I mean, oh, I just wrote it already out here as the thing. But I'm looking forward. I'm going to be making my own CM on shots. That's really in a few months. I don't know if you guys follow my podcast here, the Shameless Club.
Come on, babe.
Definitely podcast, right? Oh yeah. 100,000 people watch every day. Jewish history ends up, you know what that's it. The ninth grade, yeah, that was like 20 years. I haven't been 20 years. Oh, that's great. Yeah. Well, it's kind of interesting. It's short, like it's an audacious thing. I can't believe I almost finished it, but I record a short history video every single document. 2,711 videos. Make sure that. But some of them are really fun. Anyways, the Buddhist Israel and the constellation of parties, which we call Haredim, meaning we call it English cultural orthodoxy. You know what I'm talking about. They said, oh my gosh, you're serious? You're going to take the idea of Zionism, which is so true. It's like you're working with all these secular Jews, with all these Jews who are like, hypothetically, how can you possibly get involved in something like that? It would actually anger God to create a state. He would say, you are, contravening that oath. You're trying to force my hand and give you Mashiach before it's time. It'll end in disaster. So they were actually in this quadrant on a religious perspective, and until the middle of the 20th century, they were staunchly anti-Zionist. And this basically gives the picture up until the middle of the century. What happened after the Holocaust? Okay, so the state of Israel was established. Yes, for sure. What happened with parties? Jews unified. How about not lucky. Let's go through one at a time. What happened with the Bund? Yeah, basically gone. In Russia, Stalin got rid of it. Stalin wiped them out in the 1930s, no more Bund. Sort of like echoes of Bund survived outside of Russia, like our Better Ring, the workman circle, but only as a pale shadow of this social thing. If you're going to meet a Bundist, you probably meet them in New York, probably in Lower East Side, because that's like where the last of them would live. But they tend to be like very pro-socialist, still, celebrating Yiddish stuff and things like that, but secular. Mr. Rubin?
No, two other things I think of reviewing one is in New York.
Yeah.
One is in Union Square. Did you go archives?
Yes. Yes, I actually worked with a lot of them.
Right. Well, I don't get the thing. I'm not more excited.
No, they're staying only on the side. So but basically this used to be the popular single party in the late 19th century. What about the guys? They were about 4% of whenever we see Jews voting, 4% at the most. So they basically disappeared. But we take it for granted because we still believe in the echoes of it, the Federation, stuff like that. Coalition, the socialist Zionists, what happened to them? They're still there, absolutely. Yeah, they went through different parties. They were the largest, and they were in power in Israel until 1977, until the Menachem Begin's over. He represents the right. But this is a very, very strong, dominant trend in Israel. They have weakened significantly because the right wing has been ascendant. Netanyahu has been powerful for like 19 years, I think. That's really a long time. Before him, this was all the founders of Israel right here. Ben Gurion, Weizmann, all these people were close to this. Herzl and his moderate Zionism, the middle has basically dropped out of Israeli politics. There's very little Alec Zionists were there anymore. I think if they're moderate, they probably would be triumphant. The Jabotinsky's party, so we saw Likud, but we also see a few other parties. One very important one was organized by Mayor Cohen called PAC, which was a very main party in the 1980s. And, actually, it is ironic in looking at this because a lot of the policies that he argues for are now kind of gradually accepted in Israeli policies. Like, for example, the idea of population transfer. The way to solve the Palestinian problem in Israel is to move them someplace else. And this, after the assassination of Yitzhak Rabin in 1995, he was actually assassinated. His party made illegal, like the Nazi party, and his inheritance to people like Ben-Gvir, Smotrich, who are arguing very, very right-wing ideas that borrow from Kahane, just not operating as Kahane. But one of the things going on right now in Israel is suggesting that that activity is illegal because they're borrowing intellectually from Kahane. Now, it's a strange thing, but there it is. Talking about the Cook has created the Dati group, which is actually more closer, I think, to a lot of hashkafa in our college. It was a lot of Jews fall that way about politics. And what about Agudas Yisrael down here, though? Lefty, they're nodding. What does that mean? There's a lot of that, but what happens to it? Is a long time. So for him, Ben Gurion, Weizmann, all these kinds of people are close to this. Herzl and his moderate Zionism, the middle has basically dropped out of Israeli politics. Very little kind of like moderate Zionists, probably just to find or something. The Jabotinsky's party, so we saw Likud, but we also see a few other parties. One very important one was organized by Mayor Kahane, called PAC, which was a very, very extreme party in the 1980s. And, actually, it is ironic in looking at today's politics because a lot of the policies that he argued for are now kind of like being gradually accepted in Israeli policies. Like, for example, the idea of quote-unquote population transfer. Like, the way to solve the Palestinian problem in Israel is to move them someplace else. And this, after the assassination of Yitzhak Rabin in 1995, his party, PAC was the name of it, he was actually assassinated. His party was made illegal. like the Nazi Party, and the his inheritors intellectually are people like Ben-Gvir and Smotrich, who are arguing very, very right-wing ideas that borrow from Kahani's playbook. They're still not operating as Kahanists. But one of the debates even going on right now in Israel is suggesting that their activity is illegal because they're borrowing intellectually from Kahani. Now, it's a strange thing, but there's. We talked about how Cook's influence has created the Dati Leumi group, which is actually more closely related, I think, to a lot of you and a lot of Hashkafa in our college, at least in terms of this body. There are a lot of Jews who fall into that way of thinking politics. And what about Agudas Yisrael down here, though? Left here, you're not. What does that mean? There's a lot of them, but what happened to it? What's this? Yeah. What about it? Is it different at all? I mean, there's a lot of subjects. Yes. So we take it as a general idea of maybe what happened to them after the Holocaust. Exactly. From Israel in particular, because their population base was overwhelmingly in Poland, and when 3 million Jews were killed in Poland, no more Agudas Yisrael there. So, ironically, a lot of them moved to Israel, where they turned out to be extremely powerful. This organization, which was anti-Zionist, ironically found itself in a position where it was actually living in Israel. And so they're like, technically, either against the state, the very most neutral to state, but they live in the state. And it is a source of major friction in contemporary Israel because, the Haredim general will not serve in the army, and yet will take advantage of state support, yeshivas, and especially during Israel's longest war right now, a lot of people of this back. And you can understand why it's a major scene in Israeli society. Yes. Oh, definitely. No, they're definitely trying to do a different approach. So what wasn't only in that was I gotta be fair to say. Remember that I'm giving you here a 30-40 minute version of Israeli politics. Really, in reality, we just read the entire semester, and there's tiny little fractions separated. You're right. There are Canadians, of course, do serve in the army. They have a new team, which is apparently very fulfilling, and there was a study that came out just today in the Times of Israel about how Canadians feel, and there is an increasing amount of enthusiasm and support for serving in the army, but it's still in the 20s. I mean, the percentages are small. Most Canadians are against participating in the army. Mr. Durant. So, actually, I'm not asking about the American version of the same name. I'm asking about the Israeli version, and not a leadership staff, which I made sure was quite sympathized with the idea to record them, but it didn't necessarily go running over to Sarah Blitter. Yeah. So, where, how show they fall on the list? Well, the Surya Karta, I think, is, for those of you who maybe aren't familiar, Surya Karta, the Guardians of the City. They are an extreme offshoot of Sakmar that are the picture of the anti-Zionist Haredi. Here in America, as Mr. Rubin correctly points out, actually they have some in Israel. They are usually protests. If you ever see pictures of guys with face and stuff, they're holding their signs right out front. This is a terrible thing. I think it's like all the tokenism. Like, oh look, they're a religious, and it's like they're the most extreme bizarre. But they are definitely solidly in this camp. Right. I'm differentiating the American leaders from the sympathetic British aren't necessarily leaders, but it's just they think Zionists are arrogant, but they won't necessarily say they are kind of.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And I think we also have to understand that the Buddhist Israel in America has a whole different spectrum of policies because America is different from Israel. So I'm speaking primarily about the Haredi politics, like Dego Torah party, and I haven't even gotten into the ethnic, the Z axis, so I guess it will be the Z prime axis. The Sephardim coming to Rome in the 1970s, and they have a whole different, series of concerns. This is all basically Ashkenazi, but when the Sephardim get involved in Mizrahi, then it changes everything as well. Oh man, complicated. Let's hope send that door. All right, I think at this point, this is when I would like to take to conclude for today. Mentioned I have a difficult appointment I got to get to in time, so and it's a good spot for stuff. Any last questions about? Do you understand now why your crazy Uncle Meyer holds the way he does, where he is like? Okay, let me answer the joke. Joke goes like this. 1930s, father in Detroit wants to send his son back to the Heinz so that he can get a little bit of a taste of what it's like to learn in Yeshiva in Europe. So he sends him back to Poland, and spends his there, and he comes back to Detroit, and they're sitting down at the table. And the father says, so, like, you wouldn't believe it. While I was there, I met this Jew who was a socialist. I met this Jew who was a Zionist. I met this Jew who was a socialist. I met this Jew who was a Haredi. I met this Jew who was a Buddhist. And he says, well, what did you expect? There's a great amount of variation. Because no, Dad, you don't understand. They're all the same Jews.
He might have gone crazy because he looks like he's a good kid. No, he's a terrible kid to me. So schizophrenia, it's in their 20s. And this is a lot of times I think it's schizophrenia, unfortunately.
Today's class, and probably Wednesday, is hugely important because we're going to be talking about the birth of Jewish national movement. One of the things we really got to understand is that Jews went through such a huge change with the watershed, the French Revolution, 1780. I know what a watershed is a while ago, right? The thing is that before 1789, we largely existed in a pre-modern environment. I'm going to summarize some of the things associated with pre-modernism for our purposes. And then we went boldly into this new world, and we still have not totally figured out what it means to do them. We are still struggling with a lot of basic concepts that we first encountered over 200 years ago. These are really deep issues. And probably not today, but probably get to on Wednesday. There's a major change in 1881 when a war pogroms in Eastern Europe, specifically the Russian Empire, forces Jews to leave the way that we have been relating to the outer world. In a very basic way, we come up with 5 basic strategies for how to deal with the world. We are still essentially living those 5 strategies today. So what I hope to do probably on Wednesday, I don't know if we'll get to it today, is I'll walk you through how the major Jewish political orientations were formed and how they were somewhat transformed after the Holocaust with the state of Israel. And these are the 2 classes where you're really going to, I hope, understand why Jews argue today. What is they argue about today? Because fundamentally, the arguments we have today are the arguments that were born in the Napoleonic period and refined in the post-pogrom period of Russia. Really crucial classes. Glad you're all here. Those of you who are not, feel guilty, but you'll watch the recording. Okay, so we get to it then? Okay, here we go. So let's talk about the decline of corporate society. Here's an interesting piece of art from Isaac Ashkenazi that sort of depicts a traditional Jewish wedding, kind of scribbled on the roof kind of mentality. And this is the way you think of pre-modern Judaism. Now let's just understand what that means. Pre-modern for the rest of the world basically means before the modern era. What is the modern era?
What are you giggling?
17th century, and then continues into the 18th
Go for it, girl.
Enlightenment.
I'm here, girl.
Into the ball of insanity, you know. And I don't want to, but I caught myself. I've been doing a lot to myself lately, which is typical, but it's been heightened. I catch myself, you know, and correcting myself out loud. Around, and like because I feel like I'm like indoors, so I'm doing it like they're not around, right? And they're around, and this isn't normal, right? But there's a whole explanation for it, which is quite obvious. And I'll say that God does not sustain the human body. But being at the point that I am today, I observed something very funny. I went back at it. I can't help but laugh because I was so serious when I did it. When I opened the lid of the toilet and said, "This is the best," closed it, and then zipped it to fake fucking. It doesn't have a zip. I told it to shut its fucking mouth. Walked out the bathroom. Went to the fucking front desk, sat there. I said, "Bitch, you have to go to the bathroom right now. Like, you don't just get to decide to go. You have to go, like, right now. You're here, so you have to, like, you forgot you had to go to the bathroom." He's like, because you were holding it. And then you really, you really, bro. And that shit was funny as hell because it felt like being a child. But that is dangerous.
You wild, girl.
Rabbi, that's not the word. I mean, it is the word, but I don't like it because it has a negative connotation.
Wild doesn't necessarily. Wild has a great conversation. Have you ever heard of the movies Girls Gone Wild? Those girls are amazing.
Ew, no, they're not.
They're like 50 now.
Rabbi, that's still gross.
Not always a bad thing.
It's trauma to think about that.
I'm saying that wild doesn't always mean. I'm not saying wild always means bad.
I take a lot of things right now because I think, you know, I don't want to be. God, how many times can you? God, how many more? I don't. Ow. You know what I'm saying?
I get you. I'm just saying wild doesn't always mean bad.
Huh?
Wild doesn't always mean bad.
What?
Wild.
Yeah, speak for yourself. I don't think you know what the fuck's going on.
Anyone knows what's going on.
Ow, and wow.
You wild.
And wild is not a good word. It's always bad. You know why? Because civilization. And I told you about my birds, okay? And they're fucking civil. And do wolves just harass each other? No. So something's going on here. I think we're dealing with a fucking alien species. And if anybody fucking likes to react to this shit, I don't know what else to fucking say because it must be this shit up. I'll tell you this.
What's that?
If they have nuts, I like to collect them, and I like to, somebody wrote this down for me to do before. You know what I'm saying? Where are they? And I'm trying to kill them. Nigga, how could they do this?
Use that word.
This is the brink of no return. It's no returning. I can't even enjoy a goddamn regular lifestyle. I can talk to a toilet, and I really gotta sit here and tell you that, nigga, why the fuck would I, don't call me wild.
Girl, if you keep using that word, I'm gonna mute you.
Brother,
Yeah,
you're
man.
speaking to a person that has about 2% left brain fat. If you really think that this is the time for you to reprogram, you are sadly mistaken.
Okay, girl.
You want to do that, and you decided not to because I don't know why, but I will say this.
What's
I
that?
think I'm done fucking talking.
Sounds like a plan, girl.
I don't wondering exactly the extent of the oddities of the things that I messaged you. The exact extent of
I don't know what you mean.
particularly, I would have messaged you certain things. And while I recall the nature and dialogue, I don't recall all of it. But reading back the letter that I wrote while I was in the hospital shortly after this encounter,
I recognize myself refer to this situation again. Then, what this is how I should argue? I simply thank you for your time.
You're welcome, go. Oh.
The things that go along with modernity, it's not necessarily technology. It is definitely very related to technology, the scientific revolution, and then the industrial revolution gives us so many of our modern gadgets that accelerate what modernism means. But basically, modernism is a change in ideas, a change in the way people think about the universe. We discussed last week how the kinds of ideas that were associated with modernity include, for example, humanism. Anyone want to talk humanism? What is humanism? Mr. Rubin, give it a shot. What is humanism?
The studies human thought as thinkers think about it.
You're not too far off. It definitely has the word human in it. So it's not just human thought. We've been thinking for a long time. But humanism is the greater emphasis on the value of human thought or meaning. Mr. Alberstein?
Or the value of learning and
Very good. Deciding why, for example, let's say God is, right? One of the things that happens in modernity is religion goes into a decline, which has basically not finished yet. We're still on a downward slope as people move away from religion as the source of truth and more to, we can think of truth ourselves. We don't need a God or a revealed text to tell us what truth is. We can think of it ourselves. This reached its apogee in the late 19th century, and then it began to crash with World War I, and especially with World War II. Two is in many ways also an expression of humanism. If we are so great and we can invest ourselves as the locus of all meaning, then we're free to create things like the Holocaust. Obviously, humanity has a visceral response to horrific aspects of the Holocaust. Say, wait, maybe humanism can go too far. hopefully we'll explore that a little bit in this course later on. But that's one aspect of modernism. Is well, you know what? I know that's what the priest thinks. I know that's what the rabbi or the imam thinks. But you know, what do I think? What I think matters. What we think is regular people matters. That's an aspect of modernism. Globalism is also really important. Globalism because, again, modernity is connected with the discovery of the new world, the expansion of trade networks, the expansion of the tremendous amount of material wealth that is afforded by the new products coming from the new world. The discovery of potatoes, for example, creates a whole new population explosion because people have, a reliable food to eat. Until it's not reliable, the potato right. But nevertheless, globalism, the idea that, wait, there are other cultures that have existed for thousands of years that have nothing to do with the Western trade. It is so many aspects of modernism that are relevant in the larger scope. If we focus on Jews specifically, we want to say two things. The first is to bear in mind that modernism for Jews comes about 180 years later than the rest of Europe. We kind of catch up to it later. And when we absorb it, the rest of the world is already deep into the Enlightenment. It melts with the Kabbalah. Its principal effect on Jews is political. Meaning we say, hey, wait a second. Up until now, we have accepted a second-class status in our European homes, largely because, that's imposed on us, but also because it's intrinsically part of our belief structure. Right? Yeah, of gullus, of exile, as a punishment for sins, means that, the way we're treated by the non-Jewish world, we don't like it, it's awful, but we have to accept it, because that is, ultimately, because of because of our many sins, the way we are. But modernism among Jews began to make them think, wait a second, we don't have to necessarily accept this. We could rebel against this, we could argue against this, and ultimately, they were successful, although often at a big cost. It's also important to note that related to these changes that are happening in politics is the end of the corporate nature of Jewish society. Remember we talked about the Gila, and we talked about the relationship of Jews as enemy, the servants of the Lord. That only worked because the king and the government dealt with us as a solid block. We were all, we weren't individual citizens of a given country. We were part of the Jewish bloc, which is really great for reinforcing our identity and our in-group agitation. But if that begins to erode, which it eventually fell apart with the French Revolution, then all of a sudden Jews say, wait a second, I don't have to live in the entire group. Simply do my own group. I'm not affiliated with Jews. I don't have to go to school. I don't have to be kosher. I don't have to do all this. It begins a massive nation that is the dominant one in America today. More than half of all marriages that take place involving the Jews in North America also involve a non-Jew. And amazingly, it is mind-boggling after so many thousands of years, but we are actually assimilating ourselves out of existence at a far faster rate than even Hitler could have imagined. So we are dealing with some serious challenges that are deriving from this period. Now, corporate society did give us some serious disabilities. We couldn't choose where we lived, for example. We kicked out of our homes at times. Who we were married to was often a challenge. In Austria-Hungary, for example, they passed these awful laws called familiance laws, in which only the oldest male child could get married. I shouldn't say that. The oldest male would be allowed to marry. Obviously, he could marry only one wife. The rules were not applied to women. They were not considered legal agents for the most part. But the state, the non-Jewish state, in an attempt, a rather cruel attempt to control Jewish population growth, said only one male of any family is allowed to marry, obviously have another family. The rest of the men, well, they're on their own. That's why you have, for example, a huge onrush of women Jews who immigrated to America in the 1840s weren't allowed to have families according to state law. Education, of course, limited. Jews couldn't do higher education, things like that, universities and so on. Really tight restrictions. There's only a couple of universities in Europe that are allowing at a higher level. They're primarily training doctors. Some humiliating things like oaths, like if Jews were brought to court, they were required to take this really, invasive and humiliating promise. They like do things like stand on a pigskin with their chest bare, holding onto a sacred Torah, and their promise not to in court because Jews would be assumed not to tell the truth. So therefore, this oath called the Mora Yudea is relatively important. These are the kinds of things that would go with Fremont society because, again, the state government is a group and will make laws for the entire group. Only discriminatory laws that were increasingly difficult for Jews to modernism was marched forward in a lot more opportunities. Mr. Simmons, do you have a question? Okay, great. So Jews began to fret with this because these are literate. These are reading the ideas that are circulating. Most of them are not reading German, French, English, where these ideas are circulating, but it just takes one Jew to read it and then translate it into Yiddish or even into Hebrew, and these ideas begin to circulate on Jews and they evolve. So we see big changes happening in the Enlightenment, which is the late 1700s. That's when you see the beginning of the Haskalah. We spoke about most members from last week. Let's see how it was played out politically. So, of course, in the United States, there's the typical United States kind of image to look at. It happens fairly abruptly, right? Jews were considered non-Protestant. When you talk about religion, which religion was really the problematic one for the early colonialists? Yeah, Catholics. Right? So we're running away from the papists, right? The papists, it's like the Orthodox Church tend to be really intense Protestants. And let's just recall, for those of you who may not be that familiar with Christian history, the church has a major split in the 1400s under Martin Luther, where in West Europe it was all basically one church, Catholic Church, ruled by the Pope in Rome. There were over the centuries a few dissenting movements, but basically a huge break in the 1450s when Martin Luther said, "I protest," essentially, and his protest ultimately became tens of smaller churches called Protestant. Protestant comes from that original protest. And the kinds of things they protest against the power and the supposed infallibility of the Pope in Rome, against this protest against the clergy not being allowed to marry, right? The Catholic clergy were celibate from the 13th century on. So
yes, so like Martin Luther famously said that how do we trust the Catholic Church when the Pope and his advisors and meaning like the cardinals can't even agree with each other on various things, like how do you take that as the God? If the men who are supposed to be giving over the word of God are even arguing with each other. And wasn't his main concern that we shouldn't be trusting again what the word of God is, just focus on what the Testament says?
Right, I suppose you're asking this question because you're still concentrating on this idea of humanism. Yes, you're right, because one of the things that was characteristic of Luther's movement was a push for greater control of the reality of the actual text. Meaning, hey, let's take on this big project. Let's translate the Bible into German so regular people can read it. If everybody can read it, then everyone interpret it. We're not dependent on priests to tell us what it means. So ironically, his movement was related to this overall trend of humanism from the Renaissance. So to say where we are now is the Jews were like, they're not Protestants, but they were nearly white. Right? Let's also bear in mind that in America, without a doubt, the greatest social scene is racial, not religious. Originally, there definitely was more religious content to it, but it was the post-Civil War era issues of what do we do with the former African American slaves? What do we do with them? That is, of course, an issue that resonates to the present day, even in Trump presidency is a very big deal with how do we deal with issues like affirmative action, DEI, and so on. So Jews were like almost white. But like, what does that mean, almost white? White person woman consider them white. Okay, white supremacists were not considered white, right? They were considered fake white, right? Like pretend to be white to get ahead. Same way in Europe, Jews have almost all the rights to Christian, very good. So there's still kind of like associated with Jews, and it's like quasi-racial in nature. But it's hard to deny the fact that most Ashkenazi Jews have the same external experience, especially if they're not visibly Jewish in their dress. They look like white people. So therefore, we can like sort of like grandfather them. If our main problem is with black people, then the Jews are like just a minor creature.
I mean, but if I remember, the first people to discover was Columbus and like Spanish. Yeah, those were I guess like Spanish Jews are Spartans, so when in general darker than Ashkenazi.
You are asked right, Mr. Vasilevsky. The point is that race is not really about color. It's really a social construct that more or less corresponds to, protection to a degree. Not enough to, like in my own family, I have a daughter who could easily, when people see her there, and she has the same things on mother, my grandmother. And people say to her, Hispanic? And you get that too, right? Like, it's a silly thing. But if you identify one way, you can often, quote unquote, pass. So we're not talking about like, blue Nigerians or something, where they're really obviously different. They're like under the line. And also, we weren't part of a really powerful, like, Catholic Church, push a different agenda, so we're less threatened to America. And why that means is that when they actually made rules, Jews tend to them. For my free translator. Yeah, so I said no Yiddish, please, right? Okay, what happened in America? There are limited pre-revolutionary disabilities, meaning most of the early colonies didn't have time or energy to push anti-Jewish discriminatory measures. They were too worried about like homesteading and fending off the undealers and creating a new culture. It was just too far from the center for any issues to really be carried over to the Americas. There were small issues. Some of the states preserved the Mora Judaico, the Jewish oath, and things like that, are really quite minor. In the Constitution of 1787, and clearly in the Bill of Rights of 1791, Jews got a full pass, right? So it says, we the people, right? We believe it's an it is what is the right word? Thank you so much, Mr. Willis. I just got this 2 months ago now. I forgot, right? So generally, right that people want life, liberty, and happiness, pursuit of happiness. So why should we want this? Because also, not for midnight. I already have my passport. But these are kind of different. All men are created equal. That's a different word, right, Jeff? All men are created equal. It's true they didn't actually mean it, because they didn't mean African American men at the time, but Jews sort of squeezed in under there. So we didn't have such a big deal in America. So it's not like we were formally emancipated. We just never got around to discriminating against us. And by the time they put stuff into law, In some places, you still have issues like in New Hampshire from 1877. There was still a ban on the Jewish oath. You have some issues in Pennsylvania of a different nature, but basically in America, this is an unusual country, the usual experiment, and Jews benefited from it. Where we're going to focus today, really important, is in France. England, I will mention very quickly, though, you had an unusual kind of situation because Jews really made huge progress in England, which was a Protestant country. Remember, King Henry VIII was unhappy with the status of British Catholic divorce law, and so therefore he essentially said, we're going to create a new religion here. We're going to call it the Anglican Church, the English Church, and it will be basically the same as Catholic, except with divorce, right? And that was useful for him. Catholics do not recognize divorce. They do recognize something called annulment, which in the Gemara would use the basis in rabbinical kedushin, for example. I don't want to say it's the same thing because I don't really know anything about Catholicism, but there is such a concept of annulling a marriage from the beginning, ab initio. So that's what the English church did. And that meant that it was not nearly as rigid as the Catholic Church. Jews would be Jews. However, Jews were technically, you recall, not formally admitted to it. They sort of slipped in under the line when Oliver Cromwell basically declined to continue banning Jews from England and simply ignored their presence there, and their population grew unexpectedly. So there you have a situation where Jews are advancing in terms of their wealth, their social standing, and so on, even though they don't have full legal authority. So, for example, David Solomon elected the Sheriff of London in 1835, and there were several figures like him. He was denied his potential because he would not take the oath as a true Christian, which was a required oath. So yeah, until eventually Rothschild came to the parliament, they eventually changed the law. We don't have the same kind of rigid changes, rapid changes will happen in France. So social change in this case, Jews already basically finding their place, that creates a real change. But we got to focus on France, because France, here's France. England, which sort of, like America, which sort of like, was so far away, peripheral to the center of what was happening in society and culture. And unlike England, where Jews sort of grew into an ambition, can happen as a dramatic break. Right? France, right in the center of Europe, goes from being an absolute monarchy, which is a technical term, meaning the king of France is in control of everything on a totalitarian level. Theoretically, you'll recall what one of the kings, I think it was the Roi Soleil, the Sun King, once said, after what is getting after the flood, meaning like nothing will be applicable after me. I'm the entire universe. In fact, he once said that the state, that's me, doing what I want. If I wake up in the morning and I want everyone to wear purple, I could pass the decree, everyone has to wear purple. Same with that. Because it's kind of like that absolute monarchy kind of model. They're not necessarily, unless this is the way they tell that. Huge greatness. 1999, massive turn of society. They end up passing this particular document, Déclaration des droits de l'homme et du citoyen, the Declaration of Man and of Citizen. These phrases are gendered. So a woman named Marie Gouge said, wait a minute, this also includes women and female citizens, right? Not just men and male citizens. And they said, no. We really need it. Just men and male citizens. Later on, I'd have to deal with that, but it kind of like influenced very much by what was going on in the United States. That's why the United States had a very close relationship, established a gift from France, and they essentially created this declaration, which was very Jeffersonian tone, that French men are equal. So the Jews said, that's us too, right? And they said, wait, hang on. That's not necessarily what we had in mind. It's true, you are living here in France and you are a man, but we're not quite ready to say you are equal to the rest of us. So here you had a case where the law was changed before society was ready for it. They made a rule, all French are equal, and then what ends up happening, the distinction between Sparta and Ashkenazi. In the Sephardi class brothers are much more than we look today. But basically, when you look at the map of France, there are two very different populations, and they're usually different size too. Up here in the northeast is our home, right? The Ashkenazi, our class. We come from here, this class. We're all living up here in the region near Lorraine, in the old Germany, culture, very active, things like that. These are giving high creation, dressed differently, religiously much more to the right, popular way up here. These are the Jews that the French were prepared to accept. It's totally different from everybody else. On the other hand, way down here on the border with Spain, you have all of these descendants of Spanish, Portuguese, especially Jews, who fled to Spain as Christians. Remember, they were forcibly to become Christian, and so they settled here in the 1500s. And in the 1600s, and by the time you get to the early 1700s, they're beginning to become much more wealthy, much more powerful. And they start asserting their original Jewish identity, coming back to their Jewish identity, like 200 years that submerged in France. And they start saying, hey, us too, for sure, we should be recognized as citizens. What ends up happening in France is kind of interesting here that the Sephardic Jews, controversy, they're prepared to cut loose those Ashkenazi Jews. And they start arguing, you give us equal rights because we're French. We speak French. Well, we speak. We dress like Frenchmen. So I insistent on pastors and Shabbos and stuff like that. Compared to those crazy Ashkenazim, should give us citizenship. In 1990, they give the Sephardic Jews equal rights. And then a year later, they also the Ashkenazi Jews. They couldn't figure out a way around it, also became equal citizens. Now, that's not the end of the story, but let's pause and see if anyone has any questions. They went through a lot of history all the time. What's the excellent. So the primary difference between a citizen, I don't want to say a non-citizen, a pre-modern member of society is whether the state will be as an individual or as part of a group. In pre-modern society, before the people were citizens of the country, you would fit into a larger caste, either the caste of the Jews, and so you're subject to all the restrictions and work of being Jewish, as distinct from the peasants. The peasants had different restrictions, different privileges, different responsibilities. For the clergy or in the village, you had no freedom to kind of break out of unless you were able to join, like for example, by converting and becoming a member of the clergy. Excellent question. Emancipation is positives and negatives, right? And within the term emancipation, try to understand it. It's a term we borrowed from American history. It was used with the Emancipation Proclamation, which refers to the freeing of the slaves. That's not exactly what's going on here. Jews were not enslaved. They were restricted by their communal rights because that's the way the state dealt with them. You had to belong to this to be left. You had to pay taxes to the left. You had to do what they said. Go up for mincha every day, or you'll get flogged. You do that. That was the way you had to deal with society. There was no like I refuse to affiliate. I'm gonna like hang out like a Christian. Can't do that. So term emancipation is somewhat incorrect. But sides are these are emancipated, they're citizens. They can change their residence anywhere they want. And once they buy a property, they can't lose it. They're protected by the rights of every other citizen. They can enter higher education. They can pursue any kind of occupation they want. They're not bound by whatever rules apply to the group that society sets for them. So those are big pluses. The negatives are, in particular, losers, is that they can no longer have the power to enforce conformity. They can no longer have the power to keep Jews together and to further away from assembly. That's the danger. Yes, Mr. Caliente? How long does it take for us to legally Mr. Parenti, you're asking a brilliant. How long did it take for society to fully integrate the Jews? So let's assume we're talking about France. How long do you think it took? Mr. Rubin, you're smiling. You must have an answer. What do you think? Didn't it? Didn't. Yeah, maybe it didn't happen. Right? Case in point. Right. Excellent. Another case in point. Oh, yes, right? The anti-Semitism of France today is like fine. There are people who are fleeing France left and right. Okay, the Holocaust? You know, it's true. If you visit France, every single French person you meet will tell you their parents were part of the resistance. It's remarkable that the Germans were able to hold a lot of territory when every single French person was a member of the resistance. But no, there is a good argument to say they never did. You can say it's working in America. You know, even though we have benefited phenomenally, one might say that you know what this problem never ended. We're still dealing with the same problem. As social acceptance are than legal is. And I think in America, African Americans are still very much struggling with these challenges. You know, and they've got lots of laws, civil rights, and all kinds of things that support them and still. So these are the young lecturers still dealing with problems. Let me finish the story though, because it's kind of a bizarre, interesting story. So fast forward for 25 years, Napoleon is now in charge. This revolution in France did not go smoothly. You had like pendulums shifting between radicalism and back to conservatism as they try to work through this from the king to a democratic system. From the Northeast, go complain to Napoleon, saying Napoleon is going back. The Jews are just taking over. They are creating monopolies. They are undercutting non-Jewish businesses. They're finding all kinds of ways that they're succeeding and we're not. Jews were obviously able to take advantage of the opportunities that emancipation afforded them, and they just shot ahead like a spring that's like wound really tightly when they suddenly have the opportunity. They just explode with creativity and innovation and things like that. And they're also used to like taking advantage of their organizational closeness to be able to collaborate and to benefit themselves, not necessarily to the benefit of society as a whole, but certainly to their own benefit. So they complain to Napoleon, we're being run out of business because the Jews are doing things so much cheaper, faster than we can. They're like the Walmart of Alsace-Lorraine, we can't compete with them. So Napoleon says, well, maybe we should rethink this. How can we ask Jews how they feel about being French? Who do we ask? Who's in charge of the Jews? They say, well, they don't actually have a central body, but they used to have this thing called the Sanhedrin, right, in ancient times. And there's a court of 70 judges. They would decide all important things. So we said, oh, no problem, let us bring back the Sanhedrin. And with a typically Napoleonic kind of move, he gathers together representatives from all over the Napoleonic Wars, which include not only France this time, but Austria, Italy, so on. He brings them all into Paris to say, guys, I have some really important questions for you that will have a lot to say about how you relate to France. The Sanhedrin comes together in 1806. This was his head. He was actually a very well-known Talmud Chacham, Rabbi David Sinheim. You see, he has this amazing hat. I would love to have a hat like this. It was apparently crafted for him in to honor the Sanhedrin, and the two dromedary humps there are supposed to represent the two tablets of the law, named Book of Three. Anyway, it is definitely a very cool look. But he heads up this resistance made up of Jews really all across the spectrum. A lot of them are masculine, a lot of them are not shomer Torah or mitzvot. They want to very, very invested in the and Napoleon speaks to them and he says, I got 12 questions for you. This was not actually the Sanhedrin. It was his predecessor, which was the Assembly of Notables. But here are the 12 questions that he asked. By looking at the questions, you can probably imagine the answers. Here you go. Question number 1. Are Jews allowed to practice polygamy? Allowed to have more than one wife? Thank you, Mr. Vlad. You are correct. They are not. But only since the ban of rabbinic care, right? But still, why would he care about polygamy of all things? So why is that his first ruling?
And we're very when signing up starting polygamy and therefore maybe like what in America.
Okay, question. There are other groups and so on. But is that really, is this a big deal? I'm worried about Mormons relating trans.
Well, on American education reform, they ask your women like also.
Okay, but they're in America, it's more of a reasonable thing. Silver, what do you think? Guys, you gotta get too loud in the back. People have the classes.
This is just to keep track of the multiple lives and that's been happening.
Right, good. So population growth is an important question for him. Like, how big is this problem going to get anyways? You guys, and by the way, Napoleon, of course, he's read the Bible, like all educated people, not people today. But so I see that Abraham, Isaac, well not Isaac, but Jacob, you have like multiple wives. So you're doing that now. I'm concerned about population growth. I'm also concerned about how you will just generally with our society, because actually, like sort of their polygamous society and monogamous society together, how far apart are they from us? Secondly, related to divorce. It also has implications with population growth, relationship with one of the big in French Catholicism, which no problem with, because technically the movement, are Jews able to honor divorce law? And of course, we're good at that. We invented divorce. Here's important. Can you guys marry non-Jews? No, you guys marry non-Jews. Why does he want to know this? More for him. More for him? What do you mean by that, Mr. Then what's going to happen to the Jewish people? Exactly. Very good. He wants to see how big is this problem, how long is this problem going to exist. If you guys can intermarry, then okay, I assume that over a few generations, French Jews will disappear because they'll just marry, so many more French women who could marry Jewish men, and eventually the problem will go away. Go ahead and answer this. What do you mean, yes, you can? Okay. Did you see the picture? Yes, why would you say yeah? Well, he's actually, it's a good argument. Actually, he did actually survive an attack by the revolutionaries later. But they answered in a most smarmy kind of prevaricating way, essentially saying, well, technically, we don't encourage it, but, if it happens, we somehow bring it up. Which is essentially essentially the same answer that you could say today about a lot of that. Like, they don't want to say I like Napoleon instead of Bolton, verbatim. They don't want to say that to Napoleon because they know it's not the answer here. But they say to him that, look at the time, and they kind of like sort of hope to distract him with it. They don't want to say an outright check or an outright lie that Jews are not fit to marry. But they want to say, there's so much you can do and things happen, and they got passed. He went on with question 4. Right? This is now where it gets important. Do you guys consider yourselves to be truly French, or do you consider yourselves to be foreigners in French society? What's the implication of this question? This is really the money question. It's really what we can know. Mr. Blackwood. Very good. Going to rebellion, especially because France had a war with Germany just about once every 30 years. We're a little overdue right now. You guys speak Yiddish, and you sound and look a lot like those Jews on the other side of the German border. Are you going to join those guys and face us? Or are you going to defend France? So that's really the money question. Everything else kind of like flows from it. I don't think we have a minute of this meeting which will cut out more. We will defend France to the very death. Right? This is also important. Who appoints the rabbis, and do rabbis have sort of the way here? Do rabbis have police? Napoleon on Nolan. Yeah, just want to make a or even less than that. What if we constitute a state within the state? What happens if, how much power do you guys have to regulate yourself? You are a completely voluntary movement. It's just like joining a knitting club. Right? Everybody in this club likes to knit. You get together on what colors you're going to knit, what patterns you're going to knit, who's going to be the lead knitter, who's going to be the second knitter. That's all fine. I don't care. You can do whatever you want. But when you force people to knit certain things, you're not out of the you introduce you out of the club. Then Napoleon is free. He doesn't want to have a rival for his force. Do we have to establish? Next from the five, that there is no double standard for, and again, philosophically, there's definitely on a good ground for this. It is, it's forbidden to steal from a non-Jewish, forbidden to lie to non-Jews, but this is not a hard one to answer. They know what Napoleon wants to hear. They do not, he does not, they wants to get a learned Talmudic discussion of the crazy exceptions to the rule. But the basic bottom line is you have to be a mensch all the time. You have to tell the truth, things like that. Good question. Can you guys pursue any occupation? Because I'm really concerned, says Napoleon, that so many of you are in finance. I'd love to see more of you, like, let's say, become winemakers or food keepers or things like that. And usury in particular, because money are money lenders, right? And money lending, especially small money lending, you speak on that to us. Are you prohibited to charge interest? Basically, this unhindered answers all of these questions exactly what I wanted to hear. And so Napoleon says, fine, you guys are emancipated. I confirm everything that was decided back in 1790 and 791. Jews are equal French citizens. I'm going to impose a few small anti-Semitic rules just for you guys to keep you in place, so towards the direction I want, but essentially that confirms it. Now, one of the things that they do also in France, which is different from what they've done in America and elsewhere, not that unrelated to what they did in England, is he said, okay, I want to take over your synagogue synagogues, the same way we run the Catholic Church and the Protestant churches here in France, where all synagogues have to belong to a single organization called the Consistoire. There's a chief rabbi, and all their salaries come from tax dollars from the state. Unlike in America, where they try to have a complete separation of the state, in France, they regulate, along with other religions, that every religion considered legitimate, and you have to have a certain number of people to support the religion. So then the state will give a certain amount of tax dollars to keep it running. But that also means the state has to say, and who gets to be the rabbi, and that also has an impact on Jewish authority. But this is a corporate existence for Jews in France, and it will just spread throughout the rest of Europe over the next century. This is a coin I think I showed you a few weeks ago. Right? This is a medallion held by Jews in gratitude for the establishment of the Great Revolution. On the left, it says Napoleon, Emperor, and King. We love it. Over here, amazing, incredibly obscure image that shows Napoleon here and all this giving the 10 Commandments to genuflecting Moses. Just to say, oh, great King, thank you so much for giving us this people, which is equal in our mind to receiving the 10 Commandments. That was not a joke. It was just how enthusiastic the emancipatory Jewish were in France to see this happen. I forgot the name of the rock. Please remind me. Mr. Sperling. This was produced by Jews. Right, so it is the constitute of foreign life. So kind of making what else can you say about it, right? Like, if this is supposed to be Moses, who is this? Right, I'll put that one. Emancipation wasn't both for Jews at the time. They thought it was so great. Yeah, I mean, guys, don't Rabbi Gerald Wine like they should never confuse Jews with Judaism. Not what Judaism told them. I don't think so. Yeah, that's a great thing to say. That's why I chose you, right? But I want you guys to appreciate, oh my gosh, you know, people were so many people were so desperate for emancipation that they do things like this. It shows how far down they were. Okay, so let's go right now. Now, we went crazy after that. It's also remember that the French Revolution went on, and there were a lot of other things that happened during the time that we're not going to cover here, but point out to you that it wasn't era when France, it took them really about 50 years before the revolution finally calmed down. You had this pendulum effect between conservatism, called reaction, and radicalism. And you had things like went so far, like here, for example, you have a clock, but in the revolution era, they actually tried to change time itself. You see anything unusual about this particular clock space from the revolution era? No, break that up. Just transferring it. Thank you for correcting. It has only 10 hours in it. Right? They said, what do we have to crazy Sumerian system of 12 hours, 60 minutes, right? Let's take every 100 minutes, right? Good metric system. Let's make it 20 hours, right? 10 hours of daylight, 10 hours of dark. Let's run it like this. And they actually switched to a 10-month year, which meant that they had to have also a 10-day week, which was hugely problematic for Jews because all of a sudden Shabbos could fall on like day 4. And the regime actually attempted to force Jews only observe the Sabbath on day 10. It could be, Thursday. And this, Jews would evolve all kinds of like sneaky ways to try and keep Shabbos when it was not the 10th day. Luckily, this did not very long, but it was a crazy day. Period of time. Eventually, come down. 24. So that clock has a 12 hours or 12 hours. I think there's two 12 hours. Like on top of it, I'll be full time with the blue time. I believe. Okay. I'm not going to do the modern things on the side there because I'll get to 1881 first. If you permit. Let's talk about it. So now we want to go to another hugely important era. Building. I want to move a little bit. So far, we've talked about France was sort of leading edge. So now we got to go to Russia, which, unlike France, had by far the largest chunk of Jewish population in the world. The bulk of world Jews, probably about 3/5 of world Jewry was located in Eastern Europe by the time we get to 1900, and they're overwhelmingly Ashkenazi. Sephardi Jews are a much smaller proportion of Jewry at that time. We talked in the previous class about how Jews got there. I'm going to pass all this stuff. They used this in a different context. And we're going to jump ahead to, here we go. So everything happens in the 1880s. There is, in 1881, the ruler of Russia, which has not gone through any of this emancipation stuff. There were some changes in the rule of how Jews under Catherine the Great in the 1760s, but especially she took over Poland in the 1770s. But basically, Jews were still living in a pre-modern existence in Russia right until 1917. So this idea of Jews dealt with as a group is something that reserved well into the 20th century before Russia. And then this man, Tsar Alexander II, was assassinated in an attack on his marriage, and that represented a massive political upheaval in Russia. From the Jewish perspective, what was between 1881 and 1884, there was a wave of small-scale attacks on little Jewish villages throughout the region where Jews were allowed to live, tale of settlement. And these attacks, you already heard the years, like 3 years of these attacks. Many of these communities attacked multiple times, essentially said to the Jewish population there that Russia is not able or interested in protecting its Jewish citizens. And this is like an important principle in Jewish history. You worry about anti-Semitism from the right, you worry about anti-Semitism from the left. The worst enemy is anarchy. Jews fear anarchy more than anything else because anarchy represents the breakdown of law, and since we are a minority, we are defenseless when there's no strong government. If the government is mildly anti-Semitic, mildly discriminatory, that's actually way better than a government that has no power at all. So that's what's essentially happening in Russia at this time. You wake up and say, oh my gosh, this country cannot protect us as the members of society. And so they turn to 5 new ideas for how they're going to deal with safety business. I want to show you these interesting charts. This is a great study. These people here, they're in North South Florida psychology and studying. I do a lot of I love this kind of research. This is a study of the pogrom waves of Eastern Europe, particularly the Russian Empire. You see that this is just the number of pogroms, not the violence, but they actually have far more violence in the revolutionary period. Like the number of people killed per pogrom is much larger. But it's huge number in 1881, huge number here in 1903, 1905, and then a smaller absolute number but actually then is more accepted because the brutality is much stricter found in the revolutionary era of 1917, 1921. I will point out, by the way, that these numbers compared to the Holocaust are tiny. Right? The scale of these acts, we have 200 pogroms here, right? But we have 6 million dead in the Holocaust. So, these used to be, people thought it was like the end of the world that they were treated in 1919, but that's only because we didn't know what 1939 was. Okay, so when you look at the number of pogroms and what these scholars related them with crop failure, the years when there were bad crops. There is a correlation, but it's not a necessary cause. There are many years when you had crop failures, but no pogroms. Then they do the same thing with political turmoil. There's no question there was political turmoil when the pogroms happened, but if you combine both of those, what are the years when you had crop failures, political turmoil, and that correlates a 1-to-1 ratio with pogroms. In other words, really bad for Jews when there is political, combined, and economic death. Is scary, right? Let's hope that politics in Washington stabilize, and let's hope that not go into a recession. Bad things for Jews when they come back. One of the other examples, like Bonnie said, I believe that very much. Right. They say about African Americans that when the American economy has a cold, African Americans get the flu or pneumonia. Right? And I think we say the same thing about this here too. That it is bad for Americans because of political turmoil and economic downturn versus reviews. Also, there was like I know the top, but I also see you guys, the top source. I also it's a piece of well, and they did have economic downturn, but it ended up so much worse for Jews in Germany. Put a pin in that figure question because we're going to talk in much more detail about the Holocaust. Let's look at the 5 national strategies. This is what I really wanted to get to yet. Okay, here we go. This is the part that you really have to show up in person to get. So once Jews realized that Russia would not or could not protect them, Jews decided en masse to do something different. And they decided in a very big way on one of 5 basic strategies to deal. Those strategies that I mentioned at the beginning of the hour are things we're still figuring out today. Into the political movements that do all of these 5 strategies. Okay, let's see what they are. First one, segregation. This is the older strategy. Tried and true Jewish strategy, as we discussed before, the three strategy. This is a three-part, and Jews left the Russian Empire in growth. This map shows you how many Jews left the tail of settlements here in red between 1881 and 17, when the Tsarist government fell. 1.7 million Jews came to the United States, constituting about 7 to 10 American Jews today. Chances are, just for fun, how many of your ancestors, how many of you have ancestors who were included in this big migration to the States? Yeah, we're looking at about 6 out of 10 in this room here. I myself am part of this enlightened group because all my ancestors went to Canada because they had much better health insurance, but that was a joke. There was actually, you can't, my phone's not picking up, but there's like thunderous laughter at this point. But Jews said, okay, Russia's not working out. The Jews have been doing this for centuries upon centuries. The environment is negative, they will actually report themselves. What is different about this particular migration is that unlike previous migration, it's huge and perhaps more significant. It was flying in the face of a lot of rabbinic opinion. Many great rabbis said, do not go to America. It's not, it was betrayed from Medina. It's a non-kosher land. You're not going to be able to find schools. You're not going to be able to find any Chinese restaurants. You go to America, but the Jews left never got less. Studies of the age of it, whether they're married, things like that, indicate many of the Jews who came here in this great movement were actually rebels. They were like refusing to go along with it. Mr. Vasilevsky.
I know they all the way it's like pretty something whether to the side of the way
Basically, there are a few places where we should recall it. Borders very different in the beginning at the end of the 19th century, beginning of the 20th century. Borders were far more permeable than they are even today. And this was a time when America was actually inviting people to come to its shores, labor shortages. The Industrial Revolution in America was just needing people to work the plants and to plow the fields and to lay down the railroad tracks. And so all these people save up enough money for a passage, one-way passage from Hamburg or from England, and they made their way across. And they came and just refugees and it worked. You follow that question?
Or I noticed they kind of like went all the way down to Africa and they just skipped like the entire
it's no question. I mean, they're not exactly random, but for a lot of these conversations. In the case of South Africa, the reason is because of that is very common where people in a place where there's someone from their place is already gone. So you say, well, I the guy named Bush Iron that, his brother, I worked with him in a sawmill. So I'm going to go really met him, but it comes from my house. So I'm going to go set up with. And this is where a lot of South Africa before South African was coming in the first place, gold mines, things like that. But so a lot of this South Africa.
Why not these other untouched?
There's not a lot of migration to Asia. There will be a huge amount in World War II when Jews had their way out to the West and their way to Uzbekistan, things like that. But that's a fleeing Nazis. Choosing to emigrate, which is very different from being a refugee, is talk about self-emigrate. How much good is there in the theory that the reason that you came out of the Holocaust more religious, they are because they don't care. There's a lot of value to that. It's not a theory, really. It's an important observation. They don't care that. Regards like the differences, right? The Jews who came at this time, they were choosing to emigrate, frequently disobeying their rabbis, frequently disobeying their parents, and they're saying, you know, I don't care, I set up my own, I'm going to go to America, and I will remake myself. And you know what? I am open to everything that is. I'm going to learn English. I'm going to become totally American. That was very a phenomenon associated with this immigrant period. And after World War II, these are Jews who wanted to stay in Poland. Why would they? Why would they? I can understand you guys might be like social media and your laptops on stuff. But play a video and sounds will be very odd. All right, sorry, Mr. Craig. I'm able to go back to this place. Exactly. I'm talking about their post-war II. Right? Yeah, post-World War II. I mean, they come back to their towns in Poland. It's devastated. There's nobody there they know. They're encountering active hostility from the Poles, there's deaths from home and elsewhere. And they're saying, well, that's it. I'm leaving. So when they come to America, they're refugees. They're angry about how they're not choosing America. America's forced fund. So they come here and they say, you know what? I'm not going to make myself American myself. I'm going to recreate what I imagine the shepherds could have been here in Muncie or in Lakewood and places like that. And they had a few things. The more follow-up question is what about the enlightenment views of the time who say Europe because they thought be so great for them no matter what? For those people, I think not much of either. Yeah, I think it's a portion of those enlightenment, largely because most of them were killed. And those that did make it, they had a much harder time perpetrating their Jewish identity. We live in an orphan generation. I mean, we are like my parents are all both born and raised in Canada, so they weren't so directly, but you know, we're cut off from a massive number of Jews in their position. It's amazing that we can do anything. It's amazing that we have any kind of continuity. Mr. Abbott,
so I understand about enlightenment. I know that one of the two main reports that immigrated, immigrated to, other than New York or Alabama was actually Galveston, Texas. And I know that many of the Jews who did immigrate to Galveston did settle there and make communities in Texas. And they were, by and large, like reform communities, so traditionally, which definitely is much more of, like I said, towards enlightening than the Shetsville of the East Coast. Right. So there definitely were lots of refugees who came to America and did settle and continue.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, we have today talking about leaving Russia, but we have post-war. You're right. That's a good point. Okay, let's go on. Now, strategy number one, right? Integration. This is strategy is the most traditional strategy. Another one, socialism. Now, we don't have research to really delve into what is socialism. Basically, this political economic movement largely heralded by a baptized Jew named Karl Marx and his colleague Friedrich Engels that are a complete change to the way that we organize society. Very much against capitalism, which is the market economy that is the American economy. They wanted to have the control handed over to the people of large. So I'm not going to go into details of what it is, but what it does mean is a fundamental reversal of basic economic structures in society. Rather than let's change Russia to be more friendly to its among the most important of this man, Leon Bronstein, known by his name Leon Trotsky, and he was a major radical revolutionary, influential in the early communist period. Arrest before the revolution. Lesser known things about the empires that were almost impossible to get a decent hair anywhere from the entire empire to get a hard. Yeah, but he would end up becoming an incredible general. He was the leader of the army, amazing when it time. But again, many of the economists by the time said, not only will we change the world, the economy, but also going to change ourselves to fit with a larger Marxist idea, which was very much anti-religious. And this was a principal idea of the communist movement. And so many of the Jews would say things like, Rosa Luxemburg would say, I'm not a Jew, I am a social democrat. And a social democrat is for a communist. And so this is the second major strategy is let's not just leave Russia, let us change Russia. So at this point, I'm just going to on Wednesday, but just to keep you know, just to not do a cliffhanger. The third one is Zionism, and the idea of we're going to change everything. Well, we're going to change it in Israel. There's something called diaspora nationalism, which actually have had a very big impact in America. The idea of creating a Jewish society in the diaspora. And the fifth one is a term I invented, which is basically like the Buddhist Israel and the movement. Really depends on this particular strategy. These are the 5 strategies. And as I said at the beginning of the lecture, if you have a Jewish friend who is politically active, you is probably based on these 5 stratifying himself. Okay, folks, Wednesday we'll return, we'll finish up this discussion for learning.
I'll tell you, not crazy. Do how many cars do you build in here? So what happens, like, people buy a ticket, and that ticket doing a TRX now is already winner gets that and $10,000
All right, we have some great things. This is the material that's going to change your life. But when you understand this, you will know everything that is important about life. And Judaism, yeah. No, I say it has to be from. It has to be a reality about how do we get to the. I mean, history. One of the cool things about history is like really about how did we get place. You know, like driving along some kind of country road, and all of a sudden you look up and say, "What is this place?" But if you had, you know, a map or map is like a very large piece of paper that geographically represents what's on your screen and GPS. Now I know how I got here, and it explains why I messed up in this way or that way and things like that. So we're going to start discussing about Haskalah, and hope today we'll start the curriculum related. The term Haskalah is from the Hebrew words of scale, which means like to grow intelligent. Right? We call me long guy who's healthy. From all my teachers, I gained wisdom. That's the Haskalah. And it's a translation, very important European term, a German term, Aufklärung, which means enlightenment. Enlightenment is a good translation. Aufklärung, to make things clearer because we now have light. Aufklärung as a movement predated the Haskalah by about 100 years. This is like an intellectual wave of ideas that washed over Europe, and it caught up with the Jews eventually, and the Jews started really loving it. The kinds of ideas that are in the Alfero include the sovereignty, like the king gets to be in charge of all of us. We should be loved, right? So America, for example, is one of the great enlightenment experiments in their sovereignty. The shift veracity from revealed text to scientific inquiry. Really important things that I said it well, just off the top of the up. What do I mean by that? If you wanted to know what's true in the year 600, you would go ask your priest, your imam, your rabbi, they would was true, because that's the address for truth. Go to my rabbi for what is true. I might still go to my rabbi for what is true. The Enlightenment, the Alfero, Haskalah, shifted that away from, oh, maybe the rabbi, the imam, the priest is not so accurate all the time. Newton, people like that, all of a sudden they're demonstrating things with hypotheses and experiments. Maybe that's where it is. So it built on the early scientific revolution, big way. There's changes in politics, changes to find out if something is true. And that obviously, in particular, leads to decline in all religiosity. But of course, we are still on that slope downward. There will be occasional revivals, Europe-wide, North America-wide, from time to time, for various reasons, when they explore some of them. Since the Enlightenment, Western world has been a downward slope when it comes to human.
Do we know why the first time that people started making themselves, or that person started, people on the year?
We have been thinking for a very long time. Just that we've decided, thinking out of the human race, we can sort of use a different set of variables. It's from
that question, some things for yourself.
No question. Those things happened a long time ago. Those certainly all the way back in our tradition to, at the very least, the Mishnah. It goes all the way back in the Greek to the three sophists, meaning guys like Plato, Aristotle, guys like that. That's the question. The question is, data sets do you use to question things? We use data sets to say we've got this amazing source of truth. The Torah, here it is, it was revealed to us. That's with my love, that God gave us this document. So of course that's where we're going to go for our truth. In the Enlightenment, people begin to say, well, how do you know it was revealed? If people lose confidence in the answers, they start saying a little bit, what is that about That's more like a base. It definitely is a snowball effect. Like when one person gets an idea and spreads it around, that picks up energy and steam and spits off to another person. And even if the first person who had the idea had a very close pre-modern use, it nevertheless has a close supplement. One example, famously with Cartesian graphs, which you know, it's right from your map card. René Descartes, religious thinker, Catholic, he says, I'm having trouble with all of these ideas circulating, and I'm having trouble with reconciling them. So he sits down and he can the first of what he calls 6 meditations. 6 deep meditations is what we're all about. The first one says, how do I know it? Maybe I am dreaming this. Right? You ever have that thought where you think, how do I know that maybe I am actually dreaming like this? I know you guys probably watch Star Trek, which is one of the great cultural achievements of the 20th century. But there's a great episode where they have these brains floating in glass speakers, and they imagine an entire world in their brain. It's like anyway, I shouldn't do say that in class. I know I'm recording it too. But he says, the world exists. How do I dream this? How do I know that some people not making me think I exist? He says, well, I do know this. Either the world exists the way I perceive it, or I am dreaming the world exists, or genius is making me think the world exists. All those 3 things are possible. There's no other possible logical inference. But in each one of those, one thing is common. Mr. Silver? No, it could be I exist next to it. And that's the famous phrase, cogito ergo, right? Not really I think, I perceive, therefore I am. And he says, wow, that's it. I have now my first truth. This is the fulcrum upon which I will shift the universe because I know this is true. I don't know if this fable is real. I don't know if I'm dreaming, but I do know I exist. Because the impossible for me not to exist. And from there he went on to say, how do I know that the world exists? How do God exist? How do I know it? And all those things he saw directly. Just asking a question is correct. Just suggesting maybe the world doesn't exist. Maybe the things that we cherish do not exist. It's like you're in a loving marriage, you say, no, you don't really love God. Don't ask that question. Don't ask that question. So you start asking that question. You are already. Don't ask that question. You either do or you don't. You will feel it or you don't. So don't start questioning it. If you poke at it, you might find out it's not quite as good. Oh my gosh, marital advice too. Unsolicited. Let's go to that stuff. Mr. Abrams, then we gotta go. Better to be there. That's a good question. Shlomo Hamelech has much knowledge, comes much pain. Better sometimes not to know. Like saying in English, you don't want to know how this is made. Questions? Yeah, I think that's the like say. Yeah, okay, that's true. Let's guys, you're getting out copy. You don't want to get out copy. That's okay. This is so cool. This is Sarara, I believe. 57. 1570. Earthquake in Ferrara. This is like a period wood demonstrating the earthquake. Ferrara is a town in northern Italy. It was the Ramsar in interesting history. Earthquake in 1570 flattens the town. Everybody, they cross the river, they live for 6 weeks in the whole population of the town, including among them is a guy named Zaria Del Rossi, Jewish guy. He's sort of like an unprofessional academic who makes his living as a proofreader. Right? This is in the early years of printing, so he's reading a lot because he's comparing manuscripts to the printed page, stuff like that. But he's not like a professor. I think he's a curious guy, and he's read a lot of books. He goes out into the field Ferrara, and everybody is out there. And he finds that his captain, his tent, happens to be really close to a whole bunch of Christian monks, where their monastery fell. And so they're hanging out there. Nothing to do all day except, wait for the outside. So they start talking, so to speak, and all kinds of cool things about Christianity. And he tells them all kinds of things about Judaism that is a document that discusses the writing of the Targum Shiva, that he learns all about it. And he says, hey, we got that whole thing too. And it's like, it was a real mark. So after this is all over, he sort of has this brilliant insight. He says, you know what? Those monks are pretty cool. I actually really enjoy. Do not want to be a monk. I meant, for example, if you're celibate, that's really not for me. He loves all this stuff that they say about, reality and truth, and we have great conversations. So he leans into the Rambam statement that you should accept truth from anyone who says it. He's a Christian monk who clearly is based on the stories of the earth. And he ends up writing a real Meor Einayim. Don't be confused, because that has been used by many other authors as well for very different books. The book of Haskalah, or maybe I should say that differently. The Haskalah basically some appears in Judaism in the late 18th century, but the Meor Einayim is kind of like foundational work that eventually to the Haskalah. It's writing on, I think Mr. Schitz, who was actually taking this remotely, is writing on a book that received lots of Haskamos, and then the Haskamos who read it later yanked because people felt that it might have ugly courses in it, controversial books like that. The Meor Einayim at first read lots of Haskamos, including about Yosef Karo, author of the Shulchan Aruch. and then it got pulled afterwards, saying, no, I didn't know this particular book. The stuff that everybody was, we were a big chap on the history of earthquakes, and that's cool, because there are earthquakes in Tanakh, we don't know a lot about them, that's what affected him in Ferrara, but then the author started writing about other things that went further afield to much people. But it's the idea, the Haskalah idea stuff from non-Torah sources. That's a controversial idea. You guys should realize that you're in a college, right? You are also the inheritor of some level of this. It's not a college like Columbia, thank God, but it is nevertheless a college, and we are scientific inquiry, using the modern tools of inquiry that, it's not traditional movement.
So considering the schooling associate temple in the day, like however,
Yep.
how is it divided towards the support on others? It sounds like everyone thinks the them, and everyone else was neutral, or but everyone kind of opposed him. So
no, not everyone famous opposed him. Many famous people opposed him, but it's like the internet. I don't remember offhand. Just Google it, but it's internet. It's hard to hold back ideas. They start circulating, especially if they're accessible. You go through it. Start being accessible, people start reading them. There are a lot of books like that come out over the next few centuries that are like, and people think, well, this is fantastic, great, and then later someone picks up and says, wait a sec, this is not exactly what we want to say, and it becomes, but it doesn't come up the right away typically. Mr. Loicky, and then Mr. Flynn. Yeah, exactly. Maimonides reading Aristotle? Right.
it's not like the first person who thinks like that.
Correct. He's the first person, well, he's quoting wrong, but he's the first person to say, we can learn about it, and I learned it, by the way, from Christian monks that I was camped outside of for 6 weeks, right? It's like a church sort, even like a pagan sort. So he was one of the popularized it. And again, the Rambam's writing manuscript, expensive, hard to attain. He's writing in print, like the internet. Everybody's got it. It's really hard to control, like Instagram. Mr. Tillman.
I'm assuming you wanted, using any of the later Haskalah ideas like in the mitzvah. So what is your brain stuff?
Well, more of a deep dive into that, but a lot of his issues had to do with and how we should reconcile passages in the Bible with 16th century science. That's probably where he got into the most trouble. It's in translated into English. I think we have a copy in the dangerous literature section of the. But it's worth looking at. Another big issue for the Haskalah, we have not discussed in great detail here, but a couple of you have been in my Jewish history class. The Portuguese diaspora. The Portuguese Jews were called by Cecil Locke, one of the greatest historians of the last century, the first modern Jew. And by modern, he meant Jews who have totally different outlook on life and are really prepared to engage in code switching, to identity switching, and to borrow from the secular world without the reason being that the Sephardic Jews, the Spanish Jews who were expelled in 1490, converted in late 96, early 1400, and then they experienced the Portuguese Inquisition. Only afterwards were they able to get out of Portugal and start communities throughout Europe. Jews were also Christian, meaning they were forced to become Christian, not Christian, driver's license. They could go wherever they want, they could go to universities, they could take any job they want, they could take any job, profession they want, they could anywhere they want, they were Christians, and they were employed their countries to become Jewish ones at the time. And so they had an allergy to ideas that were otherwise included because they were already swimming and they had done it. They moved all over Europe, the world, and so they create the possibility of multiple identities, which then completely mutually exclusive. You couldn't be Jewish and Christian at the same time, but the Portuguese could and did, demonstrated this is a possibility. right? So they're spreading these kinds of ideas, and they're loving the Maori 9. They think this is a great book. It has all kinds of cool ideas. We love the synthesis of Jewish wisdom, non-Jewish wisdom. It's happening. David, you got a question? Look, you got a question. Okay. No, you're good? Okay. Don't be sure. Okay, so the Haskalah per se, though, as I mentioned, really begins in the late 18th century. Moses Mendelssohn, the sometimes called Hughley of Dessau, was the primary figure in promoting this idea. And again, as someone mentioned earlier, he's a full guy. He's Orthodox. He's Shomer Shabbos, Shomer Kashrus. They're not necessarily thinking, especially early on, they're not necessarily thinking that they're driving Judaism off the cliff. They're thinking that this is like the natural path of Judaism, that of course you should be engaging in that society. It is deeply intertwined with the political moment because as you move into the 1800s, it's more and more possible that we could obtain equal, not just with the Portuguese Jews who did because they were actually Christians, because the societies are prepared to the idea that Jews should have equal rights. Case in point would be America, 1776, where they said, well, yeah, I guess so. It didn't happen automatically. It didn't happen all over at the same time. But they said, we the people, that we're all born equal, except for black people, not black people. And by the way, women almost, we won't let them vote, but otherwise it's okay. But Jews were included in the we the people. And so that was like a pretty dramatic thing. The French Revolution, we'll talk about after this lecture, was massive impact. Because America was way over on the other side of the ocean, but France is right in the middle. When they gave the Jews equal rights, that was mind-blowing. And that's basically following on from the work of guys like Moses Mendelssohn. This was interesting. Some northern Germany was called Prussia. And he's a self-taught, also died there. Self-taught genius, exceptionally skilled in a whole pile of areas of modern thought, and one of the most important areas, which, by the way, all of you identified as one of the most valuable things for learning here at this college, was his composition skills. He could write in colloquial German. Let's remember the linguistic situation of Jews are still living a very insular lifestyle. The vast majority of Jews, top 10 friends are all other Orthodox Jews, but they have lots of business contact. And so the level of communication that Jews had for most of Europe is a high degree of fluency in Yiddish, right, the mother tongue, the mama a typically some degree of facility and ability in Hebrew, because that's liturgical language. Scholars would have stronger Hebrew and Aramaic. The Hamon Am would have enough to get Siddur, follow maybe Chumash Rashi. When it comes to German, it would basically be functional German. Just like, if people have Hispanic help cleaning their houses and doing their lawns, you might know enough Spanish to say, we're going to be on vacation week next week, don't come, or basic things, or hey, could you please clean up the kitchen, whatever you might say in very basic Spanish, because that's what you need for effective communication. Or like I know about 6 phrases in Korean, which I find immensely helpful when I get my driving records. Almost all cleaners in America for some reason are Korean. And actually, fun fact, I have a Korean name. And I don't know what it is. Do I have a marker? A marker. Does it work with a finger? Let him work with in a drawer. I will show you my secret Korean name. If I can find a marker. Maybe I will not be able to reveal to why you might ask why Dr. You want a Korean name? Well, I'll tell you. When I was about 15 for a Korean restaurant, and they had someone named Henry. They would call me Henry. So they said there's a lot of money. They said, forget it. We're just going to call Young Sue. Things like Moshe Chaim or something like that. Young Sue. That's my Korean name. Okay, well, how did I get that? Well, I can't spell it yet, but I don't have a marker here. A marker over here? Yeah, here, is this a marker?
Yeah.
How do I make it work?
The other part.
Yeah, that's the button. I should be trying out. Okay, that's right. Here, let's go on there. No. So you show that was great. There it is. Young Sue. That's the other thing. But I noticed that it was like, thank you, you're welcome, and how are you doing, sir? That kind of thing. Anyways, how did I get here? Why am I talking about this? Thank you so much. Thank you. So my Korean is like, is really very minimal. But in this in Korea, I would have a lot more just to do the business I need to do. Not that I'd be a literary genius, not that I'd write a book in Korean or Korean, but I would be able to cook. So more at level of German. Living in the country for 800 years, that's the skills largely because what they needed. Were exceptional Jews, like for example, court Jews, but they were kind of like the senators of the community who were close to the king or the prince or to this thing. Also in the Gemara, where there's a whole discussion of what kind of haircuts Jews can have, and there's certain really popular Roman haircuts that would be considered like haircuts Hagoyim. You couldn't get those haircuts, but if you were close to the king, you needed to have that. You could have that haircut. Full discussion, I think, Nancy's son-in-law, Debbie's son-in-law, yeah, had that kind of haircut. And one of my grandparents. But Moses Mendelssohn had that beautiful German. He had that excellent speaking ability in German, so much so that there was an essay competition, and he beats Immanuel Kant, one of the greatest philosophers of the 18th century. Coming first, and Immanuel Kant comes in second is like a mind-blowing thing. Moses Mendelssohn, which is why they called him the genius of Dessau, because he was like really good. And he wrote a ton of material in German and also in Hebrew to explain Judaism to the rest of the world. He was kind of like the Judaism to the rest of the world. Everybody said, wow, maybe these Jews are not so weird. Look at this guy. He can up and he can speak and he can communicate. He has good arguments, right? He actually makes a lot of sense. So he was extremely important. I'll give you one example of his thought. There were other contemporaries who, by contrast, are totally different. Solomon Maimon, who comes from not too far away from him on the Russian side of the border, he also was a genius, deeply involved in the world of ideas and deeply engaged in Jewish things, but in secular culture. But unlike Moses Mendelssohn, he can't find a balance. He can't stay firm and still appreciate the outside world. He ends up converting to Lutheranism, and as typical, he writes a book about Judaism afterwards. His autobiography, he describes with some hostility to the court of the Magi of Nazareth, who we spoke about on Monday. But she's like an example of most of the students of this era, if they got involved with non-Jewish ideas and they started to like them, they basically disappeared from Judaism. But creates a path where you have responsible to stay from and also in outside culture. Not everybody agreed, obviously. Most Mendelssohn's books were famously burned in some circles, which is generally a good sign that your book sales are going up, because one friend you got to see what's going on in there. But he really articulated a path that was extremely influential 2 centuries. you some of the pauses. By the way, the background here is from a famous painting of a priest named Lavater, who's shown over here. So let me show you the whole image, but I don't think I have it. I forgot to take it out. Here's Mendelssohn. You notice he has back. He famously had. I'm going to give you guys the absolute best, seal the deal shit line that came from Moses Mendelssohn. This is a story. This is a great story, okay? He had and the shows that when he was set up with his sheriff, or who he probably was the sheriff, he comes walking up to the front porch for the sheriff day, and she's out on the second floor, and she sees it. She's in this picture too. I gotta find the actual picture. She sees him out the window, and she's oh my gosh, funny. And her mother says, "How can you do this? He came all the way here and so impolite. It's like to never marry someone with a hunchback. I'm sorry, I can't do it." But for race does down, you have to have a shit for sure. So she relents. They invite Moses Mendelssohn in. They sit down in the parlor where the shit they go back to the parents are outside, but not strictly 14. And they talk for half an hour, 2 hours. 5 hours, massively long for this day. Actually, pretty good on the sorry? It's going well. It's going well. And I said, "What's happening?" She said, "I'm not going to marry this guy yet." They come out first date, announce their engagement. Mind blowing, right? So then the parents asked her, the future Mr. Mendelssohn, what did he say? You were so good that you didn't want to meet him, right? She says to me, he said to her that my hunchback is difficult to take. But I want to let you know that there is a Gemara, which I'm sure you're very well familiar with. 40 days coating the spirit of blood, right? Before a child is born, a box called goes out, the divine blood says box cloning, right? And he says, in the womb, and I heard the Bible, and I saw that you were my Basher. But I saw that you had a and I doubted in the womb. It's all over. This is the guy's gym. So, in this particular image, which is actually quite fascinating part of the case, as part of this whole deal of being opened up to society and stuff like that, he's a friend, a Lutheran priest, this guy here, and they have meaningful conversations. Use that term, DMC? Yeah, okay. They have, so they have these DMCs about life, religion, stuff like that, and then last year, and publishes a book. It's a weird kind of he publishes a release, so he publishes a book saying that Mendelssohn, the truth of Christianity, these are the things he made in private. And he challenges Mendelssohn to now follow through his birth to Protestant Christianity. There are some things, we don't know what actually happened in those meetings and stuff like that. It ends up being a whole Mendelssohn version of speech for Lavater again against each other. A little diatribe come off to the press, but this is, a sort of representation of their relationship beforehand. In the background, which you can't see, I could have cut off, is a playwright named Buffalo Lessing, who wrote a brilliant play dedicated to Mendelssohn called, if I remember correctly, The Three Rings. It's not the Devisa named it. Nathan the Wall. Metaphor of the three rings, which represent Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, and they all have to come together in peace and coexistence, stuff like that. I love that. Anyway, the story. Okay, so to give you an example of the kind of things that Mendelssohn was very involved in, to give you a sense of where the Kabbalah should go and where it did go, much to its chagrin. This is at the peak of Mendelssohn's popularity. And he's won all prizes, rich right now. Everyone knows him as a leader of Judaism. And, but again, he's still, well, rights for Jews, he can be kicked out of town anytime, still in the 70s. A crisis is a principality in Germany called Mecklenburg-Schwerin, where somebody is buried too early. I'm a Jewish guy. He woke up in the grave, and everyone said, "What is going on?" And there's like this. I don't want to go into too much detail, but they go to the truth, and they say, "We got to do something with it. Public health issues. People are being buried before they're dead. We need a new rule. No one gets buried until 72 hours after the day time. No one gets buried until 3 days after we declare, just in case, right?" It was a huge thing. All over Europe, there were these crazy ideas. They were building special, like, emergency cabins, like this one, where it has like this little air balloon in the bottom, like a bellows type thing, and it's attached to a flag. So if you wake up in the night, then you can use the bellows, and the flag goes up, and I can walk by the graveyard and just pop up. They have them attached to bells, and all of a sudden you hear a bell. It's been very too early. It was a crazy kind of phenomenon that was happening. And there was in America where they built cemeteries with, from the big house right now. So that's the problem for Jews. Yes, Judaism valorizes we consider the decomposition of the corpse an atonement for the deceased, and we consider quick burial. The quicker, the better in general. We do have an idea of covenant that you can wait to preserve the honor of the mace, like let's say in a lot of direction. But there's a lot of discussion about, if there's a close family member who needs to come in, there are some folks who would say you can wait a certain amount of time for it to get there, to be at the funeral. But in Israel, of course, the ideal is to bury within 24 hours. And typically we go to these conflicts in Israel, right? Because the idea is to accelerate the opposition. In the conflicts we use here at Kufar have holes drilled in the bottom of them, so that literally the worms can get in faster. Those are our values. That's what we do. So waiting 72 hours is design the mace. It's an insult to the deceased. It's a really serious issue to insult the mace. Great rabbis, Rabbi Yaakov Emden, and the other one is Rabbi Moses Mendelssohn. Rabbi Yaakov Emden is initially doesn't know how to deal with this. He says he's Rabbi Mendelssohn because he knows how to talk to German authorities. Later, Rabbi Emden changes his mind and has a discussion with Mendelssohn on this. But Moses Mendelssohn does it. First of all, he writes to the king, to the nobleman, Duke, I think it is, and he convinces them to make a carve-out exception for Jews because this is their practice. But the other thing he does says privately to the Jewish community, but you know what, I think it's a good idea. We should really adopt this 72-hour rule. Because as much as we dislike, Halanas Lamesh, letting the dead body remain, it's much worse to bury a person prematurely. So this is a public health thing. And moreover, he says that we've been doing this before. For example, this is a Jewish mausoleum. We have lots of examples in the Hellenistic period of an indoor cave grave. You have them in Beit Shan, you have them in Batavia, Yerushalayim, anywhere where the Hellenistic region was very big, where we would bury people, in accessible places. They're not actually buried, they're not inhumed. Then, of course, I'm sorry? Yeah, absolutely. The week of the house, right? The holiday, like in Yom that after your parent or loved one would be go back after a year and put bones, and then bring the bones for the area. I know, it's wild. You can see that they have a whole bunch of examples of stone osteoids, which are kind of like sarcophagi. A sarcophagus is a full-length coffin. The Met here in Manhattan, they have it in Israel too. The Israel Museum has tons of examples. But these ossuaries are about this big, because if you're just collecting the bones, you don't need a lot of space. That's what we used to do. So Mendelssohn said, I don't know why don't we just go along with it? Why don't we just, accept this public health measure? So you see how there's a willingness to compromise in halakha when there is what's perceived to be a second or motivation. You see this by in your own lifetime during COVID. The same kind of arguments were happening. On the one side, more of what is called today a Haredi, a sheikh of sheep, it's written here. We're not going to pivot anywhere from what it says right here. But at the same time, there are a lot of rabbis who tend to be more left wing, saying, well, wait a second, public health, stuff like that. Maybe we should that. Maybe we should not have minion on Yom Kippur. Remember that? A lot of people work that Yom Kippur. Yeah, well, again, you think it's Haredi? That's right. This is the same section that we have with the Trinity Burial. Okay. Now, I don't want to get like an overly rosy picture of the Haskalah. Mendelssohn is an exceptional figure in many ways. Considered, for example, the founder of Reform Judaism. Now, that I do not believe that Mendelssohn grew the compromises of Reform Judaism. I think he would literally roll in his time life. But in his own lifetime, he had students who were so far off the beaten path. Like this guy here, David Friedlander, very important disciple of Moses Mendelssohn, who actually said in 1799, Mendelssohn died in 1786, he said that, this is just too much work. We are never going to be emancipated as equal citizens unless simply adopt Christianity. So he proposed in 1799 the dry baptism proposal, saying that we're not going to go through it, but let's tell everybody we're Christian. Then we'll just, we want to live. That way they'll make us citizens, and then we'll just fit. Right? You can't imagine too many rabbis going along with this mistake, but this was definitely a result of one way too far to the Okay. So you also have moderate expression of scholarship, which is Johnson Raphael Hirsch, intellect of the 19th century, when a lot of these battles were way more consequential than they were in the 18th century. And he argued in Germany, which is very different from Eastern Europe, he argued in Germany that there is no way that we can hold back secularism. We have to figure out rather a way to adapt it into our existence. We have to find some kind of middle path where, for example, we do not sacrifice any halakha, but let's think carefully about what we call minhag.
Is the festival of which we're involved with fighting against God,
Finding what, I'm sorry?
or I guess arguing with Abraham Lincoln?
Oh, Geiger, yes, definitely. Geiger was he's considered the founder of the Reform movement. I know that Moses Mendelssohn is the intellectual source they put it with. Geiger said, none of it is actually true. Let's just do what we want. Restream was putting that in the same language. I'll come back to this a little later in this semester, but yeah, Hirsch was essentially saying if we don't find a compromise with modernity, we will lose to Abraham Geiger. We will lose to the early reform. Remind me your last name, sir. Yes, you're a very perceptive comment. You're absolutely right. Let me repeat it. People may not have heard it. They lived in very different eras, right? In Mendelssohn's years, he was born in 1720, he died in 1786. Even at a time where the vast majority of Jews are still pretty much Shabbos, Shomer Kashrus. Of course, you have people always who are less or more particular, less or more willing to compromise, but there's no such thing as like kind of openly the community world. Some recall first, the years are 1888. The world has changed a lot in the intervening century. And Jews are now actively exploring either a much larger scale or simply observant media. And he's fighting a very different battle in a different part of the world. And he basically says, okay, we're going to come with modernity, we're going to draw lines, and we won't cross lines, but it's definitely going to line us in a very different place than Russia in 1780. So it's a very different strategy. Yes.
Very tough question. Was he right? I know that today everybody has that. But if not for his influence, the Yakish community, like, how would it have looked? Would there be people that are more into more like the Hasidim?
So, Mr. Tunin, I am hesitant as a historian to post backwards in time. I don't think it's especially helpful way to teach history. I would love you guys to make up that decision and think about it. I can say that in the 19th century, you had a range of strategies for Judaism. You had the contemporary Restream actually staking out the Haredi position, saying that we will have no compromising modernity. You have the people like Abraham Geisler who's saying, oh, we're totally going to compromise modernity. We love modernity. In fact, the reform movement voted twice in favor of moving Shabbos to Sunday. Moving Shabbos to Sunday. The reason it never happened is because there was a gap between the leadership of the reform movement and the laity. The leadership thought this is a great idea. The laity said it's just wrong to and they wouldn't accept it. But so that's on the other Samson or Hirsch, he carved out maybe different strategies for different people. But they're all still extant. They're still living with all those strategies 20 years later. Yeah, in his time, when the word Orthodox coined and was intended as a slur, I think we discussed last week. Neo-Orthodoxy was developed later as trying to say, like, well, you're Orthodox, you're not Orthodox like those people in Eastern Europe with a long dark road and things like that. So that's why New Orthodox sort of evolved into modern Orthodox or Orthodox. And a lot of the debate whether those terms fairly apply to Samson's traditional. But I'll give you one great example. If you read some of his works, like a great example, the night, wow, amazing, powerful work. It feels like could have been today. Wow, life-altering. Dialogue between a young man who's thinking of going OTD and to an older rabbi about all the issues. And there's still around today, Mr. Rubin. About a young man being Heinrich. Yeah, I think that's widespread rumor, and it could be because Heinrich Gretz lived in his house and he did flirt with OTD stuff. And he was an intelligent guy, so good reason it might have been Heinrich Gretz. And Horeb, brilliant, amazing book. Hard to read in the English translation. I actually had to look at the German frequently to figure out what the English was saying because it's so complicated. But it's a really great philosophical treatise of what is Judaism written in German. Again, like Mendelssohn, he's not writing for the people who are already corrupt. He's writing for people like Maimonides, with the Guide for the Perplexed, writing for people who are like on the borderline and about to slip off the edge. And that's a tremendous achievement. That's right.
When you're first, like, trying to back the world from pragmatic, saying like this is the only way to go for it, continue to be orthodox in the world, or try to use it and like that idea, or you can do it what you're saying, it's like the
It's an excellent question. Did he view his strategy as the Lechatchila? Did he have it? I don't know the answer to that question. I don't know. I think my guess is he would have viewed it as the Lechatchila. When you compare like other rabbis, did they accept it? No, it's controversy. All these great people have controversy swirling around them. It's hard to buy with everybody loves. You know, it's trying to think of one. Not even Moshe Rabbeinu could get that level, right? Like, no rabbi is totally avoid marriage. I think even at some time was criticized, but people recognize their piety. But there's some long pieces of so let's not get too far away, but I would say one more option before merch. Yes, really important. Trouble with people over some of the denominations once you can get related. He was also savage when it came to the other side of the equation. Because one of the things he had to deal with was the flight of his own community from Torah and mitzvot, right? But there were a lot of Jews in Frankfurt am Main who were saying, you know, what? Don't be so firm, Rabbi. We want to have an organ in the congregation. What's so bad? Chanting, how bad could it be, right? So you have to realize that at that time, the way Jewish communities were organized, there was one Jew that was recognized in the time. There was a thing like we have today with hundreds of schools. I see this not as all kinds of things. One Jewish community. He applied for legal status for Orthodox only. This was something called the Auschwitz. It means like the escape or the Auschwitz. That we are now, we can't non-Orthodox Jews anymore. Again, the term Orthodox was invented. We can't deal with these Jews anymore. Our synagogue is halakha, whatever they do, they're on big count. And all of a sudden they're saying that we're not recognizing ourselves as being part of the whole community. It's like they love to criticize. What do you mean? All these Russian keyboards don't separate from the community, and he literally is still lying in the sand. So his ability to compromise in the sense of we'll adopt these behaviors, we'll take on these kinds of articles of clothing, we'll do things so we can be more German, we'll trim our beards. If you think that's, you know, a little bit too bad, we have this person here with a little bit more facial hair, but we'll do all those things, but we will absolutely not compromise on Shabbos, Pastor, Arsa, and Bracha. And also, in order to save it, we're going to separate. And that was that's essentially the Orthodox strategy for the next 150 years, is adapt, but also separate. So we can argue more like, let's go back to Eastern Europe. Let's go on Eastern Europe. Eastern Europe is a very different situation. The Haskalah affecting the Ashkenaz and Eastern Europe was deeply related to the whole concept of the word pleasure. Oh, yeah, different present. The Eastern European situation is very different. West Jews are actually fairly small in terms of the percentage of the population. They might tend to be concentrated in larger cities, and they tend to be concentrated in the single digits of population. But once you get, you know, east of Germany, most Jews are concentrated in smaller settlements, sometimes in large cities. The population can sometimes be over half. There's Egypt, for example, at about 78% Jews. That was the population. Everybody's Jewish. And there's kind of a similar pressures that were affecting Western nationalities were totally different in the Eastern region. And so it has a slightly different kind of context. For one, Jews regarded German culture as being high value. Jews thought, and this is part of the tragedy of the 20th century, we speak about this thing called the German-Jewish synthesis, where we really wanted to be like Germany so badly. We thought Germans had the best literature, the best science, the best music, the best art. We really did have an amazing selection of cultural artifacts. So much so that when it gets expressed in some of the denominational steps, like we talked, I know it's not the plaster, but it's kind of going in that direction. Abraham Geiger, Reformed congregations are typically not called synagogues. What are they called? They call them temples. What are they called? Temples.
To pretend that it's the service like it didn't in Jerusalem, we don't have any still practice about it.
Okay, very good. A little bit sharper, Mr. Rubin. It's how many temples are there in Judaism?
2 or 3.
Well, okay. One at a time. Exactly. Thank you, sir. So one at a time. And where is that temple? In Jerusalem. So why, what does it mean when you go to the building in Berlin and you say, this is my temple?
You move the center of Judaism to Berlin.
Thank you, Mr. Rubin. Exactly. You move the center of Judaism to Berlin. You say, oh, forget about all that biblical stuff about one to go back. There's no one at that point removing all reference to Mashiach. This is our temple, right here in Berlin. This is where we belong. Of course, you should give us equal rights as citizens because, look, we've already made this commitment. We've abandoned our temple interest. That kind of thing is not happening in Russia, in the Russian Empire. Jews are not deep admirers in the 19th century of Russian literature. They're not reading Tolstoy. They're just not that into later. They were, but back then, no, you want to get involved in many more Jewish issues, and especially if found expressions in things like Yiddishism, like the celebration of the Yiddish language, he's writing on Yiddish. I'm bringing this to the Yiddish language. I'm going to look up your name. You didn't show up for class, so I read your paper. It's really cool. So the Yiddish, of course, is the vernacular. They're saying we should not make this vernacular not considered even by Jews a real language, so basically German written in Hebrew characters. My own grandmother, alas, who was born in 19th, she didn't even call it Yiddish, called it Jewish. That was the Jewish language. That's what Jews spoke. It didn't have a real status at the time. So they started writing literature, Shalom Aleichem, slurs, people like that. They found Paris. Or Zionism, like that becomes really big. We're going to get more into this, like rolling on Monday. Zionism becomes really big as a kind of Pascal expression, not as a trying to imitate non-Jews, but we're going to create our own version. And of course, socialism, again, more for next year. One of the most significant areas in which Jews did express the Holocaust in Eastern Europe, though, was a greater emphasis on introducing secular studies into Jewish education. One of the pioneers, man, Joseph Pearl, in Galicia, generation after Mendelssohn. One fascinating story that I want to share. He was a fervent anti-Protestant. He hated because, like, he felt that it was superstitious that he was believing all kinds of wonders and wonder working. He says, oh, nourishment. And his attempts to reform Jewish education, of course, he really put trends on their own system in developing school system, was very widespread. But he also wrote a satire of Hasidism, the title of which is escaping right now. Maybe someone familiar, I'll look it up. Joseph Pearl titled his book.
Right now,
oh, the Galaxy, right? The revealing the hidden things, right? That was Tamar, right? Like, not Tamar. What's the word? What's the short for smearing? Isn't it like a cooking thing? Hashmana. But maybe. Anyway, he wrote a satire of communism. And people loved it. They didn't realize it was satire. They read about these crazy wonder rabbis that he just made up, thinking that he reads this and say, wow, this is even so stupid. And in fact, they began to admire the Hasidim. So they're on big time.
Yeah, so there's no Peter Shomer, that's all that's product, which is basically we need people as products for in the cells, but nowadays see the love song because we're still wearing it.
Yeah. It's funny how these things. Okay, now I want to take you through one really dark period in Jewish history, please. And then on Monday, we're going to go right to the evolution of Jewish politics. It's a must, talking to the audience here, must attend class. If you don't attend Monday, you will totally understand the rest of the 20th century and even 21st century politics, right? Those are pretty. Let's see what the attendance is like on Monday. So, this is one of the periods, and this is really important for understanding politics today. One of the darkest periods of Jewish history occurred the first half of the 9th century. And it relates to four elements in a very good way. This man, Nicholas I, comes to power. He has a decidedly bent. He likes, having parades organized, like watching parades, things like that. And he's dealing with rebellions. He's after him the major rebellion in Russia. Russia is slowly collapsing at this time. And he says, okay, one of the problems that I have is that something like 4 million Jews living in my empire, and they are so indigestible. They don't correspond to our Russian values as I perceive. Namely, first of all, they're not only not Christians, they're Orthodox. We also have Catholics in Poland, but you have to put down rebellion for it. So they're not Christians, not Russian Orthodox. Secondly, they do not regard themselves as Russian people. They regard themselves as a distinct nationality living within the Russian Empire. Kind of like we think about Ukrainians in the Russian Empire. They also, not so much Nicholas' time, but by the 20th century, they regard themselves as separate people. So the Jews are not going to let say, well, we'll be Russian too. It's a much more complicated question. Jews would follow themselves to the Russian language to get educated in Russian and so on. 19th century. Finally, he says they don't really accept my authority. Whose authority do they accept? The rabbis and God. Right? They don't look at me as to be modified. So he says to himself, okay, what am I going to do to get these people to adopt Russian values? Not necessarily because he hates Jews. He hates this unjust mass of non-citizens. He wants them to fit in. It would be fine if, as one of the later ministers, one of the later Russian ministers said, 1/3 of them emigrated, 1/3 of them died, and 1/3 of them converted. That would be like, okay. But he wants to deal with this strange demographic problem. So he comes up with two solutions. The first is this guy, Max Lilienthal, to set up a Jewish school system run by the state, a crown school system, where Jewish kids in this school will get a nice dose of Russian training. They'll get Russian language, a big deal. They'll get math and science, and they'll get all kinds of things to engage gainful employment. We'll probably also throw in there a little bit of conversionist effort to get them to convert to Christianity, but that will be like non-official. And Maxwell, a scholar supporter, says, fantastic, here's my chance to get this backwards, super religious people and into the 19th century. Let's get them, modernized just for training overall. I'll handle those priests who want to come in and give the occasional conversion lecture. I'll handle them. Ended up in a terrible failure. He ended up reading and discussing He actually moved to Cincinnati. But the idea was that the school system was supposed to be a pathway to assimilation into Russian society. Again, Nicholas the First Motion, although we can't say he was a Philo-Semite, he was primarily for social reasons, not because he hated Judaism, but because he wanted the Jews to be more like Russians. Why would any Jew even consider this? Money, good reason. Good reason. In this case, I would think there's a bit motivation on. But good guess. Appreciate it.
Is the translation also and other conditions?
Jewish parents generally get their kids ahead. You will see in the 1920s in Russia was a huge phenomenon, but they generally don't send their kids to schools where they think they're going to convert religion. They generally don't. That's just too far. It does happen, but it's a little too far down. Mr. Heather, explain that.
They're worried that if they don't basically switch weapons to the Russians who are hosting them, that they will no longer be able to go away.
Okay, good. You're absolutely right, but it's actually it's sharper on the Instagram platform.
Maybe they're going to go
Okay, good guesses, good guesses. Here's the main motive. In 1837, he puts in place this incredibly decree called the Continent Decree, in which he says that Jewish children can be conscripted to the army. Conscription in the Tsar's army was not like 3 years, it was in Israel, 25 years. Going into the army is basically a career-style sport. In the 19th century, basically, if you were like the oldest son, you would get a little bit of your father's land. If you were the second son, you might go into the priesthood. The third son, you might consider the army. And this is a career decision, 25 years. Now, Jews historically, they really wanted Jews in the army. They didn't speak the language properly, they didn't have the same values, they were not interested. So Jews typically would pay an additional $4. This is basically the story across Western Europe. The kids having a 25-year military. This is a very military guy who says, well, that's totally wrong. We want them to go into the army because that's a great way for them to learn Russian values, all this stuff. So he says no more exemptions. Every community must provide the number varies from time, but basically 10 conscripts for every 1,000 males every year. If you walk after Sukkot, you have 10 people to the army. Jews can historically would pay additional tax and not have to do that, but 10 guys would go up and go to the army. He removed the possibility of it, you had to serve. Secondly, let's realize that the age of conscription is 18, that by the time Jewish men are 18 years old, chances are they're married, they've already had some exposure to Gemara, they've already had the bar mitzvah, they've probably had at least a few meals of Chinese food. There's no way they're going back from Yiddish study. So he says, I'm lowering the age to 12. So 12-year-old Jewish boys can be conscripted, serve 6 years in another military school called a canton. That's why they get the name cantonette. And then serve 25 years military. Can you imagine a 12-year-old kid, 6 years in this military school, battered by conversion, and then 25 years from now. Actually, they did. They did. It was amazing how many concessions they wouldn't make for them. Not religiously across the board, but generally speaking, they had at least some token representation of that. How does this relate to the school system? What is this intended to do to South America? Sure, exactly. If you went to the school system, so then this means that the Jewish has a terrible choice. Either I expose my kid to the risk of conscription and being sent to be posted in Siberia for 25 years, or I sent them to a school that is actively going to try and convert to Christianity. I mean, what a choice. Now here's the part, guys, focus with me for 2 minutes. This is one of the worst, darkest moments in Jewish history. I'm sorry that on a low note, but it's so important. Who got to choose the conscripts? Who chose the children who would go? Close. It was the Jewish community. The Russian government was like really poor bureaucracy. They didn't have the manpower, they didn't have the skills, they didn't know how to run a country. They would frequently offload tasks onto locals. So Nick first said the Jewish Kahila, which we've spoken about before, the Kahila has to choose which kids go. And so every October, the Jewish synagogue, the Jewish, federation had to choose which kids went. And you can bet that it's not the kids wealthy who were chosen. They would choose the children of widows, children of poor people, and it got so bad, it's like amazing, it's like mind-blowing what actually happened. It got to a point in the 1850s, and this went on for like decades. Got to the point in the 1850s, these communities actually professional kidnappers, Jewish kidnappers, to go and steal children to present them to the government for conscription. And like testimonies of kids who did this. And this creates a huge rift in the Jewish community. One generation of Jews, 30 Jews are saying, I can't trust my rabbi. I can't trust my leadership. They're handing me over to Moloch. Mr. Sir, and absolutely internally corrodes the fabric of Jewish society. And it's one of the reasons why Russia later, a generation later, when those kids up, they become revolutionaries, they become communists. What do I have? Look at my ears. Look at who's taking care of it. It's so corrupt. It was really the darkest period. Okay, we're going to pick up all this on Monday. They must have an excellent day, gentlemen.
They're growing international, China and Russia and all that shit. The growth that's not here in America. Data's done his job.
Okay, ready to talk about competition? I'm going to talk about the really nasty fight between them and the Stockton. That erupted in the 1790s and lasted until about 1815. And then it sort of settled down, except for a few crazy people on YouTube. I feel it right back and say, what are you doing on YouTube anyways? You would not do YouTube. Okay, so here we go. What is communism exactly? What are we talking about? So I'm going to try and separate this from neo-Constitution, which of course is something that's very popular today. I'm actually involved in it a little bit. I do a lot of research on the CSN. One of the neo-Hasidic heroes, but Hasidism, traditional Hasidism. Let's just understand some really basic stuff here. In terms of practice and belief, we break it down, if we have the opponents, right? Remember that the opponents are actually the traditionalists. That's like the old-time religion. The term Orthodox would not be coined for about another 60 years. It would be coined in Germany largely as an insult. It's designed, because the word Orthodox means one doctrine, one way. And that was meant to be sort of a nasty thing to say to traditional Jews, saying there's only one way to be Jewish, as opposed to us Reformed Jews who have like 17 different ways to be Jewish. So that's why the Orthodox term was originally intended as an insult, a slur. Later it became adopted as a term of pride. This is the way we are. The truth is, as you all know, there is no such thing as a one-way Jewish people. Almost a lot of stuff, and you can put about 6 or 8 people inside. There are lots of different ways to be Jewish, but there are boundaries. So the term that would have been used for struggling to find a term for something that had not had a contrast before that, they would use the term Altglaubige, in full believers. But they did it the old way. So they became called opponents because they opposed a new movement called Hasidism. So in terms of like, do they believe in Haryas and Mitzvos? The answer is obviously yes. Both groups are on the same page with that. Do they believe in this really key elements of Judaism? Like, for example, if a person is going to become a kid, you have to teach them the basics of Judaism in order for them to join a club. There are 3 basic things that is like part of the curriculum for sure. What are the 3 basic things they've got to get? Right. Tahara and Mishpata is important. The third one? Practice. Exactly. Really big thing. If you've got those 3 down, you can probably manage to get into the club. So in terms of Shabbat, yes, they're on the same page. In terms of kashrus, absolutely, they're on the same page. In intimacy, which is what the way I'm trying to yes. So then, how are they different? If they are all on the same kind of page with these things, what is next? Yes, there are like tons of tiny, for example, even with Taharat and Shaka, there is a difference in the construction of the mikvah. And you have a board, a yard, these are tiny little pieces that rabbis really get deep into to read. But the general parameters for regular people is they are really simple. If you were on Mars planet and you saw an Haredim standing, you would be able to tell the difference. Not even Martian gesture. So it's really because of these rebellions that we started the school unit with. The rebellion of discovery, finding, as it were, old things and renewing them. Like the Hasidim did say that, hey, we're starting with something totally new. Generally speaking, Judaism traditionally frowns on the new. So remember, some sober chadash asur min Torah. The idea of saying, hey, this is chadash bar haya. You don't do that in Judaism, generally speaking. But if you find something that used to be done a long time ago, you can sort of say, hey, we should incorporate something that used to be done a long time ago. Mr. Crown. Something crazy, the way you like stuff over how feeling like you're going all that and we're going over. So we are going to go all the things that go to the Snagging Crazy shortly. So hold it for now, okay? That's going to be, I think, kind of the high point of this year. I don't want you to give it away before we really get into it. Let's try to understand a little bit of what are these rebellions discovered, right? What's new, what's innovative is from the perspective of the Hasidim, what's new is stuff that has been forgotten, not used, all this stuff that we're bringing in that's really old, it's so old that people forgot about it, so they're not introducing something new. For the not and it's not them, there's a lot of challenging that, no, these things are actually new. So, for example, the term Hasidism, it's hard to know exactly how to try it, but as I mentioned, I think last week, the word Hasidim has been used many times in Jewish history. You see it with David Melech, his followers were called Hasidim. You see it with Yehuda Maccabees, they were also called Hasidim. You see it with the Hasidei Ashkenaz, we spoke a few weeks ago. It generally means people who go beyond what is necessary. You can go with Nimitz or you go within Shurfadin, or you go within Shurfadin. You go beyond what is actually required. They're extra. So, for example, come to Payas. Payas, of course, the only thing that's forbidden halachically is to shave the sides of your head. You can't shave the head with a blade. People that raise their voice some question of an electric razor. So with a blade, you can't change the size of your head. But the freedom of well, if you can't shave it, although you can trim your hair, if you can't shave it, we're not going to even cut it. Roll, roll, we're going to use curling iron. Can't shave it, we're not going to cut it at all. It's like going beyond what is technically required. That's the sense of the idea here. You see it in the Kabbalah of the Ari. You see them in Yemenites also wear these payas. There's some good pictures of payas, right? Okay. But where do Litvar that wine payas? Well, the ironic change about the 20th century, which is noted by the historian Joseph Dunn, that some of the things that Hasidim did were so popular that they influenced the Litvaks as well. And so Litvaks start adopt bit by bit little customs. This is a phenomenon that is especially true 20th century, not just Litvish customs, but also get into the Ashkenaz, just kind of like a sholach with them in Hagid. So that's where it will also go their payas sometimes. They never have payas, like Salon. With it does absolutely. Following this custom. An obvious one is the emphasis on learning art. Because one of the big arguments against the Hasidim was, you guys are not spending enough time learning Gemara. And now a lot of Hasidic people spend a tremendous amount of time studying Gemara. It's that's a very, that's kind of like the ultimate literature value is studying text, and especially Torah Niglev, the revealed Torah. That's what that became a very Hasidic value as well. Going back and forth. Okay, let's go to the active. So here we got to spend a little bit of time asking this question: how did Hasidism become popular so rapidly? This is something you just begin to see the beginnings of it in the 1700s, and then by the end of the 1700s, it like swallowed up huge swath of southeastern Poland and Ukraine. How did it get so rapid, so fast? There's a few different historiographic models. I'm going to walk you through them. The first one is Restream. You'll recall, we talked about him a while ago. He's like the first great encyclopedic historian of modern times. And he's like kind of like the heroic historian of Germany. He wrote first in German, later in Russian. And his history was designed in many ways to demonstrate to non-Jewish Germans that Jews had a tremendous amount of value in German culture, and that they've always been mistreated by secular society, by Jews, and nevertheless they feel heroically moving ahead with, developing ideas and civilization and stuff like that. And really, you Germans should let the Jews have equal citizenship. They have earned it many, many times over. That's kind of Brecht's model of thinking that pervades his entire world history of the Jewish people. I believe I discussed with you his conflict with his friend von Kreische. Did I discuss that in this month? Well, we'll talk about it later on, especially get the Holocaust. There was a huge counter-reaction against Brecht's approach. He's kind of like, he wrote in the 1880s and 1890s. He translated English in the first decade of the century. He sees Hasidism as the worst possible thing that could happen to Jews. They are so opposite to what Jews are really all about. Jews are cultured. Jews are learned. Jews are sedate. Jews are good, normal citizens. They do not get drunk. They do not engage in wild, raucous behavior. Those Hasidim, that's an aberration of Judaism. And why did it take such hold in Poland and Ukraine? Because those Jews who were living there were unfortunately bereft of good Jewish education. They were highly illiterate compared to other Jewish populations. They would be far more literate than the population surrounding them, but they're still less literate than us Germans who know the great classics. There's Schiller and Beethoven and stuff like that. and they were hopelessly infected with that was spread as a result of the debacle of Shabbatai. And they fell for line and sinker, and we Jews really have to do everything we can to out this blind superstition that has infected Eastern Europe. Right? That's his approach that Hasidism expanded largely because those Jews were ignorant, they didn't know any better. Right? Any arguments? Discussions, Mr. Grant, do you have any problem with Mr. Grant? Yep.
First of all, it wasn't, you're saying that
they are much literate, you know.
Yeah, but they weren't in the responsible time period, they weren't allowed to get more education.
Yeah, so it's no, but that doesn't change anything.
Right, but I think it's more of the idea of focusing to and how to do daily living, doing that certain people that we serve ourselves, not having to worry.
So you're the next historian, Shimon Dubno. We mentioned him, I know, I talked about how he was shot. Right. So what we've seen, now we're seeing specifically on Hasidism. Shimon Dubno, unlike Rex, who did most of his work in Germany, most of his work in Poland and Russia, and he wrote in Russian as well as in his Hebrew, and he said, no, wrong. Is a genuine outpouring of the Jewish spirit. It's authentic. The Jews of Eastern Europe were like, polishing. They were longing for some kind of action to a chef. And the reality is that all the great were way up in the north in Lithuania. They were separated from it, but they still wanted to serve Hashem, and they found their way to do it through folk expressions of religiosity, through singing and dancing and camaraderie. And what the Baal Shem Tov did was he tapped into that basic human need to feel like you're a child of God. That is a really great thing. Friends, you should not criticize the Hasidism because they're actually really beautiful Jews. And we should encourage them, right? So it's a very, very different approach, but still it relates to an intellectual approach to Hasidism. One of another example of Uber is kind of like he explores Vigno's thought further. Martin Buber is not actually a historian, but he was very influential in the influencing of Western Europeans to adopt a positive attitude towards Hasidism. He was a you might have heard his famous book, I and Thou. Really, actually, very interesting, fascinating book to read. But he was, as a youth, quite taken with Hasidism, and he went and he translated all kinds of Hasidic works into German and popularized it. And his big thing was that Hasidism succeeded because it captured the Jewish imagination. And the kinds of things, comments that he was criticizing about and so on, that's his favorite. That's something fantastic. That's the amazing, weird story Nachman used to tell, and things like that. He says that to the imagination. That even intellectuals sitting alone in their studies could read Hasidism and say, wow, this is mind-blowing, regardless of all the other things going on. Now, here's my favorite. Not favorite. Here's something he's great too. Here's really puts heavy emphasis on Hasidism as a stage of Jewish mysticism through Shabtai Tzvi. He does draw a direct line from Shabtai Tzvi to the Hasidic movement. Shabtai, of course, was a huge debacle because he converted to Islam and everyone was depressed and stuff like that. But Shabtai Tzvi did offer a large population the possibility of studying Kabbalah. And people began to say, wait a second, we've been missing all this really cool stuff coming out of Israel. Wow, it's so amazing. So He said it really has to do with the intellectual approach. And in fact, there are a lot of rabbis, a ridiculously embarrassing number of rabbis who actually converted and get on or, under the table, still being Shabbat believers. There was for about half a century a long, number of surprisingly important rabbis who are still serving as the head faith in, and still serving as post-humans. I know that they're still writing pro-Shabbatai stuff. It's a very, very difficult period.
That's the first question. And also a little before, and I heard people say before is
Around college before Hasidism returned, but not that much before. 40 years before the. Okay, so let's go. This guy's my favorite. How else are you doing Hasidus here? Talk to me about this. Yeah. Right. Pension Dinor is great. I don't know.
You know what it is?
No.
The Hebrew law of prayer. You got.
Dinor? Is it Dinor maybe? I don't know. Can you change your name maybe?
I don't know.
Cookie, I'll look it up. You have a computer there. Wait, we'll do it. Pension Dinor is great. You know why I love Pension Dinor's approach? Because he used to be able to roll. Before Abramson was even born, he would be able to roll. And he basically said about money. What are you guys all talking about? Ideas and even about singing and dancing. No, it's about money. Think about it like this. We know that Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth, like who owned the villages? Who owned like the whole thing outright? The orchards, the mills, the noblemen, right? The Szlachta and Polish, the Yiddish, the poet. And the poets owned everything. Nothing could happen in his landed territories, his Latin without the Jewish ministry. So who hired the rabbi? Or the poorest hired the rabbi. So the poorest would actually the Lord, the non-Jewish Polish Lord, would actually appoint the rabbi for the Jews. It was like it's like a little the Stella, the pulpit, was a sweet job if you could get it. Lot of people would actually go and bribe the poets to become the town rabbi. And the town rabbi would be supported by the tax revenues of the Jewish community. There was a special tax on kosher, went to the rabbi. It's on Shabbos candles to rabbi. A whole pile of these kinds of like local taxes. So you know what? If you like to sit and learn, but you didn't necessarily like people that much, all you have to do is like get your father-in-law to help you buy a rabbinic position somewhere, and you could be the rabbi. The Hasidic movement was a rebellion against these awful rabbis, not primarily concerned with the spiritual welfare of their flock. Come back to it, Mr. Rubin.
All some change names from different names.
Okay, good. Thank you for letting me know. So, he said that the Hasidic movement was set up initially as a grassroots religious movement to say, we don't want anything to do with these, all I can think of like profanities here, so I'm looking for a word. All of these like corrupt rabbis who got their position and are not doing what we need. We need counseling, we need guidance, we need coming. But these local charismatic leaders who know how to sing, who know how to dance, know how to tell a story, know how to sit down and have a drink with a fellow Jew and have to stay over their problems, those are the guys who want to be our leaders. And moreover, where he points to the really seeing, and we'll talk about when we get to the conflict with the Sunday, they set up alternative revenue streams that supported these rabbis. For example, I mentioned a meat tax on kosher meat, right? Who would actually do you think the meat tax? The tax collector, but where would you pay it? You want to buy meat. Yeah, like the butcher shop, which is typically the showhead too. Right? You buy a piece of meat yourself. You guys probably never saw a woman salt meat, right? It used to be that you had when you got meat, you did, with the blood removed. You have to actually salt it yourself. My mother would salt it herself. My wife actually a special class where had a salt of the liver. You guys just buy meat, it's like comes like that in a plastic at the grocery store, right? Anyway, so if you would buy it from the showcase, who's paying the tax, to the rabbi who you don't like, what do you want to pay your tax, which you're going to pay anyways, so the Hasidic rabbi? How would you do that? You say, oh, I'm sorry, I have to use the shita. I can't go to the regular shita. I need to go to the Hasidic shita. And so you have a different shita that's a Ben Sion Dinor says it's a whole new revenue stream. It directs it away from that. Rabbi, let's say, for example, the late box $1 during the week at 6:90 a.m. And you're following the Costa says, you have to dump when you're ready. Like let's say 8:30, 10:30, you're gonna have another shul. You can't dump it at the same time, especially if it's an overlap. You can't put two different shuls. So you have a new revenue stream. And for instance, these changes, definitely has trans value. There's money involved. You have a Hasidic rabbi. You can elect this guy as opposed to giving it to the corrupt Mr. Berendon. Yeah. We're gonna get there. I know I gotta get some fights because we just had four, but we'll get there. Mr. Crane.
So far, also from this, I built the idea of money having part of it.
But Mr. Crane, ever was it so? Money is always the rule that motivates so much of what we do.
We're going off out of town without even a dime, do we
necessarily? Not necessarily. We will see. I'm going to show you the bulk transfer tax return on there. Other interesting, I had a Rappaport Albert, very, very interesting scholar, says, what you guys are missing half human race. Women, Hasidism actually, especially in its early stage in the 1700s, allowed some unusual opportunities for women where they had largely been locked out of traditional literacy practice. There are several examples of female rebbe in history. There's a famous maiden of Lumiere, for example, it was Webermacher, and she had a tip. She would give a shear. Sometimes behind a veil, not all kinds of interesting ways in which if you're going to open up what is traditional practice and say these other things used to be done, and all of a sudden you practice for women. Another example in the 21st century I want to think about is like Chabad shlichus, right? If you have a Chabad couple going to Montana to set up a clubhouse, and there's only the two of them there, there's going to be a lot of our the rabbits and all of a sudden do all kinds of things that years ago would not have done. Different kinds of classes, different kinds of activities, all bakes, and who knows what. And it's all couched within tradition, because that's the nature of this kind of rebellion, but it ultimately is something that is novel and new. So Ed Albert writes quite a bit about how Hasidism appealed to women because it offered new opportunities for them to express their spirit. So that's just half a dozen different historiographic approaches to try to understand how this captured them out. Let's get down to the origins. So here's, I call it Mr. Washington, actually a senior colleague at a big impact on my own research. He got by the Soviet Union part in 1999, actually a little bit earlier because he was working with Poland that collapsed just slightly before it. Many scholars were until then shut out all the secret Soviet archives. Soviets were like really jealous of information, very nervous about what kind of things to get out and so on. So he was one of the very first Jewish scholars to be able to get into the Polish archives. As part of the Soviet, it was not part of the Soviet Union state, but it was one part of the bloc. Ironically, I was a much younger student than him. I was a graduate student at the time in 1989 when I first went there, and that's one of the reasons why I got further into this field, because I was allowed at the Communist Party archives and found all kinds of cool things. I'm one of the first guys to go back there, and he went straight to Poland to a place called Medjugorje because he was looking for one particular thing. What was he looking for? He wrote a book called In Search of the Baal Shem Tov. Baal Shem Tov, Rabbi Israel Ben Eliezer, the famed founder of Hasidus. We didn't know for sure he actually was a real person. The book we had, anything about it, was this book, Shiftei HaBesh, the praise of the best, Baal Tov, right, master of the name, that was published. And it's so with all kinds of like stories and stuff like that we don't even know how it's supposed to speak it. It's not a history book. And so there were questions. So Moshe Rossman went directly to Medjugorje, where he was supposed to live, and he found his tax records. The Baal Shem is written in Polish. That's it, the Baal Shem. He recognized, now this is quite, you find it on Mr. But Mr. Rubin, quickly. I told him it was actually didn't exist. I mean, he existed. Not even about him true, but he pre-existed. But that's a whole different argument. We'll do that in history 155 sometime. Yeah. So it's a we don't know possibly the existence. We didn't have census data, and all we had was, legendary stories. And there are some Pied Piper or the Sheriff of Nottingham that we don't necessarily know exist either, but they become part of the legendary. So the question was, can you please prove that he existed? And so he did. Now, by the way, his book is fast. The Baal Shem Tov was, contrary to a lot of the stories Mr. Kranz would probably repeat about, penniless wandering and things like that. This is actually a very respected figure. He was paid for by the community. He lived on the main street. He had a pretty good income. He was regarded as a faith leader. They called him Reverend, and it was like actually a real deal. And we don't know too much about what he actually did and said outside of these sources, but we do know that we have external non-Jewish documentation validating at least some aspects of his book. His name is based on roughly 1699 to 1760. What is fascinating, however, is the precursors that we definitely know about. We've got a lot of data on. So this is the colleague of mine. This is someone I met when I was first in the UK. This is actually Elijah. He's actually a huge scholar right now. I think he can put his book on the syllabus. Yochanan Petrovsky, more like me with like not so much hair and what he has. He's a brilliant scholar. I met him there. We were both in our early 20s, and he was working with these concussives. These were like record books from the communities of Poland, Lithuania that were moldering away in some of the basements. He pulled them out and some great research with them. And I'll tell you, I'm going to tell you about his research on the field of Mr. Abraham's questions. Why is the Baal Shem Tov so excited? Exactly, good question. The reason is because there are tons of people going around who are called Baal Shem. Not necessarily call himself by name, but people are applied to him. He was the Baal Shem Tov. What does that mean? Mr. Brown, can you answer that? So hang on one second. Mr. Tillman, can you answer that? He's the Baal Shem. Excellent. So what does that mean to be a good Baal Shem? What are the bad foundation. No, everybody's misguided. The word is changed, right? So first of all, what's Shem? Okay, what did they do? Good. A Baal Shem, literally, master the name. Master of Hashem's name. Right? Amulets. The huge one. Remember, this is after Shabtai, not that long after, right? Baal Shem was born in 1760. That's 100 years and 5 after the battle of the Shabtai being converted. But in those decades, there are all kinds of people who are making a good living writing amulets. You know your amulets, right? You probably have seen them, maybe not owned some of them, right? When our children were born, we got these little laminated cards that had something like a shibiti on it. Actually, shibiti is also an amulet. The Restream is an amulet, but not a sex amulet, right? That's just it's the same kind of idea. These are like, not to use the word derogatory, but like magical devices. More technical term, they are keywords, which means these are tools you can use to get God to do the things you want God to do. Right? That's like magic, right? You can say it's also called practical Kabbalah. It's like Kabbalah that's used to make things happen. What do you call it? Yeah, Kabbalah Nasio, practical Kabbalah. So, this is part of Jewish culture, right? The Kamsa, the hand, which we sometimes the iron, the board off the iron para, the little parts that we got from the fish were born, put them under the plate, we love those things. I have some of them myself. In fact, when my first son was born, a very, very religious rabbi gave a very Kabbalistic amulet put on the front door, and I story to tell you, but I'm not going to do it on the recording. Maybe I'll play it afterwards. But, we use amulets. Sometimes people hang them from their rear view mirror in their car, stuff like that. So in especially low literacy regions where people have very little contact with Jewish text in a significant way, like in southern Poland, Ukraine, there's some guy, he looks really strong, he seems like a nice guy. He grew up and said, "Oh, Rabbi, I'm having so much trouble with my business. My daughter can't get a shit up, and I'm worried about my child. She's not so healthy. Could you please write me?" And no, we'll write something, and wherever you put it in your pocket, you put it on top of the threshold of your doors, and things like this. These are called Baalei Shem anchors. Now, not all of them were so close. There's an easy way to make a living. You could, even halfway with your name, you might convince people that they're paying money for your ads. And by the way, it's nothing new in Judaism, right? Have a look in Baruch somewhere around Shin Dalit, if I was Rabbi Sachs, exactly which word is Shin Dalit, somewhere around there. Whole discussion of can you wear an amulet on Shabbos, and a whole discussion of what's the defining factor. It's also, of course, in the Sefer Shabbos, but maybe Yotzim, right? When can you wear an amulet on Shabbos, or what kind of amulets can you wear? If they're written by a monk, they're written by an expert. So God, amulets written by experts already in the Talmudic period. So it's a really old thing to do. But they were good. This guy, then Eliezer, he goes to Baal Shem. He was great. His amulets were out. And he was so wonderful to be with. We loved him. And that's how he became like really great. People loved him. So my Yochanan studied Baal Shem, and particularly looked at one called Hillel Baal Shem. Fascinating example. Hillel Baal Shem wrote like a 500-page manual, bad to ever be published. He's saying you can only copy this out by hand. Nobody is allowed to publish it. Yochanan, of course, published it, but it's really interesting because it was like the last gasp of, and book culture. We're not going to go into the whole, business of things that anybody in the street can have it. You have to be able to write it out. So there's a whole background to the Baal Shem Tov from the Baal Shem that was very active at this time. Okay. Did I see any other hands? Mr. Krams?
How can you say that it wasn't? You said it was more with other stuff. Yeah, it was really cool. But there was fun. Quickly,
Yeah, later in the shift at that.
But there's also lots of teaching with the kind of so those weren't
You have to accept the assertion that was passed down to the student. If you don't accept that, or if you have skepticism, it's really true. I think the Balkan consider might have more, but I'm not positive. I don't know. Mr. Parentis.
What is the Civil War? The technology was not. But all these things, when a lot of it was part culture, why did it take so long?
Well, the amulets go all the way back. The amulets go before the Sephardic existed. You have it in the Gemara, a whole discussion of amulets. So that goes back. The Kabbalah, that's a large discussion. I don't want to have it here, but we know that an explosion of it in the 3rd century in Spain. And it makes pretty good progress. To get to Eastern Europe by the 1700s and to motivate a massive amount of people, a popular movement, pretty impressive. But let me go on. So what happens to this Baal Shem Tov? He has a couple of disciples. One of them is the Maggid of Nazareth. The Maggid of Nazareth has 5 distinct disciples. One of them is the Alter Rebbe, the founder of Chabad, and these 5 disciples just spread the seeds everywhere. This is a great book, The Atlas of Hasidism, by Bodzinsky, and all kinds of really cool and show how Hasidism spread to the South and everything like that. This is the Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth, Medjugorje, and here's like from Medjugorje to the Maya, you have the massive spread of Hasidism throughout the West. But of course, and this is in 1772, when he lived, so it's rapidly trends. About 12 years later, you got the 3rd generation going, and they're going really strong. But that's when it starts to run into opposite. It's only when the Maggid really has significant popularity that the Litvaks are up and saying, wait a second, and it's actually shaping the way people observe Judaism in Eastern Europe. What are we going to do? And he all enters around the Vilna Gaon. Here's another example of and again, I don't know how this image is. He lived from 1720 to 1797. The last 20 years of his life were involved in one degree or another in the opposition to the Hasidic movement. There was a considerable amount of ink spilled on how much he personally was opposed to Hasidism. There's no doubt that he was opposed to it, but maybe not necessarily the same degree of vitriol as many of his followers. And in fact, probably I will suggest to you gentlemen, one of the phenomena that we often see in history, that great leaders may have a particular attitude to condemn or champion one cause or another, but it's often their second in command who become the real proponents of that attitude. And they will use their mentors' prestige to reach their own goals. That may have been the case with the Vilna Gaon. Certainly had some serious reservations in opposition to Hasidism, but it was his followers who became really anti-Hasidic, prepared to go into the streets and fight over it. So, what is it that they were upset about? I'm going to list, I think, here 9 different things that the Nechagim really opposed to Hasidism. The first is, what is this separate prayer groups business? Hasidism tends to emphasize a very different approach to Mila, whereas the Litvaks really have a level of discipline in terms of what exactly are the boundaries of time when you're allowed to daven Shachar and Tamar, and these, are widely ignored by Hasidic groups, largely in the sense of, what's the point of praying on time if you are not inspired to pray? This is not an endorsed, gentlemen. You got to show up for chakras at 7:45 in the morning. Can't claim Hasidus as the excuse. 7:45 when chakras begins. But that's the idea. It's not I'm not. I want my davening for if I'm still sleeping. Let me. It's better. You can sleep during class. Like some of us here. Get a good night. My voice is very soothing and has to go. So that's one of them. Remember, Ben Dinor said that the sepulchre groups had an economic incentive to it as well. So it was a way of giving different revenue streams to support the company. So and that goes along with these northern mandated prayer times. Of course, you're saying this is, out Russian and people don't separate from the community, and you're setting up separate tefillah and things like that. There's different groups and so on. That's not right. And what is this with the personal sitter? What's wrong with the Ashkenazic sitter? The Hasidim went back to various earlier Nishalos, which are associated especially with the Ari. The Arizal, the Rabbi Yitzchak Luria, phenomenal Egyptian and later Kabbalists of the 16th century. The Shabbat called slaughter. There's a whole business about, when you check the knife, I don't know how many second schooling yet. I should be studying in Kabbalah about 4 months. The second schooling, the whole discussion there, your knife has to be both sharp and 3 edged. But the problem is, especially with technology of the 18th century, if you make the knife really, really sharp, it's easy to get a nick. If you make it a little less sharp, you won't get, but then maybe you'll be taking an example of knife instead of slice. So the approximate differed on the degree of sharpness the knife had to have. So that meant different shpita. You have to have shpita. They said, "Did you guys not studying Talmud? Are you sitting here and you're sitting around telling stories and drinking alcohol? Is that what we're supposed to do?" And instead of studying the Gemara, if that was enough, you're studying Kabbalah. Oh my gosh, Kabbalah is supposed to be for Kadosh Kadoshim. The Vilna Gaon himself was a phenomenal Kabbalist. But that was kind of like the ideal in the literature world was only people who had met all of the markers, at least 40 years of age, male, having completed Shas and posting. Then maybe you could look at Kabbalah. And it says, the Hasidim are they're taking Baladas, wagon drivers, boxer traders, water carriers, regulars, just lonely people with no education. And they're randomly talking about the Spiros and the Klipas Nova. What is going on with you guys? Teaching this stuff so ordinary ignoramuses? That's so awful. It's just taking pearls and throwing them into the mud. You can't do that. And this was definitely a big deal. It had changed in the 19th century, but the Hasidim at the time, 18th century, were known for incredibly wild behaviors in down. Turning somersaults in the shul was regular practice. Can you imagine? Rolling up and down. Because the idea was, all of my bones fall out. So I'm going to be really violent in my gesticulation. You ever dealt with wrestlers? Lots of class stamping their feet. Harlan Stolen, where you scream out when you're davening, like you're supposed to imagine someone stab a knife in your back, and so you daven like a small volume. So really weird behavior, and you add to that alcohol, things can change dramatically. And say these guys are that's not the daven. Stop still. Don't move. We're lit up. Right? And wait for like Scotty to like turn on the transporter, quiet, and these are just so wild. Mr. Clarence,
They said that it's not just take all of the show. The one who's out in the place for that is your virus banging up.
Yeah, you can imagine. I mean, that's just give you a sense of like how the rich folks would say. And finally,
anti-nominalism, the law, breaking the law, or the and even having secretly away shopping at street. So these are like charges that were brought against the city of Mumbai, the Restream movement. They also levied Restream Government of the Adi from the Kabad, and the National of the Pet went to see the building and say, hey, no, it's not like that. Sure, there are a few bad eggs, things, but that's not really what it's all about. The building actually refused to see them. Right? So we don't know exactly, it was like, there's a lot of ways out, but it definitely was not interpreted in a positive way by the Nazi movement. And so in 1772, again, not clear whether this comes from the Gaon or whether it comes from his followers. 1772, there were parents placed on the Phoenix and the interfaith movement, and their books were actually burned. The first time Jews have burned, books of the values of including the Rambam and the Spartan, they were not burned, they were buried, but might as well, right? To see them, they issue harem back inside them, and you have these bands and bounded bands and start burning the well. And it was like just crazy in the last 2 decades. The 18th century, was literally acting as a stroke, and especially nasty band in the year 71. That was like one of these guns found within dollar kind of bands. This was a period when it was like the most ferocious level of conflict between them. Ultimately, it came to a head in 1794 when there was a rabbi in Pinsk, a Mishnah rabbi, and was and it's like one of those borderline countries actually has a geography expected to be more acidic or less acidic. Pinsk is like basically on the borderline. So when Pinsk, which the Misnagdim thought was going to be their territory, the key position to a Hasidic way, that rabbi to the Tsar, to the Russian authorities, and said, they hired a shaitan who is under a ban by the Vilna Gaon and so on, and so they put the rabbi in jail, which began a whole cycle of denunciation to the Russian government. Mustang thrown in jail, Edom thrown in jail. If you hang out with Edom, it's hard to even say talking this rabbi or that rabbi, but it was a really nasty time. Imagine calling out the cops and saying this rabbi in jail because he's betraying our God. The mindset of 19th or 18th century Russian empire is very different from our time. Nowadays, you can worship alligators if you want. Nobody really cares what you do in your own home or in your own house of worship. We have lots of wacky kinds of religions, because that's the nature of our secular society in the 20th century. The Russian Empire may not have been friendly to Jews, but they expected the Jews to stay in their lane. Don't make trouble, follow your leaders. Anyone who tries to upset the status quo and saying the legitimate leaders and the Jewish people are not legitimate, those are people who should be considered revolutionaries by Aristotle. They don't want Jewish society to be disrupted by revolution because they don't want their own government to be disrupted by revolution. So that's why the Russian government would listen to these Jews saying, oh my gosh, are you serious? Oh, look at this document translated into Russian for me. I can see that this guy is definitely in trouble with other Jews. So therefore, they went along with it and put them in jail. Okay, arguments, discussions, questions? They used to say about three articles around the last marriage as being present for the day. So he said that the three articles that you
Okay, you got put in jail for getting drunk. So now you're it's great. Okay. So let's go on. All right. So what ends up happening? Now we actually began talking about this at the very beginning. There's going to be stuff happening. One that we'll talk about more on Wednesday. One that I want to mention here. The second phenomenon we'll pick up on Wednesday is that the whole fight between the Sagna and Hasidim died rapidly in the second decade of the 19th century when they realized that they're fighting over tiny little details, whether the knife should be sharp or whether it should be net-free. But the masculine coming from the same Viking culture at all. Like the Hasidim are saying you should daven at 6 a.m. or a.m. and the masculine are saying, why have Shabbat on Saturday? Let's move it to Sunday. So that's convenient. Right? So the Hasidim and the Messiah knew that they had a far greater enemy of their understanding of Judaism in the masculine movement. And so they decided to patch things up really fast because they could not withstand their challenge unless they met a united force. The phenomenon I want to talk about now is when the Mid-Nazim realized they're not going to win a decisive battle against the Hasidim. The Hasidim are here to stay. So then they said, okay, let's start borrowing from their playbook. We can do to adapt to those spiritual determinants.
When after every decade of the closer working together, like you get those, like you understand the strength of them.
Basically, yeah. Basically, sort of said like my daughter to marry us, but I have good relations with my Hasidic neighbors that allow a maskil on my street, right? Like they didn't necessarily like each other, but they realized they had a lot more in common. As we saw at the beginning of this class, right? 99% of what Hasidim and Messiahim believe in is the same. It's that 1% that's just diet. You wear dark, you not wear dark. It's not like you observe Shabbat, not observe Shabbat. So different. Okay, so this is the great yeshiva of Volozhin, one of the most important yeshivas that was established in the late 19th century. It was established, of course, by the great students of the Vilna Gaon, Chaim of Volozhin, who lived at this time in the late 1700s, to figure out how we're going to cope with the season. So they say, okay, what we have to do is we have to go back, like the Hasidim, they innovated by finding things in the tradition we didn't like really emphasize. We have to go back and do the same thing. We have to find those things which are definitely in the tradition, and then we have to make it available. So, for example, what are we good at doing this? We are good at text, so we are going to double down on multiple study. We are going, maybe one of the things Litbox missed out on is that we did not emphasize the importance of common study. So we're going to make sure that we're not going to overlook a much wider exposure to the model. Like, before Hasidim came, even Gemara learning, you can understand that it's hard for me to give you a number because it's kind of a lot of period of time, a lot of geographic space, but you know, a child would be lucky to have a smattering of Pirkei Avos in his culture. To know a Seder of Mishnah, that would have been easy. To learn a sect of Gemara, you know, that's a massive Talmud Chacham. Because, you know, basically money, right? At a certain age, 13, 14, you could be out there making a living. So there's not much opportunity for come out, dark, unwound, to actually engage time in yeshiva learning like you guys do. You guys seriously are historically the only. So The Litvack said, you know what, maybe we really got to make on letting everybody study Talmud. We've got at least every male studying Talmud. We've got what we are good at, which is studying Talmud. Talmud in particular is better than anyone. We're way better than those that completed Talmud. So we're really going to stake our reputation on that. When it comes to Kabbalah, which is where the Hasidim really broke open the message, you know what? We believe in Kabbalah too. We've got lots of Kabbalah. But super careful how we disseminate the Chabad and the other Hasidim who are like reading Tanya, which is like, oh my gosh, even in my own lifetime, I have make sure Rebbe told me I should not be reading Tanya because it's too Kabbalah in my own lifetime. Yeah, pretty good statement. But it's not telling me I read it, but no, it's pretty good. This is the response. Really important response. I encourage you down to read this. This is Neshachayim by the time of the Gala. And this is basically, and I got to know this is like a mind-blowing statement. It is easily, in my humble opinion, the equal of Tanya. So much so the great philosopher Emmanuel Levinas. Ooh, he said this is amazing. They're very, very similar in so many ways. The last chapter translated by the great philosopher Emmanuel Levinas into French as it was mind-blowing work. It changed my life. I'll tell you quickly one last story. Because we're on 1 minute left. When I was first in yeshiva, maybe I'll turn off the recording for this one. It's a personal story. But when I was first in yeshiva, you guys know that I came to yeshiva late in life. It was about my 20s. That Patty fight, you're gonna make same money. So I'm doing exactly what he's doing. I'm forging for Armin. I'm doing exactly what he's doing. Good business. If I'm him, I'm even going even a step further. I'm doing Patty, just engaging, then on the whole fuck, delay as much as I can so I get all the pay-per-view points, become the biggest star. Okay, gentlemen, we're going to go into the wild 18th century now. And where we went last week. Monday, we were talking about the moves. I gotta do this thing. So we left off. I'm doing great. With you coming late, don't say how you doing. Where we left off last week, we are like the crushing repeat of the Mississippi Rebellion, right? And we talked a lot about the socioeconomic roots of it. We should come at some really good questions there because, you know, we spoke earlier about the stages of anti-Semitism, major things that go along with it, but we didn't really look at anti-Semitism as a horizontal phenomenon, meaning like, why would people hate Jews in this as opposed to in this country at the same time? And you should realize that there are definitely regional barriers regarding their anti-Semitic ideas. The weirdest thing about anti-Semitism, kind of supernatural thing about it maybe, is that it seems to be a virus that anyone can catch. Like it goes and it transforms into, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if there are anti-Semitic Eskimos, you know, any Jews in the Inuit life. And when we look specifically at the 17th century and East, there's no question that the majority of the content of that anti-Semitism was of a socioeconomic nature, meaning that the problems that Ukrainians in particular had with Jews were based more than anything else on the influence that they had economically. Say there were not also elements, you know, the Jews killed Christ and things like that. That's not to say that the blood libel whole countries, but if we were to kind of like boil it down to the major element, one last caution regard. I think one of the challenges of studying history at an academic level, as opposed to kind of like an identity building phenomenon, like there are some Jewish movements that will really say, let's teach Jews about the Holocaust so they will become more committed Jews. Right? So if that's your goal, then you're really going to emphasize certain aspects that lead to the goal of making you a more committed Jew. But if you are interested in the academic study of the phenomenon of anti-Semitism, without the ulterior goal of what it will do to the person in terms of their ideology, their philosophy, then you got to recognize the fact that it's not always true that Jews will be blameless. There are behavioral entries which have, from time to time, occasioned a backlash. Generally speaking, are the proportion to the nature of the original events, but nevertheless, that's part of the autopsy, hatred that we're engaged in. Again, I want to emphasize one more time on Instagram that understand interethnic relations as objectively as possible. It's not always true that Jews are blameless. Okay? I don't think that I can say with great confidence there has been no case in Jewish history of a Jew ever been caught murdering a child and drinking its blood. That I can say for sure. I cannot say for sure. And in fact, I would not say for sure it's not been a case of a Jew kidnapping and killing a child. God forbid, or land. That has happened even in Brooklyn with a young child. I can't remember his name offhand, unfortunately, but that does happen. And how that sometimes gets translated into popular violence is really all the time. It's underground. Talk about how, and it was told doesn't have to do with the fact that people always blame on it when they're not highlighting the scene minority that somehow has to be with everything possible. Oh, this is the perfect thing to just yell at. Right? No, you're absolutely right, Mr. Kran. That is your Macabre for the thesis of the great philosopher Jean-Paul Sartre, that I believe we talked about in one point, who said, si le juif n'existe pas, l'antisémite l'inventerait. That if the Jew did not exist, the antisemite would invent him. Right? The antisemite needs some kind of construct to explain his own failures. The Jew is a great construct. And ironically, the more Jews are blamed for it, the better a construct it is, because they look in books and say, oh my gosh, people felt this way about the Jews 100 years ago, 200 years ago, 300. It must be true. Right? It's a conspiracy that builds upon itself. So you're absolutely right. I don't think that's sufficient to explain all types of anti-Semitism, but that is definitely one major psychological motive.
But what happened recently, 27 or these abrupt, you consider very normal human nature. It's not normal. Are there instances of anti-Semitism where the violent reaction was sort of in proportion and understand what the Jews have done to them, even no matter what the Jews have done, doesn't warrant barbarism. But others we can sort of understand a little more, say, again, I mean, whatever the BLM march is ridiculous, but they're just trying to express something without, barbarism and barbarism involved. So, do we have to use where less barbaric and also more terrible?
Yeah, to answer your question, we have to step a little bit, because once we talk about the state, time changes entirely, right? It goes from an interethnic conflict that involves a religious and distinct mind in a society, and those are certain kind of dynamics that happen when you have, social tensions with peasants and lords. Jews are somewhere in that mix, and a modern nation state with awesome army and with powerful friends, then becomes international. So maybe a case in point would be Egypt, right? Israel fought wars with Egypt, 48, 56, 67, and then when he finally was able to, and in each case, Egypt lost miserably. When Egypt was finally able to bloody Israel's nose in the October War of 1973, the Yom Kippur War, at that point, it was kind of like a realignment of the Egyptian mentality, and they said, well, look at that. We can't hurt the Jews. Israel is not complete. Israel took a horrible beating in October 19, and that allowed Egypt to kind of say, so now we can make peace with them. Doesn't mean they're friends. Doesn't mean that the level of anti-Semitism, but it was not like suicidal anti-Semitism. It wasn't kind of like, we don't care if our country is destroyed, we can kill some more Jews. That's real crazy anti-Semitism. This is like international relations. Countries are always fighting, always, getting back to it. So that's normal, as it was. It's horrible in the sense that there was a lot of people died, God forbid, horrible wars, but it's normal. What is not normal is Hamas. Hamas is definitely there's a political and economic conflict that's real.
Right. So we can understand that aspect of it. So if you ever have reactions that are alienating, but no less violent, sure,
yeah, you're asking me a complicated question. It's totally derailing the 20th century. I said, they're not the same thing. Maybe the Nazi X-axis second choice, or explicitly, they think it's better for them to be martyred in the fight against Israel than to have any degree of material prosperity and happiness. And that's just bizarre. Like that escapes my understanding why you would want to choose that. But that's taking it far off. Maybe we'll do a course sometime about the history of Israel and the Middle East. We have done this now here. It's not too fascinating something. Let's go to the 18th century. Yes, back in time. Here we go. So, we should be on. All right. Okay. So I did this lecture a few years ago, and tried to recycle it. And you may have seen this is a popular show. Thistle, right? And it's great because it's set Israel characters really fast. But essentially depicting ultra-Orthodox life in the 21st century in so many ways it reflects the 18th century. The same kinds of tensions that were going on 200 years ago, we're still enjoying them today, even in environmental and Europe. And we can call this the long 18th century. There is this concept of shorter and longer centuries. How long is a century in the last one? 100 years. Excellent. Year 261, 260. Do that right away. So, a century is 100. However, historically speaking, you can have a short century or a long century. So, for example, the 19th century is considered long by most historians because it begins with the Franco-Prussian War of 1870. And after that war, really changed a lot of alignments. Then it continues all the way up to 1914, beginning of Anastasia, Mr. Glasgow. 1914. Yeah. Look at that. No, I just good. So that's a long 19th century. It does 1900 to 1999. It goes from 1870 to 19. Most historians will think about the 19th century in those sense. Or there's the short 20th century, which is 18, end of World War I, 1991, collapse of the Soviet Union. Short century. that kind of basic culture of what's going on. Right, it's kind of like when you group the memes of the times. You know, it's not like all of a sudden when the clock changes to the new century, everybody starts thinking differently. But they're really big people think politics, things like depending on most of that order. So that's what we want. So we have a long 18th century in our situation. The 18th century, of course, begins with the 17th, but it really goes back to talk about in today's lecture. And it extends really up until the very end of 1795 is where I ended. That's when Poland was taken over by Russia, and all of a sudden you have a new environment for the Jews altogether. The kinds of figures that really shaped it, we have three blocks the 18th century Jewishly. You have the Alter who was the founder of Chabad, very important thinker, and you Hasidic leader. We're trying to talk about today more on Monday, the entire background, but among Hasidim, the Alter Rebbe stands really head and shoulders above many of his generation. You have, which is probably going to be next, the famous ballet Elijah Vilna. We're not sure whether this is an accurate portrait. There are quite a few portraits floating around, but this is one of them. I kind of like to look at it maybe because the CD film. He is, of course, representing the reaction to the Hasidic movement born in the 18th century, and they, of course, take on the names Miss Nagin, and they were founded. The Mishnah, or as Chabad likes to call it, snag, right? These are, even though they are historically the predecessors, because the Mishnah are kind of like the traditionalists. When the Hasidic movement began as an intellectual spiritual rebellion, the Mishnah did. So that's how the traditionalists get the name opponents. It's a name that ultimately they sort of adopted for themselves, even though it was originally a term of opprobrium. They're also known, of course, as Litvaks, because they're from Lithuania, Lita, but and they call it sometimes yeshivish. Obviously, this institution has a deep Litvish roots as well, but we are definitely about Sephardi friendly, all kinds of things like that. And we live in a kind of a Polish movement world in many ways, anyways. But they're friends, and these messages more about. Well, obviously, because it's good. I think about it a lot. I can tell you, one of my daughters became like what they call spitz Chabad. Super Chabad. She's like big and hugging. There's some listeners who say heard someone read in the book. The red I have done is a thing that immediately that's like something else. Well, and they're loving it. They're great. Anyways, and my daughter, you know, she's like a spiritual power. She is like, my gosh, she's kind of like run the world. Remember, I'll tell you a funny story. One service. Hopefully this will go around. She was about 8 years old, sitting in the front, and I'm talking about Unisana Focus, but you just read on Yom Kippur, right? Unisana Focus that, the book's light's going to be opened up, it's going to be all with these in there, and your signature there. And I said to my family, she was like 8 years old, I said, and it's going to be like a video thing of your entire life. Every single thing you've ever done wrong is going to be available there. And my daughter, she says, everything? She runs over and still kept crying. Like, she was so much Carlotta at 8 years old. Any mistake she might have made that just the ability to find a token blew her away. So that's the kind of person. Third figure of that rock, the 18th century. And by the way, gentlemen, this is, imagine, 3 asteroids landed in the Atlantic Ocean, and and they're still feeling the waves of their triple tsunami, even today in the 21st century. What the Alter-Rebbe really is the Baal Shem Tov, but I like how the Alter-Rebbe is on it. To say the Gaon, there is Rabbi Moshe Mendelssohn. These three movements are still affecting us today in a pretty discernible way. Yes.
This third rabbi, yes, so the major fight was, that name.
It was Alan? Yes, yes, we'll talk about it. He's huge. All of them are controversial. We'll also have controversy a little bit, but three very different ways to choose the Torah universe that made massive on the Ashkenazic world and by extension on. That's why I included this picture in the leg, but I kind of look like this shows the difference. And I also included this picture because a lot of times I'm walking down the street and people say, hey, aren't you? So actually, this guy here. They laugh. People listening to Will Smith, I'm walking down the street. Okay. Anyway, I'm not sure why I included those pictures. Let's just understand this one more sort of theoretical sense. We're going to come back to this chart in a minute because the 18th century, in many ways, was the long 18th century was a century of rebellion, intellectual rebellion of what I'm going to give you a good German word here, Weltanschauung. Remember that word, Weltanschauung. What does that mean, Mr. Rubin? Worldview, excellent. How do you know that? Famous word. Oh, it's a famous word. That's good. I'm so proud. It's a famous word. Capital W, Weltanschauung means the way of at the world. It's a little bigger, I think, than you do with word worldview. It's kind of like pain by Weltanschauung means like, so you feel optimistic about the world, you believe that, God runs every detail of the world, or maybe you kind of left it alone, like a watchmaker or something. Do you believe that most people are nice, most people are evil? Do you believe that all kinds of things like that are built into Weltanschauung? And so there are three big Weltanschauung rebellions that happen. We're going to complete each of them, but let's talk about them. First of all, rebellion of discovery. The Hasidic movement engaged in significant levels of innovation, packaged essentially as restoration. In the sense that we are going to do things very different than our grandfathers and our great-grandfathers. But in reality, that's because we did not have access to the unique fountains of wisdom present in particular in Kabbalistic sources. Like if they had only realized that Hamas Ali, then they would certainly think they would, and that's essentially the kind of thing that's going on here, right? Like this. It's tying the idea of the skill, which really begins to gain a lot of traction in the 17th century, 16th century, really, in Scott, animates their friends. But part of the thing to this, it wasn't really, we were trying to get those, that's why we have stars. We were trying to get the books, so like all the meta trying to consider that is the results. So that's how we end up even about it. They still didn't have some of the development, but there was a hidden society of teaching where they were learning all these, but wasn't ready to reveal. No, so that's kind of like a question, sort of like the theology of Hasidic movement. Like, if we are rediscovering stuff that exists hundreds, thousands of years ago, how come people weren't talking about it earlier? So that's a good question, more on a theological level. On a historical level, you definitely know that ideas go back very far. Again, because the rebellion based on discovery. You could imagine that I sit in front of you today and not wear a tie, but for example, kind of clothes that might have worn it all up. You're looking kind of crazy, but I'd say, no, these flowy robes. This is the way the people wore exactly the same shade. I'd be doing something different, but it would be of discovery. I learned that Rebbe Akiva's mode of dress is really what I want. I was able to see this go from like the new fresh things to nowadays. It's like, I feel like a person like a Skyrim with a mega job. I think like, whoa, even with kind of stuff like that. So, you know, no question. It's like an incredibly vibrant, innovative movement for about the first 50 years, and it goes through a period where a lot of historians consider it reified. It developed into courts and dynasties, and most historians have seen that as kind of like a downturn of epistemic energy, but not all. Many just don't understand that 19th century at all. So stay with that question, because we're just beginning right now. Rebellion to position. This is basically Litvish view that says we have to rebel by laying down on what we're doing. Like up until we've been kind of relaxing, we have not been engaged in super high level political study. We've been sort of like saying, yeah, that's for the elite, but in reality, everybody's got to be in court. Everybody's got to be doing this. That's more of the rebellion of position. By doing something that Jews typically do not do that much historically, but we are going to reinterpret it in order to make it for the masses. Why all this rebellion? What was going on? Yeah, again, this is kind of like a belt, and usually there are things that happen in history that just make everyone sort of light up and say, well, let's try different things. When I get to the second chapter 3, I believe that's going to be kind of like the breaking of the dam that creates all of these new movements, because there are those, chapter 3 was really dangerous, but there's some aspects of what we have developed those, and others say the chapter was so dangerous, we've got to do things differently. But it's like the chapter 9/11, you know, like here in America, I was resisting 9/11, unlike most of you guys. We were all like, before 9/11. There was a very different world before 9/11. You did not have to go through security to get on a plane. You know, you just like walking like this, you can even smoke on the airplane. Everybody's not allowed to smoke. Everybody's smoking on planes. Doesn't matter if you're a tiny fuselage flying through the same, always smoking there. People say, that's a pretty deal. But that's the world. But now we live very post 9/11, where there's security at airports, you have cyber security that's huge, you have all kinds of like strange threats that nobody ever thought about. It's because of 9/11 that we have this very different world. You guys remember what it used to be like. So before shopping, and after shopping, Japan. What is now? I'm scared of. That can be interpreted as a derogatory term. So it's not you're scared of nothing. It's going on. That's the biggest fear was. There's a huge fear, and that's why when it started, Kanye was being reprinted, and it was like, look at it, that's Kanye, and everybody says, no, this is being put out, that's part of your. So wasn't that in game that they weren't getting the real things and do that, they were freaking out. We're going to talk about all that stuff too. It is interesting, not all editions of the time have this, but in the most authoritative edition, printed by the Wrong House, which is the Snag House, there's actually an apology there from Bora Wrong. The printer of the Wrong shot, the Vilna shot, for certain events which we'll discuss later. Mr. Russell Esky.
So what today's modern Orthodoxy movement be comparable to the Festivus movement?
Ooh, Mr. Russell, great question. No, and I think as you shall see, modern Orthodoxy, depending on how we want to define it, borrows a weakness. You know, it's the way of that tsunami. These are the steroids. We're like away from mixing and matching. Question similar. We got to make broad things that look fish vary so much by the value. Why wasn't it that? Okay. If you don't know the reason for something, the reason probably is exactly. And you know how it is to work a working age male to full-time Torah study? Right? It's incredible. You guys, 60 years ago, you would have been already working in something. But to imagine the number of men engaged full-time, it's a virtually unheard of. It's too expensive. Well, we reassert our pay, and also we lost the vast majority. Okay, you guys, I hope you realize that you are really good. Remember, this is last year of about 10% of American Jews are 10% that Orthodox, how many really devoted to full-time study like young adults? Maybe maybe half of those that are interested in 5%. Of those people who are engaged in it, you're going to go for 2 years and you got to work, right? So maybe half of a percent in entire Jewish population is engaged in full-time study like you are. You guys are so elite, you don't even realize you are the Navy SEALs of the Navy SEALs. The Navy SEALs say, look at those guys. That's what it is. As usual, in a life, their parents, whoever else is paying for your tuition, and for your ability to not be working in life, you gotta be thankful for it. Okay. The innovation of the Revolution was sometimes received, the innovation of the freedom movement, as we shall see demonstrated, was often perceived as antinomian. The Greek original is nomos. You ever hear that word, nomos? Nomos means law. Antinomian means breaking the norm. Like the leader of this great country, for example, breaking the norm. Not necessarily breaking the law, but the thin line sometimes. Right? So antinomian, the Hasidim were seen by the Mishnah as being antinomian, as saying, wow, what are you guys doing? We have a Shulchan Aruch, this is what time we're supposed to daven, and you're davening later, and what are you guys having your pressing area, all kinds of things like that, as we shall see. The greatest example of the Mishnagdic approach in one fascinating exchange, where he said in the late 9th century, so I'm borrowing a little bit of time, but listening on a Gemara about when wheat is permissible to be consumed, he said, Chadash Asur Min HaTorah. He was a Chadash also meant Torah. But what does that mean? Translate it from Greek. Chadash Asur Torah. Everything that's like you? Great. Context of Gemara? What's the original saying about right. The new wheat that's just been planted, you have to wait till after it's up. Now remember, before you can eat it, that wheat is called Chadash, and it's usher. You can't eat that wheat. That's why we use it. It's called Yashon, and the whole flour. And he said, take that as a wild gadol. Chadash, Asur Min Torah. If it's new, it's usher. Now that's kind of like an extreme. You will not trust any new thing. That he does kind of approach. Okay, the last one here is the rebellion of expansion. And we see this, and this is more with the Helic movement that will compensate. Wait a second. Our world has been too small. In great distinction, Soper says because Asr and Torah. What are you talking about? If it's not Asr, it must be, and if it's not Asr, it must be Mutter. Then we should be doing it too. So the Maskilim were interested in experimenting with the outside with all kinds of new practices and behavior. And although this is really a fair comparison, and I know Rosh Shiva would not be happy to me even suggesting to you to think about it, but their hero is, of course, the Rambam. And they say, well, Rambam, again, the masculine here are unfairly using the Rambam as your child for their values. As you say, the Rambam was like a medical doctor. He wrote in beautiful Arabic. He was like in the courts of the royalty. He was like completely involved with the outside world. This is the iconic thing. There's actually an article that I used to go that says, we don't know exactly where it came from. This is really a 21st century version of a 9th century portrait that was very common in Sephardic homes. But we can't go back to the 12th century. We don't have anything from that old. It looks very peaceful. Yeah, he looks like that. So again, this is the rebellion of expanding. We have been too narrowly focused. With a lot of the political changes that's happening in the 18th century, don't forget the 18th century is also birth of modern France, the French Revolution, birth of America, right? 1776. These things are happening in the 18th century. Maybe things are different for Jews now. And we can engage. Okay, there are 3 rebellions. Let's go now to Shabbat. Any last questions before we do this? Okay. What's the story of Shabbat? So, there are narrowly is really the story of an individual who has significant talent, and although there are historical accounts that tend to portray him as an evil attempting to subvert Judaism, most of the modern studies of Shabtai Tzvi, he was mentally ill. And he was in his early 20s when he began to experience things. Again, we have descriptions of his followers to tell us what he was going through. A lot like bipolar disorder, or manic depressive syndrome, or even schizophrenia, which is especially associated with young men in their early 20s. So obviously we can't really do psych section from afar, especially over centuries, but what I can tell you is that he was going through these periods of what he called illumination, where he experienced tremendous elation and joy and feelings of grandeur. It was during the worst of these periods that he described how he could levitate, that he could engage in hadera, meaning like, transportation over wide territory. With the encouragement, an unhappy colleague named Nathan of Gaza, he came to believe that he was in fact. And not only that, if you have to imagine this guy, he's tall, he's good looking, he had several marriage offers, but he wanted to remain in Romans. Later, he would get married, actually, I think 4 times, but you can't hear those because it was a Torah scroll he got married to at one point. It's a very weird kind of. But he not only convinced himself that he was Messiah, he convinced thousands of Jews across Europe and North Africa that he was in fact the Messiah. And so he had this massive movement with him, and the difficult at the end, I'll show shortly. How he can serve. That argues obviously asking an amazing woman out for the people on the hill that how were people so gullible? How were they there? Historians point to the fact that there was like widespread depression after the Zionist rebellion of the on Monday that ended in 1649. Trails of violence extended over the next half century. Half dozen years. That contributed to the idea of wow, it's a horrible massacre. Mashiach must be around the corner. To the growth of Kabbalistic doctrines that were emanating from Tzfat, and the idea of wow, look at these whole new ways of understanding the world. thinking mystically, and here's a guy comes along, he's built in this flow. He will, new technologies, printing was really beginning to catch fire among Jews. Jews were circulating a lot more literature. Jews were actually seeing more artistic representations of Shabtai Tzvi, and a lot of them took it seriously. And so they're selling their belongings and leaving Amsterdam in particular and making their way to Israel, thinking it's going to actually work.
When you say he was mentally ill, you say that he seems the whole evening, or even horrible dictators. People follow them tremendously.
First of all, I don't know if he was mentally ill. Looking at the descriptions of how he behaved, is the case. But we assume that, because I assume that they're dictator-like cult leaders, narcissistic, self-serving, childish leaders. That doesn't stop, controlling nuclear weapons. We don't necessarily vote for people who demonstrate sanity. Why am I going on? I'm being recorded. I just got my citizenship. You're already messing it up. Worse news than the alternate. I read a survey that I received by Jeff Schoen is the classic. He's a master of politics. And he's married a artist. Yeah. I may even have a picture of your hero. See, no, I don't think I do have it here. No, it won't take us too far afield, but yeah, he did a lot of things that were designed to kind of make it look like a Nazi. Maybe at the suggestion of Nathan of Gaza was definitely not influenced from. You got to keep your credit. A woman who was an orphan from the Mesquite rebellion, Sarah, and she was not a particularly faithful partner to him, and he did this apparently. He wanted to imitate the Nazi. Yeshua. No, it's not Russia. Messiah? Okay, that's it. He also married a woman of field retreat. And there's a whole story we read about how he met her. Okay, guys, I love the entrance, but we're not brothers. So let's just go back a little bit before we get to Shabtai Tzvi. What kind of influence is going on? 14 to all individuals in the game. A couple of you took my brother to 55 we talked about this a lot, but a major scene in Jewish history. It was in fact like one of those huge ruptures that's almost a Holocaust size. Spain was without doubt for a few hundred years the most powerful center of the Jewish people at the time. Centuries upon centuries of scholarship, large communities, basically like America, like the Northeast, New York, Jersey. That's what Spain was like. And then all of a sudden, the pogroms of 1390, of course, conversions, the Inquisition, and then finally the expulsion. And all these Jews find themselves scattered to the winds, taking their way across the Mediterranean basin, up into Europe, and in Las Americas, right? All trying to find a way to reconstruct themselves. And many Jews turn to mysticism, saying, how do we explain this huge rift in our experience here? It must be that something has changed dramatically. In particular, the Jews who made their way to Prague, who found the Prague Circle, where you have, the great Kabbalah Ramak, his student, the Arizal, hugely influential. Also, in his old age settled there, the Alship, many others. The Orthodox, the Catholic, we always think we're on that part. Why do people always do that? Why do people always do what?
They turn to mysticism and answering up that Mashiach's coming this week or next week or the week after. Like, we keep doing it every year. Again.
So it's accusations, right? Because like not all people do this, not all people react, but I think mysticism, it can be huge, right? You have difficulty understanding the world, and reason does not give you the kind of emotional content. They find it in poetry, they find it in saying, but mysticism is a refuge. If you study my book on the testimony, more of the discussion there, because he wrote in the Holocaust. But we'll do this one. There were also, if you recall, those who were in class, that there's a brand new kind of possibility for Jews after the expulsion of Spain. And that is something we have not seen before in Ashkenazic history, the possibility of identifying the Jew while disaffiliating from the community. The idea that you could be kind of like ethnically Jewish, but you did not have to be under the authority of the Beit. Some of the crucial figures involved in this is Uriel Acosta, pictured here in this dark kind of brooding, with claw-like hands, stuff like that. An individual who, if you'll permit me, I'm going to tell you the story because it is a really terrifying story that I think about quite often. He was born in 1500, living as a crypto Jew, meaning, like most kids, his parents didn't tell him he was actually Jewish, because he was always concerned that maybe they'll be playing, they'll have to mention that my mom lights candles Friday nights, and the Inquisition would come and it would be disaster. He went to the University of Coimbra. He earned a degree in theology. He was actually a lay priest. He was a theologian. And then when he was in his early 20s, his mom said to him, Rio, I have to tell you the truth. We're actually Jewish, and we're moving to Amsterdam, right, which was a free city where Jews could express themselves. Uriel said, I knew it. Oh my gosh. I've always wondered what Jews are really like. No, I always enjoyed reading the Old Testament more than the New Testament. And I wanted to be the forefathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. He's like so excited. He goes to Amsterdam with his mother. He's a smart guy, very intelligent. He ends up writing several books. What happens when he actually joins a live Jewish community is that he's too grown for it. And he starts saying, showing how loud that you're saying. I can't believe you guys are talking during doctrine. Don't you realize? You should not be trying to say, like, did you really get it? I can't believe you guys said that. Really can't. You guys and he probably has some kind of mental illness as well. He becomes a gadfly in the community saying, I can't believe it. There's Jews here. I'm so happy to be in my Judaism and be expressing myself as a Jew. But I met this guy and he told me he's on his taxes. How is that possible? How are the Jew costs? He's like going around, he's like speaking to too many people, and they in Amsterdam, they don't want to rock them, right? They actually have a pretty good Amsterdam. The Dutch have some unusual policy called gezogen, which means basically if you don't step out of line, you guys can do whatever you want religiously. So they actually have synagogues and things like that open and out. When Jews are technically not allowed to live there, but they just ignore it. That's kind of like a Dutch thing. And they don't want to have this guy running around complaining about the Jewish community very loudly. So they put him in harem 2 separate times. He actually tries to make it in Hamburg, he was moved away. Same kind of problem comes up. Fine back and begs the Jewish community, let me back in. I promise I won't, do any bad to the community anymore. Of books like I did. I know there was that one time when I told 2 guys thinking of converting to Judaism that they really shouldn't because that the Jewish community is like full of liars. I'm sorry about that. And so they say to him, he's joking, but really couldn't. It's a really sad story. They say, okay, fine. We've already done this twice before. The third time, it's going to be the last time. We require you to stand in the middle of the synagogue, the great synagogue in Amsterdam, to recite our faith and a confession of all your sins in front of the entire community. Everyone's going to do that. We will flog publicly with him in front of the community, and then they have him lie down on the front steps of the synagogue as the entire synagogue walks over his prone form on their way. He does, because he really wants to be among the Jews. He writes later that if I have to, I will be an ape among apes, but I must live among the Jews. He feels like connected. He goes through the whole thing, walks home, takes out a notebook, writes a 12-page suicide note, Latin, called Exemplar Humanae Vitae, the example of human life, and then he shoots himself. Yeah, terrible. The problem was he was living on century, right? His problem was he loved the idea of Jewish ethnicity, Jewish ideas, stuff like that, but he could not handle the dichotomy of the difference between how he perceived Jews should be from reading the Old Testament as a Catholic, and how he sees actual Jews who, you know, sometimes cheat on their taxes, God forbid, or sometimes just he couldn't handle that it was a breaking point for him. There's definitely more going on in this package than we can talk about here, including probably a mental illness, but he represented a great in that liberty of being within the community and under the auspices and control of the base of being completely outside. He did not want to be involved. He already did that. He doesn't want to do it again. He wants to be attached to the Jewish community without the requirement of the Jewish community. So while in this particular made by Hershey, he's portrayed as an oppressive type, and it's pretty fair. A child on his lap, who was his younger contemporary, is none other than Baruch Spinoza, who has a lot of the same shit, but Baruch Spinoza, of course, one of the great philosophers of the 17th century, you know, made a huge impact, a corrosive impact on religion, because he adopted a lot of the idea of Rio de Costa without the self-destructive behavior. And so Spinoza shows like languidly reaching, playing with flowers, pearls and bright colors. That's the showing the kind of intellectual revolution. Here's another example of this is when Spinoza, who went through the same thing because the community was having difficulty controlling these Jews who were like kind of stepping outside the boundaries. They also put him in harem, a terrible, awful harem, and he basically just ignored it. He said, well, okay, fine, you guys can say what you want. It doesn't change how I feel about myself or how I feel about the universe, the world. And here he is, you know, just walking lost in a book as an adult. And in the background, you have these Jews portrayed in the negative, as cowering, afraid of them. This guy looks like a rock to throw it. That's what's changing big time in the 17th century. As it's expressed by Jews, is suddenly a way of existing that's radically changed from what previous generations have done. On the horrible massacres of Magnitsky that we talked about, and the crisis of Shabbatai Tzvi, which we'll talk about now. Okay, questions, arguments, discussions? Really, that was everything doing this, or really just like a bunch of talking on the spirit of this guy, what they were actual, like, legitimate things, like, what was like, people trying to move up, people trying to go about their life, like all these guys. So I don't want to use modern terms like MODOK to characterize these people, but it was a legitimate agent in the sense that any community form a legitimate agent. None of the people in this agent were like famous people you might measure, but like big cities, they did not find formula for how to control Alejandro da Costa, and they also couldn't control Carlos Spinoza at all. Although it's interesting in that context, a little while there was an Israeli historian wanted to get access to the famous East Time archive in Amsterdam, but he had written some nasty things about some critical things in Andrew and Bar Spinoza. So they surprisingly they banned him as well. He said, sorry, you're banned. There's a fair among you coming into our library. You know from famous libraries that do that. Once you don't have to think about it, we're going to follow a page from our ancestors and put a fair among you. Intellectual. Chuck Tasty. So we talked a little bit, we started with him before we went off to the this is one of dozens of portraits we have of Chuck Tasty. He is like very popular as well. Christians were fascinated by this thing. Chuck Tasty. Jews end up in society. What's going to happen? So there's lots of which are this one was definitely by Christian. How do you know? Right? This is like, they don't know what Hebrew looks like. Kind of some gibberish down here that they're fresh of it. So we don't know if maybe that's the picture we can do the rough. We don't know it. Mr. Rubin.
Could be misreading. Say this over there.
This says like the Pascal maybe Lamanian, maybe you saw a little bit of a book here, but that's also that's not much of a farm either, right? It's something, but it looks like there was one day, like maybe you had some. Maybe I should say that that's more strong and the whole idea of what the Chuck has three, by the way, the end of the story, for those who may not be familiar with it, is he gets this huge movement. He essentially leaves the Mediterranean. He finds some very, very wealthy backers with deep pockets in Cairo and in Jerusalem. And although there are many who denounce him, he does find people who think he's the real deal. Engaging in all kinds of bizarre antinomian activities, like he says, Tisha B'Av is canceled from now on. It's now my birthday at Mashiach, and now we can meet on Tisha B'Av. He canceled reading from a Sefer Torah. He says that Humashim are so modern, they're so cool. We should all be reading from Humashim, like printed Humashim, all kinds of crazy things like this, and many other even more crazy things. He ends up making a delegation to the Sultan, the Ottoman leader who controls the Sutra, and he says essentially, okay, I'm here, I'm the Messiah, I'm going to take over Israel now. And the Sultan says to him, very nice to meet you, Mr. Messiah, I have a counter offer. How about I let you stay alive if you convert to Islam? He accepts the counter offer. He becomes a Muslim. He has tens of thousands of followers, totally crushed, and they go back home, often penniless, that they sold their houses, spent all on the trip, thinking they're going to be a hit. Except for about 3,000 of them, maybe his conversion to Islam is part of the Messianic process. That we've got to go from Judaism to Islam in order to bring about the Mashiach. And so they convert as well. They're called the Zimna, and they're actually active in Turkish politics, right? You know, in the 19th century. Mustafa Kemal it's asserted, entirely clear on whether it's really true. Definitely, the Turkish Revolution has some Zimna roots to it. So they're really quite active for a while. They still have the synagogues or mosques in parts of Turkey and Syria. After this ends in 1666, whatever the Shophead eventually really loses it. He becomes increasingly erratic, and eventually the author puts him in jail. At the end of his life, his last request is for young Kipper Maxwell, because he wants his oven, so maybe he kind of takes a circle in the end. But definitely, his movement lasted for a good half afterwards. That there was still the movement lasted for a century and a half afterwards. There are a lot of these kinds of things, tomatoes that were commissioned. These are essentially like amulets for a variety of things, parnassa, Jupin, Liu, like that. And quite frequently, very prominent rabbis were accused of having Sabbath meetings or being secret followers of Shabbatai Tzvi. Perhaps the most famous of those, Jonathan Iverson, was the subject of a massive attack. The Ramchal was horribly pursued throughout Europe. I'm just curious, you guys have all studied parts of Messiah's Charm, right? Now, do you guys know about the secret Messiah's Charm that was discovered in 91? Mr. Lloyd does. What is that? Play. Yes, it is. Why was it? What did you play? I can spell time. It was originally Mahon Ope, but yes, an earlier version of Messiah's Charm discovered the Soviet archive, and it's brilliant. In my humble opinion, way better than the one we've been studying for 250 years. It's a dialogue between, okay, I'll tell you because it is really cool. I have a personal vision to study Messiah's Charm 101 times. I just finished time 30, but it's an amazing book. But here's the original Messiah's Charm that he wrote had this guy who, it's hard to really characterize him, but if you were making a 21st century guy, he's kind of like a well-rounded guy. He appreciates Torah, he likes learning, he also learns and sports and culture, and he's got kind of like a broad, everything sort of personality. But I always wondering, what is this Andrew guy? Maybe not Randy, really is talking about Hillary. What are those? What? What motivates them? One day, right? In your book, you see the whole high school graduate. He flips out in Shiva, and now he's like wearing all black and a big black hat, about 6 feet across, right? And he says, "Oh, great! Well, he goes up to Sean Lake. How are you? I haven't seen you since high school and stuff." And so, listen, do you mind if I ask you? I noticed you become Haredi. He doesn't use the word Haredi because he's already in the 18th century. But he says, like, what do you see in it? How can you let the same Tehillim so long? How come so long? What's going on in your life? And they begin this conversation that goes through the entire Messiah's Charm. And of course, within a few chapters, by the time you get to the Q's, the regular guy, who we call the cop, is completely blown away by the fussing, and he just says, "Wow, you just take off and drive me anywhere you want." I really need to hear about how you appreciate the world, and that's what this different original version is about. Now, why did the Ramchal publish the first version? He had it written in his own handwriting. Why did he publish the second version? Yes, Mr. Black? I'm sorry? Digestibility. Digestibility. Good argument, although I would just wait more than that. Like, you want to find out what what's sick or it's less they prescribe with the Ramchal. I have no problem with that. Who wrote plays? Who wrote actual dramatic plays? Characters and stuff. It's a grand. Let's do something like that. I was think other level, more people being sick. But you guys, if you don't know the answer, sure. One of the two lets me say, I looked at oh, he got persecuted so badly that he was put under house arrest. His writings were seized first, and because people didn't know whether it was actually courses, they actually buried it, and then lost it. Somewhere in French of Germany, there's a success of the Ramchal's writings that have never seen the light of day that maybe will be discovered. But I'm waiting for you guys to do, I mean, how many times I've read the Abrams of World History? Money, exactly. David Slaughter's position on this argues that the reason they published first, the publisher not expensive. They lost the backing of people paying for the publication. Why? Because the original version has new places and a few things that you know the people involved, you can identify them. And say, oh, he's writing right here. He describes certain kind of personality. I know he's not about. And it was just way too incendiary, so he gave up. And his students said, no, Rebbe, this is such a great book. The world will love it. Please, you have to just, the editor says, let's remove those personalized material and let's publish it in a standard version. And the Ramchal said, you can read this if you read the introduction of the book where he thanks his students for working on it. Okay, whatever you want, you take care of it. And his students edited it to the version that you guys read now. Way more sanitized, way cleaner, but it's a mind-blowing thing to read. That's why he was persecuted because there were individuals in Eastern Europe, including Moshe Chaim, the son of the Chacham Tzvi, was the number one Shabbat Tzvi hunter. He was looking for anybody who was looking for that Tzvi. His son continued it, but by the time he gets to the Ramchal days, very, very few big Shabbat Tzvi left. Moshe Chaim identified him and pursued him throughout Europe. Until finally he had a relatively liberal civil Amsterdam where he could be, active. But the material for Sharm itself is an artifact of the heresy that was the remnant of the Sabbatean era. Okay, arguments, questions, discussion? Okay, so let's look at a map here. Just for ourselves, and then we're going to dive into this. This is populations in Europe, first half of the 19th century, meaning at the end that we're looking at. You can see great density, particularly in what would be today Poland and Western Ukraine. That's the greatest concentration. Still some significant concentrations in Western, because even though we have this massive migration, as we discussed last week, there's still pockets of Jews living far behind. Not so much in France. Because they have been actually banned from there since 1306, although they will have a unique assertion of Jewish population, particularly in the south here, and none in Spain, so officially Yugoslav, and mainly concentrated in the regions of Lithuania, Poland, Belarus, and Western Ukraine. How does that map onto the three great asteroids of the century? So the Hasidic movement is primarily in the southwestern part of the Russian Empire, down here in the Western Ukraine, southern Poland. But there are definitely Hasidim who are active further north. The one example that I've been concentrating on Chabad exception, because Chabad is a Lithuanian Hasidic movement. Then you have the Mishnagdim, the opponents, who are definitely much more concentrated on the Baltic coast, in the regions of Prussia, and of course the homeland, Lithuania itself, with the epicenter at Vilna. And then finally you have the Masulim, the adherents of the Haskalah, that's Moshe who are much more suited in Germany in particular, compared to the West. What you notice about a Venn diagram is that they overlap, right? So you can have regions where you would easily have Hasidim, and Maskilim living cheek to each other, arguing with each other, influenced by each other, and so on. Mr. Brandon.
You mentioned that the ripple back today, right?
So, I have a great question. How does it affect denominations? The denominations derive primarily from the Haskalah. And the whole idea of what we would call, say, a denomination is in itself a major breakaway. Because even when they are fighting and trying to strangle each other with the most violence, none of the Hasidim or the Mistagnim were saying that the others weren't Jewish. And none of them were arguing that you don't have to follow Tariq mitzvos. The Maskilim were the ones that kind of broke that open and said, well, wait a second. And so the denominations really are an offshoot of Haskalah. Of course, once the denominations were really created in the 19th century, then they might dip back in and say, oh, let's be, Hasidic flavored, or let's be, Messianic flavored. But that's a much later phenomenon.
Wasn't it someone said it around one of the writers of the Masculine immediately? Yes, Haskalah was very imaginative, the Wisconsin, and all of us came together like, okay, we are all serving Hashem. We're all trying to deal also with these guys are personal.
I have a one-word answer for you, Mr. Kran. Monday. Monday, we're going to go deep into that. Okay. At this point, it makes sense to stop.
They're just like, yeah, hopefully they get good and they'll sign you. But, helping these guys out. There's no professional accent. It's like their country's sport. So, like, everybody's a wrestler. By the time they get some striking, they come over here, they're ready to soak over.
Last century, when we were talking about the negative pressures that were taking Jews eastward out of Western Europe, right? What kind of pressures? Remember what was going on? The Trevor young man out of Western Europe, barbaric crusaders, right? Exactly, the massacres of Shun 96 and onwards, yes. But also now, governments taking them out, right? You've got expulsions in France from 1182 and like 5 or 6 for the next century and a half. And England 1290, right? Yeah. And why are they taking them out? Because generally speaking, when the peasants owe Jews money, you have a rebellion. When they need money, you have an expulsion. And that's just because that's how they deal with it. Then, of course, they end up inviting them back. Right? What sounded like the real our ideas that was circulated that made Jews feel the thing of them? Blood libel, so good. What is ritual murder? Close. At the mosque, that was post desecration. Post is the name of the crackers. Kill the crackers. Okay, well said. A ritual murder is technically the earlier stage of blood libel. The ritual murder charge begins in 1144 in Norwich is the idea that Jews must, for some bizarre reason, reenact the crucifixion, and so they ritually murder a child. God forbid, that's the argument. Later, they added to that the blood aspect of it. Okay, so we've definitely got an environment where Jews are distinctly uncomfortable in Western Europe. At the same time, we're going to have this pull, this actual invitation for Jews to please come to Eastern Europe. Like one door is shutting, another door is opening at the same time, and this is going to be the basis of the great Eastern Europe Ashkenazic Center. Because even though, as we saw in our very first class, looking at the genetic history of Ashkenazim, even though the vast majority of Ashkenazim descend from the eastern regions of Poland, Lithuania, Ukraine, Belarus, to a certain degree Russia. They really, that's a phenomenon from the 13th to the 18th centuries in particular. They moved from Western Europe. Okay, historical trigger alert. Let's just think for a second about historiography before we get into this unit. You've already seen Salo Baran, right? We talked about him a few weeks ago. He's a very important 20th century historian. I think he died in 2008, something like that. Who was especially known for his conception of the lack of vision of Jewish history, meaning that he's criticizing the tear-filled definition of Jewish history, that, oh, it's all persecution, and yet we, overcome persecution, do great things and stuff like that. So we talked to him for this, and I'm going to come back to him in just a second, but I want to introduce you to two other great historians who made a huge impact in the way we think about history. This man, not Jewish, neither was Feldhausen. Von Ranke was one of the first people to really try and figure out what is history, what do we mean by this discipline we call history. Notice his years, right? He's really quite late, 19th century. That means that all those people who centuries before him were not necessarily writing history the way modern historians write it. What could possibly be different about a history written in the year 1000 than a history written in the year 2000? What's different? Maybe that's a fair home. Okay, good. More use of sources, but even more basic than what sources are you reading? What is much focus on the direct fact? What do you mean by that, direct facts? What is a direct fact?
It happened, maybe instead of illustrations and stories.
I'm so glad that you said that. Can you repeat that? No, you said that. You said exactly a quote. You were macabre to the great von Ranke when you said that, right? He said history is Geschichte ist, was es eigentlich gewesen war. Translation, what happened. And that's what the big deal. Von Ranke said, too much of this, all the history that's been written up until now, it's not. Was es eigentlich gewesen war. Or so classically, what actually happened. What are people writing? They're writing stories, edification. They're writing like kind of narratives. And the purpose of these earlier histories are not to follow the facts, what actually happened, but try and make people feel patriotic, to feel whatever it is. They're more of an art form than a science, to be sure. And von Ranke said we have to think about what we're doing, because history is supposed to be fiction. There's supposed to be a big on the left is fiction, on the right is history. But in reality, until von Ranke, a lot of history was still pretty fictionalized. Like, there was no problem with going between mythology straight into wars and princes and stuff like that. So this is a huge step forward in later be really criticized in the 20th century, saying, well, I don't get to the 20th century right now, but that was really important, sort of turning point in how we understand history. Is history supposed to be forced things, like to inculcate certain values? Chances are when you went to study history in high school, particularly if you studied Jewish history in school, they were trying to do a certain value set rather than teaching fact. And that was, it's appropriate because we want to build up people's identity, but it's not necessarily the kind of history that von Ranke would be happy with. Another really important thing to bring here is Gustav Wellhausen. Wellhausen is not a friend of Yiddishkeit. I'm going to tell you up front. Definitely not a friend of Yiddishkeit. He is the founder of modern biblical criticism. As distinct from some precursors like Spinoza, but Wellhausen was the first person to really try and use history to undermine the way in which we read Tanakh. And so we had an incredibly corrosive impact on how everybody appreciates Sifrei Kodesh. So we're not going to go into his theories, but one of the so important for us that we can't avoid putting him on the board here. And that is a very, very right, that history tends to reveal more about the period in which it is written than the period writing about. What could that possibly mean? History reveals more about the period in which it was written than the period it is writing about. Please. Mr. Adolf.
When people are writing, people who live in times, and they are kind of an impartial witness to what is going on. So it feels more their personal views were on the matter than what actually.
Nice take if you're talking about primary. But for example, I wrote a dissertation on the period 1917 to 1920. Contrary to my note, I am not that old. I was not around in 1917.
I'm sure you're using primary sources for research.
Right, but I was reading in 1990. So how could what I'm doing in the 1990s be more reflected in my book on 1917 than what our whole book was about?
So you're reflecting your bias and your reality situation.
Very because I'm using sources from 1917. I'm reading newspapers, I'm reading diaries, I'm looking at science, I'm looking at archaeology, and I'm looking at 1917. So I'm writing it with a mindset of 1995. Taking all my 1995 issues, and I'm filtering everything I know shortly to 1995. Go ahead.
Also, it's interesting. Where would you think your hindsight and your clarity that blinded by?
Ooh, perfect, very nice. That's what it's thinking around here. So everybody says actually by hindsight. Exactly, because we're looking backwards, but our perspective is today. So we're trying to understand everything today. Like for example, sometimes people will look at biographies of great individuals, and they'll see that occasionally they may say something that just by our common sense, they jar us when they say something about slavery, but unnecessarily being, saying, "Oh, and we hate slavery, it's bad." They just omitted that, or they aver, for example, that nations and colors are like-minded, right? And we say, "Oh man, well, excuse me, there were no Mrs. 12th century. That was somebody thought like that." But we view that first attitude as if you live in the 21st century, then we'll make these facts out character judgments, which is bad history. But that's what Velthausen's name is. So we tend to history from the perspective where we're living today, and we bring to that understanding of history all of our contemporary bias. And it takes a tremendous amount of work to try and do that. Some philosophers say it's impossible to break through, but that's not right. Finally, Saravana, what he says that's what's going on with it. Here, we're going to look at today, which has a tremendous amount of biases built in by our contemporary situation. We tend to look at what actually, but we only look at a slice of it without looking at a lot of history of what happened. As I hope to demonstrate 45 on. Like, for example, what's going on in Ukraine right now. And I made this part of this like a couple of years ago. The war broke out in 2020. Now it's even weirder because we're in a strange moment with the U.S., Ukraine, and with Russia. I like this particularly because, what we're going to talk about today deals with conflict of Jews and Ukrainians in particular, which was like horrific and epic in the 17th century in some ways. But here we are in the 21st century, and here's a little Jewish guy flanked by these two big, scary-looking Ukrainian guys, it's just such a jarring reminder of how much things have changed. And I believe that actually many people look at Ukrainian Jewish history very differently today because of the contemporary political climate. They would have looked at it totally differently 50 years ago, 100 years ago. Even though it's the same history, nothing changed because once the past is over, it's done with. But actually, that's not true. William Faulkner said the past is it's not dead, it's not even over. You still keep reliving the past, but I wax too philosophical. Let us now, with that kind of like introduction to historiography, which I think may have been more mysterious than actually clarifying, but hopefully we'll come back to these ideas as they are revealed. Let's talk about the migration pressures. Here's a map that basically shows the movement of Jews from central Germany. It's a little bit, I would have put this yellow part a little higher as well, but them making their way specific years to many communities in what would later become Latvia, Estonia not so much, Latvia up here, Lithuania, Poland, Belarus, Ukraine, and Russia. This is, here it's labeled just as Russia because this map is really reflecting the 19th century Russian Empire, but as I'm sure the Russian Empire, which was succeeded by the Soviet Empire, fell apart in 1990, revealing itself to be important countries, Ukraine, Poland, Belarus. So we've got this significant movement of Jews, pressured from the nasty things we talked about last week, but at the same time, invited into so figure out why are they invited into it. Okay, let's look at it. Here is the political map of the largest country in much of the later Middle Ages and early modern period. It's a country known as the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. The reason why it's called a Commonwealth is because it was produced as a result of a dynastic union between the monarchies of Poland and Lithuania. And as you can see, it's massive, stretching all the way from the Black Sea, the Baltic Sea, almost in the Black Sea. Here, this would be the southern Crimea, still contested region, contemporary Ukraine held by Russia right now. Actually, look how ironically, this is more or less the front line of the Russian-Ukrainian war today too. Russia has most of this, although the Ukrainian linguistic territory goes further, and the Krim is part of Russia, although this is still Ukraine. Let's be close to this place. Germany, way over here will be England, but it's a big command. More significantly, it's actually still ethnicity. Ukrainians and the Belarus are Eastern Orthodox, right? There's an Eastern section called Orthodox, and 7 patriarchs. The Western Church, Poland in particular, under the Catholics. There's a little chunk of Ukrainians here who are also Catholics. And they're also speaking closely related Slavic languages for the most part. Ukrainian and Belarusian are both written with a Cyrillic alphabet, like Russian, with a handful of letters different, both in shape and in pronunciation. Poland is also a Slavic language, but written with the Roman alphabet, the one that we use for English. Lithuanian and Latvian, Estonian are a totally different language families altogether. So many different peoples in here. You also have a certain amount of Greek Indians, but the next biggest minority, of course, will become the Jews. The Jews first enter this area, as far as we can tell, from the Crimean Peninsula, where Greek trading organizations back like around the year 0. And then you also have some Byzantine and Khazar migrations, specifically to the region of Kiev, or Kiev, as they say nowadays in English. Actually, quantify that for a second. Kind of a weird thing. When we listen on the radio, everybody says TV. TV was not a place. I don't know why they said it was two syllables in word. In Russian, it's pronounced Kiev or Kiev. And that's why for the longest time I said Kiev. Just like if that's the name. But in Ukrainian, they have slightly different combination. The sounds are sounded differently, and it is pronounced K. Two syllables. I don't know why people say two, but it's K. So Kiev, the city right about here was actually the center in the medieval period of a massive wasn't really a kingdom that was later regarded by Russians, Ukrainians, and Poles, and Belarusians, excuse me, as their homeland. But in many ways, they're totally separate, and in fact, the whole invasion of 1240, they were literally separate, because that was rich for this kingdom. But we do know that there's lots of active indicators from the year 1000 on. There's lots of archaeological evidence, there's topographical evidence, places like the Khazarian and so on, and I believe we even just did the famous published Ramenya Fest, the Chronicle of Bygone Years, where Prince Volodymyr had to decide between religions. So that dates from about the year 999. So we definitely know that you're very active in the region from a very, very long time ago. Then you've got this massive that comes in from and this is really where we get the huge bulk of Jewish population. So much so that they're really involved, among other things, in the very first myths in Polish, meaning making money, literally making. There's a whole pile of very early Polish coins, and you notice anything unusual about them? They have Hebrew in them. They are like totally Hebrew. Why are the Poles minting money with Hebrew letters? Nobody else can read them anyway. Good. Polish jokes are written on them. Okay, right now. Yeah, exactly. The Poles are not literate, and the only people who are really producing these things are the Jews. The Jews are the ones who know how to handle them, put their value and so on. And Latin alphabet anyway. They're printing money in Hebrew letters. Why are Jews doing this though? Why does the king get Polish people? So, yeah, but why would he want to attract them if he has Poles already in the country to do it? They didn't know how anyone to do it. The Jews already, by the time we get to the 1300s, they've got a long track record of extremely strong finance. The reason I discussed a couple weeks ago, right? They've got a basic monopoly on money lending because of the church's law of Latin, and people allow money. They're literate and numerate. They have experience by now with using coinage, and so the Poles who are saying, you know, it's a barter economy where people are buying things with like rabbit skins and fields of grain. We need to move to that more advanced money economy like they're doing in France. Let some Jews over here to do this for us, and the Jews are very happy to come in and we start working on these things. And she lost them a little post on here. This one's my favorite. It says Taszko Karol, King Neshko, which is Polish. Which is amazing. Going back to this year, a lot of them settle in particular in right-bank Ukraine, so significant military. But what this term, the river that bisects Ukraine, it runs from Chernobyl, right? Chernobyl Rebbe, Chernobyl Master. It runs from the north down into the Black Sea. And as it flows southward and you're facing the water flow, the right hand is called the right bank, and the left side is called the left bank. The Jews are deeply concentrated in the right bank Ukraine, primarily because of an economic institution that was especially welcoming for them. That's called the Arenda. So hang on to that word Arenda because we're going to come back to it. Something like 40,000 Jews lived there in 1648, which is an important date because it's the outbreak of the Great Hellenistic Rebellion that we're going to speak about later. When you look at this map here, it just gives you a sense of the tremendous scope of Jewish settlement. One of these place names represents a place that has Jews living there by the time you get to the 17th century. Huge spread of Jews. Like in Speyer, Worms, and Mainz, a tiny little group concentrated in 3 places. Here Jews were spread out. They have small numbers, but they tend to be village and town based. Some cities are
Why did the the more large
this looks like a good question for the Abramsonville answer. Why do they prefer this setup? Traded urban environment? Money, thank you, right? Money, that's the word of the Abramsonville.
No, why money and not that?
Economic opportunity. You know, like
opportunity.
Yeah, exactly. As we shall see, the kinds of economic opportunity the environment afforded is especially good for much smaller pockets of Jews rather than the massive concentrations they would get with industrialization. When factories start developing new industries like department stores, things like that, that's really when you start seeing Jews really big Warsaw, places like that. But in these tiny little settlements, which we call in Yiddish, the word shtetl is the singular. Shtetl is a Yiddish form of the word shtetl, which simply village. So shtetl is like a little village. The L end of the Yiddish word is diminutive, you're making it smaller. And so shtetl is a plural of shtetl. So they're setting up all these shtetls. Here is the this is all right bank over here. Okay, we're going to talk about the specific environment. The invitation of the Jews, to come in and please do this stuff for us. The minting turned out to be fairly short-lived, but the Arenda we described now was much larger. This happens to be a century depiction of the Jews coming to King, and the king saying, well, the Jews are getting free up in Europe. We've got to invite. You can see the Jews are like, oh, right, then this guy was rather mosaic, but it's unusual to see in another church. That's how the 9th century action. It was so good for the Jews, hundreds of years in Poland, that the tradition rose that Poland, or Poland in Yiddish, is really an acronym of the Hebrew words here, we will rest, right, like Lina, Poland, here we rest. After all our journeys through Western Europe and North Africa and crusades and the place, finally, Lin. Here in Poland, we will rest. And we talk about some of the nasty things of pushing them over there and so on. One of the most important things that brought them there was this thing called Magdeburg Recht. This is really important. Magdeburg is the name of a town in Germany that was one of the first to codify the rules of being a citizen of that town. Use the word citizen, but I don't mean to imply like equal rights, because that concept really didn't exist in the way. But if you were like an authorized resident of Magdeburg, you had certain rights that were carved up for you and your community group. And the Jews in particular had this Magdeburg Recht, which gave them, when they came into a specific town, gave them specific rights and responsibilities. We spoke about it briefly when we were talking about the Ashkenaz. The kinds of things that Jews could insist on, for example, was that they could be given monopolies in certain industries, such as we shall see, for example, alcohol distillation and sale. They could be allowed to be the only people allowed to sell alcohol. They could be allowed to be the only people to engage in taxation, tolls, things like taking tolls, whatever industry it is. I know sometimes, like, if you go to get your dry cleaning done here, anywhere in North America, 9 out of 10 times you're going to be dealing with Koreans. Why that is, I don't know, but like a lot of Koreans, I guess, gravitate to that industry. If you get your hair cut in Queens, for sure it's going to be a Bukhari guy. Like every barber in a 50-mile radius of Atlantic College Cement is a Bukhari guy. Because there's some kind of like sort of say, what am I going to do? So I know you should be a barber. My cousin is a barber. So well, let's give you some tips. So there's one of those industries that was really big for Jews was options. We shall see that for more serious reasons. Magdeburg Rest also reinforced a lot of the takano that the Tehillah had imposed, including the Hayeshu. You remember what Hayeshu was? Exactly. The Hayeshu was literally the ban on settlement that you can only run if you have permission of the Kahal. You can't come in here and open up an Asian restaurant. Even if your egg rolls are way better, doesn't matter. We control how many people will be engaged in whatever it is. So Magdeburg Rest was kind of like, these are pretty modern societies. They don't have that sort of bureaucracy. This is free doge, right? Nobody is downsizing massive bureaucracies. And so the government essentially hands over a lot of the self-government to the cities, and the cities will set these things up. Why do these things like Jews? Not so much number 2, but number 2 is your 3 answers you gave there. First one allows you to live, the third one allows you to live sort of happily. I don't think those are big concerns, but make money, everybody likes that. Once again, right, the whole are prosperous, the king can tax them. They're not the only, he's not the only one who can tax them. Local municipalities can tax them too. And so there's an open recognition that Jews are very good at making money through skills that are not widely shared population, like literacy. And so let us live here, give them the privileges they want so they can set up shop, and then we will tax them. Right? Kind of like Lahab deal, why an individual community might want to open up a gambling casino. Right? They might not like here there's no gambling in Queens. Is there gambling by the highway or something? Okay, by JFK there's like a racetrack. Yeah, so people, why would you want to have a gambling casino? You think it's going to attract people who are maybe not so salutary. It's going to be a lot of despair and people lose their money. Why would you want to have that in your neighborhood? Money, thank you, right? To tax it. It's a vice. People are willing to pay taxes on vices. That's why the rest is so expensive. But you don't put it in the center of the residential area. You have too much pushback. So the Jews were a little bit like that. Nobody really wanted the Jews to live there. Somebody is not. They don't believe like that, stuff like that. But you know what? It makes them money. So as long as we can they keep to themselves, we'll be happy with them. And Magdeburg Rest was like a whole body of laws that was good for Jews. It gave them rights and protections and privileges, and it regulated the degree to which they could stand aside. Yes. Oh, thank you. It was started, named after one town in Germany, but it was copied over and over again throughout history. As the Jews moved in, they think, oh, you want us to move to this town? Fine, we'd like to have some Magdeburg Rest. And they'll say, well, Magdeburg Rest. I'll tell you. And then they would set up the same kind of thing. That's like the So by the time you get to the 18th century, and just look at the density in what would have been the old Lithuania, it's massive, right? Really concentrated here, in low fancy. Okay, now I really got to get to the land. Let's talk about the Council of Land first. Here is one of the most amazing things about this period of time, which the early dissertation and work of the great historian Shimon Gottlieb is a phenomenal historian of Eastern Europe. He lived until 1941 when he was shot dead by the Nazis. His last words to his students who came crowding around his body as he bled out, he said to them, "Strive und fortschreib." Right and record. And he makes like gave sequel to his last words, the last will. Keep recording, keep writing it down. Let's see what happened. Anyway, he wrote his dissertation on the Great Council of Lands. This is what happened. You have, like, in all of these tiny shedlocks all over, you have kahal. So we talked about the kahal structure with the baked in and with the panas and the feathers like that. So each kahal is making its own rules, which are basically Talmudic, but they're going to have some variation in local customs, things like that. But after a while, said, you know what? There's so much stuff that we share amongst our Kahilas that we could actually standardize ourselves if we organize ourselves into a kind of super Kahila, big Kahila, one council that passed legislation for all Kahilas opposed to the economy. And the Kahaba actually set up first in the forelands, then in the lands. I'm just calling it the Council of Lands for simplicity. This was essentially a super government. It was ironically way more sophisticated, provided far more service than the actual Lithuania for about 200 years. The high point of Jewish self-government, where Kahila was operating under the same system, same kind of use of appeal, allowed for tremendous expansion of the Jewish community. So, like, exactly. So in Hebrew, the Council of the Four Lands. It's a really amazing institution. I'm just curious, what kind of things do you think that they were involved in? What did they pass legislation on? Mr. Abrams? Taxes are good, right? You know, like internal taxes, Jewish taxes, definitely good call. What else?
How to deal with people who line for example, somebody like
yeah, good point, Mr. Rubin. You're absolutely right. How to deal with people who refuse to raise. Like, let's say you're living in Pinsk and the Basin sends you a serial, you got to show up to court, and you say, I'm not going to listen to the court. I'm going to move to Minsk, right? So if there's no central government, so now you live, that's kind of like America is like that today, right? You don't like the Basin in Detroit. So then you move to Seattle because you can, right? And unfortunately, our Basin doesn't have the power to chase you to Seattle. But if we find out they could say, "Oh, really? You think you're going to stay the Prince? No way! If there's a harem, you're also going to be on a harem in Prince," which was like huge. Again, remember, there is no secular Jewish identity at this point. The only way you can escape the power of probation is if there's no sort of like, I'm just not going to kill you. That's something that happens in the 18th century and long afterwards, Western Europe, eventually to Eastern Europe as well. It's not at all true to council. In other words, wherever you went, there was a system going around. One other area that you might go, like where you deal with a lot, for example, is in Egypt. The guy wants to not give his wife a guess, and he says, I want to punish my wife, I'm moved to Minsk, and his wife is stuck in Minsk. Well, they can go send Gabayim to Minsk to pick them up and bring them back to Minsk and force them to give it. Yeah, that's the power of this incredible thing that stretched again through what would be 6 countries. Yeah. Mr. Rubin.
In Bohemia, they had prisons for Jewish people who, because they better they're on the Jewish hands than we did in the non-Jewish prisons. We're just talking about how we
applicable, although flogging is more common in prison. Because prison involves great expense, right? You gotta keep them, feed them, all kinds of, but if you flog them once, and it's a physical pain, people are, so flogging is far more common. You go through Europe and you find like some, flogging killers who would actually, this is where we flog. Mine was flogging, Okay, one other thing you might find surprising, but I guarantee you see it every single, it is an innovation of our space. Can I give you a hint? I don't know if I can give you a hint. What do you see when you first open up a book? Copyright? Yeah, well, what do we call it? Haskam. What is Haskam? And what does it certify?
It's sort of like, it's like, when you get a quote from other authors.
Like an emotional blur. Right. Yeah, right. That's right. Credibility in what sense? That is, who writes those kind of appraisal? Big rabbis, right? Big rabbis say, right? A big rabbi writes, I didn't have the chance to read this book, but everybody tells me that the author is a really nice guy and he signs it, right? Until we read the books that he has found. Right? But that's how we use Haskam today. But Haskam's word by the God of ours because of the new printing. Because it used to be when you wrote a sefer, then basically once anyone had the manuscript, they wanted to spend the time to copy it out. Big expensive procedure, copy it out. So once printing happened, and the price of printed books dropped significantly, and then it suddenly became a great adventure. Oh my gosh, I found manuscripts here. I can just put it into typeface, pick it up, and I'll make $1 million, which is worth about $1. I get but I saying this is great. And you can also do that with someone else's printed book. So let's say, for example, you live out in Latvia and Danzig, and you visit Krakow, and you see this great book. You say, oh, this is a fantastic new book. You grab a copy, you quickly go back to Danzig, you typeset your own version of the book, you print it off, you make a lot of money before you can possibly ship to Krakow. And it was a real problem. It was upsetting authors, it was upsetting people who put a tremendous amount of money into the printing process in the beginning. So the Vada came out with Haskamos, which originally were just agreements that nobody else was allowed to publish this book for a certain number. So we're back to what Mr. Rubin said, copyright. Haskamos were at first. They did not say anything about the quality of the book, from kind of the author, he said nobody else is allowed to publish this book for 10 years, whatever it might. And that was how we evolved into the Haskam that we have today. So the Haskam that we have today is what the Catholic Church called the imprimatur, which is basically the sign that says the Catholic Church is okay reading, which you've probably seen in any of the books that you read, but sometimes you can see a Catholic literature. So these are things the Vad Arba did, and they continue to fulfill its function at various levels. Really, 1844, how it was finally abolished the Russian Empire. But very, very active, really up until the late 70s. Okay, arguments, discussions, questions? Christianity. That was a typical thing. That might be one way for them to be totally gone. And it was an on problem of some significance. And it's a weird thing, on a logical level, it's so bizarre that you see over and over again when people get divorced, which is an amazing thing, they hate each other so much, punish themselves in order to their former spouse. Like saying, I like there's a guy in Israel who went in Israel. They put you in jail if you don't give a get, and he went to jail for like 20 rather than give a get. I mean, it's incredible how this thing happens. But that's the only way to really escape the reach of the beta was to convert, and that worked with some, practices. I'll talk about the difficult stuff here. Ready? Okay, so here's the thing. Why were Jews invited so much? Because far more significant stuff, something which became the backbone of the Eastern European Jewish economy, was the system known as the arenda. It's a Latin word, it's incorporated into the Polish language, and it basically means tax farming. How does this work? If you look at the map, the backbone map for a second here. If you look at the map of Eastern Europe, you have a tremendous number of noblemen of there that are, it sounds like that's not the same way, that have been primarily in Poland. And they, through conquest, are going right back to Ukraine. Right? Ukraine is not an independent country. It's Polish. When you come up, particularly Polish language, only massive farmsteads, India. Again, another line. But they've got all of the Ukrainians living there as peasants. A better term in this context would be serfs. SCRF. This is a 1865 serfs are sort of like slaves, except they have a certain degree of movement. They may not leave the land that they were born into, the immediate village area, and required to either attach in like a certain amount of produce, in wages, like money, cash money, which is very hard to find, or in wages. They would have to spend 1-2 days farming the Lord, and the rest of the time they would live there themselves. And so you imagine this divide here is really crucial. Poles are Catholic and Western facing. The Ukrainians, Orthodox and Eastern facing. They regard each other as aliens to each other, and the Ukrainians are dominated by the Poles. But the thing is, the Poles live far away. They have these massive. How do they actually benefit from it? The way they do it is they bring the Jews in as so-called Arrendator, which means masters of the arenda, where they are the official tax collectors for the Poles. And it works a community system. So the Polish nobleman, let's say in Warsaw, will bring a Jewish community to his shtetl. Or it's important to note here, very importantly, that these shtetla, little villages, and the surrounding farms, they are literally owned. Soil, buildings, everything, owned by the nobleman. Even to a certain degree, the serfs, the people, are owned by the nobleman. But he doesn't want to go there and be driving around in a buggy all day, making sure the serfs are working. So what he does is, he says to the Jewish community that's planted there, okay, my tax collectors, I want you to collect 10,000 zloty for me next year. I want you to collect. And the Jews say, we will accept this contract to collect zloty for you. He says, fine, go ahead and do it. He does not want to get involved in the nitty-gritty how exactly they collect it, and this is not bureaucracy. There's no IRS going on here. And the Jews have to go back and they have to collect that money from the peasants. Now, two things are important. The first, that who's paying the Jews? The nobleman is not paying the Jew. The Jews are paid by the amount that they collect minus the amount they have to give to the nobleman. In a year, we're going to go sloppy. Then the nobleman says, okay, that's a fact, come back to me next first of all with 10,000 zloty. The Jews go back, they've got to collect 12,000 zloty. And the 2,000 they collect is for the Jewish community. They're the mainstay of their economics. And the nobleman doesn't care how they do it, he doesn't really want to get involved. So they involve all kinds of tax collecting devices. Tax on produce, meaning you bring in 10 bushels of letting is one to the nobleman. You track the nobleman's forest, you've got over 10 of them. Across the bridge or lake, the nobleman's bridge, you've got to pay. And in some cases, the doctor, if you want to the nobleman's church, want to baptize your child, you want to get married, you have to pay a tax to the Jew to use the church. And as you can imagine, this must have been incredibly dollar population. We know how expensive the specific tax to get the keys really was, at least in reality, but in terms of Ukrainian perception, massive. They have popular folk songs memorized by Ryan guitarists of Restream. And I'll go on and on about the crew who charge the amount in order to get church, to get married and stuff like that. And you can imagine that they build up a tremendous amount of debt.
So first of all, the road leads to percent are really outright loan prices. How much lower is that? And parties like that.
Well, there's almost a 2 minute that's like sallow bearing, right? There are elements like you're saying. First of all, we should understand that our depictions of shtetl life, we're talking about something that lasted for about 700 years. And there are definitely good times and bad times. And also we have to understand that we're looking at shtetl life, we've got we don't even think about the fact that we have running water. Right? Whereas going to the river and getting water was a daily chore for everybody. So the overall standard is much lower than ours. So we tend to be distracted by that. But generally speaking, if you were like a Martian coming to the planet and you went to Eastern Europe in, let's say, the year 1600, and you had to choose, do I want to impersonate, do I want, like Invasion of the Body Snatchers, do I want to impersonate a Ukrainian peasant or a Jewish tax collector or a Polish nobleman? You probably choose Polish nobleman, but second choice would definitely be the Jewish tax collector. They were definitely far wealthier than the typical Ukrainian peasant.
There are also the state that the Ukrainians did, and no interaction with the noblemen, Jews, they would be behaviors
I mentioned the year 1600 because in 1648 this would all blow up. As you can imagine, huge peasant rebellion, all kinds of anger directed at the Catholic Polish lords and their Jewish representatives right here in Ukraine. But you can understand the economics behind that huge. I'm not being really counterintuitive. You think sort of like a vision like the 7,000. We have a vision that's sort of like Fiddler on the Roof, seeing that movie, Fiddler on the Roof presents a certain kind of image. A lot of it is true. That's presenting, let's say, a 1600s. To the 1600s instead. And it's a rosy picture. If you go, however, and you read the Jewish Revolution by Yevhen Mefilach, very powerful book by Nathan of Hanover, a historian who records the peasant uprising of 1648, and he just goes to town on how evil it was and how stupid it was for the Jews to get themselves in that kind of an economic position. Anyone with eyes in their head could have seen that this headed towards disaster, that eventually things would blow up, and they did. And that's a Jew from the 17th century being unusually self-critical about, wow, bad choices Jews in the 17th century. Primary source, oh, absolutely. But, primary witness. Another example might be like if you look at, it's a terrible shanda, it's such a filled with sham when you look at the newspaper and you see there's a financial scandal. And someone cheating government, someone cheating Medicare, something like that, and you say to yourself, oh, please let it not be a Jewish name. And then you see a stein or a bird, But that's the same kind of thing, where unfortunately, to have this idea that everybody in the 1600s wore black hat and was voted on Shabbos, it's unfortunately not true. And the people who wore black hats and worshiped on Shabbos were sometimes unfortunately involved in very shady and exploitative economic practices. Yeah, that's very
People were, there were people who were at home or today, why the Congress of Covenant was black, why were they going to hire
So that's the question. It's more of a theological question, I think, than a economic or historical question. All I can say if I don't want to step out of my lane to the theology department, more of the history department, but we have this idea of the decline of the generations. But we also have the idea of halacha for later generations. Right, so what does that if we are constantly lower than previous generations, then how can we follow the halacha of the later generations? You should follow the halacha of the Mishnah. Oh, you shouldn't look at Mishnah Brura. Right, so the answer to that is that in my humble opinion, I think I read it somewhere. You read the Hadoras refers to their spiritual capacity, their ability to, empathize or to see the truth of something differently, but not their scientific intelligence. It's not their, advanced math. Those things we follow, so we can become smarter without being better. I think Rabbi Sachs would say, of course you can come up with just a new conclusion. And if he wants you guys to max out all your efforts, So you guys are asking us. Let's talk about a couple of aspects of the agenda, which is really nasty. One of the aspects of it, probably not yet, Mr. Phillips.
So, the necessary list that we're talking about is a really pretty warning.
A good part of the well, I don't like the idea of warranty because that implies that violence is justified. I want to justify violence under any circumstances as possible. But I would say that, it's more rational. Right? One of the great historians of anti-Semitism is done here, and he writes that one of the things that characterizes real anti-Semitism that we talked about last week is eventually chimerical nature. So I had a word I would write that down to do it. Chimera. You know what a chimera is? Yes. Right. And why would you call anti-Semitism chimerical? So it's like a made-up monster, where you attach things one to another to make up something like, it's just bizarre, like a three-headed beast, a pink elephant or something like that. That weird stuff that we saw in Western Europe, like, Jews killing children for their blood and stuff. Wow, what weird, totally irrational stuff. This, on contrary, is more like an explosion of a socioeconomic basis. I'm not saying it's justified, and certainly not focused on the individual criminal that affects everyone and has horrible, horrific consequences. But you can see where Nathan and Hannah said the Jews should have realized that Arenda was completely harmful. There's nothing in this business. Now, another example of this, probably not yet, very significant. We've often seen, like you see it in Fiddler on the Roof, the Kretschmann, which is like the inn, right? The place where some tired Ukrainian peasants, here they have shown some Ukrainian peasants actually in more festive garb. This is not like right out of the order. But they're coming in and they're enjoying alcohol served by this Hasidic Jew. And there's a guy playing klezmer violin there. What is this scene talking about? What this is referring to is the fact that one of the fastest ways to get active is, we said, I'm going to go with gambling, right? Alcohol is also a huge money maker. Why it's so hard to end alcohol, it even has a 19th Amendment, right? What is it, man? Yeah, 19th Amendment to ban alcohol. Repeal one of those short-lived amendments. The only amendment I think that ever repealed, right? Yeah, so they tried to ban it here. You can't do it with the 18th Amendment. I think the 19th was, let's bring it back, right? Let's say it's 18th Amendment, it did not work. Alcohol, everybody loves alcohol. The reality of it, people will drink alcohol, so you can tax it. It's not something where people say, well, that's too much of a tax, I'm not going to drink alcohol. So the Jews were frequently given this thing called propaganda, which is part of the agenda, that you Jews are the only people allowed to make alcohol, you are the only people allowed to sell it, and people have to come to your in order to drink it and tax people on it. Just add one more layer, Mr. Abrams, and I'm with you. One more layer is, don't forget, Jews are all still small, they're still small-time money. There's the ban on engaging in money lending disappeared by now, right? It was already knocked out 14th, 15th century in Israel. Christians are still lending money now, drug banks, lend money, and so on. But in this really backwards part of the post-Lithuanian Commonwealth, the only way you can borrow tiny little amounts of money for small things like, spoons or whatever, going into and lend money. The interest is the only place where you get it. Unregulated, but the Jews are still protected by the nobleman who was like the king in Western Europe, because he has to make sure he gets taxes. He can't do the Jew because he'll get in trouble with the nobleman to do it. So, Provenantia is added to the lending in a way that Ukrainian peasants can have a glass of pill or a glass of kvass, they show up at the inn, they drink a few, and they say to the innkeeper or the fetchma, put it on my tab. Jewish innkeeper says, no problem, it is 4 zloty. And then at the end of the harvest season, the guy has all kinds of money because he pulled in all his wheat. And he says, okay, I want to settle my tab, and has with interest become like 6, 7 zloty. And that's the only night he was drinking on his tab. So all of a sudden, he's got 300 zloty of alcohol over the year. And he said, this is especially noxious of the agenda that ultimately is very, very negative.
So they would tax them just for the photos and and they come at night to do things. And then, like, what was that relationship? Why would they swing people directly to this? They couldn't make their own alcohol, but like, these are the bad guys.
Well, I think the question is backwards because there's no bad guys. There are people trying to live their lives.
And there's two peasants. Yeah. These people are stealing our money. They're coming every day. They're harassing us. Whatever they need. Why would we hang out with them? Why would we?
So, what Jews weren't stealing their money at all. This was just reality that, like, there are only 2 things which are inevitable, right? Death and taxes. Jews are not in charge of death. But the taxes, they were in charge of. And the reality is, you have to work for the nobleman. Everybody knew this money goes to the nobleman. And the Jew happens to be in the tax collector. It's also collected a little drug at a time. You cross this fish in this pond, whatever. That was the reality of it. Nobody likes taxes, but it's rare you have tax revolt, right? People maybe are grumbling in late March when they have to pay their taxes, but we don't have that many like storming of the capitals. Maybe once every, who knows how often, right? Second Judge, don't get these. So, they may not have always liked them, but it's not like a wartime situation. Also, let us not forget, and it's so hard to teach this properly because I have to keep both of these in mind. The Jews and Poles and Ukrainians together in peace and prosperity for about 1,000 years, with only a few very memorable moments of violence in that time. Now, some of those moments were like incredible explosions, like 1648, and they're also accelerating when you get to the modern era. You have pogroms 1881, 1903, 1905. 1919 was horrific, and then of course the Holocaust. But for most of those things, they lived with each other. And case in point, so much of Ashkenazi Jewish culture, basically Ukrainian, Polish, Belarusian, Russian culture. You cannot sit down to a meal in an Ashkenazi house without having, for example, Russian kebab. Right? What is Russian? What is Russian based on? No, it's Lokshena, which is Ukrainian for noodles. Kugel is German. Or we can't have, I don't know, think of some other examples. Borscht, for sure, it's actually French. So, slow pop for a long time. But, you know, so much of the stuff we do, the rituals we do are basically things that we sort of borrowed from them, they borrowed from us. Oh, here's an example of Ukrainian. Guess what they call the filter fish, which they eat quite a bit of? Reva, Jewfish. I mean, this is good stuff. That's fish, right? So are so closely interrelated. Like that is one of the best scenes of Fiddler on the Roof is when they're in the Kretschmann and they're kind of like all drinking together. And one Ukrainian goes over to Tevye to wish him a mazel tov, you know, and he says, "Na zdorovya," to your health. And Tevye is a little bit intimidated, ends up starting dancing together, and it's like, wow, they're wrong. And that is true. There's hostility, there's separation, but there's also a tremendous degree of cultural borrowing. Where that especially happens, gentlemen, this if you encourage me out, with, you know, the women talk to each other. Recipes are exchanged, they're picking up fashion hints, they're doing all kinds of things, are much more the glue of societies than men in this regard. Men may have hostilities and political views and things like that, but the women will talk to each other. Okay, Mr. Addison.
You say that the Jews were just tax collectors and tax more we have because they have people viewed as being like people or whatever. But
we're not like Muslims who are coming to kidnap our children.
Even a modern perspective, you ask most Americans, what do you feel about the IRS? People most likely tell you, oh, I hate them. Oh, I wish they could just disappear, right? And the IRS is a body of government that has a lot more oversight than the Jews do. And they were also people of monopolies, people also have very strong legs.
Good argument.
And so, Mr. Tillman, your whole idea definitely seems very much on both sides.
No, but we got to think, you're saying Travis, you're saying so deeply, it's so beautiful, because there's a difference in what people say and what people do. Nobody likes the IRS. Nobody does. Maybe if you work for the IRS, you might like.
Well, Boston Tea Party was over 3% tax.
Good. And when was that?
That was in 1700s.
Right. And when was the next tax revolt? That's my point. Right? There are tax revolts for sure, but they're, you know, as long as the taxes are not too awful, we'll deal with it. We'll complain, and America has an unusual kind of pressure with this because we have elections. You know, you just say vote the bumps out, and that makes America a little easier that way. But generally speaking, taxes are just an accepted part. Nobody likes them, like everybody.
But there have been many historical results for the taxes. Like, obviously, it's a slightly different situation, but in communist countries that tried going social communism, increased taxes exponentially, as results. Sometimes even relatively quickly.
Yeah, I will not disagree that it does happen, but in the main, you know, people just want to live their lives. The pressure is not too great. They'll just make sort of a benefit cost analysis, and they'll say, just pay the money, and then they'll leave it. And it's only when it's too much that you have to go. And this is basically okay. interest in every beer that you drank during winter. Well, okay, so do the comment here, right? That brings us there. Because it does happen. This, by the way, is a great piece of art by the fantastic Ilya Repin, which shows the reply Zaporizhians, from the reply of the Zaporizhians to the Sultan. These are basically Zaporizhians, especially these guys are the original Cossack, or Kozaké. And what they were people who were so subsistent that they opted. They these Ukrainians, right? They fled the settlements and they went as far as they could out of reach of the Slavs, Polish noblemen. And they essentially set up these sort of like cowboy settlements. Lived free for their own rules, and had all kinds of unusual sort of stuff. It's like this walrus mustache, this classically Cossack style. The top knot as well. It's quite often, but the top knot there. By the way, for the Ukrainians, like their national hero. Like we think in America, tend to idolize the gunslingers, the wild, right? The horrible man with the big hat riding off into the sunset on his horse. That kind of thing. This is like the voice for the Ukrainians, the national heroes for the Ukrainians, enemies for the Jews. Because what would happen? What's going on in particular is the Cossacks, among the things they did for which they are valued Ukrainians, is they fought with the Ottoman Turks who would raid Ukrainian villages for children and take them back to be slaves. Really awful phenomenon in early modern. And the Cossacks were, and at one point the Ottoman Turks said, "If you guys stop attacking our slaves, we're going to deal with you." And so they wrote a picture with notes. And so here they're celebrating. One guy knows how to write. He's composing a letter, and all the other Cossacks are like suggesting various, profanities in the letter. So this is really the Cossack mindset encapsulated in Ilya Repin's work. They were led by this Bohdan Khmelnytsky, who was one of these heavy noblemen who fled to this particular part of the rapids on the southern Ukraine. And he organized all of these kind of like bands of freebooting Cossacks, and he said, let's all organize ourselves and let's not run away from the Polish noblemen. Let's run at them and let's attack and let's kick out of our territory. And of course, this was like hugely bad for the Jews. Were the sphere for Polish economic system, right? The Poles were living far away, but the Jews were living right there in right bank Ukraine. And so when these Cossacks came and they had all this pent-up anger at the Polish noblemen who were incidentally also sort of culturally trying to dominate them, trying to get them to convert to Catholicism and lose their orthodoxy, so there's also they came sweeping into these Jewish deadlines, and the massacres were horrific. I mentioned over earlier as the chronicler of the period, and although he does criticize the Jewish involvement in the Arenda system as being the basis of the problem, he does provide such a horrific and like emotional description of these pogroms that I'm not going to tell you the kinds of things that they will scar your mind and you'll never be able to forget them. If you are curious about reading this, then look up Yevhen Metsula. It is a chilling, awful. Now this region by the period is called in Hebrew Tach and Tach referred to the 2 years 1648 to 1649. It actually extended a little bit longer, but these 2 years were Yavatina from Zer's talking. That's absolutely horrific. The violence perpetrated on Jews. And again, let's not forget that you had 1,000 people working in a particular shtetl. Let's say let's say 1,000 working individuals, include men and women, and chances are maybe 40 directly involved in the event out of 1,000, 100, and others would be involved in some other things that were supported by, kind of like Las Vegas. Las Vegas, what's the main? I don't know. I keep coming back to it. Gambling, right? If you took me out of Las Vegas, what would happen in Vegas? Yeah, it would literally dry up because all that water is imported, right? But most of the people in Las Vegas do not work in the casinos. They work in all kinds of ancillary industries, hotels and Ubers and restaurants and stuff like that, to support the people who come in to do gambling in casinos. So the casinos are the reason why Los Angeles continues to exist. So most Los Angeles, not Las Vegas, most Las Vegans are not working in the casino. So the same thing with the Arenda. The Arenda was what really allowed the basis of the Jewish community, was the backbone of the economy. But the vast majority of Jews were doing all kinds of other things, silversmithing and tinsmithing, and small trails. You had the occasional scholar, traveling.
I think Vegas is actually especially good numerically because they do all this now with Vegas and the casinos that are over 5 years.
Okay, I'm not going to repeat that. Yeah. Okay, we talked about this. Oh, this is the translation of the story. This is very good. Oh, very good. It is absolutely terrific. There are English translations. Now, one of the things that is a challenge to historians is trying to figure out, we have these very emotive sources. Nathan of Hanover is perhaps the first among equals, but there are many other sources that will describe this horrible devastation. But it does not seem that the scale of devastation was as large as the historians recommend. You'll see citations. It seems like someone writes about this by another 100,000 victims. Yeah, 250,000 victims. But the reality is, if you remember the beginning of this lecture, there's only probably about 40,000 Jews living in Ukraine at the time. So it's hard to imagine 40,000 people killed with only 40,000 women killed. Chances are, it was probably somewhere in the neighborhood, depending on which historian you read, probably in the neighborhood of something like a third of the population was killed, a devastating number, but the total number is not at all like what a lot of okay, let's take just the this is a 5 it's Ukrainian, I can't remember the combination. Yeah, not big, yeah. It's oh yes, got Flavin, right. 5 Flavin notes, and this is the $5 of Ukraine, not than Boston numbers. So again, remember what we said when we were talking about Baron and so on. So the Ukrainians, they do Khmelnytsky for the most part, as a great national hero. He said George Washington. He united them and brought them all together and pushed out the Polish language, and also incidentally pushed out in Dockor. But when Jews see this particular business, they see horrible anti-Semitism. And that's both of those pictures are true. You just have to understand the lens through which they are viewed.
It's totally have the same history as the Native Americans.
Yeah, I would say that the Native Americans look at Columbus and they see that's in the 20 now. He able to show each other back in Native American. But we call the Native Americans. It's hard to do comparative martyrology. I got to tell you, this is, by the way, in the Square Cave, they have like this very heroic statue of Khmelnytsky there as well. The earlier version of it actually actually had like a Jew trampled underfoot by it. But even the Tsar said, no, that's not important. That's 4 days. So they removed the Jew. And let's call that a day. Exclusionary pressures in Western Ashkenaz. So what's going to happen now? We're at a transitional point
in our history. We've looked a bit, especially the materials I put online. Of the Jews in Western Ashkenaz, which basically comprises England, France, and Germany. Once you get east of Germany, you're getting into Central Europe or Eastern Europe. What's going to happen is from the 13th century onward, peaking in the 17th century, you'll have a massive migration of Nazi Jews from the traditional heartland of Western Europe to Eastern Europe. There in Eastern Europe, there's going to be a massive population explosion in the 19th century as a result of several factors, including things like the invention of the smallpox vaccine, the unique style of Ashkenazic living arrangements called Kest, which reduced infant mortality significantly, and there's going to be just an explosion of Ashkenazi Jews in the 1800s. And eventually, when you get to the end of the 1800s, you'll have another big population movement from Eastern Europe to America, to a lesser degree, South America, Canada, Australia, Israel, places like that. But we're now going into the period where Jews are going to be leaving the Ashkenazic heartland to Eastern Europe. That's 13th to 17th century in particular. Yes, remind me your name, please. Last name. Parente, Mr. Parente. You used to sit over here, didn't you? Yeah, that's what was hard to confuse. Okay, Mr. Parente. So, good question. The question which I will repeat, because people who are watching the video sometimes ask me to repeat the question. Does the word Ashkenaz refer to a people or a country or a region? So you can have a look at the very first lecture. We went over the terminology. It is associated with I think it's a grandson of Noah in the biblical period. I think Noah, so I forget his son's name. Anyways, one of the grandsons, maybe great-grandsons. And over the Middle Ages, various regions were associated with the land of that particular individual and his descendants. For reasons that we don't tell, this was eventually associated with the region of land in northern Germany, and the Jews who moved to that area were known as the Jews who moved to the land of Ashkenaz, and then they were called Ashkenazi Jewry. We have no real good reason to associate specifically that reason with the place Ashkenaz. It's kind of arbitrary in some terms. So now it really only refers to the people, and the Ashkenazim are only Jews now, obviously, because only Jews use that terminology. Okay, have a look at the first lecture. It's online. Okay, shall we go on? Okay, so now I'm looking at the reason why Jews moved from Western Europe to Eastern Europe to first, there was a push for Jews to leave that will culminate in expulsion, really that Jews felt unwelcome in Europe. And at the same time, not for our discussion today, but for next week, there was an economic vacuum in Eastern Europe inviting Jews in. Literally, leaders of municipalities, of kingdoms, saying, please, Jews, come here. We will give you privileges. We will give you rights. We will give you specific, legislation that you will want, like the right to build a wall around your community, or the right to have a monopoly on a vacuum, an invitation, bringing Jews in, pushing Jews out, and Jews in at the same time. We're talking about the pushing Jews out first, Mr. Kranz.
You know when you're like chill and relax, I was like a few beers deep. Anybody next like Brandon shot, I'm like,
Well, you're right, Mr. Kranz. The first Jews who are allowed to be full citizens, that happens in the 18th century. So we're talking for the Jews of Bordeaux and Bayonne in southern France. We're still here, like about years earlier, when nobody has citizenship. There's no such thing as a citizen except me and maybe his wife. That's basically it. Everyone else is subject. So maybe not even his wife. Everyone is a subject of the king, right? That's feudalism. And all you can hope for is privileges that the king gives you. So in that period, right up until you get to the 18th century. All right, let's look at one major factor in the push for Jews out. The first is something called the Crusades. This is like a scene in history. This is one of those watershed moments. You know what the term watershed means? It's a good term. I'll tell you, I grew up near the Arctic watershed. Anyone want to define that term? Mr. Silver? No. Watershed. The earth, like when rain falls, it flows towards a body of water here or a body of water there, right? It depends on the elevation of a particular spot. And, you know, like where we are right now, we're in, I guess, probably the Atlantic watershed, where every drop of rain that falls here in New York will eventually flow towards the east into the Ocean, right? Like in the beginning of Kohelet. So all the rivers flow to the sea, and the sea is never filled. But if we were to move a little further west country, we would get to a different watershed where all the water would flow into the Mississippi River and then down into the Gulf of something. Right? What do you call it? Gulf of America. There you go. So that's the Gulf of America. Or further west, and you'd be in a watershed where it would flow into the Pacific Ocean. I happen to grow up near the Arctic watershed, north of the Arctic watershed, where all the water that rained, all the rain that fell in where I grew up would flow into the Arctic Ocean because it flowed north. So it means like up until it, everything is going this way, after this, the other way. So if you think about that term as a historical term, the Crusades are one of those watershed moments where beforehand people understand the world in such a way, afterwards very different. Another watershed, something like 9/11. That's a huge watershed. States history that was just before you were born, but you live in the post 9/11 era, changed everything in many ways. The Crusades are one of those moments. This is the history. This guy, Pope Urban II, 1095, he complains that the holy city of Jerusalem, which is controlled at this time by the Muslims, right? Muslims are in charge of the land of Israel at that time. They are not allowing Christian pilgrims to get access to the holy sites. Church of the Holy Sepulchre, various sites that Christians revere in a very significant way. And he's like really upset about it. He reaches out to Christian Orthodox. Don't forget, at this time, 1095, there are two basic major kinds of Christian: Catholics, who are ruled from Rome, the Pope in Rome, and there are Orthodox, who are ruled by 7 patriarchs in the East, sometimes called Greek Orthodox, sometimes called Armenian Orthodox. It's a different form of Christianity, the Catholics, but they are Christian faith. It's not really appropriate to use the term denominations, but they are two different, let's say, flavors of Christianity, and have not gotten along well for the last couple of hundred years. But he says to them, wow, it's just so awful that, you know, we're hearing about Christian pilgrims not getting in to see the church. And the entire Christian world just, you know, resonates with that message and says, yeah, it is terrible. Pope Urban II calls for something called a crusade based on the Lux, the crucifix, saying we should all go, we should organize ourselves, and we should take back the land of Israel from the infidel Muslims so that Christians can safely go there to worship. Massive reaction for all reasons. There was a certain amount of unemployment among knightly class, for example, and they had literally nothing to do, but this was a great excuse. They pulled it together, particularly in the regions of France and Germany, and they make their way all the way across Europe to the Holy Land, and they fight the Muslims, and they take over the land of Israel. The next 200 years, there's going to be ongoing fighting with the Muslims until finally the Muslims drive them out. But this is the era of the Crusader kingdoms, when Christians from Western Eastern Europe established sort of footholds in the land of Israel. Countries like Caesarea and Akko and all kinds of land where you'll see lots of Crusader fortresses. You'll also see Muslim against the Crusaders. For example, the walls around Jerusalem were built by the Muslims, trying to hold off any future by Crusaders, and it went back and forth for a couple hundred years. Here you see, and by the way, because they kept on they made their way down, took over the territory, then they got kicked out, they were down again. There are multiple crusades over several hundred years with a variety of outcomes. Some successful, some not. Exactly. Isn't that surprising how that is? So how did Jews get involved in this? Especially up here, you can see the Stars of David represent very clever sort of symbolism. They represent Jewish communities. And at a certain point in 1096, in the summer of 1096, there was an especially dangerous phenomenon because a whole bunch of crusaders, and remember, it's like a mass movement where you have wealthy knights who are able to afford a horse, caddy, and all the weapons, armor, and stuff like that to finance a long trip across. And then you have the dark, unwashed masses who say, yeah, we want to do this too. We want to get involved in it. And they come along for the ride. And in particular, in the northern Germany of Ashkenaz, there are a whole bunch of these individuals, led people like Peter the First, who are kind of like a rousing individual, for like a popular preacher kind of. And he essentially says to these crusaders, wait a second, why are we schlepping all the way to Jerusalem, infidels? I don't use the word schlep, but you get the idea. Why are we taking ourselves? The whole point of this is that we are going to beat those unbelievers, meaning Muslims. Why are we going all the way to Jerusalem to do it? We have unbelievers, Jews, right here on our very own backyard. And so a lot of these, especially the less professional crusaders, the less disciplined crusaders, they start making these religiously inspired pogroms that specifically targeted these tiny little Ashkenazic, civilization outposts in the northern German region. This is like one of those huge scars in Ashkenazic history that we will remember every week in the Av HaRachamim prayer, which Av HaRachamim, which we read on Shabbos, after the Torah, specifically speaking to the horrible massacres that occurred in the summer of 1096, and then onwards for the next 200 years on a smaller scale. It's going to be absolutely awful. I'll take you through some of them. Mr. Loiki. Well, more professional, disciplined soldiers, like they've got some kind of they've got a plan. They want to go to Israel. They want the glory of attacking the Muslims. They want to bring back, things like that. They've got kind of like a bigger goal. But the lesser outfitted and the kind of they don't have the same kind of resources and they can't imagine paying for that massive journey down there, but they do want to get involved in the violence of all it. So they say, we'll just do it right here in the Ashkenazi homeland. Mr. Parente. So I think that if you asked a crusader, he would say the goal was to reclaim land, and maybe a side benefit would be the fact that was what they really. And by the way, what we see this especially clearly in the Rhineland massacres is because Jews were given the option: convert or die. Right? This is a victory for Christianity if these Jews become Christians, or we get killed. So it has definitely a very strong religious root. Demagogic, violence, and kinds of nasty things, but nevertheless religious at its core. Right? Okay, so these crusaders, why are you slipping all the way down there? Right here, here's another image from that time, and we have a lot of chronicles, by the way. We have source material for this written by Jews, some of really heartbreaking chronicles written by Jews, a handful of them, and Christian chronicles of the attacks on Jews as well, which largely corroborate some of the most horrific aspects of these massacres. 1096, the summer, May through June, is specifically the time when they were at their most intense, the beginning of the Crusades. There were mentioned later Crusades, still had against Jews attendance upon it. You recall in the lecture we looked at Ashkenazi genetics. We saw all those Jews thrown down the well. So that was as the Second Crusade. There's a Tom being involved in one of these crusades as well, and wounded, absolutely horrific. The three main towns, however, that are at the epicenter are called Speyer, Wurm, and Mainz. They're known as the Shul communities by acronym. These are three really small but important old Ashkenazic settlements. Remember, Ashkenaz at this point only has been around for about 200 years, and there's still, maybe a few thousand Jews in each one of these places, but nevertheless, they were the three that were most powerfully attacked in the beginning. The Jewish response is fascinating, and I think to the formation, one might suggest, of Ashkenazic culture. Yes, question. Yes, definitely. This is where Rabbeinu Gershon studied, for example. So these are significant towns. They're not faraway places. They're small by our standards, but still big by the period of the century. So this is where one of the oldest techniques that Ashkenazim developed, Jews in general, but Ashkenazim in particular, for dealing with communal threats. There are two, let's say, there are 3 basic strategies that you can have when you're confronted by us. What do you think those 3 strategies are? Pay them off. Thank you. Thank you. If you fight back, you'll probably lose. You'll be overwhelmed by the numbers. We're talking about masses of pogromists who are attacking small communities who are not inclined militarily. There's an argument to be made, and we do see it happening in the 1900s, in the pogrom waves that swept through Russia, that you might actually scare them off by showing a little bit of background. But early on, the Ashkenazi Jewish communities, with very, very few exceptions, basically said, fight is not our best option. We are going to completely murder, massacre if we fight back. We need to rely on other sources of authority, and might was not something that Jews, Ashkenazi Jews in particular, started doing really until the early 20th century. We have a long, old history of military resistance that goes back to the times. So basically, living as in a diaspora, set it aside as strategies since the a little later, since the revolt against Rome, since Bar Kokhba in the 2nd century, we basically set aside military responses. By the way, maybe we'll get to it at the end of the semester. That's why Israel represents another watershed moment in Jewish history, because this is the first time that we really ordered ourselves to bring back some of that old martial tradition that we had in the ancient period. But that's not what's going to happen in the medieval period. The other possibilities are you run away, and yes, we have lots of Jews. It's not always though, You're talking about your family. Are you going to run away with all of them? They're going to catch up with you. It may not be a very viable option. The third option is to bribe the criminals. Try to pay your way out of it. This is what one of my students once memorably said is the fee or flee strategy of Jewish survival. Please remember that, fee or flee. Either pay or run away. Those are the 2 basic options that Jews use. So typically, like we see, for example, in the city of Köln, in April of that year, they were able to avoid massacres by simply going out to the Crusaders and saying, hey, whoa, you don't want to attack us. We are loyal,
subjects of the king. Remember the service regi camarade, that stuff we talked about. But we appreciate the desire to liberate the Holy Land from the Muslims. Here's a big bag of gold to help you finance your military endeavor. And they were, avoid a massacre, at least in April. They all would appeal to the emperor, right? Because that survived was by being part of the tax structure that the emperor wanted to protect. But later on, it would get worse. They would not. This strategy would not survive. Going on to Speyer, May of that month, they tried to house in the synagogue, and any Jews who were outside the synagogue were killed by the Crusaders. Remember, it's a get baptized or die kind of moment. Many of them chose to die rather than be baptized. In fact, what we will see happening in some of these chronicles, which is absolutely horrific and hard to imagine, but we see it very clearly in the chronicles that Jews in the Crusades frequently chose suicide over baptism. This was like an incredibly dramatic moment where you'd have situations where Jews were trapped inside synagogue. The Crusaders would say, come out and be baptized or we will dog on fire. And the Jews inside would actually take out knives and slaughter their own children before they took their own lives. And the Crusaders would set fire to a building that had no more living people in them. Absolutely horrific examples recorded not only in the Hebrew Chronicles, but also in the Christian Chronicles, saying to these Jews, amazing that they would rather kill themselves and their own children, Nachman al-Islam. They would rather kill their own children rather than submit to baptism. And gentlemen, I would hazard something for you to think about further. This is one of those moments that define Ashkenazic history. That from the Crusades onward, much of Ashkenazic culture was sort of like bend inwards and begin to say that, wow, the outside world is so dangerous. The outside world is so toxic. It is fundamentally and existentially threats. We must protect at all costs everything involved in the outside world. And Ashkenazi culture tends to get kind of like that inward focus that results in some interesting cultural expressions we'll see shortly. Sephardic culture, by contrast, they didn't have this same challenge of the Crusades. The Crusades didn't sweep through Spain at this time. Spain is also, where Jews are mainly living, Muslim. It's not even un-Christian. But their big challenge would come after 91, as we discussed last semester, that 91, where now they've been forcibly converted without their will, without saying no, and to live in both the Christian world and in the Jewish world simultaneously, cultural tropism, where they can direct themselves to adapting inside society while preserving identity. You see the contrast to Ashkenazim, Soran saying, if you force this on me, I literally kill myself. Sephardim say, give me your worst, I'll find a way to cope with it, and I'll do sort of, pardon the pun, jiu-jitsu, and find a way to keep my Jewish identity, despite the fact that I'm living outwardly as a Christian. Two very different survival strategies. Okay, so it was in Speyer that we have the first example of this, at least recorded in the Jewish Chronicles, of a Jewish woman who chooses to die rather than to submit to baptism, and this becomes kind of like a major theme of the Crusades. Finally, in Worms, the Jews at this time, they go to the bishop. The bishop has a big fortified castle, and he says, please protect us. The bishop says, okay, because the bishop, one of the ironic things we'll see about anti-Semitism of this period is that the upper church wanted to have nothing to do with this. They wanted to have nothing to do with these crazy allegations of blood libel and these, bizarre ideas that the Jews had to be massacred. It was actually contrary to the doctrine of the church fathers. Jews were to be persecuted, second-class citizens, in order to send a message to the Christian world that it's not good to be a Jew, but they were not to be killed. In fact, the opposite. They were supposed to observe so that later they could testify as to the validity of the second coming. So the bishop says, yeah, come on in, all you guys. They Crusaders broke into the bishop's own castle and then massacred 800 people there. You have, more and more of these examples of mass suicide among Jews happening in mines. The bishop was willing to help, but he could not do. There are some interesting examples of when you do have a little bit of a pushback. I can't remember which town it was. Maybe it'll come up in my notes here. But one town arrested one of the worst of the rabble rousers, and they cut off his hand, and that stopped the violence right away. But otherwise, the violence just ran over even the bishops, even the church. If they wanted to stop this movement, they could not. It's like when you wake up this kind of elemental hatred, even though it is technically itself with a religious sort of veneer, it's a much more impulse than religious thought at the time. Count Amico is one of these examples. He's one of the pogromists at the time. They eventually, and they make their all around to Hungary, and they're considered such a disaster that Hungarian Christians fight against the Crusaders, saying, you're not coming into our land, this is crazy, you come in here, you rape, you pillage, all in the name of, the Christianity, and it's totally not okay. So that's basically the kind of situation that's going on. One last detail that's interesting is what happens for those Jews who baptism rather than be killed or certainly then decide to commit suicide. There is a city debate in both the world and in the Jewish world. What do we do with these people? I mean, Christians, as those of you who remember well, are sort of trapped in this ideology that once a person is baptized, even if it was without his or her consent, they are now magically Christians. It's a sect. They can't take it back. So the church was kind of like, well, they're not allowed these Jews, but now that they did it, they're Christians. We have to keep them as Christians. Emperor Henry IV said, well, that's ridiculous. I'm letting them go back to their Jewish communities. And he got into trouble with the Pope over this because the Pope says, hey, who says that you're just an emperor? What right do you have to say anything about Christian theology? But even on the Jewish side, there were many prominent Jews of the time, largely overruled by the Rishonim that you are familiar with, Rashi being perhaps the most important of them. He died in 1104, so the Crusades, the first Crusade was part of the last, thing that he had to deal with in his life. There were significant debates. Maybe once they're baptized, especially if they volunteer to be baptized rather than be killed, maybe now they are Christians. Maybe we shouldn't accept them back. Maybe you're only allowed, it's Yahareg Val, right? You can't be allowed to. You have to be forced yourself to give up your life for this. Nevertheless, the consensus developed over the course of about 100 years. It was not such an easy thing to do. The consensus developed that, we'll allow them to come back. We'll allow them to be considered Jews. We'll consider this an ones, a forced situation. They were not responsible for that decision. Okay. Discussions. Anything else? Clear as the sun at noonday. Well, when you say we, I'm not sure who exactly you mean. I don't know. I really don't know. I think that the consensus that Rishonim are that baptism has no impact on Jewish status based on the principle Yisrael Afal Pi Shechata Yisrael. Right, a Jew, even though he sins, he's still a Jew, and you can't remove that Jewishness from him. But a posek, I'm not even a rabbi, just a regular guy. I can't tell you for sure. Master Rosh Hashiva. Okay, so what about Jerusalem? Jerusalem deals with the Crusaders in 1099. They finally get there. There's a huge battle in Jerusalem, which is kind of like First Crusade. It was the peak of the crusading story and became like myth. You have guys like Richard the Lion who make their reputation in these huge battles for Jerusalem. The Jews and Muslims in Jerusalem fight shoulder to shoulder against Christians, but they lose. There's going to be a massacre, the Jews are sold in slavery, and it is ironic. We should remember that right now, Muslims and Jews are at loggerheads primarily over politics. At least it has been like that for the last and a half, more or less. But there are many points in time where Jews and Muslims were actually on the same side against Christians. The Crusades is one of those examples. Also, one more thing to point out: you should bear in mind that for much of the Middle East, if you go to the 21st century, the Middle East has not let go of this history, right? Like when America invaded Iraq, Operation Desert Storm, I think it was, right? The Iraqis referred to Americans as crusaders. They're thinking of Americans as these guys. Here are Muslims minding their own business in Jerusalem. It's not even clear how much they were really interfering with Christian pilgrims, but suddenly you get like all of Europe down here in their big metal armor and their horses and stuff like that, and like they make a war. So they regard the West as being like as an something that's happened for the last millennium, largely because of the Crusades.
You have to remember, they're now owned partner with, and you know this better than anyone, WWE show the world. When you have one, you're like Hulk Hogan, they had all these issues, and then you have...
So you got to take this. You have this period which they call, it's a little bit of an exaggeration, la convivencia, the period of coexistence. Lasted about 200 years. About, give or take, 950, 1150. Yes, exclusively in Spain. Yeah, but that's it. That's an interesting period of time. It's part of Jewish history. You think everybody's getting along? Yeah, I would love that to be true. I think America is an exception in history in many ways. So good argument. There's a lot to be. I don't think it's quite as rosy as maybe we would like, but well, basically, right? Okay, let's just one other thing here. So one of the immediate cultural expression of Jews in the post-Crusade era that had a long-lasting effect was a movement called the Hasidei Ashkenaz. The term Hasid, of course, is biblical in origin. You see it all over Tanakh. It means someone who goes like beyond. It has been used so much in history. Followers Yehuda Maccabee were called Hasidim. The Melech called himself Hasidim. We have, of course, the 18th century Hasidic movement, Chabad, Satmar, all those guys. But this is a different movement, just happened to use the same name. They flourished for about 100 years right after Crusades. Most of their writings are focused in one book, Sefer Hasidim. Fascinating book on a historical level. Sorry? Yes, Rabbi Yehuda Chassid is one of the major authors of this, also his father. This is a fascinating book on a historical level as well, because it includes all kinds of interesting stories about things that happen in Ashkenaz at this time. It's a fascinating religious work. It's basically sort of a mixture of Musar and Halakha about how you should behave, and all kinds of like stuff to make it into Halakha, but it's kind of like advice given by the followers of this Hasid Ashkenaz. What is especially unique about it, what distinguishes it from a lot of other trends, and is not that really lasting in the Ashkenazi tradition. It's very, very sharp. But this time, though, is that the Hasidic Ashkenaz were really big into self-blame, style, martyrdom, all kinds of like, we have to do more to tshuva, where it's so different from the modern day Hasidus. When we talk about Chabad, for example, and all the Hasidim was really much more about joy, camaraderie, and no way these Hasidic Ashkenaz were really into like self-mortification, like literally rolling in snow. Fasting was a big deal, lots and lots of fasting, and even like after death, it's like putting in your will, you want your coffin dragged along the street to your burial as a last chance to atone for any of your sins. Those kinds of show up in the Hasidic Ashkenaz movement. It is a kind of like a cold, dark period in many ways culturally, but the Sefer Hasidim is absolutely quite fascinating. Look at it. It's like certain ideas definitely do find their echoes later on in Hasidic world. I think I have here. No, I don't have the images. It is at this point, by the way, where the Hasidic Ashkenaz have this influence on not portraying women's faces in particular. That in the artwork that we're on, I have them, I think, later in this lecture, or maybe more videos. A lot of the work will show women with animal human heads. If I know, I'll try and later if I didn't show it before. Sometimes all people, not just women, but especially women. And it also happens today too. The idea is like more, we're not sure exactly what the idea is, but most theorists say it has to do with the idea of like more tznius. It's not right to look at the faces of women like that. Okay. The Hasidic Ashkenaz? Well, it was kind of like an intellectual religious movement, and there were several rabbis who were deeply in it and influential. People thought like that's how you express your Judaism. Nowadays, we express our Judaism by having lots of things and Hamantash and back. Oh man, I got to go like reading for 2 days. It was just that was the style. Wear dark clothes, wear bright clothes. Well, that's I think precisely what a lot of historians would say. The Crusades maybe too much levity. Yeah. Correct. So it stands to reason that they were influenced by the environment. We'll see the same kind of things to a certain degree happening in the Black Death.
I wish I lived in You've seen his fucking house. I wish I lived in the backyard. No, I got my own house. Yeah, I'm an awesome. Outside awesome.
No way to know for sure. No way to know for sure. But I would think it did survive. I mean, we still have their writing, which indicated they were circulating. You'd have to find a way to measure that, and I don't think anyone knows. Mr. Krantz.
He's the goat. Without him, there would be no anything. Like he's the most, I would say, listened to person in the world daily and weekly. And all he talks about is MMA and loves MMA and is still.
Yeah. Chabad in particular did not like that. Yeah.
People don't understand now. He literally puts MMA in a different stratosphere. Involved with the sports influential guy. Yeah, it's crazy. UFC is going to be.
I don't know. Could be. I'm not sure. Okay, let's go weiter. Now, the next nasty, right? The whole point of today's lecture is to illustrate exclusionary pressures, right? That reasons why Jews want to leave Western Europe. Crusades, fairly focused violence associated with the crusade itself. The Jews were able to, over the course of the next couple hundred years, sort of see when these things are developing, reach out well advanced to authority figures to try and protect them. It helped quite often that you didn't have this big massacres like we did in 1096, but there were other things happening at the time as well. One of the most awful of this era was something called the blood libel, which I'm sure you have heard of, because unfortunately is a myth that continues to this day. This is a map from the Encyclopedia Judaica that traces in Europe that had a blood libel with the centuries when they occurred. And you can see that the numbers in circles are the 19th and 20th centuries. So there's definitely an ongoing persistence of this our idea that started first up here, Norwich, right here in the, actually the earliest one is in 1144. The story goes, and this is basically repeated over and over again, that the Jews need to kill, God forbid, a Christian child. There's actually two distinct charges. The first one is called ritual murder, and later it develops into what's called the blood libel, alilat dam. Ritual murder is this idea that, well, why would Jews need to kill a Christian child? Well, the reason is because, as the crazy goes, and for those of you who are going to be watching this in the recording, it's not true. Jews don't do this stuff. But and the church has, by the way, said this over and over again. The popes are publishing bulls saying, no, it's not true. Don't believe those crazies who say this happens. But yes, it is one of those things that is, hard to root out of the psyche once it's in there. The charge is that you need to ritually murder a child in order to vicariously reenact the passion, meaning the crucifixion of the founder of Christianity. That because Jews so hate Christians, they want to do that same thing around Passover, right? That's the season of the Passion. The term Passion is that whole story of Christian. And so whenever it happens, unfortunately it does happen, young children, God forbid, are kidnapped, frequently abused and murdered. Such things happen, Rahman al-Islam, even in our own day. So, people are really upset. They say, who did this terrible thing? And someone says, I bet it was the Jews. I heard that Jews do this. It is April after all. It must be part of their ritual murder. And the story goes out. And then what happens afterwards is sometimes there's like a mob of Jews. Sometimes there will be a bizarre sham trial that will result in mass hangings, and it never ends well for the evolution of this. In 1144, just goes like crazy. Everybody just catches on to this idea. It's a little bit like an urban myth. Like, people for a while were talking about how don't go to these, countries, Central America, because one day you'll wake up in a bathtub and you'll find a scar and someone has stolen your kidney. Right? You ever hear those crazy stories? You go to a bar, someone will put something in your drink, you wake the next day missing a kidney. And people say, yeah, that happens. Oh man, but even though, I don't know how often or how seldom it happens, it just sort of like takes up way more brains than it actually deserves. Historically, that's what happens to ritual murder. The blood libel just added a dimension of crazy to this that made it even more popular. The blood libel is the argument that not only do the Jews to reenact the crucifixion, they need to drain and drink the blood of the victim. They have to actually go. Why do they need to drink the blood? Well, lots of different crazy reasons. By the way, I'll show you. Here's like you see a crowded map of how many places had blood libels after that first one in 1144. This is Simon of Trent from 1479, one of the most widely publicized blood libels. You can see all of the Jews gathered around here. This is like it's part of a large broadsheet. Like one of the ways that why it's so popular in the 15th century is because that's when the printing press comes out, and public announcements would be on these large, of what would look like newsprint, and then they would like post on walls. Sometimes they would make, if you've been to Europe, they're like round pillars in public spaces, and they post these big things there. In Israel, you see in Pashkelin, same kind of idea, like don't go to Torah college kind of messages that you see in some places. I should say that, but that's how this would be posted. It was not colored. This is a colorized version. It just adds a little level of vibrancy to it. The Jews here, and they all have names, a long text in medieval German that most people could not read, but they could see the cartoons. They have these little ruelles, these little badges that indicate they are Jews. From the year 1215 on, Jews are required to wear some kind of distinguishing badge like this. Here is the unfortunate Simon, who is held in a cruciform position. There are Jews who are tormenting him with specific torments that are meant to mimic the account of the Gospels, and they're circumcising him because, after all, the family was also circumcised, so they have to make the victim, Christ-like in that regard. They're catching the blood in our, and then later they will do various things with the blood. One of the most popular myths is that they would bake it to the matzah. And for those of you who I'm sure all have eaten matzah, which is made completely out of flour and water, you know that a little bit of blood will probably make it taste better. God forbid, I didn't mean to say that. I'll have to cut that out for the video. But there's no blood in matzah, obviously. There are also thoughts that Jewish men are subject to menstruation, and so they lose iron every month, and they have to drink Christian blood in order to replenish the iron. Other stories say that they are infertile, and the only way that they can reduce is if they consume this blood, or it's an aphrodisiac. I know there's all kinds of absolutely bizarre stories. If you're curious about this really weird aspect of medieval history, I recommend you look at Joshua Trachtenberg's remarkable work, written right during the Holocaust, to try and wake people up as to how long this has been going on, called The Devil and the Jews. Very powerful work. He lists, 20 things that people believe Jews did with him, and amazing examples of, Christians actually buy the blood, so they could use purposes as well when it got to the end. But this blood just became such a powerful peg in the mind of medieval Europe that it haunted us for hundreds of years. Here's another fiction of Atos Martyr, which basically Saint Simon the Martyr. As I mentioned, cases completely decried the whole idea of the blood libel. They said it's crazy. Jews would go to the Pope and say, please, we're getting all these calumnies of us, and we're getting attacked, and it's not fair, it's not true. And the church would actually, be forthcoming and say, the Jews are not true, and so on. There were some exceptions. Simon Martyr was one of them. Actually beatified by the church, which means one level short of becoming a saint. Quite often they would take the remains of the child who was killed by who knows whom, buried in the wall of a church. Churches today in Europe, where they have, the remains of these children who were horribly killed. The Jews were blamed for it. Go along with, historians recognize it for what it is as best you can. Here's another one from the centuries in Poland. They often have these kinds of horrific images of Jews, it relates to the whole idea of pedophilia and things like that. The Nazis made tremendous use of their story in their propaganda. Attacks on Jews. That there's another really good reason to start leaving Western Europe. It would follow them to Eastern Europe, but the idea was we got to get away from these crazy people. So it's kind of like an iconographic standard for the ugly Jew. There's a great book by Sam Gilman. I think it's called The Jew's Body. It might be called The Jew's Nose. I'm not sure, but Sandra Gilman is the author. He argues that it comes from the late 19th century with the discovery of the Venus de Milo, the very famous Greek statue of a woman, and it was considered in the late 19th century when it was just as like the ideal human form. And so a lot of anti-Semitic characters started saying, well, if this is the ideal, with the aquiline nose, the right body proportion, then the Jew must be the opposite of that. It's when the kind of capitalist image, the late 19th century, most likely. Good argument. Okay, let's go to one last related charge, and that's next. Great. Now, ritual murder morphs into the blood. Jews feel very uncomfortable during this time period, and we could say more about this. Literally, we could teach a whole semester on the blood libel. There are crazy examples where, for example, you didn't even have a body. Like the Blois incident in 1971, where some guy thought he saw a Jew carrying a body, but nobody reported a missing child. Nobody found the body unless they attacked all the Jews, married them, over a blood. It was a crazy, crazy thing. Post-desecration, however, kind of like the next step in this entire crazy belief system, and it affected Jews very heavily. And unlike the libel, post-desecration tended to have the support of the church. The church actually the Catholic found it advantageous to even promote, to some degrees, the desecration story because of their own agenda. I'll explain. So the term post refers to that became part of Catholic religious practice. It was part of a ritual called communion, that when you were a Catholic in good standing and you said your confession and done whatever penance was required, then you would enter into communion, which would involve the drinking of a little bit of wine and the consumption of this little cracker. It looks like a Ritz cracker kind of thing, like you have a kiddush. This would be like a very dramatic moment. And from the 14th century on, in particular, the Catholic Church adopted a doctrine called transubstantiation, where they said that the consumption of this wafer and this wine, which is in memory of the Last Supper, actually, literally the body of Christ. That it's literally the body of Christ that you are consuming. I know that sounds a little weird to me, but it's somebody else's religion, so that's what they believe. So, and that's a very holy thing to actually be, consuming the body. So, through this doctrine of transubstantiation, it's not a symbol. It's not like representative of. It's actually the thing itself, mamish. So, if it is the thing itself, then it stands to reason that Jews would want to it. Right? If they are killing Christian children, as the argument goes, in order to reenact the passion, certainly they're going to do it. The wafer itself represents Jesus literally. That's the argument. So the church, whereas they thought blood libel was really dangerous and they put it down, post-desecration supported the argument for transubstantiation doctrine, which was not an easy sell. There's a desecration story that is from the German city of Passau. It's also 14th century, and it's basically written with cartoons because most people were illiterate, even though it does have the German text above it, kind of like a graphic novel. And the stories are almost all the same. Here is a Christian accomplice. Typically, there will be like a renegade Christian in these stories. There's also a renegade Christian in a lot of the blood Bible stories. A renegade Christian who helps the Jews find the child, that kind of thing. Here's a renegade Christian to the church, and you can see he's looking at his shoulder as he steals. So here's those two, these little wafers. Oops. Right. The head. And then he goes and he takes them to the Jews. You can tell they're Jews because they have the well on their shirts, their tunics, and he accepts money for is then brought back to the synagogue by the Jews. They got it in a box here, and in the synagogue, they torture the host. You can see they're stabbing it with knives. Miraculously, it bleeds. Right? So bleed, that's again, a miraculous problem of the host. Even that the Christian artists have actually been in this synagogue. Has to look carefully because he's trying to produce the Shnei Lufot Brit here in Hebrew, but he doesn't know how to write Hebrew, so he can write gibberish up there. And then what happens is, like, the police come to the door and say, "Hey, what's going on in here?" We hear like some screaming, right? The host is screaming as it were, so the Jews say, "Quick, get rid of the evidence." They sit up, they throw it into the furnace, and miraculously the form of a small child appears in the flames, and doves fly out of the flames to be caught by waiting angels. Right? Like all these miracles are attached to it to sort of reinforce the idea of transubstantiation. All of this stuff is narishkeit, it's not true at all. The next part, unfortunately, is typically what actually happened. There's a mob, burst into the synagogue. They arrest all the Jews. This is also a typical Jewish hat from the 13th century. They torture them over the flames. They set them on fire. The Christian is later taken away for other punishment, and the synagogue is rededicated as a church. You see the body parts up here from blood libels, things like that. So host desecration, also hugely popular from the 13th century onward. Goes from ritual murder to blood libel to host desecration. It's just crazier and crazier. This is a map that shows the spread of the host desecration. This also spread to Spain quite heavily as well. Okay, that's so exhausting. Yes, Mr. Fernandez.
Yeah, first thing I said to the boys when we were watching Hop Dot Train, I'm like, how's, because especially when you break down fights, I'm like, how's his cardio? I'm like, buddy, not an issue at all. My biggest thing for him goes to the DD, like, he's a big, durable, so that how's
I didn't understand what your question. Where they spread stuff from what?
We see everybody on the internet talking about
Oh.
DDD doesn't get finished in the first round. It's going to be hard for him.
That's good. It would be interesting to try to correlate this stuff with witch hunts, which happens quite a bit later for the most part. I think there has been a lot of stuff written on the spread of superstition connected with mafia. Like, when it's one thing for two guys sitting in an inn telling a story. There's only a certain degree of impact you have when it's one-to-one or few. But once you start getting broadsheets, and once you start getting you won't have news time, but once you have more technologies of dissemination, then it just goes crazy. We live in the same time. We live in the era of the internet, right? Where someone can have a super creative, like QAnon, right? And within weeks, all of a sudden, QAnon is like a thing. And people start saying, oh my gosh, is it true? Who is Q anyway? You guys know what I'm talking about, by the way? Is it, or what else? Sorry? Yes. Stay away from social media. It's really unhealthy. QAnon is a bizarre sort of super crazy idea that involved the most weird ideas. Like, for example, it was back in the 2016. It was especially got huge during COVID. But it goes back really 2016. One of the weirdest aspects of it was the idea that Democrats were actually lizards from outer space. I'm not making this up. Lizard space were bent on kidnapping children, committing pedophilic acts. It got so bad that there were people who identified a particular pizzeria in Washington, saying that this was like a QAnon belief that this is a pizzeria basement where they were doing this, and some guy brought a gun to the pizzeria and shot a policeman in it. Like, it just, this is bloodline. It's human psychology. So, and in the back, I yeah, it did happen. There's super crazy things that happen. And it has a lot to do with how information is shared. And we don't know what it means to share on the internet. Maybe you know better than I do because you're digital natives, but we don't know how to protect it. Mr. Rubin.
That was 5 rounds. You know, that was kind of back and forth. Fights like that, which is like going to, their odd makers are going to swing towards DDP. But again,
yeah, that's reasonable. There are some really crazy. Okay, so we have 7 minutes left. We'll do the expulsions part. Okay, let's go. Oh, Black Death. We might not get the expulsions. If things couldn't get worse, you have the Black Death in the middle of the 14th century, right? The 1340s through about 1360, you have this terrible plague that reached Europe, and nobody has natural immunities to it. The contemporary opinion is that it's based on a particular bacteria kind of flea that was on a particular kind of rat that made it from Asia on some of the boats landing probably in Italy, maybe in Sicily, and it just like carves a swath of death through all of Europe, with mortality rates reaching like 50% in some places. Horrible bleeding, these big ulcers called that would grow up in lymph glands and things like that. And people are like obviously freaking out. I think COVID-19, but with a lot more blood and with a lot more mortality. Yeah, mortality. Yeah, it was happening really fast, and also people don't have any good idea about how germs spread, right? Yeah, they don't have a good idea about any kind of this contagion theory. There are a lot of interesting Jewish accounts because remember how would Jews be related to this in any ways? Well, unfortunately, as much as we'd like to think that, we have no basis for saying that Jews suffered less. We do have these arguments that, okay, Jews wash more because they wash their hands before bread. Again, and usually without soap. I don't know how many times you guys wash your face. You're dying with soap, right? So we wash without soap. And we would bathe more often, like once a week. Right? So that's not bathing so much. There's another argument that says that kind of crazy, but Jews didn't like dogs. Right? There is some stuff in Gemara about owning a bad dog. The Jews own cats instead. Cats chase rats. Rats run away. No rats. No fleas. No bubonic plague. All of that is just supposition. In fact, more likely Jews probably die at a higher rate because of the urban penalty. They're living in close contact with each other. When you have a contagious disease like this, you're much better off living isolated in a farm than you are living in an urban setting. We simply don't know if there's a Jewish death rate different during the Black Death. The reason we do know a lot about the Black Death in Jews is a lot of Jews were doctors. And Jewish doctors are writing down, hey, I tried this, it didn't work, I tried that. And we have a fascinating account, specifically from Jewish doctors, in the progression of the disease. How this affects Jews specifically, though, is that, at the time, like this is 16th century rendition, the trial of death, right? These horrific kind of scenes, it's really worth looking at if you watch the videos and look at it, with skeletons placed big, like hurting people into coffins like this. So it was just a period of tremendous fear, and nobody knew what exactly was going on. One of the versions of explaining the Black Death that circulated became very popular is that Jews were poisoning the wells of, and what they were doing is they made a pact with lepers, and they were taking bits of their fell off and poisoning the wells. So here's an example. This is actually from England that shows a Jew at the time. This was designed. They didn't know what Jews dressed like because Jews had already been expelled from England at the time, but he must wear a special hat and things like that. And he's holding this leather pouch that has, the flesh of lepers in it, and he's dumping it into the well, and coming out of the well is a caiman that urinates back into the well and poisons it. In the back, just for good measure, is a ritual murder victim as well. And since this is in English, I'll show you a little close-up of the text, kind of interesting to look at. You can read here, it says in the little shoulder note section, throughout all, by reason the water in the wells was poisoned, right? They said themselves, meaning the Jews, by themselves in consort with their diverse lepers. By holes, the courses and means they made an ointment. So with the confection of the blood of man, being composed with certain venomous herbs, wrapped with in a little linen cloth, applying a stone to the same, sinks to the bottom, they nightly cast in the infection unto all the fountains and wells of the Christians. Pretty bizarre kind of idea circulating. All of these things together make this is like why Jews felt not welcome anymore in Western Europe. Ritual murder, blood libel, the Black Death, this is the burning of Jews in Strasbourg in the 14th century. Lots of reasons to leave Western Europe. And again, as we shall see, God willing, on Monday when we meet again, Eastern Europe will say, hey, please, Jews, come here. We don't have a very advanced economy. You guys are great at developing economies. Please come. We'll let you settle. We'll give you all kinds of permissions and so on. And this is the time when Jews are being forced out of Europe all over the place. This is from 1182 when Jews were first expelled from France. Largely places that we talked about the economic situation. And that this is where we're going to leave it off. Most important of those expulsions, of course, will be later in 1492 from Spain, but we're still just a little shy of that. Whew. Okay, I managed to get through the entire lecture. Any last minute questions before we wrap up? Thank you very much for learning.
It would be funny, but then it's too much. No, yeah, you can't do all that. No, there's some weird shit going on. You don't want that bad juju. Yeah. Well, Bandy tore Belfort. Sure. Yeah, they have a walking bike. Sure. Yeah, massive one. In Brazil, gonna get the winner or what? I was about to make fun of him, but you're gonna get the winner. You're gonna make fun of Vanderlei.
All right. So where we left off, we talked about trade, commerce, as one of the most important elements of the Jewish economy in the medieval era. Another extremely important element, in fact, probably the most important element for much of medieval history, was specifically money lending. Using the nasty term is usury. Usury is more like, we don't use that word in English very much, but it's sort of like loan sharking. It's kind of like charging. In the Middle Ages, we should note that rates of interest were typically 40 to 7% per annum. How much is like a really bad credit card? Yeah, maybe 35%. And in the medieval ages, it would be double that usually. So money lending was extremely profitable for a money lender. Benefit from money lender? Exactly, because the source of tax income. That's why, for example, if you think about vice, gambling, or alcohol consumption, governments love vices in the so far can tax them. They're bad if they get out of hand. Like if we have a gambling in every block, it tends to bring a neighborhood down. But having a few gambling casinos where people could go and then their winnings are heavily taxed, the government's love. And that's exactly the situation with Jewish money lending. It was in some degree of vice, and exactly why that is so in the medieval context, but it was a mass source of income for taxation, so it was not only tolerated but protected very often. Now, let's try to understand, why would there be an opposition to money lending? It really boils down to the fact that the Catholic Church, Hebrew Bible, in precisely the same way that Jews did. Here's the key passage, which is from Devarim. You shall not lend on interest to your brother. Interest, food, or money, or anything on which interest can be charged. you mean to a foreigner, not to your brother. So Jews interpret this passage to mean a Jew may not charge to his fellow, but he may charge interest to a Christian, Muslim, a pagan, whoever. Right? That's pretty straightforward. I tried calling up Visa and MasterCard to find out if the CEO was Jewish, but they wouldn't answer my call. Now, Christians read this verse and said exactly the same thing. And they said, oh, Christians are all brothers, so Christians may not charge interest to other Christians. And that basically shuts down the economy very effectively. Because especially if you're in an agricultural economy, right? You buy your seed, that requires a huge front investment to buy the seed. You put a lot of energy into working the land, the soil, and then you got to wait. And all that time between buying the seed and harvest, you have no income. So how do you make it, right? There's a big, natural drop in the middle of the agricultural cycle. But every year, if you're smart, like Joseph said, you set aside that first investment, and then you've got money to carry you through. But people are not always so smart about how they save money for the winter. And also, all kinds of things can happen. Bad things like terrible harvest or rampaging nomadics that will steal all your grain, or good things like you have a new baby, or you have a big party, or whatever it is. All kinds of things can happen, and all of a sudden you have no income whatsoever. The only way to get through it with a short-term loan. Think like people have these payday loans, really high levels of interest, but if you're living paycheck to paycheck, and all of a sudden, your car breaks down and you got to invest money in fixing it, you need money for your next paycheck. So you go to the Jews. You go to the money lender, and he'll say, no problem, but happy to lend you money. It'll do 70% interest. And just make sure you pay to be very small amounts, but very lucrative. Precisely, this is where the stereotype does not come from thin air. The big nose thing probably comes from there. But the idea of the Shylock, right, who's a character in Shakespeare's Merchant of Venice, who actually, if you've ever read Merchant of Venice, which I recommend, it's a very powerful play. I personally don't think that particular play is actually anti-Semitic. Shylock is very, very badly treated, and when he finally has a chance to get his revenge, he loans money, I forget the guy's name, Christian, and he says, but if you fail to pay me, what I want to charge you is not interest, but a pound of your flesh. Meaning, I'll choose a pound of your flesh as my payment. And then if the guy can't pay, and then there's a whole lawsuit and stuff like that. In the end, Shylock loses, and it's the happy ending, because it's actually a comic. But Shylock comes across, I think, when you read it, as a very human character. He's deeply wrong, whatever his name is. Antonio, was it? Antonio, there you go. That's where you get the phrase, though, your pound of flesh, meaning that it's a useless, extreme interest. So here, but think about it, the Jews are living this very precarious kind of existence. Farming is not a good option for them because they can be kicked off their land, or they can be evicted, or they can be pogromists and things like that. They can make a small amount of living in small crafts and things like that, but quite often advancement with membership in a guild, which is to Jews, just like we talked about the Cherem HaYishub, where Jews would actually regulate how many Jews could come into a town. They also were regulated by the various guilds. It said so many, leather workers and things like that. So this is like a field that's open to them, and they have a monopoly on it because there's nobody else who can charge interest legally in Christian countries. A lot of Christians do, incidentally. There's lots of examples of Christians who are also lending money and charging interest, and usually when they repent after they made a lot of money, they build it to atone for their previous sins. But Jews are the only official sanctioned money lenders. Mr. less. No. Basically, we see in this lecture, by the 15th century, the Italians said, this is stupid. And we are going to charge interest because there's so much money to be made here. Lots of people want to borrow money. And once the Italians got involved, the Jewish monopoly ended. And Mr. Anderson.
But when he goes on, these influencers, podcasts, he's like, listen, dude, there's a question. They're not like fans of the sport. They like watch it like I'm fucking WWE.
You can't have every single Jew.
Correct.
I just wish you would do that because it's getting all confusing.
Right. It's hard to quantify this. We don't have really good statistics, but just based on my sort of gestalt understanding, if you had a shtetl that had 1,000 Jews in it, and let's say, that meant that there were 400 Jews who were actually gainfully employed, who were sort of employed by those who were employed, and another 200 who were basically from the rest of the community. Of those, let's say 400 who were really employed, probably about 150 of them are actually money lenders. So it's the biggest single chunk of the economy, not the majority of the economy, but the biggest single chunk. And of course, it's memorable because it is that where Jews would have the most mercy with non-Jews. So let's go further here. This was expanded upon in the 4th century by a church father named Ambrose, and in particular, it is rendered into Catholic law by something called the Decretum Gratiani, or the decree of Gratian, which is actually portrayed in this particular, that says it's explicit for sure interest to other Christians. That means it's wide open for the Jews. Jewish monopoly was de jure. You're familiar with this term, de jure? Sometimes people say that means of the law, like in writing, legal. Jewish monopoly in right, that Jews are legally the only people who are allowed to charge interest in Christian Europe. Christian competition was de facto. That's the opposite of de jure. De jure means in law, de facto means in practice, like what people actually do. Like, for example, de jure, the speed limit is 30 miles an hour. De facto, people drive 540. What actually is written and what is actually done. So it was Christian competition de facto, but the Jews were the only ones allowed to do it, and Jews were big into it. Mr. Perrier.
Carcasses have all the belts. You know what I'm saying? Like, who's coming up? Like, MMA in America is not great right now. Tom Aspinall, English. Light heavyweight.
Correct. So there are a lot of things that they could not do, right? And also a lot of things they did not want to do either. Agriculture is an element of the vast majority of Christians in Europe. And as we've discussed, agriculture is not a really viable option for Jews as a small minority, as a vulnerable minority. All kinds of guilds and partisan organizations were closed shops. You could not get in, and you would not be allowed to as a swordsmith or things like that. Jews couldn't get in. Even like dyers and like pigments and things like that, Jews couldn't get into for the most part. But this is something that was open to them, and not only open, encouraged and protected by the king. So it was kind of a natural thing. One area where Jews were typically allowed, however, because they gained pretty much universal respect, was one of the reasons for the long tradition of Jews in medical fields and health fields is because this was where people were so desperate for good health care that Jews who were literate were pretty much universally respected. You had popes who had Jewish doctors, kings had Jewish doctors. So those fields were largely Jews. There were not every university, the vast majority of universities that closed to Jews, but there were, I think, about 4 or 5 universities that would allow Jews to study there for medicine. But you should realize that in the 12th century, there were only like 3 or 4 universities total. Bologna, Oxford, maybe, very few of them. So people were learning medicine on their own, saying, okay, I'm a doctor. No MCATs. So Dark Ages, that actual term refers to the period from the fall of Rome until the Renaissance. It's a big period of time, basically from, let's say, the year 500 to about the year 1300. This is right. This is a high Middle Ages, though. This is like the very end of the Dark Ages, so the dawn is already coming out.
Kind of like, fuck that. Now I heard he's coming back to the MMA. But
yes.
All right, but see you in 4 or 5 years, hopefully. Yeah, he played for the Buffalo Bills for this one.
You're absolutely correct. It was far more lucrative than being a peasant. It's way better than being a peasant, too. Right? In fact, let's talk about that. I think I have it over here. Let's do the risks and benefits of usury. Right here are some Jewish money lenders. See the coins here, right? So, benefits. Profit, right? Money lending is profitable. And that's the bottom line. You make a big paycheck with that. Mr. Gertz. Oh, we passed by. Okay, sorry. Okay. Urban. You don't have to live far. You can stay inside a Jewish community. So it's a clean trade. They'll go to Minyan in the morning. You're gonna, walking distance of the kosher Chinese, walking distance kosher pizza, whatever you want, so close because they come to you, right? You can have banker's hours. You can say, my money lending shop is open from 10 a.m. p.m. I take an hour off for lunch, and people will come to and they'll wait for you. So it's great that way. And it involves minimal effort. All you have to be is numerous and literate. And you have to have a certain amount of investment. You have to have enough to start with. But basically, if you got the money and you can write down what people owe you and you can calculate what they owe you afterwards, then you can open up your shop.
They're all fucking big. When you walk around the water bigger. And then they cut so much weight off of it. They're taller now. They're just bigger. Yeah, they walk around bigger. They are bigger. Like Alex Mayer size. He's taller. He's 240 right now.
Peru, remember who your partner is, right? King, right? So in other words, if a guy fails to pay you back, and the king comes to your office and says, "Okay, where's my tax receipts this month?" You say, "Oh, I'd love to give you your taxes, king, but look at my record book, and Jean-Paul paid me back, and still holding on to his pledge for this whole time." So the king gets upset, goes out and beats up Jean-Paul. Right? You have muscle behind it, at least when it's going well. As we shall see, there are lots of risks too. But when it's going well, it's like the FDIC, right? Federal something. Thank you so much, Mr. Ruin. The Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation. I don't know. It means when you put money into your bank, you're guaranteed up to like $150,000 or something. You got muscle behind it. Right? Okay, and so it's minimal effort. You have to be literate. You have to be numerate. The vast majority of people are neither literate nor numerate, and they're also not allowed to. The church forbids it. But the Jews can do it. In fact, they're the only people who are legally allowed to. Risks. So, resentment is a big, because everybody will get a loan. Nobody likes to pay back a loan. Right? Especially when you're halfway through on your car payments and you see another 2 years to pay this off. It's not a fun thing. So you can get, if you're a money lender, you will be resented by everyone you need money to. The peasants who are typically borrowing small amounts of money, just like payday loans to get through to the next harvest, that kind of thing. Or even worse, we're still in Western Europe, but in Eastern Europe, one of the ways that peasants would rack up a big tab is they would drink alcohol in something called a kretschma in Yiddish. And this is also something that the woman would allow Jews to have exclusivity on the production of alcohol. Just think about this. Nobody in, let's say, southern Poland, western Ukraine is allowed to distill alcohol, except the Jews are living there. They set up the peasants work hard all day in the fields. They come out, they have a few beers, they say, put it on my tab, interest, because you're borrowing money. And then at the harvest season comes, and the peasant says, okay, I'm ready to pay up my tab. What? Look at this amount I owe. How did you calculate it? So it's why does the nobleman allow this terrible thing to happen? Because he taxes it, right? His profit, so he loves it. He lets the Jews be the only do it. If he allows everybody to distill alcohol, then he can control it. But the Jews who are vulnerable, who are gracious, they will play that role. They'll provide the alcohol. They'll sell the alcohol on credit, and then you'll have peasants who will be very upset about it. It's costing something called propinatia. And occasionally, basically from the 17th century on, you'll have a massive peasant uprising against we'll talk about it later, but for example, the Chernitsky uprising, one of the most notorious of these great uprisings, was heavily rooted in factors like Jews charging interest on bar tabs. Mr. Dirks, did you have your hand up? And then Mr. Tillman. But I mean, don't forget, you still have the big brother factor where the king will support it. People ditching town is actually rather difficult to do in a serf environment because people are not quite slaves, but they are attached to the land. They can't just like pick up and say, I'm going to go live in the next village. They have the freedom of movement all day long, but they're still owned by the master. And so it's kind of like a half servitude, and so they're still around. It's hard to run away. There will come a point where the risks weigh the benefits, and that's usually when Jews pick up and leave. Too risky. Mr. Tillman. Eventually, they definitely had, yes.
In the 1780s, when the Jews started to get powerful, and then like the Jews also made
it's an overly rosy picture. And it's an overly, right? That's a Gretzian approach where the Jews are like always victims, never victimizers. But it's not the historical reality. We definitely had our share of victimizing. You can answer that question for me at the end of this course, Mr. Jimmy. You'll see how you feel about it. But the difference about the 17th, 18th century with the Haskalah, which we will get to in a few weeks, that was like entrance into broader society, into the world of culture, of art, of literature. This is actually pretty good compared to a peasant existence. I would take a Jewish existence any day, and not just for the schnapps and herring on Shabbos. The income was actually pretty good. Okay, Mr. Restream, Mr. Cranston, I really got to go on. Yes. Correct. You are absolutely correct, Mr. Augustine. You're giving me a segue to the word nobility here. It's not just the king, but it could be local noblemen, right? And what happened is, like, this especially happened as the money lending expanded, and as some Jews amassed really incredible capital, they would finance war. Like if the nobleman said, I want to fight with the other nobleman across, but I need to hire mercenaries, they would go to the Jews and they say, I'll pay you your 15-20% interest on a big loan, get it for me, and they would come up with the cash. And that was great. And a few Jews became extremely wealthy. They were called Hofgut, or court Jews, because they were like close to power. They were like, they bankrolled a lot of countries, literally. But it was extremely risky, as you point out, because what happened when the time comes pay, and the nobleman says this debt lies. So the peasants would react by revolting. The king or nobleman would just say, not I'm canceling the debts, but I'm kicking Jews out. Oh, and by the way, I'm also canceling the debts. So quite a number of Jewish expulsions were due to the fact that the nobility found it expedient to get rid of their creditors. Is that the right word? Creditors? I always get those mixed up. Creditors, yeah. They get rid of their creditors rather than pay back the bill. Almost what ends up happening is they kick out the Jews, and then after about 6 or 2 years, they say, wow, it's so hard to get out without having a credit system, and they invite them back. So that's why Jews were in France 5 times in 1 century. The clergy never got into power per se, because they never wanted to actually take control of those range of power, but they had far more influence after the 3rd century. And the disapproving of some action could bring down a king. Yeah, then we talk more about the Crusades. But you think clergy can be upset, and it's really dangerous for the Jews. So we can balance the benefits against the risks, and you can determine whether they were worth it or not. Mr. Krantz. So Dana goes, we're doing that, and how do I do it? So let's say they're doing it, they say, oh, wait, what are my options? And they say it's I think you are very perceptive there, Mr. Krantz. I will give you an example from South Central Los Angeles, was subject to a whole series of riots about 15, 20 years ago. And basically a lot of African Americans were very upset about the white hegemony in Los Angeles culture. You couldn't get jobs. They were like, poor education, stuff like that. And they revolted and they burned big sections of their own neighborhoods rather than going to Beverly Hills and burning down white neighborhoods. But who suffered the most were the Korean shop owners who opened up these things called bodegas, right? Because very few big shopping markets, like whatever Food Stop and Save or whatever place like that, are willing to build shopping malls in these dense inner city ghetto type neighborhoods. So the only place you can get food is either you get on a bus and you travel 45 minutes to get to a proper grocery store, or you go to a local Korean store where they will sell you groceries but in smaller amounts and higher prices. And so these Koreans were ironically the people servicing the community but exploiting them at the same time. They were the ones who felt the first anger of the so-called peasant uprising of South Central LA. Jews were like the Koreans. There's some really good studies of what they call middleman economies, where the Jews were the middleman, and they obviously bore the brunt of a lot of anger at the entire system. But because of the position they were in economically, that's how it worked out. Yeah, it could be. I think there are a lot of metaphors. Let us go on a little further. Right. So the bottom line is Jews had relatively more wealth and power than peasants. Again, we can't exaggerate this, and we are painting with a very broad brush over hundreds of, but relatively speaking, the existence of a peasant was miserable compared to the existence of an urban Jew. But it was tenuous because you could have these popular uprising resulting in explosions of violence, or from the land estates, you could be expelled. You could be kicked out because the debt load ability was too high. Okay, let's go to when did all end? I mentioned earlier the Italians entry. The Italians said, hang on a second, this is just way too much. Going on for hundreds of years. There's so much money to be made. can we possibly find a loophole to allow Christians to engage in money lending? And they came up with it. They called it the Monte de Pieta, which means the mountains of piety. So you know why they named their bank the mountains of piety? Maybe because they had like mountains of money that could lend out or stuff like that. By the 15th century, this, by the way, is a debt of a loaner's agreement from a Monte. They essentially interest 4 to 15%, but they didn't call it interest. They had a legal fix say this is to cover the overhead of the bank, meaning this bank, this Monte Pieta, still has to have a physical structure. We have to pay to keep the lights on. We have to pay to keep the heat on, stuff like that. So you can borrow money from interest-free, but you pay 4 to 15% of what you borrow for the maintenance of the bank as a whole. Well, this is more like bank, but I go to halakhically. Baha'i Catholic Church halakhically don't charge interest at all. So they're 15% interest, but they can charge 4 to 15% overhead. Furthermore, quite often the church, which was involved heavily in the creating of Monte de Pieta, they forced the Jewish communities to underwrite the Monte de Pieta and to pay punitive taxes, like when the church was more powerful, pay punitive taxes to keep competitors open. So the Jews were still lending money and paying their competitors a subsidy to keep them open. And the whole idea was to take that cash flow away from the Jews and direct it towards the church. Ironically, it failed. Anybody guess why the Monte Pieta? I mean, they succeeded. They turned into commercial banks because society became more secular and people didn't care about the biblical provision anymore at all. But why did the Jewish money lending actually increase, not only survive, but increase at the time? Yes, Mr. Blanchard, what do you think? The king was also taxing these guys. Not quite as much, though. They hid their money better, maybe. This is a counterintuitive. You're not going to get this, but Mr. Chairman, last guess. No, this is 15th century, the Italians have this done. Mr. Periente, what can? Reputation? What do you mean by that? Yeah, no, the church has a big reputation too. This is the main reason why the main reason why the Monte Pieta did extirpate Jewish money lending is because they had all kinds of religious rules attached to it. So when you went to the Monte Pieta, if you owed money, you had to give a confession. You had to say you owed the money, and you had to make all kinds of religious statements that I promise that I'll never gamble again, visit prostitutes again, whatever it is that got them in the first place. And it was they couldn't guarantee secrecy. They couldn't guarantee confidentiality. Whereas if you went to the Jew didn't care why you were in debt. The Jew just wanted to make sure you could pay back the debt, and all that kind of moral stuff was set aside. So ironically, even when the money was set up, and even when the Jews were burdened with more taxation to pay, people stepped including nobility, going to them because they wanted their situation to be, private. It's just like when you borrow money now, you're going to get a hit on your credit report every time you ask to borrow money. It gets reported to the credit agencies. But if you go to a loan shark, it's not going to report you to the credit agency. He just wants you to pay your money. And if you know you're going to be able to pay back within a certain amount of time, and you don't want the credit agency to know that you fell into debt, then you go to the loan shark. And that's one of the reasons why the Jews were like this. Yes, Mr. Timon.
For the fighters, and if you don't have those three combinations, it's hard to keep the flow because the guys that are
I don't know. It's a good question. How did it impact the reputation? I don't think it substantially improved their reputation, other than the fact that they maintain confidentiality, which is a good thing, right? Like if you're engaging in illicit or illegal activities, you want your partners to be at least confidential. But it doesn't mean you're going to respect them as a member of the year or whatever. Okay, so the demand for credit as because we're talking now about growing economies, big time economies. Now we're in the Renaissance, real in a big way. Societies need so much more credit to build themselves up to be able to continue through this. However, by the time we get to the 15th century, Western Europe is far less hospitable to Jews, and we're going to move shortly into the Eastern European Ashkenazi period of history, which
fight this guy or get trade partners, so he's just managing all this chaos. Yeah, I think the years we also get to deal with, like I deal with the top moto guys, the top skate guys, the top jiu-jitsu guys, the top surf guys. So I also get to some pieces of all these other industries, how they manage fighters, how they work with everybody. The biggest one out of all those that you can take away, you work with Al. Yeah, the dog. Al's a dog. He loves Rampage. Blake Snell is one of the best pitchers I've ever met. I've seen me and my guy watching.
okay, and is the microphone you are screen sharing with it all. Okay, we talked about agriculture. We began talking about Servi Kamurai Regis. Remember what that term meant, Servi Kamurai Regis? Mr. Edelstein? I didn't bring my, go ahead.
Think about it, you come here when Blake Snell was here for the last couple of years. Blake Snell comes here, but that was out, trains, hangs out with Rampage, hangs out with Ryan Sheckler, which you know how it's
Correct. It's not necessarily the right to serve the king, it's a location in society. If I remember correctly, part of this, no, I don't. It'll be in another class. But basically, right now, you guys remember what is feudalism? Yes, Mr. Blasha? Yeah. Yes. Can you tell me a little bit about that structure?
And then they all kind of became friends. So, I mean, even the content we have, brand and MMA right now is mixing.
Excellent. Very good. I'll just refine it a little bit. If you imagine feudalism, or it's sometimes called corporate society, involving the population up into big blocks, which is primarily socioeconomic in nature. You have like the huge number of people who are peasants, who are stuck on the land, and they produce agricultural products. Then they are managed by a group of nobles who are at least trying to figure this out from a Marxist historical perspective. The original arrangement that created feudalism, and there's a lot of discussion about whether or not this is truly the origins, but this is the story, that you have all these farmers who are like fed up with the fact that they keep being attacked by external nomads coming down and their farms. So they hire people who are really good fighters and say, listen, you guys worry about farming, we'll do the farming, we will pay you to protect us. And those became, again, according to the Marxist analysis, the origins of the aristocracy. They were essentially paid security guards. But as things developed over hundreds of years, the idea is that the nobility who are coming from those knights begin to demand more money and more privileges from the peasants. The peasants are impoverished, and they find themselves in a state of vassalage to their lord, which means they owe them fealty, they owe them obedience, and this reifies into this kind of heavy structure, this very, top-down in terms of authority, and is only occasionally rebellions, which happen every couple hundred years. The church, this is what I'd like to refine, Mr. Blaska. Where exactly does the church fit in that? Does the church report to the king? Does the church report to the nobility? Where? Good. Excellent. Eventually, the case, as Mr. Adler said, the church evolves along with this whole structure of feudalism. And again, in theory, the king is supposed to be involved with kingly things, things of this world, or Christianity put it, render unto Caesar that which is, right? Give the king what he wants. He's a temporal. And the church is supposed to be everyone's souls, everyone's, religious life. And don't forget, unlike Judaism and also unlike Islam, Christianity is very creed-based. It's very much focused on what you believe. We, in Orthodox Judaism in particular, spend a lot of time thinking about how you behave. Everything from how you wake up in the morning, what order you put your clothes on, how do you wash your hands, how do you put your shoes on, right shoe, the left shoe, tie the right shoe. We're like really to the details of act behavior. The church does little of that, very much what you believe. So credo is very important. Hang on one second, I'll get to you, Mr. Krantz. So as feudalism evolves, the church is also evolving, and they begin to confuse each other. And sometimes the king gets the upper hand. When the king has more authority, Jews tend to do well. Why do Jews do well when the king tends to have more authority? Mr. Vasilevsky? Okay. Good for their answer. And money, too. And that is a demonstration of what? The Abramson rule of history, right? If you don't know the answer, it probably is money. You were correct also, Mr. Lefty. But, so exactly, the king says, fantastic, look at these shoes. I can have them go out there. I can have them, in finance and engage in money lending. And then it's great. I get cash money. I can use it all over the world. The church, on the other hand, they have a different set of priorities. They want to create a Catholic, meaning a universal church that covers everybody. They have their fights with the Muslims, which are largely on the periphery, right, outside in Muslim areas. They also have internal fights with heretics, meaning Christians who do not necessarily one Catholic church. And then there's the presence of these Jews. And so, generally speaking, it's not always true, but generally speaking, when the kings have more conflict, then Jews do well, and they tend to get close to power. They tend to have more privileges, more residing like that. When the church begins to assert itself, it does increasingly after the Crusade, then the status of Jews tends to decline. And we'll see that playing out over medieval Ashkenaz. Okay, questions, arguments? Okay, right, so economic activities of Jews. What was the mainstay? So one of the most prominent activities of Jews. Oh yeah, Mr. Krantz, thank you. I don't think Christians would agree with that statement. As long as you believe you can do whatever you want, I don't think they'd be happy. They still have the Ten Commandments. They still have, I will say that you're asking a huge question, and if we were teaching a class in Christian theology, which is like one of our popular electives, by the way, here, no, I'm joking, but then we'll talk more about it, but they do, and when I say they, I'm generalizing really in an unfair way, but in general, Christianity does place a tremendous amount of emphasis on the power of repentance, of teshuvah, which we do as well, but that repentance is far less systematic than we have in Judaism. We don't, the whole, if you look at, for example, the first stage of repentance, according to Rabbeinu Yonah, what is the first stage? What do you have to do first? Charata, excellent. Regret. How many levels of charata are there in Rabbeinu Yonah's Shari Tshuva? 20 different kinds of charata. I mean, seriously, we know how to do regret. We have it's like they say that Eskimos have 26 different words for snow, right? Because they really know snow. We know regret. We have 20 different levels of it. So, yeah, Jewish guilt. But we'll in a different class maybe. If you drop by my office, we can have a lot of talk. Commerce, though, this is a fascinating map that shows you the trade routes of a mysterious group called the Radhanites. There's no Jewish records about them, at least that are directly mentioning them, although it's possible they are alluded to in a few 12th century documents. But we have two Arab geographers geographers who refer to a group of Jewish traders in the 840s, and the blue lines represent their trade route. I mean, amazing. Look at this. This is like in the 800s. The blue lines are where Jews are known to be trading. The Arabic geographer Ibn Farad, he mentions that they speak about 12 languages, and they're totally fluent in everything that they need to know. The pink lines here, or the violet lines, represent the extended types of trade that goes beyond them. So they may not go all the way up to Iceland, for example, but they will pick up some Icelandic goods here in the Frankish Empire and send it all the way out to China. And he describes the many different things they're trading back and forth, and it's really an amazing thing. Mr. Frank.
Let's look at your numbers.
Yes, the Silk Road is like out here. They're definitely on the Silk Road. I'm not sure who started it. You are absolutely correct. So Bukhara, which would be right about here, more or less, that's where, or a little bit higher, sorry, that's where we've actually found some documents that may be associated with the Radhanites. There's a slicha from Rosh Hashanah in Hebrew that was discovered here in the country. Fascinating stuff. The word Radhanite in Arabic, Radhaniya, we're not sure what it means. There are a few different theories. One theory is that it's based on a Persian word, to know the way. I think that's a little stretch. There's also a region of Iran that is called, possibly from there. Moshe Gill, a historian, says that. Cecil Roth, one of my favorite historians, suggests they are based here at the southern part of the Rhone River in Provence. I'll turn up Provence earlier. Can I get out of here? Well, I'll find out soon. Because in Latin, the name of the river was Rhodonus. So the Radhanites might come from Rome. Unfortunately, we don't have any other documents about it. A very early example, Jews were involved in commerce. How do we get out of here? Anyone know? What if I hit escape? There we go. Okay, but then it shrinks it. Go all the way to okay. Right. So risks and benefits. Risks. Why is commerce risky, especially on these kind of people? You can get robbed, right? Definitely. Jews in particular, standing out, carrying cash, valuables, things like that. Very dangerous. It's just a little easier. Money becomes united under a single, legal system and so forth. What about the benefits of commerce? Money, yeah, thank you. Good illustration of the It's a little bit obvious, but I think very good. There's a huge amount to be raised here. I don't understand your question. You don't have to live anywhere?
So you're going to get money no matter what. Yeah.
Oh.
How do you know after the attorneys take money?
Excellent. Very good. Not to settle down with a wife and kids. You think, though, they probably are subject somewhere, but it's easy to pick up and move to a more hospitable place. Also true. I didn't get to that. Very good. The know is the profit. This is the effort, right? A hard way to make a living. Very hard. It reminds me of when I was growing up. I was born and raised in a very small town in northern Ontario, and the only Jewish family in town. And there was one Meshula. He was a collector for base of Miami, and literally hitchhiked, 600 miles all the way up to my hometown. He would stay in a little Jewish family he could possibly stay. I had to be kicked out of my room so he would have my room when he came up there. It was amazing. This guy, he's like my age at the time, years old, hitchhiking in the northern part for, a few dollars for a base Yaakov. It's amazing. So a hard life, right? It may be very profitable, but the effort is high. Huge danger of travel and transport. Not only robberies, but tolls, right? Which are like sanctioned robberies, where, you want to cross the border, you got to pay a lot of money when you cross the border. Tariffs, in other words. So Jews didn't always go into commerce. How they had some advantages that made it easier for them. Why do you think Jews would be naturally disposed Jews to engage in commerce. Mr. Everton.
$50,000 in mods. The winner gets that and $10,000 cash. That ends in August.
Okay, very good. So, in other words, the fact that Jews were worldly, literally, because of the diaspora, they had a sense of what markets might go in different places. Very good. I think I mentioned in a previous class, for example, it was you who figured out that we would like chocolate and sent it from a little island in Lesser Antilles to Bordeaux, where it became a massive thing. Yes, Mr. Kranz. Spoken like a single guy, right? But what happens when you leave your wife and kids behind, and you go off on the road for who knows long? No, typically just the men travel. So when we talk about the Aguna crisis, we mentioned it last Monday, right? That historically, the most common type of Aguna was when the Haf to go do business and never came back, and nobody knew what happened to him. Right, so there you had a situation where he was probably to the road, but he might have just decided to leave behind everything, or who knows what. So that is a practice that we know from ancient gets behind a conditional get. You see it in the Gemara and Heath and Subos, a long discussion of it. And of course, it's practiced today in the IDF as well. Going to Babylon is up forbid you're, kidnapped and MIA knows you're alive or dead. That's they would travel as men. This is what's got some dangers, but they got advantages. Language, right? But even though Jews commonly spoke the vernacular of wherever they lived, they would all have at least some in Hebrew as a common language. This was especially useful in commerce because you could leave, I don't know, Paris, make your way to Tangiers, and then make your way to Baghdad. Even though you can't speak the languages, you can definitely hook up with the Jewish community. Say, yo, I'm trying to sell some fur that I got from Iceland. You would find takers, and you would find it. So this is something that most Christians and most Muslims did not have: the diaspora community and a common language. Are we going? Yes, of course we should. Legal systems and norms, right? When you're going to a strange community and sell things, and you want to sell on credit, a person says, "Wow, I love these tremendous axe heads that you're bringing me Germany. I want you bring me 10,000 more axe heads." And you say, "No problem. All I need is positive X amount of money, and I'll be back here next year with your axe heads." If you are a Christian and a Muslim and you don't know each other and stuff like that, it's hard to build the trust that is essential for these kinds of financial transactions. But when you have two Jews who are united by the same Talmudic code, when you sit down and you have Shabbos meals with them, you can see whether or not they seem like an Arabic person, and then you can rely on the same rules. You can go to the Rav, they're literate, they're numerate, you can draw documents up, and you have a much greater degree of trust that it facilitates this kind of widespread trade. Also very important, one of the most popular games that Jews like to play is, of course, Jewish geography. And this is actually a serious thing in the medieval world. That, in order to develop trust, because trust is at the foundation of any kind of interaction, if you can communicate that you know people in common, and that that artificially broadens the social envelope, you can include them in your world of trust. So playing geography, when a guy from Paris shows up in Tangiers and he says, "Yeah, I'm from Paris," someone says, "Oh, I know someone from Paris. His name is Moshe Cohen. I know him, but wait a minute, there's more than one Moshe Cohen. Does he have a hunchback?" "Yeah, that's the Moshe Cohen," right? And they would connect each other, they would trust each other, they would leave deposits, they would sell on credit, and it was more successful venture. And this is an advantage that Christians and Muslims did not have. largely through this trade network, develops slowly and expands. The fact that the Radnites can do it in the 9th century indicates that they must have had a phenomenal vision. Unfortunately, we only have basically 3 paragraphs talking about them, and it's one of the great mysteries in medieval Jewish history. Who were these strange people? You know, we don't have any internal documents about them, but we all know that commerce is historically something that Jews are engaged in time, and we're at a huge divide from most of humanity, which overwhelmingly was agriculture in nature. Just off the top of my head, even today, maybe, I don't know, if, you just live in a very special bubble because you're already in an elite, in a college-educated environment. But if you were to take all Jews in America, I would hazard that at least 4 out of 10 of them involved in some kind of commerce. If you add finance to them, that's probably 8 out of 10 Jews are involved in either commerce, which is trade, or finance, which is basically trading money. And then the other 2 Jews, maybe one of them is a doctor, and the other one is, I don't know, flips burgers at McDonald's, Schmatt's House, whatever. That's basically that's our ex profile for much of our history. That may be an exaggeration. Why did I start saying this? I forget. Maybe doing this a long time. Yeah, so it's just, don't forget also when we see the Erfurt remains and the Norwich remains, we have been inbreeding for a very long time. Ashkenazi Jews in particular are hugely guilty of envy over and over and over again. Arts are so similar. So, much more so than other people. Okay, now, what were they trading in? So here's a bit of the part. One of them was, this is actually a picture, presumed to be a Jewish slave owner, or with some 2 Jewish slave owners, and they've got African slaves, and a bishop is involved in selling the slaves and queen. This is, I think, an 11th century representation from a church in Germany. I think with their legs astride is kind of like sort of a similar demonstration of power. You sit like that, you sit like you don't really want to think. You sit like this, like you're the king, you can do what you want. If you sit like prim and proper, that's sort of like the queen would sit like that. How's she sitting? No, she's not. I don't even know. I don't think that's a queen. That's a knight or something. He's holding a sword there, I think. And there's like a representation. Yeah, fascinating. Oh, Mr. Lipschitz wouldn't know where this is, but there's a fascinating story with, I think it is maybe the Taz, maybe it's the Shabbat, but apparently when Shabbatai was really active, he sent an emissary to find out if he was Mashiach, and the emissary, and he described what he saw when Shabbatai, and he described how he sat, and at one point right away, really as a child, I don't remember, someone said, "This can't be Mashiach. There's no way Mashiach would cross-legged." That's not fair. I guess if you're Mashiach, guys like me can sit cross-legged. So, from the 5th, 7th century, they're definitely trading in slaves. Slaves are I don't put them here. Yeah, I'll get back to slaves, but we should accuse ourselves of the notion that involved in the slave trade. Slaves were a major element of all trade at the time. There was stocks for trades. Stocks mean like blocks to put their hands in, or like no. Stock market really developed like 17th century. We're still a few hundred years shy of that. But they would know physically they would take enslaved people and bring them elsewhere and sell them. So we should not have this kind of a halcyon idea that, Jews were so nice, Jews never traded in enslaved people, and we did. There is, however, a tremendous amount of energy coming from people who have not necessarily historical agendas trying to exaggerate the role to which Jews were involved in slavery. I think it would be fair to say that Jews were proportionately involved in slavery if you compare them to the entire population, but they're also disproportionately involved in anything that's traded, like perfumes or soaps or whatever, because they were more traders than that. When you get, hang on, Mr. When you get to especially the transatlantic slave trade, then it becomes a very different. But prior to the transatlantic slave trade, you should understand that slaves are basically a luxury good. People could only buy slaves if they had a tremendous amount of money, and they were used primarily as home servants. They were not used like to farm massive plantations in inhuman conditions. So it was basically like buying the half deal, a really expensive car. Like if you could afford a Bentley, you would take care of your Bentley. Rusty, you would not like, you would wash it every day. So slaves were a status symbol that wealthy people had. Jews traded them like they traded in all other status symbols and much more feudal symbols as well. Just to jump ahead, for the sake of argument, Jews were also involved, of course, in the transatlantic slave trade, which was a totally different kind of very savage type of trade, where there were people who were bringing them a and were prepared to lose a large the middle passage, where they would literally die of starvation, malnutrition, overcrowding, and disease. And then for the plantations, they were often overworked to death, family separation, all kinds of terrible things. But basically, Jewish participation in the transatlantic slave trade, while not minuscule proportion, there are a lot more people who were involved who made a lot more money than Jews did. But don't excuse Jews from this rather noxious trade, because it was the reality as well. Okay, Mr. Grant.
I didn't know that.
Right, not African Americans, but yeah, the slave trade in Africa was absolutely disgusting. But it was because money, right? People made money from it. Yeah, it's not only Africans. Africans tend to constitute the bulk of them. The term slave may be derived from the same root as the word Slav, as in like Polish, Ukrainian, Lithuanian, Russian, sorry, not the Lithuanians or Slavs. And they were often captured in war. They're pagans and brought over. Where you do see, by the way, a huge issue is with Jews owning Christian slaves, or Jews owning slaves that decide to become Christian. The church has no problem with slavery at this time. By the way, this is an important point I got to talk about. Like, nobody thinks slavery is a problem in the Middle Ages. Everybody thinks it's perfectly normal. They all think that way basically until the 1700s. Only at that point when people begin to say, maybe it's not so good that we should be enslaving other people, right? This was like, it's like asking them to have a 21st century mindset and morality when those standards are not applied in the medieval ages. But what the church did really care about a lot is the idea of a Jew owning a Christian. That bothered the Christians tremendously, especially churchmen, who were especially nervous that if they were to take slaves, not only Christian slaves, but even pagan slaves, much more common, who then decided they wanted to become Christians, then you would have an untenable situation where a Jew would be in a position of lordship over an individual, and the church definitely did not want that. Kings, on the other hand, were very happy with Jews owning slaves because Jews could sell for cash money, and then they could be taxed for it. So quite often, the idea of Jewish ownership of slaves is also a church-state conflict. Right, okay, so what will eventually happen is, as restrictions are going to be placed on Jews throughout the later Middle Ages. Gesundheit. Jewish trade is going to be reduced to much more smaller scale. They tend to go, they're no longer great like the Radhanites used to be, but they're still heavily involved in it, and we'll explore that next time we meet. Oh, look at this. We'll close with this picture. This is kind of a cool image. I relate to this topic because this is my father, Oliver Shalom, and he took over my grandfather's store. My grandfather is Alex, and my father is the son. He did not want me to take over the store, so that's why I ended up a professor. But that's my dad. It's like 1957. The store until my father passed away. My mother took it over for a few years, and then finally they kissed it. But it was Northern Ontario. That's not this. Textiles. He's very big into textile industry. Work clothes, work boots, stuff like that. Okay, gentlemen, let's close it tonight. I apologize once again for the delay. On Monday, we're going to have a very important class. We're going to get into Monday landing and the church, which is hugely important for understanding the economy. Okay, thank you for learning with me.
I grew up watching Undertaker. Wait, is there a difference between what does art?
So where we left off, we looked at this last amazing artifacts, right? This coin that gave you a sense of how Jews actually fell over themselves with amazement, the idea of equal citizenship and what they were.
Someone show me the best Bruce Lee knockout. He had a fight, not from Paramount. He had a fight from where he's from to be able to teach in the U.S.
Give up with,
show me the footage.
It's a whole different story. We'll look a little bit at it in this class, but it's more relevant for the History 156 class. Now, this is a really much more important thing for us to understand. This is something that really was devised in Ashkenaz, specifically an organization called Kehillah. Now, the Ashkenaz pioneered this social structure largely as a result of being kind of like in the hinterlands, right? They're far away from existing larger Jewish communities, existing in tiny communities of some 10 people, 20 people, 50 people, and they've got to try and organize themselves. So the Kehillah emerged out of that. Mr. Stillman. Well, both can be true. For it, they had to figure out a way to organize, and as they had to respond to social, political, and economic needs, then they added on features and so on. Yeah, definitely deliver. We have explicit takanot. And we're going to talk about that in a few minutes. We have explicit discussions of, hey, we have to organize. This is how we're going to organize ourselves. Okay, and it is essentially how we live today, although in a limited fashion. It's really just contrasted the era of Napoleon because the main difference between the Kehillah of, say, 1650 and the Kehillah of 25 is that membership is voluntary. Meaning, if you want to affiliate with the Jews, if you want to contribute some of your income to the maintenance of the Jewish community, hey, you can. But if you don't, God forbid, you can maintain a secretary, you can identify yourself as a dolphin if you want, affiliate with the Jewish community. This was not the case before Napoleon. The only way out of the Jewish community to become a Christian. That's it. There was secular identity, no middle path for Jews, as it were. So you were either in or out binary, and the advantages of being in is that you have, again, not speaking about religious advantages, but just social and psychological advantages. You have a community supporting you. You have a social service network that we're going to actually look at in more detail. You have protections. You have potential marriage partners. You have all kinds of things associated. The disadvantage is you've got to pay for it. Nothing in life is free. You have to pay for it. Mr. Wait, I got to get this. Mr. Schwartzman. All right, good to see you, Mr. Abrahams. Yes, thank you for being in the house. It's Sportsman, right? Horrende.
That's all. One that's like, wait, I'm not trying to be funny. Before we go to Sam, who's slamming me at your house? I'm not going to be slamming my meat at my house. Nah, not what I saw in your Instagram.
Right, Spinoza is a trailblazer in this regard because, and he is really unique and he set fundamentally a precedent in so many ways. But that we're talking already the 1600s, so it's right when the Kahila starts to begin breaking down. It breaks down at different rates in different parts of Ashkenazic Europe. It will persist until 1844 in Russia, for example. But Spinoza is a great example of someone who left the community, was forced out, if you like, because he had a harem, but he did not join the Christian community. And that was very rare. It also has to do with the fact that it was in Amsterdam, which was an unusually tolerant place that could handle a variety of these things. The other thing.
Not an issue at all. That was like my biggest thing for him going to DDP fight. DDP's a big, durable. So how's
yes, correct.
Fifth round, like, trust me, not an issue. Shit. We see everybody on the internet talking about him. DDP doesn't finish in the first round. It's going to be hard for Hamza. And they said that if Hamza can obviously win, he's going to win in the first round.
So you're asking a brilliant question. It is complex to answer it. Complex both because we're compressing several centuries and several regions, right? And the Haskalah was very different in places and times. Napoleon, he definitely had, largely because of the Portuguese, Jewish, Sephardic influence in the south of France, you had the possibility of a somewhat lackadaisical religious identity. Not saying the Portuguese or Sephardic Jews were lackadaisical, but they were former Christians who began to identify as Jews, and that in itself implied a liminal quality to their Judaism. And so they made those things possible. But the wide open, hey, why don't we just get baptized kind of Haskalah, that wouldn't happen until 50, 60 years later in Germany. But let's not get too ahead because we're still here basically around the year 1000. This is way before the Haskalah happens. But taxation and self-government go hand in hand. That in order to organize yourself, in order to have a functioning community, in Ein Kemach, Ein Torah, you have to have money to do it. You're not going to be able to apply for federal funds. There's no such thing. You have to raise it from yourself. One of the things that was especially true of the Kahila, although it had these warm, developing, and protective elements, it was also quite coercive. And the leaders of Kahila would literally tell you what to do and how much you had to pay. And if you didn't like it, there's only one exit door, and that is to become a Christian. Some people did take that route. Sometimes they, as we shall see, but that's the only way out. Fascinating aspect of this. The Kahila was very androcentric, meaning it was based on the values and leadership of men by and large, principally concerned with the demands and the needs of men, things like that. Women were largely secondary. However, women also exercised a tremendous amount of power at the grassroots level through organizations called the Chevras, which was kind of like an important executive function of the Kahila. And so they were to exercise power in certain ways, but not in direct ways. Perhaps the most obvious way would be who gets to be a member of the leadership of the Kahila, only men. Who gets to vote for those leaders, only men as well, and even only property men for most of the time being, most of the period we're discussing. You could not vote unless you held, for example, a house. So those are a few caveats. Let's now look at actually how it worked. So it was based on a Talmudic model. If you look in the section Megillah, you'll see there's a discussion of these people called the Tuvei Ha'ir, or the good people of the city. There would be kind of like a board made up of typically 7 men who were all fairly wealthy. And sitting on the board meant, on the one hand, you got kavod, you got honor, but on the other hand, you were expected to pay. You were expected also to pay for that honor. with generous contributions to the community. This is exactly how we do it today. You know, usually when I speak to adult audiences, I say the opposite. It's totally unlike synagogues today, and they all laugh because they realize, of course, that's how it works today. If you are the member of the board of directors of a shul, you're not there because people think you have a nice haircut. You're there because people expect you to pony up every year and to provide a certain amount. So that's how the good people of the city of Tuba here are constituted up there. By the way, really important sort of ground rules in Judaism, and we'll come back to this in many ways. There are 3 routes to status in the Jewish world. There are 3 ways you can get status. What are those 3 ways? Mr. Aberstein? That's, I was not quoting Jesse Allen, and I'm sure that in the Costa Base Measures, that is really the answer. But in doing it on a more pragmatic and low-level way of thinking like myself, money, thanks, money. And I'll also tell you now, ask me when we finish this, what is the Abramson rule of history? I will tell you this. But the first way to achieve status in this world is money. Have lots of money. Mr. Blackfoot, Rabbanus, close. I'm looking for a slightly different word. What do you think, Mr. Abrams? Reputation is very valid. Typically, you get reputation for one of 3 things, which are the 3 things. Wisdom also close. Mr. Parente? Good. Learning. Very good. So that's also a little bit like Esther Torah. That's also a bit like, scholarship, learning. Secret status, money, or through learning, and you already said Mr. Adlerstein in a slightly different way. Kahuna. What is kahuna? Close. Kazan, close. Aha, very good. So can only Kohanim have status? Excellent. The Hebrew word for this is yichus. Thank you. Yichus. Right? If you have lineage. Money, learning, lineage. Those are the 3 ways you get status. If you can find another way to get status, I love it. Tell me about it. But in my 30-odd years of advanced study of Jewish history, I found those 3 ways. And by the way, the only way that's open to outsiders, which is a good thing, is the meritocracy, is learning. Unless you guys are descended from the Chafetz Chaim, or unless you have gazillions of dollars, learning is really shot. So pay attention to those tests. You can all make more money. It's definitely better. Mr. Rubin, Mr. That's what.
I haven't staged anything yet. I will stage. You were so mad at that guy? Yeah, because I saw the whole thing happen. Because he pushed the cameraman. So the story is, you said, don't touch
I think that's true. Yeah, there definitely is yichus. If you have a great rabbi and then his son takes over afterwards, he has like a head start. But you can lose that too. You can. I think it's the least stable because people look at you and say, people look at a person and say, oh, he comes from such a wonderful family, and look at Nebuch, what he is, right? So it's not the most durable. Money too is also not durable, but learning is just the start, right? Torah. Mr. Vasilevsky. Yeah, so that's also attaching yourself to status, and that gives you status too. You know famous people, that makes you a shtickle famous too, right? But it's in general, yichus, like whether and the word yichus really means it's like connections, right? It becomes who you're born from, but you can also have connections horizontally too. Okay, Mr. Adler, we better go on. Several things you get status. Yeah, negative status, I guess. Yeah, but that's not status. That is infamy made. It depends on who you know. Personally, I have so many jokes running through my head, but I am recording them, so I'm not going to tell you the jokes. Maybe afterwards, shut off the machine. That's true. Okay, so let's go on and look at the structure. Here, these are people who typically have status through money. That's like the most scholastic because they're going to have to give. But some of those people might be there because of yichus. They might be there because of learning. But money is the most important. Under them is a body called, or a person called the parnas. The word president in English is definitely related to this, but it's from the verb lefarnes, right? To provide, to give parnasa, to give a livelihood. Parnas is really the president to the board. I will use the male gender because these are all men. Oops. Yep. Okay, so the parnas, and he carries out the executive function, meaning like the two Be'er decide what they want to do. The president is the person in charge of making it happen. You also have, beside the president, the rabbi or the Beit Din, the judicial branch. Right? I know all about this because I had my citizenship test. This is the judicial wing. And here, we don't a legislative wing in this really, because that's really built into the judicial wing in this system here. But the rabbi and the Beit Din are there to make sure that the two Be'er asked for within the boundaries of halacha, and there is kind of like a dynamic tension between the parnas and the rabbi all the time. The reason is because the parnas is typically one of the two Be'er. He's like nominated from among them, so that means what attribute? Money, right? The parnas is wealthy, and the two Be'er represent largely the wealthy classes. The rabbi, on the other hand, is his salary. The two Be'er, exactly. He is an employee of the two Be'er. But what is power based? And I'm not talking like Hashkafically, philosophy, things like that. What is the actual human power base of the rabbi?
Glorified legend. I don't have that.
He makes laws, but who supports him? Julia give him money, right? But what if, I'll give you a theoretical example. Let's say the Parnas wants to have a huge party and they're going to invite some inappropriate, I'm trying to think of an example that we should keep on the recording here. But let's say this happens tomorrow, actually. You have examples with the Reish Galusa quite often, where they want to do something that's just not really according to Torah principles. And they have the money to do it, and they want to do it. And the rabbis, no, you can't do that, right? Because it's against the law. So couldn't the two Be'er just shut down the rabbi and say, well, forget it. We'll get another rabbi. Very good. Exactly right. The people support the rabbi. He's the popular person. He's the one who is offering spiritual support to the people. He consoles, teaches them, he does all those kinds of things. So just like in a modern shul today, the rabbi and the president are sometimes at odds with each other. The president may want to decorate the shul in a particular way or have a particular kind of or something like that. The rabbi, the halacha doesn't go like that, and they have to. They could be, at loggerheads. Sometimes the Parnas and the Tubei will win a conflict like that. Sometimes the rabbi will. But it is always badly if they have a prolonged conflict. They have to work it out. It's a dynamic tension between the religious principles supported by the larger masses of the people and the will of the wealthy elite who largely support community, but on the other hand, they sometimes, maybe because of conspicuous consumption, might overstep their authority. Now, how does this actually translate into services for the people? So both groups have gabayim. You all know the gabay. Today we tend to think of a gabay as a likable person, and he's charged with a task that a lot of people don't necessarily want to do, of organizing who gets what aliyah and who goes up to do hagban, things like that. that. But the term Gabbai, you'll see in Pirkei Avos, it actually means collector, the Gabot, to collect. And in that context, a better translation would be enforce, right? So in the case of the rabbi, his Gabbayim are there to make sure that you don't step out of line collectively. And gentlemen, it may surprise you to learn that throughout our medieval history, the rabbi had the power of corporal punishment. It's actually a Gemara in Shafir, or maybe it's just coming up about Rav Huna. Cut off someone's hand. That's pretty extreme. You don't see too many examples of that, but you do see examples of the Beis Din ordering flogging, and you would have the flogging with the whip people. Sometimes in the synagogue itself, sometimes in the synagogue courtyard, sometimes in a symbolic way, rarely with like actual meant to cause pain. Definitely social opprobrium. That's more of a typical Jewish tool. But the rabbi did have the body to do so. Where this might come up is like, let's say, for example, if a person refused to appear before the Beis Din after he had a summons, time, was warned, and so on. You also see it with kind of the 20th century, but with men who leave their wives and refuse to give them a get. The rabbis to call out the Gabbayim straight away, and as you've seen, I'm sure in the Mishnah Torah, the basis quoting the Gemara, that they're allowed to beat him until he recognizes that he really wants to give his life again. So he realizes of his own eventually. Yes, Mr. Truman. Category of what the Gabbayim